Parallel world. An unknown resort. The Golden Autumn Hotel. On the 5th floor the corridor was eerily silent, but if one listened closely hurried knocking could be heard. The door opened revealing a young girl, strikingly beautiful. She had a pure innocent appearance like a college student. She had slightly wavy short hair, wore a thin white camisole that tightly hugged her impressive figure paired with light blue jeans. Her long snow-white legs stood gracefully. Simple attire, yet eye-catching. Wuhan looked her up and down. The girl's eyes darted away nervously as she tugged at her clothes. Wuhan recognized her. Zhou Tongtong, one of the campus beauties of Nanda University. Although they attended the same university, they never crossed paths in ordinary times. After all, Zhou Tongtong was a focal figure on campus, while Wuhan was just an unremarkable college student. But now she too was trapped here. Any external prestige was useless. Instead, being a pretty girl made her even more vulnerable in this place. Can I help you? Do you have fever-reducing medicine and water? Zhou Tongtong bravely raised her head and looked directly at the unfamiliar boy before her. Wuhan didn't answer, which was as good as a confirmation. He had a habit of carrying everyday medicines on trips, just in case. Zhou Tongtong's eyes glistened. Please just give me a few tablets, okay? Wuhan remained cold and was about to close the door, but Zhou Tongtong quickly used her body to block the doorway. My sister has a high fever. We're all stuck here, no phone signal, no way to reach help. If this continues, my sister will die. You can't just stand by. Please help us. I'll do anything you ask, just save my sister. After saying this, Zhou Tongtong deliberately puffed out her chest, confident in her figure, and looks blushing as she lowered her head. I'm afraid I can't help you, Wuhan said, unmoved. Wuhan remained indifferent. Refusing was his only choice. Zhou Tongtong's eyes were filled with disappointment and helplessness, but she refused to give up. Then, can you give me a bottle of mineral water? Why should I? I won't take it for free. I'll trade you. Trade? I don't see what you have to offer. I owe myself. Do you think that works? Zhou Tongtong's expression was embarrassed and flushed. Wuhan sneered coldly, you don't seem worth that price. Zhou Tongtong, humiliated but not angry, swayed and knelt before Wuhan, her eyes red pitiful. It wasn't that Wuhan was heartless. At this moment in this hotel there were no less than dozens of people trapped. Water, food, medicine. Everything that could help survive in this predicament was priceless because every extra second alive increased the chance of escaping the hotel. Wuhan had been trapped here for 31 days. Of course, so had everyone else. No food, no calendar, no reason why. A vacation, a business trip, a night of drinking. When you wake you might find yourself inexplicably in this hotel. No one knew who was behind it all or why a group of people were unlawfully imprisoned here indiscriminately. In this hotel you either struggled to survive seeking a way out or starved to death or ended your own life. No one knew the reason. The darkness of human nature gradually festered. For survival, the so-called bottom line of being human and morality were no longer the first principles. I'm the campus beauty of Nanda University. Look at my figure and face. I'm at a beauty level. As a man, aren't you tempted? Fearing Wuhan would refuse again, Zhou Tongtong continued, just one bottle of water. You can have me do whatever you want. I haven't been touched by my boyfriend yet. If you refuse, then I'll have to settle for some other guy here. I believe others might not be as rational as you. One bottle of water can buy you more time, but no one knows when this twisted imprisonment will end or if it will after you die. Instead of that, it's better to be realistic and enjoy what you can have now. Compared with a bottle of water, a girl's modesty, dignity, and innocence no longer mattered to Zhou Tongtong. Nothing was more important than her sister's life. Even if they only survived a second longer, she had to fight for it. Haha, what you say isn't unreasonable. To be honest, I am tempted. Wuhan replied without hypocrisy. Especially when he heard Zhou Tongtong say she hadn't been touched by her boyfriend. Looking at her perfect figure and face, any normal hot-blooded young man, without a thought, would be abnormal. Water, food, medicine. He had all these, and more than anyone else here. If survival came down to resources alone, Wuhan was confident he would be the last man standing. In this survival imprisonment game, he was not the protagonist, nor was he special. He was also a victim. But Wuhan was a smart victim. On the very first day after 100 attempts to leave the hotel failed, he understood clearly that this was no trivial matter. While other victims dismissed it as a prank or consoled themselves that it was a planned entertainment show, Wuhan had sensed the danger. On the first day, he searched for an exit with no result. On the second, like a clown, he spent his savings to buy water and food from others. The third day, the same. A week later, when everyone realized it was not a prank and the gravity of the situation sank in, money could no longer buy food from others. At that moment, money became worthless. Wuhan's foresight allowed him to stock up early. To avoid being targeted, he never left his room from the 8th day onward. For a whole month, even with enough food, he lived cautiously, planning every meal. While others filled their stomachs, Wuhan endured hunger, eating only when absolutely necessary. While others began to save water, Wuhan had already conserved his own urine and treasured every drop. And that was why Wuhan had survived until now. No water, no food, no way out. Loneliness, hunger, fear, danger. In just 1 month, some broke down, some killed, some jumped, some took their own lives, and some were no longer human. Escape was impossible. Doors wouldn't open. Climbing down resulted in electrocution. Even if one miraculously got outside the hotel grounds, they would wake the next day, pull back the curtain. You would witness with your own eyes that yesterday's overjoyed escapee was now like a flag raised hung high on the outside, slowly baked to death by the sun, turned into a dried husk. Zhou Tongtong could tell that Wuhan was already wavering in his heart. Without giving him a moment to hesitate, she pushed open the door and strode in. Before Wu Han could stop her, Zhou Tongtong had already barged into the room. Zhou Tongtong swept her gaze around the room. It was a complete mess, but she didn't care. If it were tidy, that would be abnormal. Her eyes searched greedily for food, but unfortunately Wu Han was no fool. He had already hidden away valuables like food. I only have half a bottle of water left, just enough to sustain me for a while, Wu Han hurriedly said. Your offer is indeed tempting, and it does stir my desire, but I don't have what you want here. And you wouldn't expect me to sleep with you for nothing, would you? Zhou Tongtong paused, staring at Wu Han with suspicion. Clearly she didn't quite believe him. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Wu Han now just wanted Zhou Tongtong to leave his room as soon as possible because her staying inside meant danger. Wu Han couldn't believe that the usually gentle and refined campus beauty, after being trapped here for a month, was still the sweet girl she appeared to be. Her tenderness and pitiableness were probably just a facade. If he let his guard down, he would be the one to die. Zhou Tongtong didn't reply. Her haggard face was a little pale. The silence hung heavy. She stood in the room, reached out, and pulled off her thin white vest, dropping it to the floor. Then along her slender waist, she began to undo the button of her pants. Wu Han stared blankly at her every movement, a mix of astonishment and unease rising within him. Zhou Tongtong was truly bold, so bold that it left him at a loss. On our floor, I've observed for a long time. The other tenants come out to complain, search for food, or hurt others to steal things. Only you never leave your room. You say you have nothing. Then how did you survive this month? Could it be that you live on thin air? Do you think you'll believe that? Zhou Tongtong's flawless white body was now only covered by her underwear and panties. Her innocent appearance, coupled with her lively eyes, gave off an alluring charm. Wu Han felt he had been cautious enough, but he never expected Zhou Tongtong to be so perceptive. In the end, he was still targeted. And precisely because of this, he dared not underestimate this seemingly fragile girl. The last layer. Will you take it off, or shall I? Zhou Tongtong blinked her big dark eyes. No need. They'll give you what you want. Take it and leave quickly. Temptation does not mean action. A lust is a knife at the head. One cannot trust anyone easily except oneself. After saying this, Wu Han walked into the bathroom, closed the door, tightly fumbled around for a while, and reluctantly emerged with half a bottle of water and 2 fever-reducing tablets. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, Zhou Tongtong was already standing at the entrance waiting. This is the water you asked for. There's no full bottle. Half is my greatest generosity. Also, here are 2 fever tablets. Take them. Zhou Tongtong's face lit up with joy as she reached out to take them, but Wu Han pulled his hand back. His expression turned serious as he stared at Zhou Tongtong and said, But I have one condition. This is the last time. From now on, whether you live or die, don't come to me again. Also, I advise you not to reveal my situation to anyone else, or else both you and I will be in great danger. Take your things, you can leave now. Wu Han pointed to the clothes she had shed on the floor. Seeing her pitiful back as she was about to leave, he couldn't help adding another remark. Let me remind you, it's best not to let anyone see you have half a bottle of mineral water, or else you won't live to see your sister again. You should understand what I mean. Thank you. Zhou Tongtong wrapped the water and medicine tightly in her clothes and said gratefully, Thank you. That's really worthless. I'm already regretting it. Wu Han closed the door and laughed bitterly to himself, blaming his own soft heart. But he also knew very well that if he hadn't bled a little, the one bleeding might have been him. Because he had long noticed that Zhou Tongtong had a razor blade hidden in her bra. Rather than a fight to the death, it was better to do her a favor. No, please let me go. Help. Someone help me. Let me out, I want food. The sounds of a woman's moans from the next door, cries for help in the corridor, screams from the building, constantly tormented the dazed Wu Han. Desperate struggle, the outcome of life and death unknown. Apart from surviving second by second, nothing else mattered. Now everyone in this hotel was going crazier by the day, gradually breaking down, turning dark. Dignity, humanity, morality, all had become irrelevant. Bang, 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 bang. A series of urgent and heavy knocks sounded. Wu Han looked through the peephole to see what was going on outside. It's Zhou Tongtong again. What happened to her? Zhou Tongtong's hair was disheveled, her face blotched red and white, her clothes torn and stained with blood, whether hers or someone else's. Her body leaned against the door as she wept and knocked frantically. Wu Han was very annoyed. He had told this woman before that no matter what happened, she shouldn't come to him again. But only half a day had passed, and she was already at his door. And now, judging by her appearance, she had clearly gotten into trouble. Wu Han turned away, then turned back. If he ignored her, his conscience would trouble him. If he helped her, there was no benefit at all. Wu Han wrestled with his last shred of humanity, and in the end he gave in. The moment he opened the door, Zhou Tongtong charged in like a madwoman. She grabbed Wu Han's clothes with both hands, tears blurring her eyes, crying, Please save my sister. Some people broke into our room. They were going to rape us. I hurt them and escaped, but my sister has a fever and hasn't woken up yet. This. Wu Han felt it was out of his depth. It wasn't something he could handle just because he wanted to. I know you're a good person. You want just stand by, Zhou Tongtong said, frantically unbuttoning Wu Han's pants. They'll give you what you want right now. I won't play any tricks anymore. I'm doing this willingly. Watching Zhou Tongtong's actions at this moment, he suddenly found it a bit ironic. On one hand, she struggles to keep herself from being defiled. On the other, she voluntarily offers her purity. The result is the same before and after. What's the difference? Just a different target. Women, sometimes truly hard to fathom. Wu Han reached out to stop her and said, If you want me to help you, you don't need to do this. I can help you, consider it as me owing you. But you must follow my orders in every move. Zhou Tongtong's expression was full of surprise, then she snapped out of it and nodded vigorously. Then let's go. They'll take you to my room. No, we can't go empty-handed like this. Seeing Zhou Tongtong's confusion, Wu Han didn't bother to explain any further. He reached out and smeared a handful of her blood on his own face and clothes. Then he took a portable fruit knife from the room. At that moment, he looked like he had just survived a slaughter, radiating a fierce aura. Let's go. Wu Han uttered 2 simple words. Zhou Tongtong seemed to suddenly understand something, took his hand, and hurriedly led him toward her room. Indeed, what Wu Han did was wise. His room was No. 510, and Zhou Tongtong's rooms were No. 501 and 502. Though on the same floor, they were at opposite ends of the corridor. A short distance of over 100 meters, but with 7 other tenants in between. The hallway was a mess with men and women glaring hungrily at Wu Han and Zhou Tongtong. Seeing the two covered in blood, no one dared approach rashly. As they passed other room doors, some were already broken. Under the living room light, a swaying corpse hanging from the ceiling sent chills down their spines. Walls in some rooms were stained with blood, a horrifying sight. This was what they called hell on earth, wasn't it? Who are you? Sis. Where are you? Save me. Don't touch me. Woo-woo. As they reached room 501, a girl's cries for help came from inside. Zhou Tongtong's face instantly turned pale, and her eyes became terrifyingly fierce. Stop. Zhou Tongtong rushed in and screamed to halt him. Wu Han followed closely and noticed a middle-aged man. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Tongtong. At a glance, they could be the same person. She must be the sister Zhou Tong. The man in his 40s had small eyes, a weaselly face, and a gaunt, stunted frame. Years of starvation had left him malnourished, giving him a grotesque appearance. Blood oozed from a wound on his chest, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, his lustful gaze fixed entirely on Zhou Tongtong's sister. You beast. They'll kill you. Seeing her sister, Zhou Qingqing's torn clothes, Zhou Tongtong flew into a rage. Zhou Qingqing, who had been burning with fever, now looked dazed and utterly frail. Atsu. Heaven is kind to me. Before I die, I get to savor a pair of beauties. Worth it. The man laughed maniacally, his eyes fixed on Zhou Tongtong. Beast. Yes, I'm a beast. Locked here to starve to death. Who wouldn't become an animal? In the old days, everyone outside pretended to be good. But it doesn't matter now. Death is certain either way. Before I go, I might as well be the beast I never dared to be out there. At least he'll die with some pleasure. A flicker of gloom crossed his face as he sneered. You two sisters truly share a bond. Even now you cling to sisterly love, pathetic and a waste. You ran before sacrificing her to save yourself. Now you're back, so both of you stay and let me have my fun. He'll kill you. Zhou Tongtong's eyes brimmed with tears and bloodshot fury. You wouldn't dare? If you could kill, you'd have finished me off earlier. Instead, you fled, leaving your own sister behind. The man looked at her like a lamb to the slaughter. He slowly straightened up, staggering toward her step by step, each footfall. Come on, kill me. Otherwise you'll die with me, he roared in her face. Sis. Zhou Qingqing lay on the bed, weeping helplessly as she watched her sister retreat in fear. Her back suddenly met a hard chest. She turned to see Wu Han, his face cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. A sight that both terrified and oddly reassured her. Please help me. I don't know what to do. Zhou Tongtong turned and threw herself into Wu Han's arms like a wounded kitten begging for mercy. What do you want me to do? You can't kill him, so you want me to. Wu Han stared at her impassively. She froze silent, knowing there was no other choice. The man had given up all hope of survival, resolved to a desperate end. It was a simple choice: kill him or be violated. Only then did the man notice the young man behind Zhou Tongtong. He sized him up dismissively. So you went to fetch help, huh? Trading your body for charity. How laughable. Little girl, instead of giving yourself to this brat, you'd be better off pleasing me. Serve me well, and maybe you'll spare you both, let you fend for yourselves in this building. Why, oi? Wu Han asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Because you, this kid, wouldn't dare to kill. The man's words trailed off into incoherence. In the next second, a compact fruit knife pierced his abdomen. Wu Han embraced him, mechanically stabbing again and again, 1, 2, 3, pulling out and thrusting in a deathly rhythm, until the man lay motionless on the ground, blood blooming from his corpse. Wu Han's right hand gripped the bloodstained knife, the metallic scent filling the air. He muttered with a numb, twisted expression, looks like you underestimated me. Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing, pale with shock, stared at him in silence. Room 501 fell into an eerie stillness. Wu Han tilted his head back. The blood on his hands was still warm. It was his first kill, yet his heart remained eerily calm. To survive here, my hands are bound to get dirty. Humph. Watching him mutter to himself, Zhou Tongtong felt a pang of guilt. She knew this man had killed for her. She gently wrapped her arms around him from behind, offering silent comfort. Wu Han snapped back to reality, and he looked at the corpse on the floor, the shattered door, and then at the two innocent, pure sisters who seemed so out of place here. This place isn't safe. If you don't want to die, come to my room. Seeing no objection from Zhou Tongtong, he wrapped Zhou Qingqing in a bedsheet and lifted her. Zhou Qingqing didn't resist, her cheeks flushed, whether from fever or shyness. Zhou Tongtong gathered a few clothes and followed Wu Han to his room, 510. In the hallway, a couple of men eyed the sisters with ill intent, but Wu Han's presence intimidated them. He had been diligent with exercise in college and possessed strong self-control, his build more robust than his peers. After a month trapped in this building, Wu Han had an edge. Sustained by water and food, he had lost weight, but remained relatively healthy compared to others. His height and strength deterred most from provoking him. In the face of true hunger, your fists determined your standing. They entered room 510. Once inside, Wuhan barricaded the door with heavy objects for safety. With 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, they were a conspicuous target, so caution was essential. Wuhan stripped off his shirt and wiped the blood splatters from his skin, staring out at the endless dark night, his heart heavy with turmoil. Until we get out of this hotel alive, you two stay with me. Follow my orders and don't wander off. He handed Zhou Tongtong an unopened bottle of water, his tone shifting. They'll protect you as best I can. But if I find you plotting against me, don't blame me for being ruthless. They'll kill you. 1 more, 3 more, it makes no difference. Both sisters froze, not daring to speak. Has the fever broken? Wuhan reached out and touched Zhou Qingqing's forehead. It was still scorching. They'll get some medicine. Take it and sleep. Live 1 day at a time. Late at night, Wuhan let the sisters sleep in the bed while he lay on the floor. The memory of the killing haunted him, vivid and unforgettable. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands slid around his back and pressed against his chest. Soft to the touch, carrying the scent of a young woman. He flipped over, grabbing her wrists and pinning her beneath him. Zhou Tongtong's short hair was slightly tousled, her eyes evasive, her cheeks burning to the ears. No regrets, Wuhan whispered. She met his gaze and shook her head. He understood and no longer refused. This was her way of repaying him. Perhaps the best comfort for his secret crush on the campus belle. The pleasures of intimacy. After all, one never knows which comes first, tomorrow or the unexpected. Perhaps the game had only just begun. The next day, Wuhan was jolted awake early from his dreams. Sunlight streaming through the tattered curtains into the gloomy room carried a faint stench of sweat. Gazing at the 2 sisters lying restlessly in bed, their smooth, fair legs and slightly exposed bosoms presented an undeniably pleasing sight in such a setting. Wuhan rose and retrieved the food he had secretly stashed away. Last night he had made a promise to the 2 sisters, and he could not break his word. Though promises might seem laughably worthless in the face of human darkness, one thing was clear to Wuhan: Zhou Tongtong was his woman. At least within this hotel, she belonged to him. Awake. Zhou Qingqing's eyes sparkled like stars at the bread in Wuhan's hand, drool nearly reaching her chin. Zhou Tongtong reacted the same, a greed born of starvation twisting her features. Wuhan frowned and said, "This is all I have. What do you have designs on it?" Though his tone was calm, the sisters sensed his displeasure. They lowered their heads in silence, not daring to let their gaze linger. "I'm just joking with you. If you truly had any ill intentions toward me, I wouldn't have brought out the food." Seeing the sisters in such a state, Wuhan felt both amused and pained. Had they not been trapped in this wretched place with their looks, they would never have to bow their heads for such meager sustenance. Has the fever broken? Zhou Qingqing nodded, looking at Wuhan with gratitude. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one who saved you, it was your sister." Wuhan took out a half-eaten loaf of special bread, tore it into 3 pieces, and said, "Your sister became my woman for your sake. Do you understand what I mean?" Wuhan had no desire to play the saint. Since the 3 of them would have to act together, there was no need for concealment or pretense. It was better to lay everything out in the open. "Is this a transaction?" Zhou Qingqing stared in shock at Wuhan and Zhou Tongtong. "Yes. Trapped here with no choices left, this is exactly what it looks like. A dirty, barefaced deal." Wuhan finished speaking and tossed the 2 pieces of bread to the sisters. Zhou Tongtong caught them, then gave both to Zhou Qingqing, saying with a doting smile, "You must be starving. Eat up, sis." "I'm so sorry." Zhou Qingqing choked back sobs as she ate the dry bread mixed with tears as she forced it down her throat. "Shut up. What's all this crying for? It's annoying." Seeing her like this made Wuhan restless, but the moment he saw Zhou Qingqing's frightened expression, he regretted his outburst. He sighed and said, "Sometimes there's only one choice. You want to live, you can live. Then someone has to walk into hell. If it's not you, it has to be your sister. If it's you, then it's you. The fact that you're still alive is already luck. Same for me." Zhou Tongtong reached out and embraced Zhou Qingqing, patting her back gently to comfort her. "Don't hate him. Even if what he said is true, don't be sad. He's a good man. He didn't force me. I did it willingly." Zhou Tongtong paused, glanced at Wuhan, and continued, "And I won't regret it. It was worth it." Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing could no longer hold back. She burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs, her face streaked with tears like rain on pear blossoms, evoking deep pity. Wuhan could see that Zhou Tongtong cared for her sister more than herself. Watching the 2 sisters cling to each other, he said nothing and did not stop them. Often when people encounter an insurmountable obstacle, a good thorough cry makes them stronger and more mature afterward. When you're done crying, remember to eat something. Don't become a burden. Wuhan placed his own portion of bread beside Zhou Tongtong. If she gave it to Zhou Qingqing again, he would have nothing more to say. Wuhan looked at the meager food left in the plastic bag, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If they rationed it among the 3 of them, no matter how carefully they planned, it wouldn't last a week. If they couldn't find a way out or more food within that week, only 2 paths would remain. One was death, the other turning on each other, losing all humanity, and resorting to cannibalism. Actually, there was one thing Wuhan couldn't understand. Like with murder, there is a motive, and the killer often returns to the scene to relive the thrill. But they had been inexplicably trapped in this hotel for an entire month. Whatever the purpose, there should have been some instructions or actions directed at them by now. Yet there was not a single clue, which defied all logic. Moreover, Wuhan had a feeling that everyone in the hotel was under constant surveillance. Stranger still, every room had a safe, but no one knew the combination or what lay inside. Half an hour later, "Our food is almost gone. At most it'll last another week," Wuhan told the 2 women. Zhou Tongtong quickly looked up. I can go without. Can I leave my share for my sister? Don't be so naive. Let's talk about something practical. Can we find food in the meantime? Zhou Qingqing pondered for a moment, like searching other floors. The odds are slim, but it's not impossible. Wu Han nodded. He hadn't expected Zhou Qingqing to still be capable of rational thought under these circumstances. That was originally Wu Han had planned to stay holed up in the room alone using the food advantage to wait and see how things developed. But he never expected the two sisters to become a variable that upended his original plan. Now he had to devise a new strategy as soon as possible. I don't think it'll work. Forget about whether we can find food elsewhere in this building. Just dealing with all those starving people out there is a problem in itself, Zhou Tongtong said seriously. True. Once we step out that door, our lives could be in danger at any moment. After all, people on the verge of death will do anything. Wu Han frowned. The situation was dire, and he had no concrete plan. Unless something happens that can make everyone regain their sanity, even for a short time. Don't count on it. Something like that. Wu Han didn't finish his sentence. A sudden sound echoed through the entire hotel. Testing. 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 It was the speaker hanging on the corridor wall. Moments later, the LCD TV screen in the room flickered to life automatically. There was a figure on the screen, dressed in a black trench coat and a black hat with a clown mask on their face. The person was wrapped up tightly, making it impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Congratulations to you, the ones still alive. The voice was distorted, mixed with reverb, hoarse and gloomy. In the room, listening to the black-clad figure's voice and looking at his image on the screen, Zhou Tongtong was stunned, Zhou Qingqing was stunned, and Wu Han was stunned too. Every survivor in this hotel was utterly stunned at that moment. If their guess was correct, the man in black was the mastermind behind their imprisonment. Your reactions are truly adorable. The expressions on your faces right now are absolutely delightful. It was precisely because of his words that the once silent hotel suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Curses, cries, kicks against doors, shattering glass. Countless sounds clamored together, venting their discontent toward the man in black. Yet all of this only made the man in black even more exhilarated. Wu Han suppressed his rage, forcing himself to stay calm and listen intently to every word the man spoke. If you want to get out alive, keep quiet and stop your meaningless barking. The man in black shifted his tone. On the screen, he was now seated in a chair, saying, since your performance over the past month has satisfied me, I don't mind spending 5 minutes interacting with you and answering your questions. Each of you has a walkie-talkie hidden in your room. Whoever finds one first gets to ask me a question. I'll answer any question truthfully within 5 minutes. But remember, you only have 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Wu Han immediately pulled a walkie-talkie from his backpack. Earlier during his idle moments, he had scoured his room countless times and found the walkie-talkie inside the toilet bowl. How can I get out alive? Wu Han grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked urgently. His voice echoed throughout the entire hotel, and everyone awaited the answer. But no one noticed that Wu Han had said I instead of we, and he emphasized get out alive. Prolonged torment subconsciously made people realistic. What a dull question, the man replied coldly. There's a large lock on the hotel's front door, as you've probably noticed. Unlock it, and you can walk out alive. And the method? Wu Han pressed, unwilling to be brushed off by the man in black. The man in black let out a mocking laugh. The lock has 100 red lights, each representing one of you. When all 100 red lights turn green, the door to freedom will open for you. When you came in, there were 100 of you. After a month, 57 are still alive. Some of you may have noticed that the 43 who died correspond to the 43 green lights already lit on the door. Haha, so the lights only turn green when someone dies. According to you, only the dead can leave. Wu Han's spirit was on the verge of collapse. He felt the man in black was merely toying with him. No. Dead people are no fun. It's your struggle that makes things interesting. The man in black continued. There are 3 ways to get out. First, all of you die here and get carried out. Second, each of the 57 of you enters your birth date into the lock once. That will turn the red lights green. If you're truly united and each person enters once, all 100 lights will turn green and you can all walk out alive today. Plus, each of you will receive $1 million as compensation for being imprisoned here for a month. The last method. Damn, this is no challenge at all, and there's money involved. Then what are we waiting for? Anyone still breathing in this building, crawl if you have to, but get to the hotel entrance. We each input once, take the money, and get out alive. I don't want to spend another second here. Let's go. We can finally leave. I've had enough. Before the man in black could finish speaking, many in the building had already found walkie-talkies. Hearing that the method to unlock the door was so simple, they couldn't contain themselves and began issuing orders through their devices. The entire building stirred with considerable commotion. Aren't we going? Zhou Tongtong looked at Wu Han with confusion. Let's hold off for now. Watch the situation. Something doesn't feel right. Looking at the mocking smile on the man in black's face on the screen, Wu Han felt a sense of unease. If he wasn't mistaken, the game had only just begun. Wu Han didn't believe the man in black would let them off so easily, or rather it seemed like he was orchestrating another scheme. Within half an hour, the area in front of the hotel door was packed with people. We can finally leave. Don't dawdle, everyone. Whoever hasn't entered their password, go do it now. Yeah. I'm starving. I want to go out and have a big meal right now. Hurry up. I want to eat spicy hot pot. One after another, the red lights on the lock turned green. The hope of escape was within reach. But when only about 20 lights remained, no one stepped forward to enter their password. Clearly some were unwilling to input. Damn it, who hasn't entered their password yet? Get downstairs and do it. Don't you want to get— I don't want to die here. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I'm warning you all, if I find out someone is deliberately not entering within 10 minutes, I'll kill them. Time passed, but no new green lights appeared. More and more curses and complaints arose, and no one knew what was happening. Suddenly a cold question came through the speakers. If I kill someone here, will I face punishment when I get out? Haha, finally an interesting question, the man in black said with satisfaction. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. The expressions on everyone's faces turned eerily strange. After a brief return to rationality came the test of human nature. Among the 57 survivors, many had already committed crimes and bore the burden of murder. They had entered as good people, but would leave as sinners. Though no one knew who had asked the question, everyone tacitly awaited the answer. Hey, you're all adults. You make your own choices and bear the consequences. What kind of punishment awaits you out there is your own business, provided you can open the door. The man in black said ruthlessly. Everyone fell silent, and Wu Han was stunned. If he had killed someone here, according to the man in black, even if he walked out of the hotel alive today, he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. This isn't fair. We were forced into it. I didn't want to kill either. It was self-defense. If I hadn't killed him, I would be dead. It's not my fault. I wanted to be a good person, but I was forced to kill. Who knows? You are the real culprit. Every murder here was orchestrated by you. The ones who should be punished are not us, but you. I've already killed someone. Even if I get out alive, what meaning does the rest of my life hold? I might as well die here. Clearly no one could accept or face what they had done and experienced here. Since you don't intend to let us off easily, what exactly do you want from us? Wu Han shouted into the walkie-talkie. You can't blame me for this. You didn't have the patience to let me finish speaking. The man in black continued, besides the two methods mentioned above, there's a third way that will allow you to leave without facing legal consequences and even make you rich. Get rich. What did that mean? Everyone was filled with doubt. Suppose all 57 red lights could turn green and you could take both your lives and the prize money out. Even without reward, I believe you'd still want to leave. But you're far too naive. I don't think you can truly unite to make every green light shine. After all, among you are those who are murderers, rapists, and degenerates on the outside. For them, whether they can leave or not isn't that important. Hearing this, many drew sharp breaths. Indeed, as he said, for those individuals, this hotel was a paradise where they could do well. From your expressions, I see you understand. But don't worry, be patient, and listen to the third way out. After all, the game is... The man in black paused, then continued. Keep playing, strive to survive. No matter who among you, if you can endure to become one of the last 10 survivors, both freedom and wealth will be yours. The final 10 will each receive a cash reward of 100 million, and regardless of their past identities or deeds within this place, they will all be pardoned upon leaving. Come on, let the joyous games begin. 100 million. At that moment, although most were filled with fear, their hearts also stirred with temptation. After all, many of them could never earn such wealth in a lifetime of toil on the outside. This game was twisted and cruel, yet relatively humane. 10 slots to leave alive, not just one. This allowed everyone to cling to a sliver of hope, a delusional confidence that one of those 10 spots would surely be there. Given the current situation, the remaining 57 couldn't unite to open the door, leaving no choice but to accept the third option proposed by the man in black. Until the very end, who knew who would prevail? Wu Han witnessed all of this, a chill running down his spine. Now the crowd was more terrifying than when they were ignorant. The man in black had not only given them hope, but also ignited their greed. To ensure the game proceeds smoothly, I've prepared a special gift. The man in black said with a sinister smile. Each of you has a safe in your room. The password is your birthday. Open it, and you might find food or something you desire. Well, time's up. My poor and adorable 57 little mice, which of you will become the 10 lucky ones? I await your performance. Farewell. With that, the LCD screen went black and the entire hotel fell into silence. The next moment, the crowd snapped back to reality, bursting into chaotic chatter. Tell me your birthdays quickly. While the others are downstairs, I'll go to your rooms and grab the contents of the safes first. Wu Han turned to ask the two women. He had to hurry. This momentary peace was merely the illusion before the storm. We'll go with you. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. Zhou Tongtong pulled Zhou Qingqing to her feet. All right, but remember, be quick. Grab the stuff, and we'll head back to the room. The real danger is coming. Without delay, the three picked up handy tools and traversed the dim corridor to rooms 501 and 502, which belonged to Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing respectively. The door to room 501 was battered, splinters everywhere. Entering the room, they found the safe, and Zhou Tongtong entered her birthday. With a click, the heavy safe swung open. 6 eyes stared intently inside, a phone, some packaged meat and food, a bottle of water, and a stun baton. What does this mean? Zhou Tongtong asked. Wu Han shook his head. The food was understandable. They didn't want them dead, as the game couldn't continue otherwise. But the stun baton prepared for Zhou Tongtong. Was it for her self-defense, or did it have another purpose? Forget it, let's pack everything into the backpack. Wu Han hesitated briefly over the stun baton, then handed it to Zhou Tongtong, saying, take this for self-defense. Without overthinking, she accepted it. Let's go see what's in the other safe. So the three hurried to room 502, Zhou Qingqing's room, and repeated the process to open the safe. Inside was another phone and food, but no stun baton. Instead, a bottle of liquid labeled with the word sulfuric acid. Wu Han drew a sharp breath. This was no medicine, it was clearly poison. What? What is the point of this? Zhou Qingqing's face turned pale, and Zhou Tongtong was no better. As university students, they were familiar with sulfuric acid. The two sisters' safes contained a stun baton and poison respectively. If they teamed up to kill Wuhan, it would seem simple. The appearance of these items was likely meant to sow distrust among them. Whether useful or not, just take the stuff, and let's go. The others will probably be coming up soon. The three swiftly returned to room 510. Wuhan's room closed the door and gasped for breath, fearing any mishap on the way back. But Wuhan noticed that many had retrieved defensive tools from their safes, some even including guns. Bang! A loud noise rang out. It was a gunshot coming from another room. Zhou Qingqing, who had just calmed down, was so terrified, she clung to Zhou Tongtong and burst into tears. They have guns, sis. Will we be killed? It's okay, they can't get in here. And we have Wuhan. Help protect us. Both women's eyes turned to Wuhan, showing that they had already come to rely on him. Don't worry, we won't be killed easily. We'll get out alive, Wuhan said firmly. What was this gunshot about? Had someone already started killing? Impossible. They had barely regained some composure. Anyone who struck first would become a target for all. The proverbial bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. No one would be that foolish, Wuhan thought to himself. Listen up, everyone in this building. I'm warning you. Whether you can hear me or not, I'm from room 505. Before coming here, I was a cop. Now I have a gun. Don't try anything on me. I don't want to kill, but if you push me, I'll shoot you dead. With that, the door to room 505 slammed shut. But everyone on this floor understood the weight of those words. The occupant of room 505 was both clever and foolish. Clever in that he revealed his hand directly. A gun was a top-tier weapon here. If used wisely, he could do as his statement also made his stance clear: live and let live. Don't provoke him, and everyone stays safe. Foolish in that he was too conspicuous. This approach had both pros and cons. Now that everyone knew his trump card, it wouldn't be hard to take him down. Moreover, Wuhan had his own ideas about the game to come. The man in black only said the game ends when 10 people survive. He didn't specify the rules to select them, meaning there were no rules. With rules, things would be somewhat fairer, as everyone would have to follow the same path. Without rules, everything becomes terrifying. As long as the outcome remains unchanged, each person's methods to achieve it would differ. In other words, the occupant of room 505 chose to isolate and protect himself, ignoring everything else, relying on a top-tier weapon. That was one approach. Others might choose to form teams. After all, the final survivors weren't just one person but 10. Instead of facing danger alone, the wise move might be to band together for warmth. With a shared goal and no conflicting interests in the process, mutual benefit was a win-win. Why not? Besides, the man in black had said that among this group, there were all kinds of people. For those criminals who were heinous on the outside, they were the true protagonists and beneficiaries of this game. They didn't need the complexity of forming teams. Simply kill everyone except themselves and victory was theirs. Simple and brutal. Each individual bearing distinct identities naturally harbored differing thoughts. None could predict the methods others would employ to vie for the 10 surviving slots. Yet regardless of the process, the ultimate outcome remained unanimous. A tacitly understood brutal conflict was about to unfold. Don't overthink it, take it one step at a time. Wuhan comforted the two sisters, then withdrew to his room, approached the safe, and entered the code to open it. The contents remained unchanged, but there were no weapons. Only a sticky note bearing a line of text: the phone holds what you... The two sisters also glimpsed the note, peering curiously at the phone in Wuhan's hand. Come open your own phones and see what's there, Wuhan suggested. All three powered on their phones simultaneously. The devices had no SIM card and no network connection. Like ordinary phones, yet uniquely, the home screen displayed an interface resembling a scoreboard. The left half green marked the number 57. The right half red showed 43. All three noticed it, exchanging no words, their expressions grim. The left represented the living 53 people, the right the dead 43. Wuhan browsed through his phone and discovered a folder absent from Zhou Tongtong's devices labeled data. Upon opening it, he was instantly stunned. It contained the personal information of all 100 individuals imprisoned, room numbers, identities, and names, personal photos, brief profiles, and survival status, alive or dead, all seemingly updated in real time. Wuhan felt both elated and unnerved. Elated because this data, though not a top-tier weapon like a firearm, was a treasure in its own right as a soft asset. Unnerved because upon a quick scroll he spotted several dangerous individuals, serial killers, those with multiple personality disorders, necrophiliacs. Seeing this, Wuhan silently thanked his luck for not having encountered them earlier, marveling at how he had survived thus far. What are your thoughts? Wuhan inquired. We want to get out alive. The second method once held hope, but now that everyone knows the third option proposed by the men in black, the former loses its meaning. Tempted by money, many are no longer victims imprisoned here, but willing participants in this perverse game. Zhou Qingqing declared. Exactly. Originally, if everyone united, lighting all 100 green lights might have been possible. Now it's uncertain. Each harbors ulterior motives and treacherous intentions. Even a single dissenter would make it impossible, Zhou Tongtong said with concern. Zhou Tongtong spoke with worry. You're right. In truth, only one path has ever lain before us. No choice at all. We must follow the men in black's third plan. How they haven't had their fill yet, and how could they let the prey slip away? After some contemplation, Wuhan said calmly, it seems we need to form a team. Form a team. Isn't the risk too high? There's no trust to be found here. I understand that, but if we don't recruit others once the opportunity passes and others successfully band together, we'll be left as three alone. Then we'll be like fish on a chopping block at their mercy. By then it will be too late. To avoid being so passive, we must plan ahead, Wuhan analyzed rationally. Moreover, we already have a numerical advantage. Three of us united, sharing resources and information, helping each other. We still hold the initiative in selecting teammates. He'll follow my brother-in-law, Zhou Qingqing said with a smile. Brother-in-law. Wu Han was taken aback, turning to see Zhou Qingqing making a funny face at him. Qingqing, what nonsense are you talking? Zhou Tongtong blushed. Am I wrong? Zhou Tongtong remained silent, which was as good as an admission, easing Wu Han's mind. He had feared Zhou Qingqing might resent his relationship with her sister, but her understanding saved much trouble. As I said, trust me and don't harm me. They'll protect you both no matter what, and I won't break my word. All right, brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't feed you poison. Honestly, if we were outside, you'd be such a straight-laced guy. How would you ever get a girl? Zhou Qingqing teased, making Wu Han's face redden. Qingqing, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. Zhou Tongtong quickly intervened to smooth things over. Fine, no more jokes. So, brother-in-law, when do we go out to find teammates? There's no rush. With the food from our safes and my reserves, we can hold out for a while. Let's observe for a couple of days first. For now, doing nothing and staying quietly in the room is the wisest choice. What do you think? Well, follow your lead, Zhou Tongtong murmured, a hint of shyness in her voice. This is so boring, it's no fun at all, Zhou Qingqing complained softly. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's mild grumble, Wu Han felt an urge to hit someone. Bored at a time like this. Did she think they were on vacation? Women's minds could be truly baffling and exasperating. Brother-in-law, how about a game of cards? Fight the landlord. Whoever loses takes off a piece of clothing. Dare you? Zhou Qingqing bored found a deck of cards in a drawer and perked up. Such high stakes. Will your sister agree? Wu Han chuckled, cracking his first smile since being imprisoned. Qingqing, stop fooling around. You're a girl. Zhou Tongtong quickly tried to stop her. What's there to fear? Even if I lose everything, at worst brother-in-law sees me naked. He's not an outsider. Or sis, are you afraid he'll steal your man? Zhou Qingqing persisted relentlessly. Qingqing, I'm angry now. Stop your nonsense. Zhou Tongtong, flushed with embarrassment, reached out to pinch Zhou Qingqing's slender waist, bringing a hint of warmth to the cold room. Brother-in-law, help. Can't you control your wife? Zhou Qingqing called out. Can't help you there. After the playful scuffle, the three settled into a game of fight the landlord, but without such risque stakes. Losers had to stick stickers on their faces. It was a lighter atmosphere, and Wu Han preferred not to make things awkward. On the first night, deep into the hours, Zhou Tongtong slipped out of bed, crept over to Wu Han, glanced at the sleeping Zhou Qingqing, and with a sigh of relief, quietly lay down beside him. Soon she reached out a small hand and gently embraced him from behind. In the dim moonlight of the cramped room, a silent duet unfolded between the man and woman. The second night was similar, though the shadows under the moonlight twisted into more complex postures. On the third night, Wu Han was fully ensnared in the throes of tenderness. Zhou Tongtong, usually more reserved, was markedly different tonight, unusually uninhibited. The three of them stayed in the room for 3 days and 3 nights, sustained by food supplies. During this time, the hotel remained eerily peaceful. If not for the fact that they had been imprisoned here earlier, one might have mistaken this for a tourist hotel. Wu Han stretched his weary limbs and, as a habit, glanced at the phone first thing upon waking. The screen still showed 57 people, meaning yesterday had been another day of harmonious coexistence. But that was an illusion. The inevitable was bound to arrive soon. Today was already the 4th day. Some people must be worrying about food by now. Once they could no longer endure, they would naturally take action. Suddenly the phone in Wu Han's hand buzzed. A message had arrived. Zhou Tongtong and the others were startled awake, staring nervously at the phone. The three of them opened the text message. It read, special notice from now on, whoever kills another person will be rewarded with 1 week's worth of food for one person and 10 million yuan. Enjoy the game. A nightmare. This meant that if they wanted to survive until only 10 remained, they would have to kill to obtain food. 10 survivors meant 90 eliminations. What was even more absurd was that once the door to slaughter was opened, killing someone made you a target for others. Not killing meant you couldn't survive to the end, but killing didn't guarantee survival either. Since we can't kill anyone, we'll definitely die here, starved or killed. What do we do? Zhou Qingqing set her eye. Zhou Tongtong remained silent, gently stroking her head in a helpless attempt at comfort. Seeing this, Wu Han stood up and said, don't worry. As long as I have food, I won't let you starve. If it really comes to that, let me handle the dirty work alone. Brother-in-law. The two women were moved to tears. Don't be like that. We're not at a dead end yet. Others might have no food without killing, but we want. Have you forgotten something? The two women looked puzzled, unable to understand what Wu Han meant. I have information. I have detailed profiles of all 100 people here, including my own. Are you thinking? Something like that. After all, the dead don't eat food. You two stay in the room. I'm going out for a while. Wu Han cut them off. We want to go with you. I won't feel at ease if you're not here, Zhou Tongtong said seriously. Afraid he'll abandon you and run away. You're mine now. Be good, I'll be back soon. Zhou Tongtong nodded, her pretty face filled with worry. They'll wait for you. You must come back. Wu Han opened the door and stepped out, carefully surveying his surroundings before closing it again, making sure it was locked before leaving. The corridor lights had long since broken, leaving the hallway dim and gloomy, even during the day. Wu Han took out his phone and browsed through the folder of profiles. He noticed that the people on the 5th floor were quite resilient. Out of 10, not a single one had died. Since there were no suitable targets on this floor, he had to try his luck upstairs or downstairs. Other floors were generally more dangerous, and normal people wouldn't go far from their own area, especially in an unfamiliar environment. Wu Han finally decided to go up to the 6th floor because he had been living downstairs before. From below, he had observed that the 6th floor was relatively quiet overall. This meant the sixth floor might not be as dangerous, Wu Han analyzed silently. Upon reaching the sixth floor, there were hardly any bloodstains in the corridor, and the doors and windows were intact. If not for the profiles, Wu Han might have thought no one lived on this floor at all. Checking the profiles of the residents on this floor, he understood why it was so quiet. Out of 10 people, 8 were women, and the women included a model, a celebrity, a teacher, a doctor, a novelist, a female streamer, and even a prostitute. The 2 men had identities that were simple yet complicated at the same time. One was a triad boss, the other a drug addict. Wu Han's target on this floor was room 608 and room 610, it belonging to the female novelist and the drug addict respectively. According to the profiles, both were already dead. As he passed room 603, the door opened, and a woman with a seductive fox-like face and light makeup stepped out. She looked to be around 25 or 26 with a sexy figure that now seemed a bit thin. Wu Han recalled her from the profiles, Zhou Qian, a high-class escort who had been with many men. Oh, a new face. First time on the 6th floor. Which one of us are you planning to visit? Zhou Qian asked with a direct smile. Wu Han was puzzled. You're in room 603 doing that, I get it. But the other women too. Could this floor have become the building's sex trade center? Thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. Most of the beautiful women were concentrated here. Women were inherently at a disadvantage in this game. Just surviving was hard enough, as shown by the Zhou sisters. You've got it wrong. I'm not here for that kind of need, Wu Han said bluntly. Impossible. If not for that, why would you come to the 6th floor? I think you just don't fancy me, little brother. I'm really good at that sort of thing, you know. Want to give it a try? It'll make you feel heavenly. As she spoke, Zhou Qian placed a finger on her sexy vermilion lips and licked them with a flick of her tongue. Wu Han swallowed hard. Setting aside her profession, Zhou Qian was indeed attractive, a real temptress. What do you think? Tempted. Zhou Qian, skilled at reading people, saw her chance and reached out to pull Wu Han into her room. Cough, you really misunderstand. I truly don't have that need. Wu Han quickly pulled away. Really? No interest? Could it be you're gay? Zhou Qian's eyes flickered with doubt before she rolled them. If you want a man, we don't have any on this floor. You'll have to look elsewhere. What a shame, such a handsome little brother, and you're... Stop. I'm a normal man, Wu Han interrupted, feeling insulted. Oh, so you just don't fancy me, Zhou Qian suddenly realized. Aren't you afraid to let me into your room without any precautions? You could lose your life. Wu Han asked with interest. Zhou Qian chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? Out there, money means nothing. Sex doesn't matter. Life itself is worthless here, isn't it? When you're numb to death, what else is there to fear? As long as I can breathe, that's enough. Wu Han was startled. He never expected Zhou Qian to be so calm and philosophical, leaving him momentarily speechless. Enough of this nonsense. If you're here for fun and don't fancy me, you can try your luck next door. If she lets you in, she'll definitely satisfy you. But you'll have to pay the price, Zhou Qian relented. Next door? Wu Han immediately understood that room 604 housed a female celebrity, and a top-tier one at that. If memory served, her name was Ali Guba, a beauty from the western regions with an authentic exotic allure, enchanting, graceful, and ethereal. In just 1 year since her debut, she had become the reigning leading lady, renowned across the land, a household name, the dream goddess of countless reclusive men, and her presence was indispensable in film and television productions. Yes, next door in 604, there's a female celebrity, Ali Guba. You should know her. Quite a few people in this hotel are her fans. If not for their support, she might not have made it this far. Being a celebrity certainly had its perks. Fame could draw charity, even when one was starving. Wu Han had been skeptical after reviewing the files, but now with Zhou Qian's confirmation, it was undeniably true. He never imagined someone with her influence could be imprisoned here. This only deepened Wu Han's unease. If such a superstar could be reduced to a lab rat here, the forces behind this were terrifyingly unimaginable. Then I don't stand a chance. If I knocked on her door, she probably wouldn't even open it, Wu Han said half-jokingly. Zhou Qian ran her fingers through her disheveled hair, then looked up and added, You're not wrong, but you could try knocking on other doors. After all, on our 6th floor, 8 women and 2 men with 1 man and 1 woman dead. The remaining 7 are all stunning beauties. There's bound to be one to your liking, otherwise men from other floors wouldn't keep coming up here. You've been doing business like this all along without any trouble? Wu Han asked curiously. It seemed incredible that the 6th floor was the most peaceful in the entire building. Zhou Han hesitated for a moment, then said, All right, I might as well tell you now. When we first came in, the 10 of us on this floor formed an alliance and got along relatively peacefully. At first, we helped each other out. As things got worse, we discussed it and turned it into mutual benefit. All food, no matter how little, was pooled and fairly distributed. As long as everyone did their best, no one starved. At this, Zhou Qian's face darkened with sorrow. Touching on a painful point, she said, But still, one sister couldn't bear it mentally and chose to end her life, while another died from a drug overdose. That one was no loss. She brought it on herself. Zhou Qian was likely referring to the deceased man and woman. Wu Han listened intently, deeply shocked. The 6th floor was anything but ordinary. Mutual help. Mutual benefit. That's a good joke. In this hotel stripped of humanity, do those things still exist? As if you weren't forced into this. Zhou Qian was taken aback and looked Wu Han over properly. She hadn't expected such sharp insight from such a young man. Wu Han's reasoning came from reviewing everyone's files on this floor. With the drug addict dead, only 1 man remained, a former drug lord. Someone who had carved out such an identity in the outside world couldn't have simple methods. In extreme environments, men always held more sway than women. That was indisputable. And as the sole male, the implications were immense. Pressed on this, Zhou Qian stammered, "There's a bit of that, but nothing too excessive." "Huh." Wu Han burst into laugh. "Forcing you to entertain clients isn't excessive. You people are truly sick. But it's nothing to be ashamed of. In this place, being sane is the real illness." Faced with Wu Han's mockery, Zhou Qian's expression shifted, barely concealing her anger, but she quickly regained composure and said calmly, "For me, there's no such thing as being forced or not. But those sisters are different. They were respectable women outside, now reduced to this because they had no choice. You and I both know that to be among the 10 who walk out alive for women like us, finding a backer and sacrificing something is the only way. Anything else is wishful thinking. Still, even in this humiliating situation, at least some of us have a little choice. Even if we're forced into this, we can pick who we're with. If someone catches there, I fine. If not, I'll step in. After all, I was already considered dirty in your eyes. A little more dirt won't hurt me, and this way they suffer less." Wu Han could tell that Zhou Qian was speaking from the heart. That was rare. Fellow victims imprisoned together, strangers on the outside with no prior connection, yet when mired in the same quagmire, there were always a few who, without expecting anything in return, willingly stepped forward to shield others, sacrificing everything even if it meant being condemned by all. If you asked her what she gained from it, she might not know. Perhaps she just wanted a clear conscience. And such people were often the most inconspicuous or even despised in society, yet in the face of a greater good, they were beautiful and magnanimous. Zhou Qian was that kind of person. Wu Han admired her deeply. Honestly, he couldn't do the same. He wasn't that noble. "I'm sorry. You deserve my respect." Wu Han apologized for his earlier mockery. "Haha, little brother, you're so adorable. Since you're so sensible, how about playing with your big sister for a while? I won't charge you anything. You've got me craving," Zhou Qian said, returning to her usual frivolous tone. "I'm too young to handle your games." "Seriously," Wu Han replied with a mix of jest and sincerity. "A man shouldn't worry about size. As long as it works, that's enough. I really like you." Wu Han was speechless. This woman's flirtatious side was truly overwhelming. "Don't worry, I didn't come to the 6th floor for entertainment, so I won't be bothering those sisters you mentioned." "If not women, are you here to find allies?" Zhou Qian inquired. Wu Han didn't deny it. He did have that intention. "If you ever change your mind, you can find me in room 510 on the 5th floor. We can team up and survive together." Wu Han extended the invitation to Zhou Qian, though it was one-sided. Regardless of how others saw her in Wu Han's eyes, Zhou Qian's character was far more genuine than some sanctimonious people. Whether Zhou Qian accepted the alliance didn't matter. At least he had made his intentions clear. If they couldn't be friends, they wouldn't become enemies either. The future was unpredictable. What if by some chance? "Little brother, you're not simple. Not only are you appealing to look at, but you also have remarkable boldness. It seems your background is more than meets the eye. What a tempting invitation," Zhou Qian said with a playful laugh, though she took it seriously. "In that case, how about giving it some serious thought?" Wu Han pressed on. Zhou Qian shook her head, casting a glance at the other tightly shut doors on the 6th floor, and let out a helpless sigh. "Not now, and there won't even be a chance later." "I understand." Neither spoke further, yet each grasped the other's meaning. With a soft click, the door to room 604 suddenly creaked open. A face of peerless beauty cautiously peeked out through the gap. Before this, Wu Han had only ever seen her through a phone screen. He had never imagined he could witness her in the flesh at such close. Every inch of her skin was immaculately fair and flawless, with long straight legs, bright limpid dark eyes, long lashes, and especially that face bearing a Western exotic allure. One glance at it, and one's heartbeat would quicken. When Aligua emerged at this moment, not only was Wu Han utterly taken aback, but Zhou Qian also looked bewildered. Are you a client?" Those were the first words. She spoke, her voice soft yet melodious, and coupled with her timid demeanor at that moment, she possessed a beauty that could make one lose focus. "A client? I'm not." Wu Han scratched his head, about to decline, but was cut off by Zhou Qian. "Guba, he's the new client. So how about it? He's easy on the eyes, right? Even I, your sister, fancy him, but he doesn't see me that way. If you've taken a liking to him, I'll let you have him," Zhou Qian said boldly. For a moment, Wu Han had no idea what scheme Zhou Qian was brewing. Wasn't this like sending a lamb into the tiger's den? "What exactly are you up to? What UI?" Zhou Qian yanked Wu Han close to her and warned in a threatening tone. "Aligua has set her eyes on you now. Don't be ungrateful after getting such a good deal. A stunning beauty is right in front of you. If you refuse again, you'll miss this chance, and there won't be another. She's the big star, Aligua. Outside, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to get near her, let alone have a chance to. Well, don't play innocent with me. You men are all wolves. Don't tell me you have no thoughts. I don't believe it." Wu Han was speechless, feeling as if Zhou Qian had seen right through him. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" "Sit for a while? Do you want me to sit, or do you want to sit on me? What does that shy expression mean? Am I overthinking this?" Wu Han mused silently. "If you're still a man, just go. Don't dilly-dally. Going in and sitting down won't cost you a piece of flesh." Zhou Qian shoved Wu Han forcefully toward Aligua, making the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. "You said it yourself, don't regret it later," Wu Han thought. He hesitated no more. There was no way to decline such ardent hospitality, and what man could resist such temptation? "Guba, I hope I'm not doing you wrong. I have a feeling this man can get you out of here alive," Zhou Qian murmured to herself as she watched Wu Han being pulled into the room by Aligua and the door close. Once inside Aligua's room, Wu Han felt utterly ill at ease and restrained. Even in such a twisted environment, he still felt as if he were dreaming. Nevertheless, Wu Han did not let his guard down. He maintained his vigilance. The moment he entered, he surveyed the room, afraid that someone might be lurking in a corner waiting to strike him down when he least expected it. He wouldn't even know how he died. After a thorough check and finding nothing amiss, Wu Han breathed a sigh of relief. Eligwa pulled him over to sit on the bed. She lifted her head, her face pale and strikingly pitiful, and began to undress. Wu Han grabbed her hand and said, "There must be some misunderstanding here." Eligwa looked at him with a puzzled, pretty face. "Sister Qian said you're a client, so what misunderstanding could there be? Is it that I don't meet your standards? This is my first time receiving a client, so I'm a bit reserved. Please understand. But I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the result." Wu Han was at a loss for words. How could every woman on this 6th floor be so forward and open? They all blamed themselves for everything. What if I told you I'm not your client? Impossible. Sister Qian wouldn't lie to me. I really am not. As for why Zhou Qian pushed me in here, I have no idea either. Hearing this, Eligwa was momentarily at a loss. Even though the room was dimly lit, Wu Han could still sense her embarrassment. "I'm leaving." Wu Han stood up briskly. For this stunningly beautiful woman who had ended up in such a place, Wu Han felt nothing but pity, though he was powerless to help. She was like a decorative vase, beautiful but utterly useless with limited capabilities. Wu Han already had Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing by his side. If he meddled any further, he might not even be able to protect himself. "Don't go." Eligwa grabbed his clothes. "What do you want? Even if you're not a client, don't you feel the slightest attraction to—" "Why does she sound just like Zhou Tongtong?" Wu Han was about to refuse when Eligwa interrupted. "It's mutual consent. They'll give you what you want, and you give me the food I need. No strings attached. I won't cling to you." "Sorry, I can't." Before Wu Han could finish, Eligwa's fragrant lips sealed his mouth. His reason instantly deserted him as he greedily ravaged hers. After a long while, Eligwa sat on Wu Han's lap, her arms locked around his neck. She loosened her embrace slightly, her red lips parting as she said, "I'm starving. Please don't refuse anymore." She was both heartbreakingly beautiful and pitifully infuriating. Stimulated beyond reason, Wu Han's movements grew rougher and bolder as he prepared to take the next step. But then a knock sounded at the door. "Sister Guba, Yuan Bao is here." "Open the door. Yuan Bao brought you food." A somewhat childish male voice called. "What's going on?" Wu Han's eyes questioned Eligwa. Eligwa made an apologetic face and said, "A fan of mine. Just a little brat." "A little brat? A little brat who's managed to survive this long?" Wu Han seriously suspected Eligwa was messing with him. How celebrities really are something else. No matter the circumstances, they always have diehard fans. Since a fan can solve your food problem here, why would you stoop to selling yourself? Wu Han felt a bit irritated. Here he was racking his brains just to survive, while she had everything handed to her on a silver platter. Just stand there and have food and clothes come to her. How infuriating. And the most ridiculous part was that she was putting on a pitiful act right in front of him. Quite the performance. "Don't look at me like that. You have no idea the pain I feel inside," Eligwa said, sobbing with a pained expression. "He's an idiot. You don't understand. He kills people just to get me food." Wu Han was stunned and horrified. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the count. Sure enough, the screen showed only 56 survivors, down from 57. Had the person who died been killed by the one outside the door? "What are you planning to do? Just keep the door shut?" Wu Han asked, a strange fear creeping into his heart. If what Eligwa said was true, the person outside was definitely a ruthless character. Who knew if he'd go berserk and kill Wu Han if he saw Eligwa with another man? "Sister Guba, open the door quick or Yuan Bao will have to smash it down," the person outside threatened. "Come on, let's wait, are you sure?" Wu Han suddenly grew cowardly. What other choice is there? Eligwa said with a forced smile. Since it had come to this, Wu Han couldn't say much more. Despite his fear, curiosity got the better of him. What kind of character was really outside that door? Could it actually be just a little kid? The odds were slim. Maybe he should take the time to study all the profiles of the 100 people on his phone, Wu Han thought to himself. Eligwa straightened her clothes, smoothed her hair, and opened the door. Before them stood a colossal figure filling the entire doorway. It was a fat man. An enormous fat man. A fat man drenched in blood. He stood there motionless, a foolish grin plastered across his bloated face. The scene was utterly spine-chilling. Sister Cuba, you must be hungry here." The fat man wore a silly grin on his face, holding a plastic bag filled with. "Where did this come from?" Ali Cuba did not rush to take the food, but questioned him instead. "I found it." Ali Cuba's pretty face was full of worry. Seeing the bloodstains on his clothes, she knew very well that the food had been taken from others. She sighed helplessly and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me anymore and not to bring me food? Why won't you listen?" The fat man lowered his head like a naughty child, scratching his head sheepishly. Yuan Bao was wrong. Yuan Bao missed Sister Cuba. Yuan Bao doesn't want Sister Cuba to starve. Don't come to me again and don't bring me food. I don't need it. Without you I won't starve. I'll find a way myself. No way, Sister Cuba. If you die, who will have babies with Yuan Bao? Ali Cuba was both amused and exasperated. What nonsense are you talking about? You are just a regular fan of mine. Who wants to have children with you? I don't care. I like Sister Cuba, and you have to bear Yuan Bao's children. As Xie Yuan Bao finished speaking, his massive hand slowly reached out toward Ali Cuba. Slap. Ali Cuba was terrified. Instinctively, she extended her small hand and struck the wandering hand reaching for her. As a woman, her strength was not great, but the sound was unusually sharp and piercing, plunging the surrounding atmosphere into silence. Don't touch me. Ali Cuba recoiled, her expression one of utmost resistance. Xie Yunbao, who had been wearing a silly grin, saw the smile vanish from his face, replaced by a stiff, icy expression that sent chills down one's spine. It was evident that he was angry. He seemed like a completely different person. Ailey Cuba couldn't help but shiver and quickly explained, "Don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that you're still too young, and there's a lot you don't understand. Yuanbao is so outstanding. There will definitely be many girls chasing after you in the future. By then, how could you still fancy me?" Xie Yuanbao immediately beamed with joy, his mood shifting erratically, his temperament and mind completely like a child's. "Yuanbao only wants Sister Cuba. I don't want anyone else." Xie Yuanbao chuckled foolishly and continued, "If Sister Cuba really hates Yuanbao, Yuanbao will kill you. You belong to Yuanbao." These words instantly drained the color from Ailey Cuba's face. Wu Han, standing inside the room, also drew in a sharp breath. After observing for a while, Wu Han had a general understanding of the situation. This colossal being before him had a problem with his mind. His intelligence was clearly defective and different from a normal person, as if he were mentally retarded. Wu Han seized the opportunity to take out his phone and pull up Xie Yuanbao's personal information. Xie Yuanbao, rich, second generation, age 20, congenital intellectual disability, room number 110, weight 250 kilograms, likes to chase celebrities and eat snacks. He was once sent by his parents to a juvenile correctional school where a serious intentional injury occurred. He underwent criminal investigation but was later found to have low intelligence and was sent to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Rich, second generation. Psychiatric hospital. Wu Han looked at these simple keywords in Xie Yuanbao's profile and felt a chill in his heart. This kind of person was dangerous. The most terrifying thing between people was when even the most basic communication became an obstacle. That was extremely dangerous. A disagreement, and the other party might strike and take your life. Killing in his eyes was no different from killing a chicken. With Xie Yuanbao's massive form blocking the door, slipping away was impossible for Wu Han. In this situation, if things were handled poorly and Xie Yuanbao saw him alone with Ailey Cuba in the room, it would enrage him, and crushing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Wu Han's heart was uneasy. He calmed down and thought of a way to extricate himself. If he had known that Ailey Cuba had such a deranged fan, Wu Han would never have entered her room inviting trouble upon himself. He regretted it deeply. "You want to kill me?" Ailey Cuba couldn't accept it. The fan who had always cherished her like a treasure was now saying he would kill her. If Sister Cuba doesn't want to have babies with Yuanbao, Yuanbao will kill you." Xie Yuanbao said with a serious face. "You're crazy. Don't come looking for me anymore." As Ailey Cuba finished speaking and was about to close the door, Xie Yuanbao seemed to be triggered by something. He gently placed his hand on the door and pushed inward, causing it to shake violently, as if struck by a tremendous force. Ailey Cuba was thrown to the ground like a wisp of cotton by the impact. Before Xie Yuanbao, she was nothing but a Xie Yuanbao bent down his massive frame, struggling to squeeze into the room. Wu Han watched Ailey Cuba and Xie Yuanbao, one inside and one outside, a beauty and a beast locked in a stare. "Don't come in. Get out." Ailey Cuba screamed in terror as she saw Xie Yuanbao trying to enter. "Sister Cuba, don't be afraid. Yuanbao won't hurt you. Yuanbao just wants to be with you." Seeing that Ailey Cuba was afraid of him, Xie Yuanbao looked heartbroken and tried to soothe her gently. "I don't need it. Go away. Stay away from me." Watching Ailey Cuba's frightened state, Wu Han felt uneasy. "Hey, Sister Cuba, who is this person?" Xie Yuanbao's huge head poked into the room, and seeing a man standing in the dim corner, he pointed at Wu Han and asked. Wu Han's heart sank. He had been discovered. This was going to be trouble. This person is... Ailey Cuba also followed Xie Yuanbao's gaze to Wu Han, momentarily at a loss for how to answer. She could sense that Xie Yuanbao's emotions were unstable and dangerous, and she was afraid of saying the wrong thing and provoking him further. "I am Ailey Cuba's brother," Wu Han said after thinking for a moment, unsure if the simpleton would understand. "Brother?" Xie Yuanbao looked at Ailey Cuba with a puzzled expression. Wu Han quickly signaled her with his eyes to cooperate, or else his life would be in danger. Ailey Cuba didn't know what Wu Han was planning, but she wasn't stupid. She nodded in cooperation. "What's a brother? Is it delicious?" Xie Yuanbao scratched his head, looking as if he couldn't figure it out. Wu Han nervously explained. "Yuanbao, Cuba is your sister, right? Shouldn't you listen to her?" Xie Yuanbao nodded. "Yuanbao only listens to Sister Cuba. Yuanbao likes Sister Cuba. He'll do anything she asks, but I don't like you." That's right. You're a good kid. You usually listen to your parents, don't you?" Seeing that Xie Yuanbao didn't deny it, Wu Han continued. "I am Cuba's brother. Whatever I say, your Sister Cuba has to listen to me just like you listen to your parents." "You're lying. How could Sister Cuba listen to you?" Xie Yuanbao said irritably. "Yuanbao is not stupid. I have a brother too, but Yuanbao doesn't listen to him. He's annoying. Yuanbao threw him downstairs and killed him." Wu Han gasped. "Truly terrifying. Not easy to fool. It's because your brother lacks ability, so you don't listen to him and you dislike him. But I'm different. I have skill, so your Cuban sister listens to me." Wu Han saw Xie Yuanbao staring at him as if he were a fool, clearly unconvinced. "Cuba, come here, give me a hug." Wu Han shouted, his voice tinged with unease. Alicia Cuba hesitated for a moment, then rose and walked over to him with small steps, extending her arms to embrace him. Xie Yuanbao was stunned, his eyes fixed and unblinking, staring blankly. Alicia Cuba was indeed exquisite. Her hands were as soft as tender sprouts, her skin as smooth as congealed cream, her figure graceful and alluring, and her jasmine-like fragrance wafted over. Seeing that Xie Yuanba didn't erupt in fury at his closeness with Alicia Cuba, Wu Han breathed a sigh of relief and pressed on. See, I didn't lie to you. Your Cuban sister listens to me, doesn't she? Impossible. If you're so capable, have Cuban sister give you a kiss. Xie Yuanba's casual demand left Wu Han and Alicia Cuba in an awkward silence. Many times it's normal for people to engage in certain relationships, but doing something intimate without an emotional foundation is entirely different. It's a whole other matter. It's like the difference between love and a transaction. Alicia Cuba closed her eyes, slightly rose on her tiptoes, and gave Wu Han a brief peck-like kiss. Wu Han's expression was one of surprise, nearly lost in the moment. Well, do you believe me now? Xie Yuanba's young heart seemed to suffer a blow as he muttered, impossible, over and over. Cuban sister Yuanba wants a kiss too. With that, Xie Yuanba leaned his chubby face forward, puckering his thick lips, and his appearance at that moment was far from endearing. In fact, it disgusted Alicia Cuba. She instinctively resisted from the depths of her heart. How could she possibly bring herself to kiss him? Will he kill me? Alicia Cuba whispered softly, hiding behind Wu Han like a timid girl. Wu Han felt a wave of exasperation. He's your fan. You should know him better than I do. Unexpectedly, Alicia Cuba shot him a glare as if to say, don't you realize he's mentally unstable? Xie Yuanba, having waited in vain for Alicia Cuba's kiss, opened his eyes. His gaze locked onto them like a ferocious wolf, his face contorted with rage. Clenching his fists, he pounded the wall, relentlessly indistinguishable from a raging beast. Damn it, we're doomed. Alicia Cuba was at a loss, while Wu Han's heart burned with anxiety. Cuban sister, you belong to Yuanba. He'll kill you. Once you're dead, Cuban sister will be Yuanba's and shall listen to Yuanba. Xie Yuanba roared, his fists never ceasing. The next moment, he smashed the wall beside the door to rubble. Hee, Cuban sister Yuanba coming in. Xie Yuanba hunched over and staggered into the room, a foolish grin on his face, his eyes dull and icy. There's no other way. I have to take a gamble. He'll need you to bear with it. Before Alicia Cuba could understand his meaning, Wu Han pulled her close and pressed a sharp folding knife against her fair, delicate neck. What are you doing? Alicia Cuba's face changed color, her voice cold with dismay. Can't you see your number one fan has gone mad? If I don't do this, we might both die. You wouldn't want to end up in his hands, would you? Wu Han calmed down a bit and said, if you don't want to die, cooperate with me. Alicia Cuba didn't reply, which he took as tacit agreement. Don't come any closer. Take one more step and he'll kill your Cuban sister. Seeing that Xie Yuanba showed no sign of stopping, Wu Han tightened his grip on the knife. At that moment, Alicia Cuba could clearly feel the cold, sharp blade against her neck. One gentle push would be enough to Don't hurt Cuban sister. Yuanba won't move. Terrified that Wu Han might injure Alicia Cuba, Xie Yuanba's earlier vicious and arrogant expression vanished. He timidly extended his hands, gesturing frantically, unsure of what to convey. Wu Han was elated. His gamble had paid off. Xie Yuanba was a monster both in strength and size, enough to strike fear into anyone. It was no exaggeration to say that his presence posed a massive threat to everyone in this hotel. If not for his intellectual disability, no one in this game could rival him, and he would easily be the last one standing. Still, it was fortunate that no one is perfect. Where one excels, there are inevitably shortcomings. In Wu Han's view, Xie Yuanba was a double-edged sword. If he were normal, he would undoubtedly be invincible, but with his impaired mind and the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old child, he could be wielded like a fine blade if used correctly. With such a blade, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Many things Wu Han couldn't accomplish himself could be handled through Xie Yuanba. But a good blade must also have a sheath. A blade too sharp without a sheath to contain it could wound its wielder. And Alicia Cuba was the monster's Achilles heel. If he could invite Alicia Cuba to form a team, Wu Han could use her to control this monster for his own purposes. That was Wu Han's plan. Do you want to die here? Or do you want to walk out alive together? Seeing that Xie Yuanba dared not approach, Wu Han took the chance to whisper in Alicia Cuba's ear. Alicia Cuba didn't reply or nod. The knife at her neck kept her completely still, but the longing for freedom in her eyes was answer enough. I have a plan, and now it's your choice. Wu Han's expression turned cold, his voice growing icy. As things stand, if I let you go, you might not die, but I certainly will. If you don't want to become this monster's plaything, you must agree to team up with me and stick together. Otherwise, I'll kill you now. It's not my intention, but I have no other choice. Don't force me. With that, Wu Han loosened the knife against Alicia Cuba's neck slightly, allowing her to speak. But I've already teamed up with someone else. Teaming up with you now doesn't seem right. Alicia Cuba said hesitantly. Wu Han frowned slightly. Who told you that? I've heard a bit about your situation from Zhou Qian. But what does it matter? There's no rule saying you can't leave a team and find a new one. Besides, your relationship has changed. It's coercion, not genuine. Why cling to it? Wu Han paused, then continued. Is the protection you get by sacrificing your body what you really want? This? Alicia Cuba was momentarily at a loss for words. If you team up with me, your safety is guaranteed. You won't go hungry, and you'll have more choices than you do now. Most importantly, I can get you out alive. What do you say? Why should I trust you? Though tempted, Alicia Cuba hadn't lost her reason. She looked Wu Han up and down again. Aside from being more burly than other men, he had no obvious advantages. She didn't believe he had the ability to protect her. I have teammates, people I trust. They're women like you, and they're still alive. If I didn't have some strength and cards up my sleeve, they'd be dead by now. Alicia Cuba paused, considering this carefully, but she wasn't naive. Why team up with me? I don't see what use I'd be to your group. I might even be a burden. Wu Han chuckled to himself, thinking this woman was at least self-aware. You'll find out once you join. Can I make a request? Go ahead. Can the other sisters join too? They've been kind to me. Wu Han wouldn't soften just because of Alibaba's plea and said irritably, Great star, do you think this is a game? I'm not a savior. Can you stop joking? Alibaba looked disappointed and asked, then at least let Zhou Qian join. I invited her before, but she refused. Wu Han said impatiently, I've said what I needed to say. If you don't want to die with me, make a decision now. Final team up with you. I hope you keep your word. Alibaba spoke with a look of resolve. I can say this is the wisest choice you've ever made. Wu Han breathed a sigh of relief and said sternly, since you've agreed to team up, we're now partners. From now on you follow my orders. Any objections? Seeing Alibaba didn't oppose, Wu Han rejoiced inwardly. The first step of his plan had succeeded. With newfound confidence, Wu Han removed the fruit knife from Alibaba's neck. Xie Yuanba, who had been still and obedient, suddenly changed his expression, reverting to his fierce look, and charged at Wu Han with a heavy fist. Yuanba, stop. Wu Han's shout made Xie Yuanba freeze in place, halting his steps and staring blankly at him. I don't know you. Don't call me Yuanba. I'll smash you to pieces. As Xie Yuanba approached step by step, Wu Han felt no tension this time, only confidence. Don't you want your Cuba sister to like you? Whoosh. A gust of wind swept past Wu Han's ear. He looked up to see the massive fist suspended in midair, just half a centimeter from his face. Wu Han's expression remained calm, but inside, he was panicking like crazy. You can make Cuba sister like Yuanba. Xie Yuanba reached out, grabbing Wu Han by the shoulders and lifting him effortlessly. With his immense strength, he easily hoisted the 65-kilogram man into the air. If Xie Yuanba were a cat, Wu Han would be a mouse. Weak and powerless. Yes, just listen to your Cuba sister, and she'll like you. You're lying. Yuanba always listens to Cuba sister, but she still hates me. Xie Yuanba said angrily. Do you think I'm stupid? Easy to fool. Wu Han broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, as if you're not stupid. It's your method that's wrong. You need to obey like you listen to your parents. Do whatever Alibaba says, and then she'll like you. Wu Han patiently coaxed him, confident he could outwit a simpleton. Yuanba needs to think. Xie Yuanba fell into thought, then suddenly said joyfully, Yuanba gets it. It means do whatever Cuba sister says, and if she doesn't speak, Yuanba can't move. Yes. Yuanba is so clever. That's exactly it. You finally understand. Wu Han continued. You must get your Cuba sister's permission before doing anything. You can't just act on your own whims. Isn't that right, Cuba? Wu Han's gaze shifted to Alibaba, and Xie Yuanba waited for her confirmation. Yes, Yuanba is a good boy if he listens to sister. Alibaba wisely picked up the cue, now fully understanding Wu Han's plan. He was trying to trick a minor into being a bodyguard. Though the method was underhanded compared to Xie Yuanba's twisted obsession, she found Wu Han's scheme more acceptable. Cuba sister, can I kill him now? Wu Han's heart, which had just settled, leaped to his throat at Xie Yuanba's sudden question, fearing the giant would reignite his murderous intent. The atmosphere grew tense. Wu Han nervously swallowed. This was within his expectations. It was also the most critical step of his plan. All his previous efforts were aimed at turning Xie Yuanba into Alibaba's tool. Although Alibaba had agreed to join his team, they were now on the same side. But earlier she had seen Xie Yuanba as a threat. Now, after Wu Han's manipulations, this clever and beautiful woman surely knew Xie Yuanba was a treasure. And a treasure that belonged only to her. In this hotel, it was no exaggeration to say that whoever possessed Xie Yuanba would find it hard to die. If a gun were a top-tier weapon, Xie Yuanba was the ultimate one. Guns were lifeless, but he was alive. Now, after Wu Han's brainwashing, Xie Yuanba would obey whatever Alibaba said. Wu Han's greatest fear was Alibaba changing her mind and having second thoughts. With Xie Yuanba, why would she need to team up with anyone else? Those few seconds of silence were torture for Wu Han. His life hung by a thread decided by Alibaba's words. Without my permission, you can't kill anyone. Hearing this, Wu Han shot Alibaba a grateful glance. His efforts hadn't been in vain, but she still had a conscience. Yuanba must listen to Cuba's sister. Can't kill. Xie Yuanba muttered to himself, as if wrestling with, go give him a hug as a reward. Wu Han urged Alibaba. If a child behaves, you have to give a reward, or it won't be so easy to coax next time. I'm scared. Alibaba glanced at the giant like Xie Yuanba and replied softly. Don't be afraid. He has the mind of a child. Give him candy and he'll obey. Besides, him here. He's as docile as a rabbit now. Trust me. Though reluctant, Alibaba complied, knowing that only she could make this work. Yuanba is a good boy. Sister will reward you, Alibaba said as she cautiously approached Xie Yuanba, forcing a faint smile on her pretty face. Great. Yuanba loves rewards. Cuba's sister, what reward is it? Xie Yuanba was overjoyed, his eyes becoming much clearer. If not for the bloodstains on his clothes, no one would suspect he had just killed. Alibaba stepped forward, stretched out her arms, and stood on tiptoe to embrace Xie Yuanba. But his body was so massive that her hug barely reached his belly. It was more like leaning against him than an embrace. Xie Yuanba stood still, grinning foolishly. He wanted to reach out and touch Alibaba, but repeatedly pulled his hands back. It was clear he treasured her like a precious gem. After this close contact, Alibaba's wariness gradually faded. Xie Yuanba wasn't as terrifying as he seemed. Instead, he came across as simple and dependable. Yuanba, do you want to join that brother's team with me? Alibaba asked. What's a team? Can you eat it? Xie Yuanba replied earnestly. A team isn't for eating. It's a group of people who help each other, don't fight, and get through tough times together. Yuanba, come join my team. Wu Han invited. Yuanba doesn't really get it, but wherever sister goes, Yuanba goes. Xia Yuanba said. Then come with sister and join that brother's team. From now on you have to listen to him too, so they'll like you. Alibaba said happily. I don't want him to like me. He's too ugly. Xia Yuanba pouted. You fat idiot, do you even know how ugly you are? Wu Han cursed inwardly, but saw no point in arguing with a simp after all his goal was achieved. With Alibaba, keeping Xia Yuanba in check, the rest would be easy. The team grew from 3 to 5, with Xia Yuanba joining. Wu Han felt the pressure on his shoulders lighten considerably. What do we do now? Alibaba swept her gaze across her room, which was clearly uninhabitable. Let's go down to the 5th floor to my room. It can still accommodate 5 or 6 people. Are you sure about that given Yuanba's size? Wu Han glanced at Xia Yuanba, a headache creeping in. Under normal circumstances, 5 or 6 people could easily fit in one room, but Xia Yuanba's massive frame posed a problem for accommodation. Should he send him back to his own room on the 1st floor? That wasn't feasible. He was too attached to Alibaba now, sending him back alone would surely be met with refusal. Unless Alibaba went to the 1st floor too, which was equally impossible. Alibaba would never agree to be alone in a room with Xia Yuanba. Besides, the whole point of forming a team was to stay together. Separating them invited unforeseen dangers. Xia Yuanba was a ticking time bomb. Wu Han couldn't rest easy unless he kept him close. We'll figure it out later. For now, let's get out of here and come with me to take care of some business. All right, I'll listen to you. Let me pack my things, Alibaba said. Yuanba, wait outside with your brother. They'll be out in a moment. Xia Yuanba calm and steady nodded obediently. Yuanba, do you want to know why Sister Cuba listens to me so much? Wu Han asked with a serious tone. Why, oi? Xia Yuanba replied blankly. It's a secret. Can't just. Seeing the disappointment flicker across Xia Yuanba's face, Wu Han shifted his tone and continued. But if you listen to me from now on, I'll tell you. Really? Then Yuanba will listen to you, brother. Tell Yuanba. Then you'll have to prove yourself. If I tell you now, what if you go? Xia Yuanba nodded thoughtfully and spoke. So if I do everything you say, brother, you'll tell Yuanba later. Yes, and by then Sister Cuba won't just like Yuanba. She'll give Yuanba a child. Wu Han shamelessly spun the lot. Turning Xia Yuanba into Alibaba's tool wasn't Wu Han's true intention. What he wanted was to make Xia Yuanba. Alibaba was a pawn who only through her could Wu Han control the monster. Otherwise, why would Wu Han have bothered to team up with Alibaba? A pretty face was useless here, but her luck allowed her to keep Xia Yuanba leashed. That was her value. All right, from now on, Yuanba, we'll listen to you, brother, besides Sister Cuba. Hearing this, Wu Han nodded with satisfaction. During the wait for Alibaba to come out, Wu Han and Xia Yuanba exchanged words, building a bit of trust and understanding. Wu Han then led Alibaba and Xia Yuanba toward rooms 610 and 608 on the 6th floor. They stopped before room 608. If the information was correct, the occupant was a female novelist who had committed suicide. Yuanba kicked the door open. Wu Han ordered. That sister inside is already dead. Why do you want to go into her room? Alibaba frowned, reluctant. They had spent time together before, and disturbing her now felt wrong. Wu Han had no patience for Alibaba's sentimentality. Inside is something I know, something we need. Seeing Xia Yuanba hesitate, Wu Han urged. Yuanba, have you forgotten what you promised your brother just now? Right. Yuanba must listen to his brother. Seeing no objection from Alibaba, Xia Yuanba kicked the door open. The next second, a pungent stench of rotting flesh wafted out. The room was as dim as ever. They passed through the living room and entered the bedroom. Inside was a computer desk with a book on it. The corpse lay with its hands flat on the desk, its head drooped over the book. It looked as if someone had fallen asleep while reading. Wu Han didn't approach to inspect it closely. His eyes were fixed on the safe. This woman had died early, unaware that each safe contained food and other items. The man in black had said that everyone's birthday was the password to their safe, allowing each person to open their own. But he hadn't said others couldn't be opened, just that the passwords were unknown. Everyone knew there was food inside, and on the brink of starvation, who would be foolish enough to reveal their birthday? That would be suicide. Without the password, it was impossible. Only the owner knew it, the dead included. However, Wu Han knew the birth dates of everyone in the hotel. The data on his phone had it all, a little attention and deduction were all it took. Others couldn't open them, but Wu Han could unlock anyone's safe. Stealing from the living was risky, but the dead were fair game. Their contents untouched. This was Wu Han's original purpose for coming to the 6th floor. Teaming up with Alibaba and Xia Yuanba was an unexpected bonus. Alibaba took out a piece of clothing and gently draped it over the female corpse's head. Wu Han opened the safe and was deeply disappointed by what he found. The food was as expected, but the item was a book, Robinson Crusoe. What was the point of that? Could it be that because the occupant was a novelist, they specially prepared a survival book to encourage her? It wasn't impossible. Who knew the twisted whims of the man in black? How do you have the password? Alibaba appeared behind him, her eyes full of surprise. He'll tell you later. Wu Han evaded, unwilling to reveal his hand. You must be hungry too. Take this and eat, and give some to Yuanba. He grabbed a bottle of water and a pack of toast from the safe, and tossed them to Alibaba. I promised you before. If we team up, you'll have food and safety. Now you shouldn't doubt me, right? Alibaba nodded. I don't know how you did it, but you're resourceful. I wouldn't have guessed. If only this food had come earlier, maybe that sister would have made it. Who knows? Worry about surviving yourself first before thinking about that, Wu Han advised. He packed the useful items from the room into his backpack and headed to room 610. With food as a reward, Xia Yuanba worked even harder. Without Wu Han's order, he had already kicked the door open. This time Ali Cuba ignored the corpse, a drug addict not worth pitying. The two approached the safe and Wu Han entered the password. They found an unexpected prize. Is this anesthetic? Ali Cuba asked curiously. Probably, Wu Han sneered. Looks like the man in black really took care of us. A book for the novelist, anesthetic for the addict. Quite the thoughtful preparation. Ali Cuba didn't respond, lost in thought. Grab the stuff and let's go. We'll discuss things on the 5th floor. Ali Cuba said, following Wu Han. Due to his massive size, Xie Yuanba hadn't entered the room and stayed outside keeping watch. Yuanba, let's go, Ali Cuba called. Where to? To the 5th floor, to brother's place. Wait. Stop right there. Just as the three were about to leave, the door of room 609 suddenly swung open and a figure leaped out. The trio turned back out of curiosity. It was a middle-aged man. He had a crew cut of burly physique and was bare-chested, his upper body covered in tattoos and scars. His eyes were weary but still held a glint of spirit. Room 609, Lee Dongsheng. He was not a native but a South Korean. 38 years old. His profession, leader of a criminal syndicate. He was known for being ruthless yet chivalrous and possessed formidable skills. Before ascending to the 6th floor, Wu Han had carefully reviewed his file. He was the only surviving male on that floor, which made him unforgettable. Brother Dong, why are you awake? Aligua, recognizing Li Dongsheng, lowered her head timidly, not daring to meet his gaze. Some damn bastard is making a racket, disturbing my sweet dreams. Damn it. Li Dongsheng scratched his head impatiently, still groggy with sleep, letting out a few yawns and stretching nonchalantly. Little Cuba, where are you off to? She's coming with me. Seeing Aligua too frightened to speak, Wu Han stepped forward and declared. Though inwardly wary of Li Dongsheng, Wu Han felt emboldened by Xie Yuanba's presence beside him. Going with you? Who are you? Some nobody. Li Dongsheng scrutinized Wu Han, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I see. You're trying to poach my people. No one here is anyone's private property. Kid, you've got some nerve. Li Dongsheng's expression turned serious. Don't you know the 6th floor is my turf? You can't be unaware of what would happen to them without my protection. Wu Han fell into a contemplative silence. Li Dongsheng's words held some truth. Be smart. Don't mess with me. Hand her over and go back to whatever floor you crawled from. They'll forget this ever happened. As you people say, let's keep our distance. Li Dongsheng's Mandarin sounded awkward. She was yours before, but that doesn't mean she's yours forever. Aligua is my teammate now. I'm taking her with me no matter what. Wu Han showed no sign of backing down, his stance firm. The atmosphere around them grew tense. Big talk. Let's see if you've got the skills to back it up. With those words, Li Dongsheng made his move. He sprinted down the corridor, leaped into the air, and launched a flying kick. Wu Han hadn't expected Li Dongsheng to be so decisive, attacking without warning. Caught off guard, he only realized what was happening when the kick was already inches from his face. A silent curse escaped his mind as he yelled Yuanba. A loud thud rang out, followed by the sharp crack of bone meat. Li Dongsheng's entire body was sent flying backward. He somersaulted in midair and landed safely, not even a scratch. Wu Han opened his eyes to find Xie Yuanba standing before him, his fist still extended. Li Dongsheng's kick had been forcefully blocked by Xie Yuanba's punch. Who are you? Why are you bullying my brother and sister? Xie Yuanba asked with a foolish grin. Li Dongsheng, now more alert, finally got a clear look at Xie Yuanba. Was this even a man? He was clearly a monster. Who could possibly challenge him? A chill ran down Li Dongsheng's spine. No wonder you're so cocky. You've got some backing. Li Dongsheng's tone was laced with sarcasm, though he was unwilling to admit defeat. I have no intention of fighting you. Let us go, and we'll call it even. How about it? Wu Han tried to reason. Clap, 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 clap. Li Dongsheng applauded and burst into laughter. Looks like you've underestimated me. Do you really? Wu Han frowned. It seemed they were in real trouble now. You think that fool can kill me yet? Li Dongsheng sneered. Once I'm done with him, you'll be nothing. Prepare to die. With that, he drew a gleaming, razor-sharp cleave. Things were taking a turn for the worse. Li Dongsheng had a blade while Xie Yuanba was unarmed. No matter how strong Xie Yuanba was, he was still flesh and blood. His massive size gave him immense strength, but it also made him clumsy and slow. Sister Cuba, brother. He has a knife. Yuanba is scared. Yuanba wants a hug. At this critical moment, Wu Han was stunned to see Xie Yuanba instantly cower, hiding behind Aligua like a miscalculation. One moment he was fierce as a tiger, the next he was meek as a cat. Haha, a fool is still a fool. Trusting your life to an idiot, you deserve to die. Seeing the cleaver swing toward him, Wu Han quickly raised his backpack to block it. He dodged the first strike, but Li Dongsheng's attacks grew more ferocious. The final blow sliced the backpack clean in half, cutting into Wu Han's right arm. Blood gushed out instantly. The food from the backpack scattered across the corridor. Li Dongsheng paused momentarily, distracted by the sight of the provisions. Wu Han seized the opportunity to step back. You're hurt. Aligua rushed forward to support him. I'm fine. Wu Han gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he clutched his wound. Blood. Brother, you're bleeding. Xie Yuanba pointed at the wound in fear. Yuanba, listen. If you don't help your brother, none of us will survive. Wu Han declared firmly, including your sister Cuba. These words struck Xie Yuanba like a massive shock. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Aligua, muttering, Sister Cuba can't die? Yuanba won't let you die. You fat fool, you're next. Li Dongsheng's murderous intent flared. Regaining his focus, he swiftly charged forward with his cleaver, aiming a decisive blow at Wu Han's head. Die. At the critical moment, Xie Yuanba stepped forward, grabbed a nearby door, swung it with force, and hurled it. Caught off guard, Li Dongsheng shielded his head with his arms. The immense impact sent him and the door flying several meters away. Yuanba, finish him now. Wu Han shouted decisively. Xie Yuanba strode forward, bent down, and seized Li Dongsheng's head with his enormous hand, lifting him effortlessly. In a rage, he slammed Li Dongsheng repeatedly against the walls and structures around them. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoed through the air. Blood splattered across the entire corridor. The sight of the frenzied Xie Yuanba deeply shook Wu Han, filling him with dread. Stop! A Ligwa's hoarse voice cut through. Xie Yuanba froze, halting his movements. In his grasp, Li Dongsheng dangled like a rag doll, swaying gently from the residual momentum. Sister Cuba, what's wrong? Enough! A Ligwa's tone was harsh. Xie Yuanba looked bewildered too, frightened. Wu Han sighed inwardly. Such a bloody scene was understandably hard for a woman to bear. Is it so hard to survive? Do we really have to kill A? A Ligwa collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Wu Han stood silently, his gaze icy, saying nothing. He could sense the reproach in A Ligwa's voice, as if she were questioning the rightness of his actions. Yuanba, let him go. Wu Han ordered, patting him. Xie Yuanba released his grip, and Li Dongsheng fell to the ground. Incredibly, he was still alive, clinging to a thread of breath. Don't blame me. You forced my hand. Li Dongsheng forced out a few cold laughs, mustering his last ounce of strength to utter, You won't make it to the end. The real devil hasn't shown up yet. Huh. Laughing, he breathed his last. Brother, did Yuanba do something wrong? Why is Sister Cuba angry? Xie Yuanba asked innocently. Yuanba did nothing wrong. Give your Sister Cuba some time to calm down, or she'll be fine soon. Xie Yuanba nodded, standing dumbly to the side, watching Alice Cuba. Wu Han had no more energy to spare on Alice Cuba. Whether she could figure things out herself or blamed him, it no longer mattered. Yuanba picked up the things on the floor. After giving the order, Wu Han entered room 609, Li Dongsheng's room, to see if anything useful remained. The commotion in the hallway had roused the other residents on the 6th floor. They cautiously cracked open their doors, peering through the gaps at the scattered food. Greed flickered in their eyes, but none dared to come out. Among them, Wu Han spotted Zhou Qian. Her expression was complicated, and the look she gave him was filled with the same resentment as the other women. Wu Han sighed inwardly. It was only right that she hated him. In their eyes, though Li Dongsheng was a scumbag who forced them into prostitution, he had also provided them protection. Now that Li Dongsheng was dead by his hand, their shield was gone. Whether they could survive now was uncertain. Wu Han felt no guilt toward them. If Li Dongsheng hadn't died, he would have. Mercy toward others was cruelty to oneself. Don't look at me like that. I don't owe you anything, Wu Han said irritably. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourselves. With that, Wu Han took some food from Yuanba's hands and placed it on the floor. This was his final gesture to them. All he could do. Are you coming or not? Alice Cuba remained unmoved, her tears flowing unabated. If you want to stay here and wait for death, I have no objection, Wu Han said coldly. In the end, they might survive, but you will certainly die. Sometimes a person must know their place. Alice Cuba suddenly snapped back to reality. She wiped her tears, her expression turning noticeably colder. Okay, Sister Cuba, wait for Yuanba. Xie Yuanba hurriedly followed. Wu Han shook his head. It was truly difficult trying to be a decent person here. As he passed Zhou Qian's room, Wu Han paused and said to her behind the door, Whenever you change your mind, you can find me in room 510 on the 5th floor. You're welcome to join us anytime. We need your skills. Zhou Qian was taken aback, then seemed to understand. With a wry smile, she said, You're quite direct, but being realistic, he'll consider your invitation. In the meantime, take good care of Alice Cuba. Don't let her die. Wu Han didn't reply. When the three reached the 5th floor, Wu Han noticed many more corpses in the hallway. He frowned. During his time on the 6th floor, the 5th floor had undergone a drastic change as well. Beautiful, open the door. Don't make me angry. Be good and let me in, and I promise I won't kill you. A man's lewd, threatening voice echoed through the corridor. Get lost. If you don't leave when Wu Han comes back, I'll kill you. Zhou Qingqing warned from inside the room. Haha, that pretty boy is probably dead by someone else's hand. Even if he comes, he's as good as dead. I've seen plenty of pretty boys who look good, but are useless. The man continued, serving a pretty boy like him. You'd be better off with me. I can not only protect you, but also keep you fed. Unlimited food. Haha, and most importantly, I can give you a much better time. What do you think? Tempted? The sisters Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Tongtong shuddered at the man's lecherous laughter, silently praying for Wu Han's swift return. He'll count to 10. If you don't open the door, he'll break it down. I advise you to be smart and open it willingly. Otherwise, the consequences when I force my way in won't be so pleasant. 1, 2, 3. The man counted slowly and leisurely, relishing the moment. Inside, Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing sat on pins and needles. The situation was dire. Wu Han sprinted like a madman. 10. You chose this and don't regret it. The man stepped back, tensed every muscle, and charged forward, slamming his back against the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Han charged straight ahead and delivered a vicious kick to the man's face. Caught off guard, the man stumbled back and fell hard on his rear. Which bastard dared to ambush me? The man snarled, rubbing his swollen left cheek. Brother-in-law, is that you out there? You're finally back? My sister and I were so worried. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Tongtong, hearing someone outside, were certain it was Wu Han and became extremely agitated. It's me. Don't open the door yet. Just as Zhou Tongtong was about to unlock it, Wu Han quickly stopped her. The man before him was no ordinary thug. Room 201, Chindatu. Age 37. Unemployed. With 11 prior convictions, including rape and intentional assault. Wu Han remembered this man's profile clearly. An extremely dangerous individual. Chen Dada rubbed his bald head and stood up annoyed. He was about 1.8 meters tall but fat and sturdy. A gruesome scar ran across his chubby face. His double chin pressed against his neck and his thick nose and wide mouth with eyes narrowed to slits gave him an inherently vicious look. This is my room. Please leave. Haha, once I cripple you, your room and your women will be mine. Chen Dada laughed with undisguised contempt. You lucky bastard having 2 women. You've had your fun, but it's been a good time every night, huh? I'm in a good mood today, so we'll let you off. Get lost now, and I'll spare your life. Impossible. Wu Han glared back, showing no sign of backing down. Tisk tisk, with a frame like yours, how many of my punches can you take? Chen Dada picked his nose with a finger and said arrogantly, I'm going to screw your women today. What are you going to do about it? Get out of my way. Don't be a nuisance. Chen Dada swung his arm casually, easily, knocking Wu Han to the ground. Pretty boy, if you've got no skill, stop acting tough. To me, you're nothing but an ant. Just crouch there and watch me have your women, ha. Chen Dada said, brimming with smug, he'll fight you. Wu Han grabbed the large chopping knife he had taken from Li Dongsheng and swung it wildly at Chen Dada. In the past, Wu Han would never have risked his life for a woman. But things were different now. Zhou Tongtong was not only the secret crush of his past life, but also his woman. Wu Han absolutely could not tolerate Zhou Tongtong being defiled by another man. She belonged only to him. This was his bottom line as a man. If that bastard succeeded, Wu Han wondered what all his previous sacrifices had been for. Despite his bulky frame, Chen Dada was surprisingly agile. He dodged Wu Han's attacks with ease, not losing a single. Screw you. Chen Dada found an opening in Wu Han's assault and landed a heavy punch squarely on his face. In an instant, the chopping knife slipped from Wu Han's hand. He clutched his face, screaming in pain as drops of blood from his nose splattered on the floor. Overestimating yourself. Chen Dada sneered. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Are you injured? Zhou Qingqing shouted anxiously from inside the room. It's nothing, don't open the door. Wu Han said through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Yuanba, come help me. No, sister told me not to fight. Xie Yuanba replied flatly. Alicuba, what do you mean by this? Wu Han's heart sank into despair, fury wide. Alicuba dared not meet Wu Han's gaze, lowering her head timidly. I don't want you to make Yuanba kill. Can't we talk this out peacefully? Does it have to end in bloodshed? How do you really think there's room for negotiation here? How naive can you be, you thoughtless woman? Wu Han no longer held any hope for this woman. He finally realized that even now Alicuba was still living in the fantasy world she had created for herself. Alicuba was at a loss for words. Think carefully. What you're doing is no different from killing me yourself. Indirect murder. Stop yelling. Can't you see you've scared the girl pale? Chen Dada stepped on Wu Han's head and continued, thought you had some backup, but all you've got is a fragile bond. Got any last words? Spit them out before you die. Let them go, Wu Han uttered. Chen Dada sneered, bent down, and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto Wu Han's face. Sorry, can't do that. With that, Chen Dada raised his foot, gathering strength, ready to bring his heel down with lethal force. Wu Han closed his eyes in resignation, awaiting death. Ah, you bitch. How dare you ambush me? The next moment, Chen Dada's back was a bloody mess. The searing pain of acid made him gasp. Wu Han opened his eyes and saw Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing standing behind Chen Dada. Zhou Tongtong held an empty bottle. The acid inside had been splashed across Chen Dada's back. Zhou Qingqing clutched a stun gun tightly to her chest, her eyes red and hands trembling, forcing herself to stay calm. Let him go. He'll go with you. Do whatever you want. Zhou Tongtong wept, her gaze filled with despair and reluctance as she looked at Wu Han on the ground. Let my sister and brother-in-law go, and he'll give you the time of your life. Zhou Qingqing stepped in front of Zhou Tongtong and said, sis, this time it's my turn to protect you. Haha, are you making me? Only children make choices. I want both. Chen Dada snarled. You think you can negotiate with me after hurting me? You're not worthy. They'll finish you off later, but first they'll kill your man. With that, Chen Dada looked down and saw Wu Han gripping his ankle with a cold smirk. About to die and still grinning. They'll stomp you to death. Ah! Chen Dada screamed again. Suddenly, Wu Han fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a fruit knife, gripped it tightly, and plunged it deep into Chen Dada's ankle. Chen Dada tried to pull his foot back, but Wu Han gave him no chance, clinging to him and swinging the knife. But Chen Dada was no pushover. He kicked Wu Han away with his other foot. Wu Han rolled twice on the ground, coughing incessantly. Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing, like madwomen, shoved Chen Dada aside and rushed to help Wu Han up, one on each side. Zhou Tongtong used her delicate hand to wipe the blood from his nose, while Zhou Qingqing gently patted his back. Ugh, I'm not dead yet. Wu Han pursed his lips and forced a faint smile at the two women. The events had unfolded so quickly that Alicuba was stunned into silence. By the time she came to her senses, Wu Han had already escaped from Chen Dada's grasp. He'll have Yuanba help you. Alicuba said guiltily. No need. Wu Han replied coldly without turning around. Even without Yuanba help, I won't die. Hearing Wu Han's response, not only Alicuba, but also the Zhou sisters were taken aback. Everyone believed that only Xie Yuanba could match Chen Dada if they wanted to survive. Are you scared? Wu Han asked softly. The two women nodded, then shook their heads. Don't worry, I have a plan. Wu Han asked Zhou Tongtong to take off the backpack on his back. From it, he pulled out a plastic bag filled with food. Well, what a pleasant surprise. Not just women, but food too. You're quite well off, kid. Chen Dada said through clenched teeth. Is this your way of begging for mercy? For the sake of the women and the food, I might consider letting you off. You're overthinking it. What are you doing? Zhou Tongtong asked, puzzled. Wuhan picked up the plastic bag, took a few steps forward and shouted, I know you're all hiding in your rooms too afraid to come out. I have food here. Whoever comes out to help me, this food is yours. Everyone was stunned and no one expected Wuhan to resort to such a tactic. Kid, you're playing dirty, Chindata said, furious and humiliated. With a series of clicks, several doors on the 5th floor creaked open. Men and women emerged, gaunt and hollow-eyed, but their gazes were fixed intently on the food in Wuhan's hand. Anyone who dares step out, I'll make sure you regret it. Chindata glared menacingly. About 5 minutes passed, and no one dared to leave their rooms. Wuhan's brow furrowed with worry. Haha, your trick didn't work. No one's sticking their neck out for you. Were you telling the truth just now, eh? Just as Chindata finished speaking, a man's voice came from room 505. Chindata's face changed while a smile spread across Wuhan's face. There was hope. Wuhan knew exactly who this person was. In this place, nothing was more valuable than food, not even life itself. Food was even more tempting than women. If you have the courage to come and help me, you can take all of this, Wuhan said generously. Are you sure? Think carefully. I hold grudges. Cross me, and your life won't be easy from now on. Chindata threatened. That's a problem for later. Right now I'm starving to death. What's there to be afraid of? With that, the door of room 505 swung open and a straight-backed figure slowly emerged from inside. Damn it. Feeling utterly humiliated, Chindata picked up the machete Wuhan had dropped earlier and shifted his attention to the man. But just as he was about to strike, a man in a police uniform stepped out from the dim light, expressionless, holding a black pistol. The dark muzzle was aimed squarely at Chindata. Room 505, Zhao Shan. Age 43. A criminal investigator from Dian City. He had solved numerous cold cases, known for his integrity, decisive actions, and swift efficiency. Earlier, someone on the 5th floor had fired a warning shot. It was Zhao Shan. Wuhan had made a point to check his profile. According to the records, Zhao Shan was clearly a good man, a symbol of justice. But even a cop, after staying here long enough, could change. A good man could turn into a villain. Let's talk this out. No need for knives and guns. Chindata tossed away the machete, a greasy smile spreading across his ugly face. I didn't want to meddle. I don't care if you live or die. But I need food, so I suggest you get lost if you want to live. Don't force me to kill. The 5th floor is no place for scum like you. The usually gentle-faced Zhao Shan now looked fierce, the aura he exuded clashing sharply with the uniform he wore. Kid, you got lucky this time. He'll remember this debt. Chindata cast a reluctant glance at Zhou Tongtong, and Zhou Qingqing spat on the ground and said, Hope this kid can keep protecting you. Make sure you never fall into my hands. With that, Chindata twisted his neck and walked away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Chindata figure disappear from the 5th floor. Yet no one expected that in the next moment Zhao San's gun was aimed at Wuhan. The person is gone, give me the stuff. Zhao Shan was highly vigilant. He did not trust Wuhan. Here you go. Wuhan placed the plastic bag on the ground. How about considering teaming up next time? Zhao Shan picked up the bag of food, glanced at Wuhan, and said nonchalantly, forget about teaming up. Forming cliques and doing reckless things is not as good as being on my own. Wuhan could see that Zhao Shan had not lost his moral compass. He still had not crossed that line. As I said, the well water doesn't offend the river water. After saying this, Zhao Shan returned to his room and closed the door. Wuhan observed this with a thoughtful look. Although it was a pity that Zhao Shan rejected teaming up, it was still not bad. At least Wuhan knew where he stood. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, perhaps they could collaborate in the future. As the incident was resolved, everyone on the 5th floor closed their doors, and the corridor fell silent once more. The two women supported Wuhan while Ai Li Guba silently followed behind with her head down. Yuanba, you stay outside and keep watch. If anything happens, just knock on the door. My sister and I will stay in the room. No, Yuanba also wants to go into the room, Xie Yuanba said with a sad face. The room is too small to fit you, Wuhan said with a headache, having no choice but to arrange for him to wait in the corridor. A giant baby like him standing outside the door would be a formidable deterrent. If anyone dared to target him, seeing Xie Yuanba outside would surely send them fleeing. Yuanba, listen to me. Just guard the door and your sister's safety will be entrusted to you, Ai Li Guba instructed. All right, Yuanba will listen to Guba's sister. Xie Yuanba was indeed obedient to Ai Li Guba, which made Wuhan realize one thing: to make Xie Yuanba listen to him, he must truly conquer Ai Li Guba. Upon closing the door, brother-in-law, how did you get hurt on your arm? What happened outside? Zhou Qingqing noticed the knife wound on Wuhan's arm, her pretty face turning pale with fright. It was just a minor accident, nothing serious, just a scratch, Wuhan said, reaching out to comfort Zhou Qingqing, stroking her. The wound needs to be treated, otherwise it can easily get infected, Zhou Tongtong said with concern. But right now we have, if it were outside, this minor injury could be easily resolved at the hospital. But here there were no doctors, no anti-inflammatory medicine, and even a simple cleaning had become a luxury. Wuhan could endure the pain in his arm and the soreness in his body, but one thing he could not tolerate was Ai Li Guba's betrayal. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If it weren't for his good fortune, he would have died at Chindata's hands. And this woman, not only did she not help, but she also stood by and watched, which made Wuhan feel an immense anger. We will discuss this later. I have more important matters to handle, Wuhan said with a cold tone, his gaze fixed on Ai. At this moment, the two women finally realized that an unfamiliar woman was in the room. Upon closer inspection, they recognized her. You can't be the big star Ai Li Guba, right? Zhou Qingqing asked first. Ai Li Guba nodded. Are you also being held captive here? Zhou Qingqing asked. In contrast, Zhou Tongtong's reaction was unusually quiet. There was no trace of joy on her face at seeing a big star. What is your relationship with my brother? Zhou Tongtong suddenly questioned. Zhou Qingqing's expression changed slightly, revealing some hostility. You don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. Our relationship is very simple. AI Li Guba said nervously, is that so? Wu Han invited me to team up, so it's just a simple teammate relationship. From the moment AI Li Guba met the two women, she noticed that this man held a very special place in their hearts. Now their eyes were filled with jealousy and hostility towards her. Are you joking? Zhou Tongtong said. What do you mean? AI Li Guba asked in confusion. Do you think I'm lying? Isn't it so? Facing the two women's aggressive demeanor, AI Li Guba's eyes turned red with grievance as she said, if you don't believe me, just ask him. The attention of the three women turned to Wu Han. Wu Han remained silent, tacitly agreeing. I disagree. I disagree too. Zhou Tongtong, usually mild-tempered, also took a stand against it. Why? Wu Han, because she is unworthy. Why do you say that about me? AI Li Guba sobbed. Zhou Qingqing said coldly, don't you know in your heart? What do I know? What did I do wrong? My brother-in-law went to the 6th floor and brought you back. Don't say that my brother-in-law's injury has nothing to do with you. Faced with Zhou Qingqing's questioning, AI Li Guba had no retort. It seems I was right, you are indeed unreliable, just a troublemaker. Zhou Qingqing said angrily. I didn't cause any harm, you are wronging me. AI Li Guba shouted, feeling wronged. Zhou Qingqing wanted to interrogate further, but was stopped by Zhou Tongtong, who turned away in a huff. Zhou Tongtong pulled AI Li Guba to sit beside her, holding her hand and comforting her. AI Li Guba looked up at her with tearful eyes, inexplicably feeling a sense of reassurance. I can understand your situation. Everyone has some selfish thoughts. After all, here we women are mostly prey. AI Li Guba nodded gratefully, but the next second Zhou Tongtong's tone shifted. However, there is one thing I cannot. We don't want to pursue what happened on the 6th floor, but just now Wu Han was nearly killed. Why were you indifferent? You don't treat us like fools. That big guy outside listens to you. If you spoke up to help my brother-in-law, he wouldn't have sustained such serious injuries. You keep saying that you are teammates with my brother-in-law. Is letting him die something teammates do? You are a liar. There is no I really don't know if my brother-in-law's head was kicked by a donkey to let someone like you join. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, unable to contain her indignation. I don't oppose your joining you. I don't care what your relationship with Wu Han is. I just hope you won't harm him. Zhou Tongtong said calmly. I am different from you. You want to survive and leave. Oh, I just want to be with Wu Han. Whether we can escape alive is no longer that important. AI Li Guba was stunned. She had always thought that the two sisters were only submitting to Wu Han for survival, but now seeing Zhou Tongtong's expression, she realized she had completely misunderstood. In truth, Ali Cuba harbored little fondness for men. She believed them to be creatures driven by base instincts, masters of sweet talk who thought only of conquest when they saw a beautiful woman with a good figure. After entering the entertainment industry, she met many men, only deepening her conviction. Had she not been imprisoned here, Ali Cuba would have preferred to avoid dealing with men altogether. Ali Cuba glanced at Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing with their innocent appearances, then at the plain-looking Wu Han, and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Her gaze seemed to say that Wu Han was utterly unworthy of them. The fleeting disdain in Ali Cuba's eyes did not escape Wu Han's notice, instantly igniting his fury. I've said all that needs to be said, more words are pointless. He'll forgive you this time, but let it be the last. Do you understand what you must do from now on? Wu Han stated. You just want me to obediently do as you say, Ali Cuba pouted, speaking in a petulant tone. Wu Han couldn't tolerate her attitude. This woman clearly had no grasp of the situation, putting on an aloof and icy demeanor for whom she needed to be taught a lesson to face reality. He thought darkly to himself. Do you think I'm joking? Or do you believe that as a big star you're above everyone else? That Xie Yuanba will listen to you, and so must I. That's not what I meant. I only want to tell you that for any decision you make I should have the right to choose. I don't want to be a puppet to compromise against my will to say one thing and feel another. As Ali Cuba spoke, her gaze fell upon Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing. The right to choose. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? When you were forced onto the streets on the 6th floor, did you have any choice then? Wu Han let out a cold, sinister laugh. Alright, I get it now. With Xie Yuanba backing you up, you think I'm no threat to you. You figured that part out quite well, haven't you? Isn't that the truth? Ali Cuba didn't deny it. This was indeed what she believed in her heart. Before meeting Wu Han, she feared Xie Yuanba. But witnessing Wu Han's methods made her realize that fans could be used. Fools brimming with terrifying combat prowess, blindly obedient to her words. This was undoubtedly the most powerful shield. In front of Xie Yuanba, Wu Han and Li Dongsheng were nothing. With Xie Yuanba on her side, she knew clearly that she didn't need to bow to anyone. Thus, she believed that joining Wu Han was merely a partnership, a relationship between equals. Hold her down. Cover her mouth. What do you think you're doing? Yuan. Before Ali Cuba could finish her cry, Zhou Qingqing muffled her mouth with a pillow while Zhou Tongtong pinned her to the sofa. Ali Cuba's long legs kicked desperately, but she couldn't break free in the slightest. Wu Han fumbled in his bag for a moment, then stood up and said to the terrified Ali Cuba, without Xie Yuanba, you're just a... Ali Cuba didn't understand the words, her face full of confusion. Wu Han turned and opened the door. Big brother, I think I heard Sister Cuba calling me. Xie Yuanba saw Wu Han emerge from the room and approached him, asking foolishly. Sister Cuba asked me to give you this. Wu Han extended his hand, revealing an anesthetic needle in his palm. A shot. It hurts a lot. Yuanba hates shots. Xie Yuanba shook his head timidly, his face full of resistance. Be good, Yuanba. Listen to me. No. Wu Han's tone turned harsh. If Yuanba doesn't dare to take the shot, he's a coward. Sister Cuba doesn't like cowards. Only by taking the shot can you become a man, and then Sister Cuba will reward you. Really? Why would I lie to you? Sister Cuba asked me to give you this shot, so you can have a good sleep. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuanba no longer refused. Wu Han, his expression unchanged, carefully picked up the anesthetic, aimed the needle at the vein in Xie Yuanba's arm, and injected it. Hey, it doesn't hurt much. It's done. Where's the reward? Xie Yuanba asked, dazedly anticipating the reward Wu Han had mentioned. The reward? Of course. Before Wu Han could finish, Xie Yuanba collapsed onto the ground, his massive body leaning against the wall as his eyelids drooped, irresistibly too heavy to keep open. The effect was excellent. One shot did the trick. Soon Xie Yuanba fell into a deep, dead sleep. Yuanba. Wu Han reached out and slapped Xie Yuanba's chubby face a few times. Seeing no reaction, a sinister grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Let her go. Wu Han turned and went back into the room, grabbing Ali Cuba by her long hair without a trace of tenderness, dragging her roughly toward the door. What are you doing? You madman. It hurts. Yuanba, come save your sister. Ali Cuba gritted her teeth in pain, screaming hysterically for help, but Wu Han paid no heed. If this woman wasn't taught a lesson, she would never obey. Look who this is, Wu Han said, dragging Ali Cuba before the unconscious Xie Yuanba. He released her, and Ali Cuba scrambled to Xie Yuanba's side, shouting, Yuanba, what's wrong? Wake up. Save your sister. But no matter how loudly she called, Xie Yuanba showed no response. What did you do to him? Ali Cuba turned her head, her gaze sharp enough to kill, as she stared at Wu Han. Just gave him an anesthetic shot. He's asleep. Why worry so much? Ali Cuba looked at Wu Han's sinister smile, and fear crept into her heart. What do you intend to do? Wu Han pulled a fruit knife from his pocket, the sharp blade pointing at Ali Cuba. Nothing much. I just want you to witness with your own eyes how your precious shield dies by my hand. Ali Cuba was stunned, but a moment later a sly smile twisted her pale face. You want kill Yuanba. You need him just as much as I do. Well, big star. I'm only now realizing how clever you are. So clever that I have to be wary of you. Ali Cuba let out a light laugh, as if she had seen through all of Wu Han's thoughts. Then guess whether I dare to do it. Wu Han brandished the fruit knife, making gestures over Xie Yuanba's body. Go ahead if you have the guts. Ali Cuba's words were cut short, as Wu Han plunged the knife directly into Xie Yuanba's palm. Blood gushed from the wound, spilling over and dripping down. You're insane. Ali Cuba stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Moments ago she was certain Wu Han was just bluffing to scare her, that he wouldn't actually act. But the next second blood was drawn. You're right. I covet Yuanba's power. But unfortunately, he only listens to you. Since he can't be used by me, his existence is a threat. So it's better to kill him. As he spoke, Wu Han plunged the knife into Xie Yuanba's arm again. Beside him, Ali Cuba's eyes were vacant, utterly lost. If Yuanba dies, I can survive on my own. But you can't. Once Yuanba is dead, you'll be nothing. A vase without its shield. Your only end will be. Wu Han spread his hands nonchalantly, making a gesture. Smash. Into pieces. Ali Cuba lowered her head in despair. The darkened Wu Han before her now seemed like a demon. Please. Don't kill Yuanba. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. Wu Han deliberately tormented Ali Cuba, finding relief in seeing her so humbled. Please. Please don't kill you. Collapsed on the floor, weeping, Ali Cuba crawled weakly toward Wu Han, grabbing his pant leg and pleading, he'll listen to you. From now on, he'll do whatever you say. Please don't kill Yuanba. I don't want to die. That's more like it. Why didn't you do this from the start? Wu Han bent down, leaning close to Ali Cuba's ear, and whispered, don't try to play clever tricks with me. If you don't harm me, I'll treat you with respect. But if you try to harm me, not even Xie Yuanba can protect you. There's a difference between a fool and a madman. Ha ha ha. Ali Cuba stared blankly as Wu Han entered the room, his threatening laughter echoing in her ears, impossible to shake off. In that moment, fear began to spread and fester deep within her heart. On the 6th floor, the death of Li Dongsheng instilled fear in all the female residents. With Li Dongsheng dead, what are your 6 beauties gathered in Zhou Qian's room for a meeting? Dead is dead. He wasn't anything good anyway. Without him, business can go on as usual. He was nothing but a leech, and in the end someone else did him in. That's true, but we're all women. Without a man to protect us, life won't be so easy from now on. At these words, the chatter among the 6 women fell silent, leaving them at a loss. This is really tough. Zhou Qian lamented. If Li Dongsheng were still alive, regardless of his actual strength, he could at least intimidate a few people. Otherwise, the men from other floors might come here and take advantage of us for nothing. What's there to fear? Isn't that what you do? You'd probably enjoy being taken advantage of. Lin Lily, what do you mean by that? Zhou Qian frowned, glaring at the woman who was applying lipstick while looking into a mirror. Room 601, a Lin Lily, a top model. Loves handsome men and dreams of marrying into wealth. What's wrong with me? Am I wrong? Lily, say less. Thanks to Sister Qian's help, we've managed to survive so far. Room 602, Feng Momo, the top streamer on Domao, with a strong vanity and a willingness to go to any lengths for traffic. Shut up. Don't pretend to be the good guy here. As a female streamer, you're not much better. Who knows how many big spenders you've slept with? Stop acting so innocent. You. Lin Lily was relentless, infuriating Feng Momo to the point of speechlessness. Enough. Did we gather just to quarrel? Zhou Qian said angrily. What's the point of attacking each other at a time like this? We're here to discuss ways to survive, not to fight. Ways. Don't make me laugh. Staying with you is a dead end. Lin Lily glanced contemptuously at Zhou Qian. I don't want to end up like you pandering to those ugly men. It's disgusting. Lily, stop it. I'm just stating the facts. When Li Dongsheng was around, you could choose your clients. But besides Zhou Qian, who among you has actually taken a single job? Even one would count. But have you? Lin Lily grew more agitated. You all want something for nothing, hiding in your rooms and waiting for food to be handed out. Who do you think you are? Princesses. And now with Li Dongsheng dead, this fake sisterhood can finally disband. I'm not going to be foolish enough to share the food I worked hard to get like Zhou Qian does with you all. Hearing Lin Lily's words, the other four lowered their heads, their confidence waning. I'm done playing with you. Let's end it here. I don't have the time to keep playing house with you. Let's part on good terms. Lin Lily put away her lipstick and stood up, swaying her hips as she prepared to leave. Lily, don't be impulsive. It's dangerous for you to act alone. Zhou Qian couldn't bear to see her go and tried to persuade her. Lin Lily stopped at the door, turned her head slightly, and glanced at Zhou Qian. I'd advise you to worry about yourself. All those dead weights will only end up hurting you. I'm not foolish enough to stay with you all. This hotel is full of men. They'll find another floor and a man willing to give me. How can she say that about us? Room 606, Lu Shuejing, a primary school teacher, conservative and bossy. She's not entirely wrong. We've been relying on Sister Qian for our meals all along. Room 605, a Jiekir, a flight attendant, a miser, and a realist. Don't think like that. Trapped here together, we can only survive by helping each other. What do you think, Manny? Zhou Qian turned to look at a woman in white. She had remained silent ever since entering the room, offering no opinion, and no one knew what she was thinking. After thinking it over, I believe the best way to survive right now is to go downstairs together, find a Likiba, and join their team. Room 607, Su Manny, a doctor. Nothing matters except her patience. Will that work? Lu Shuejing asked. I think that man with Alikuba is quite resourceful. And now he has that incredibly strong fool by his side. Teaming up with him would ensure our safety, but I'm not sure if he's reliable. Jiek here said, thoughtfully pinching her chin. I think it's a good idea. Even though he seemed cold and pragmatic before he left us some food when he left. That shows he's not heartless and might be easier to get along with than others. Feng Momo's eyes darted around, and she said half-jokingly, we're all beautiful women, right? If he doesn't agree to let us join, we can use our feminine wiles. Men are all the same. If we all flock around him, I'm sure he'll be tempted. How shallow. I'm not doing that. Lu Shuejing disagreed. If you don't want to, then stay here, Feng Momo snapped. At this point, who are you trying to impress with your aloofness? Rather than staying here and serving all kinds of men every day, it's better to find a strong supporter and serve just him. That way the sacrifice is smaller. If you can't even prepare for that, then you might as well forget about surviving. Without Li Dongsheng's protection, staying on the 6th floor leaves only two options: being taken advantage of for free or being raped. That's terrifying. I can't even bear to think about it. Jiek here couldn't help but shiver. How is that any different from what Lu Shuejing, always conservative, still couldn't accept it? Then tell me, besides this, what other choice do we have? Do you even know what you are? Use your brain. Hearing Feng Momo's words, Lu Shuejing's pride was wounded, and she shouted, you haven't done anything either. You're just living off Sister Qian's kindness. What right do you have to judge me? Feng Momo was displeased and lunged at Lu Shuejing, scratching her face. Lu Shuejing immediately fought back, grabbing Feng Momo's hair, and the two tussled. Stop it, both of you. Zhou Qian stood up and pulled them apart, frustrated. Can't we talk things out without resorting to violence? She started it. Am I not allowed to defend myself? Lu Shuejing's face was bruised and red, and she spoke with grief. If I hit you because you deserve it. Stop pretending. Feng Momo was still not satisfied. Enough. That's it. Sit down, both of you. Zhou Qian commanded with a frown. All right, calm down. Anger won't solve anything. Jiek here cautiously tried to listen to me. Zhou Qian paused, and when she saw the two had calmed down, she continued, this plan sounds good, but as you said, he's very pragmatic. So he might not even want us. Feng Momo listened, brimming with confidence, and said, if I weren't trapped here, there'd be a line of suitors waiting for me. How dare he look down on us? Hey, here does being pretty guarantee you'll get out alive. Feng Momo was stunned, the smugness on her face vanishing completely. Zhou Qian said coldly, that's nothing but your delusions. From what I've observed, he's not short of beautiful women. Take the superstar Aili Guba, for instance. What do you have to compete with her? Feng Momo felt a pang of disappointment, but retorted defiantly, in terms of figure, and looks him not far behind Aili Guba. The only difference is she has the halo of a superstar. And am not lacking either. Am a viral influencer with millions of followers, the goddess of countless homebodies. Am not inferior to her in any way. Zhou Qian sighed helplessly upon hearing this, and said, you still don't get why he invited Aili Guba to join. Isn't it just to taste the flavor of a female celebrity? If only it were that simple. I know. Jiek here chimed in eagerly. It's because of that fool. That fool is Aili Guba's diehard fan. He'd kill and steal food to keep her alive. The other party must have seen the value in that fool's usefulness, and that's why they brought Aili Guba into the team. Get it now? He's not after Aili Guba herself, but after her fan. What do we have? Aside from a decent appearance, what value do we offer? Zhou Qian said. Then let's use our appearance. It's not useless. He can do whatever he wants with it. Come on, what would he do with so many appearances? Zhou Qian couldn't help but retort. I don't know about you all, but But if I go downstairs to find him, he'll definitely let me join. Su Manny, who had been mostly silent, so everyone turned to look at her. Why, oi? Simple. Because I'm a doctor, Su Manny said calmly. Isn't he injured? He needs a doctor's treatment. Suddenly, everyone understood. Su Manny was not only beautiful, but also a renowned doctor in the country. No matter who she teamed up with, there was no reason to refuse her since no one knew when they might get hurt. Having a doctor in the team added an extra layer of safety to their lives. The difference between having support and not having it was huge. What else can you do? Zhou Qian asked the other three. I can warm the bed. Jie here stammered for a moment before saying with a playful grin, leaving everyone speak. What I'm good at is useless here, Lu Xuejing said helplessly. Same here. I can't think of anything I'm useful for right now, Feng Momo said reluctantly. Zhou Qian was taken aback. If none of you have any skills, why would he let us join? At that moment, they realized that trapped here they were nothing but burdens, utterly useless. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else, Su Manny comforted them. Do we really have to do this? Lu Xuejing hesitated. There's no other choice. Let's vote on it, Zhou Qian suggested. Majority rules. Those willing to go downstairs and give it a try, raise your hands. Feng Momo raised her hand first. Jie here was the second. Then Su Manny raised hers. Finally, Lu Xuejing slowly and reluctantly raised her hand. Then it's unanimous, Zhou Qian said, raising her hand. Let's go. The five of them stood up, determined to go downstairs. After leaving the fifth floor, Chun Dadu sat at the stairwell to rest for a while. He was seething with rage. Not only had he failed to sleep with any women, but had also gotten himself injured. It was a total loss. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive being splashed with sulfuric acid by Zhou Tongtong. Though Wuhan had stabbed him twice in the foot, the wounds hadn't reached the bone or tendons. After a simple bandage, he limped his way up to the 6th floor to try his luck. Had heard that a female doctor lived on the 6th floor. Not only skilled in medicine, but also a great beauty. If he could find her, he'd have some fun. At the thought, a lecherous grin spread across Chun Data's face, and he quickened his pace, eager to reach the 6th floor. As Zhou Qian's group of 5 closed the door and headed for the stairs to go down, they encountered a bald, injured man. Why is he staring at us and smiling? Feng Momo said. How disgusting, Jie here added. Sister Qian, do you know this man? Is he here on the 6th floor to find you? Lu Jingxue asked. He's injured, Su Manny said, her eyes fixed on Chun Data's wounds. I don't know him. Be careful. This man is dangerous. Intuition told Zhou Qian that this man was a threat, and she warily signaled the others to step back. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 beautiful women. Looks like today is my lucky day. Chun Data looked at them like prey, licking his lips excitedly with a lecherous expression. Who are you? What are you doing on the 6th floor? Zhou Qian asked. Looking for you, of course. Chun Data chuckled. I heard there's a female doctor here. Where is she? Manny, he's looking for you, Feng Momo said, turning to Su Manny. Chun Data's gaze locked onto Su Manny, sizing her up, his nostrils flaring with excitement. Run, Zhou Qian shouted. Run. Where do you think you're going? All 5 of you are mine today. Come into Big Brother's. Chun Data's eyes gleamed with greed. Ignoring his injuries, he lurched toward Zhou Qian and the others. He moved so fast that before they could react, he was standing right in front of them. Female doctor, you're quite tempting. Get over here. Chun Data reached out with his large hand, grabbed Su Manny by her long hair from the trembling group, and yanked her out. The sudden attack left Zhou Qian and the others frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Chun Data pinned Su Manny down with one hand, while the other extended 2 fingers to hook the collar of her chest. His eyes roamed freely beneath her clothes, a lecherous grin spreading across his fat face. If you don't want to die, stay right there. Chun Data looked up with a twisted expression. Sweetheart, you're gorgeous. Let me have some fun first, then I'll let you treat my wounds. Su Manny, now in Chun Data's grip, showed no emotion on her face, eerily calm. Her attention was fixed on Chun Data's injuries, completely oblivious to the danger she was in. Manny, what are you spacing out for? Zhou Qian called out. I'm not spacing out. Didn't he come to see me for treatment? Su Manny said with a dazed look. Are you crazy? Forget about treatment and run. Su Manny turned back to Chun Dadu and asked, didn't you come to see me for medical treatment? Chun Dada leered. Before treatment, how about we get a shot together first? Upon hearing this, Feng Momo said with full confidence, if I weren't trapped here, people chasing after me would be lined up endlessly. What gives him the right to look down on us? Here can being good-looking guarantee you'll walk out alive. Feng Momo was stunned, and the smug expression on her face vanished instantly. Zhou Qian said coldly, that's all your delusion. From my observation, he's not short of beautiful women. Take the famous star Ali Guba, for example. How can you compare to her? Feng Momo felt disheartened, but retorted defiantly, whether it's figure or looks, I'm not far behind Ali Guba. The only difference is she has the aura of a big star, but I'm not lacking either. I'm a trending influencer, the goddess of countless homebodies. I'm no worse than her. Zhou Qian sighed helplessly. You still don't understand why he invited Ali Guba to join. Isn't it just to taste a female celebrity? If only it were that simple. I know. Jie here eagerly interjected. It's because of that fool. That fool is Ali Guba's diehard fan, willing to kill and steal food just to keep her alive. He must have brought Ali Guba into the team because he saw value in that fool. Get it now? He's not after Ali Guba herself, but her fan. What do we have? Besides a decent appearance, what value do we offer? Zhou Qian said. Then let's use our appearance. It's not useless. He can do whatever he wants. Come on, what would he do with so many appearances? Zhou Qian couldn't help but pour cold water on the idea. I don't know about you all, but if I go downstairs to find him, he'll definitely let me join. Su Manny, who rarely spoke, suddenly chimed. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Why? Simple, because I'm a doctor, Su Manny said unhurriedly. Isn't he injured? He needs a doctor's treatment. Suddenly they all understood. Su Manny was not only beautiful, but also a renowned doctor in the country. There was no reason for anyone to refuse her joining the team, since no one knew when they might get hurt. Having a doctor in the team added an extra layer of safety for life. The difference between having support and not having it was enormous. What else can you do? Zhou Qian asked the other three. I can warm the bed. Jie Qian stammered for a while, then said jokingly, leaving everyone speechless. What I can do is useless here, Lu Shuejing said helplessly. Same here, I can't think of what I'm good for at the moment. Feng Momo said reluctantly. Zhou Qian felt embarrassed. If none of us have any skills, why would he let us join? At that moment they realized that trapped here they were nothing but burdens, utter dead weight. Let's give it a try? If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way, Su Manny comforted them. Do we really have to do this? We have no choice. Let's vote on it, Zhou Qian suggested. Majority rules. Those willing to go downstairs and try, please raise your hands. Feng Momo raised her hand first. Jie Qian raised her second. Then Su Manny followed suit. Finally, Lu Shuejing slowly and reluctantly raised her hand. Then it's unanimous, Zhou Qian said, raising her hand. Let's go. The five of them stood up and decided to go downstairs. After leaving the 5th floor, Chun Dadu sat at the stairwell to rest for a while. He was burning with anger. Not only had he failed to sleep with any women, but he was also damn injured. He had lost everything. Luckily, he survived after being splashed with sulfuric acid on his back by Zhou Tongtong. Though his foot was stabbed twice by Wu Han, it didn't hit the bone or tendons. After a simple bandage, he limped his way up to the 6th floor to try his luck. He had heard that a female doctor lived on the 6th floor, not only skilled in medicine, but also a stunning beauty. If he could find her head, have some real fun. At the thought, a lecherous grin spread across Chun Data's face, and he quickened his pace, eager to reach the 6th floor. Just as Zhou Qian and her group closed the door and reached the stairwell to go downstairs, they encountered a bald, injured man. Why is that guy staring at us and smiling? Feng Momo said. So disgusting, Jie Qian added. Sister Qian, do you know? Is he here on the 6th floor looking for you? Lu Shuejing asked. He's injured, Su Manny said, her eyes fixed on Chun. I don't know him. Be careful, he's dangerous. Her intuition told Zhou Qian that this man was a threat, and she warned the others to step back. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 beauties. Looks like my luck is pretty good today. Chun Data looked at them as if they were prey, licking his lips excitedly with a lecherous expression. Who are you? What are you doing on the 6th floor? Zhou Qian asked. Looking for you all, of course. Chun Data chuckled. I heard there's a female doctor here. Where is she? Manny, he's looking for you, Feng Momo said, turning to Su Manny. Chun Data's gaze locked onto Su Manny, sizing her up, and his excitement made him pant heavily. Run, Zhou Qian shouted. Run? Where to? You 5 are all mine today. Come into Big Brother's arms. Chun Data's eyes gleamed with greed, and despite his limp, he lunged at Zhou Qian and the others, completely forgetting his injuries. He moved so fast that before they could react, he was standing right in front of them. Female doctor, you're quite tempting. Get over here. Chun Data reached out with his large hand, grabbed Su Manny by her long hair from the trembling group, and dragged her out forcefully. The sudden attack left Zhou Qian and the others frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Chun Data pinned Su Manny down with one hand, while with the other, he hooked 2 fingers under the collar of her chest, his eyes roving shamelessly inside her clothes, a satisfied grin spreading across his lecherous face. If you don't want to die, stay right there, Chun Data snarled, his face twisted. Sweetheart, you're so beautiful. Let me have some fun first, then I'll let you treat my wounds. Caught in Chun Data's grasp, Su Manny's face remained expressionless, eerily calm. Her attention was fixed on his wounds, completely unaware of how dangerous her situation was. Manny, what are you spacing out for? Zhou Qian called out. I'm not spacing out. Didn't he come to see me for treatment? Su Manny said innocently. Are you crazy? Forget about treatment and run. Su Manny turned back to Chun Datu and asked, aren't you here to see me for medical help? Chun Data leered. Before treatment, wouldn't it be better to have a little injection together? The moment Chun Datu uttered those words, Zhou Qian and her companions' faces turned pale. A glance at his smug grin was enough for even a fool to discern his intentions. They would rather face death than endure such a fate. Without Li Dongxing on the 6th floor, their only prospect was to become. What are you standing there for? Help me. Let's fight him. Zhou Qian was the first to speak, jolting the others back to reality. With a tearing sound, Su Manny's top was ripped open as Chun Data's greasy hand groped her cheek. Don't be afraid. You're not here to treat an illness. You want to defile me. Su Manny accused. What do you think, you stupid woman? Chun Data retorted, spitting in her face. Oh, I see. Su Manny replied expressionlessly, then pulled out a scalpel from her pocket and thrust it coldly toward Chun Data. Chun Data reacted swiftly, sidestepping, but was still too slow. The blade grazed the back of his hand. Damn it. You're trying to harm me too. He snarled, delivering a heavy slap across Su Manny's face. Ungrateful bitch. Believe me, you'll make you regret this. Chun Data growled while unbuckling his pants. Just as Chun Data was about to proceed, Zhou Qian grabbed a trash can from the corridor and smashed it over his head. Dazed, he shook his head, stood up, and seized Zhou Qian. Help! Zhou Qian cried out. Jie Qian panicked, bit down hard on Chun Datu without a second thought, making him. Zhou Qian seized the chance to break free and step back. What are you gaping at? Help! She fumed, seeing Feng Momo and Lu Shuejing cowering far away. Sister Qian were no match for him. Forget Su Manny, let's run. Yeah, I don't want to end up in his hands. It's disgusting. Lu Shuejing and Feng Momo spoke selfishly. At that moment, Zhou Qian's heart sank like a stone into an icy abyss. You're so selfish. I treated you like sisters, and now you only care about yourselves. I've been blind. Zhou Qian said, her voice filled with disappointment. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost, Feng Momo sneered. If you want leave, I will. Without hesitation, Feng Momo dashed toward the stairwell. Lu Shuejing head bowed and silent followed closely behind. None of you are getting away today. Chen Data moved to block them, but Feng Momo, somehow armed with an ashtray, hurled it at him. To shield himself from the incoming ashtray, Chen Datu crossed his arms over his face. Feng Momo slipped past him. The ashtray struck Chen Data square on. Zhou Qian glanced at the fleeing Lu Shuejing, her eyes turning icy. She ran up behind Lu Shuejing, shoved her with all her might. Lu Shuejing caught off balance, stumbled forward, and crashed into Chen Data's arms. Go! Seizing the moment, Zhou Qian bent down to help Su Manny up, grabbed Jiekir, and quickly circled behind Chen Datu, racing toward the stairs. Sister Qianyu. Jiekir looked at Zhou Qian in disbelief, but something in Zhou Qian's expression made her stop. Su Manny looked back at Lu Shuejing, her eyes flickering with reluctance. She let out a helpless sigh. Lu Shuejing looked up abruptly, only to meet a pair of squinting eyes, her legs turning to jelly. No. Lu Shuejing struggled to flee with all her might, but before she could take 2 steps, Chen Data grabbed her hair and yanked her back. Lu Shuejing screamed in despair, tears streaming from her eyes. Chen Data showed no mercy. With a swift motion, he pinned Lu Shuejing to the ground and slammed her head hard against the violent impact left Lu Shuejing dizzy and defenseless. Can't let you escape too, Chen Data grumbled. They'll deal with you first, then find the others. Not one of you will get away. Please, let me go. Lu Shuejing lay flat on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as her body trembled. I am not even married. You can't do this to me. Haha, that's perfect. Chen Data smirked. If you satisfy me, I might just let you off. In that moment, Lu Shuejing plunged into an abyss of utter despair. Sob. Hurry up. If I have to say it a 3rd time, you'll end up with your neck snapped, meeting the king of hell. Chen Data narrowed his eyes threateningly. This is the 2nd time. Lu Shuejing had no choice but to submit. Sitting up, she wept as she began to undress. Chen Data watched her clothes slip off one by one. Oh, you're pretty quick. Chen Data smiled with satisfaction. Come here. Help me. His injuries made his movements clumsy. Lu Shuejing turned her head away in refusal. Are you deaf? I told you to come here. Believe me, I'll kill you right now. Under Chen Data's coercion, Lu Shuejing had no choice but to obey despite her reluctance. As Lu Shuejing helped Chen Data remove his shirt, a scheme formed in her mind. When the shirt passed over his head, she flipped it, covering his face, and bolted. Now, I can escape. Lu Shuejing threw herself backward with all her strength, stumbling and rolling. Help! Someone save me. With a sharp sound, Lu Shuejing tumbled to the ground. She felt her ankle clamped as if by steel pliers, unable to move. Still trying to run at this point. You won't give up until you're in the coffin. Lu Shuejing turned her head to see that the steel pliers were none other than Chen Data's hand. He dragged her back and grabbed her head. You can cry for help once I'm on top of you. You'll be sweating buckets soon enough. Why waste your energy now? Please don't. Lu Shuejing struggled desperately. Be a good girl. Chen Data said then. You beast. Get away. Lu Shuejing's cries grew fainter and fainter as time passed. Due to the crisis, Feng Momo instinctively rushed to the stairwell, originally intending to descend to the 5th floor to find Wuhan, but in her panic, she recklessly continued downward. When she came to her senses, she realized she had reached the 1st floor. The memory of Chen Big Head's leering face flashed through her mind, filling her with lingering dread. Should I go back up to find them? Feng Momo frowned, her heart tangled in indecision. She glanced around the 1st floor. It was eerily silent and empty, which brought her some relief. Feng Momo was at a loss. Returning to her room on the 6th floor would be like walking into a tiger's den. Going to the 5th floor to find Zhou Qian and the others seemed impossible. She was certain they must despise her for her selfishness and would never forgive her. Where should she go next? Feng Momo herself had no idea. Spotting a narrow space beneath the stairs that looked relatively safe, she decided to hide there for a while. She would wait until Chen Big Head left the 6th floor before deciding to return to her room. Bending down, she crawled into the cramped crevice under the stairs. Inside, Feng Momo sat on the ground, curling her entire body into a tight ball. She drew her legs together, wrapped her arms around her knees, and buried her head in her hands, looking as desolate as a hedgehog. Why did they lock me in this godforsaken place? Feng Momo clenched her clothes, her lips trembling uncontrollably. A torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. Her throat felt parched and burning, and her nose stung as tears welled up in her eyes against her will. She clamped her hands tightly over her mouth, struggling to suppress any sound, but inside, she was already hysterical. Whoa, why are you hiding here crying? Feng Momo jerked her head up in shock. A handsome young man stood before her, his gaze piercing and intense. Her eyes shimmered with tears, her face pale with terror. What happened? The man's voice was captivating, deep and steady, exuding a sense of security. Room 101, Izwa Mingjia, 21 years old, university student, cold-blooded, suffering from antisocial personality disorder. A bald man tried to assault me and the others. Feng Momo, seeing the short-haired young man's gentle demeanor and hearing his soft voice, instantly broke down, letting her guard down slightly. She stopped mid-sentence looking at him uneasily. I was so scared that I ran away alone. Zhuo Mingjie moved closer, gazing at her tenderly, his eyes sparkling like stars. Wow, I can't believe you went through something so terrifying. Zhuo Mingjie bent down and extended a hand to Feng Momo. Exactly. He's a scumbag, a complete lunatic. Feng Momo hesitated for a moment about to take his hand, but then withdrew it subtly, as if struck by a sudden thought. She crawled out from the narrow gap beneath the stairs, slowly rose to her feet, and covered her eyes with her hands, weeping. And Zhuo Mingjie withdrew his hand in disappointment, his expression stiffening. He forced a smile and spoke in a hoarse, pale voice. Do you think I'm a scumbag or a lunatic? Feng Momo's eyes widened in terror as she swallowed hard. She quickly shook her head and forced a smile. No, I feel you're a good person. Even as she said it, Feng Momo lacked confidence. The young man before her appeared calm and unreadable, revealing no, then I might disappoint you. I'm not a good person at all. Zhuo Mingjie's voice turned low. In this place I'd rather be a... Feng Momo's legs felt weak, rooted to the spot, as if nailed to the floor. Her entire body trembled faintly, her pale face frozen in a daze, her lifeless eyes reflecting sheer terror. Be a good girl, and he'll let you die comfortably. Why are you doing this? Feng Momo asked helplessly. Zhuo Mingjie shook his head nonchalantly. Do you even need to ask? Isn't it obvious? In this lawless world, the strong can have everything, and the weak must surrender everything. Zhuo Mingjie stepped forward, pressing his hands against Feng Momo's chest and tearing open her clothes, staring at her without shame. Feng Momo couldn't believe what was happening. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Wait, why are you doing this? Feng Momo was pinned to the ground, lifting her head and screaming in defiance. You know this is wrong, don't you? A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhuo Mingjie's mouth. How can you be so naive? Without law, there's no right or wrong. With that, Zhuo Mingjie reached out and grabbed Feng Momo by the throat, sneering. For instance, what I'm about to do to you. I can indulge to my heart's content. Cough, cough, let me go, you beast. Feng Momo felt she was suffocating and struggled desperately. Accept the reality. The law and order that could protect you don't exist here. I'm a streamer with millions of followers. If you dare touch me, you'll expose your crimes online, and my fans will hunt you down until you have nowhere to hide. Seeing Zhuo Mingjie's face change, Feng Momo said smugly, better let me go if you know what's good for you. Squeeze. The next second, Zhuo Mingjie tightened his grip, growling coldly, bitch, are you threatening me? Cough. I can't breathe. Huh. Feng Momo gasped. So what if I'm threatening you? Scared, huh? People like you are scum of society, doomed the moment you're exposed. Seeing Zhuo Mingjie grit his teeth in rage, Feng Momo wore a triumphant expression. If you promise to protect me from now on, I might consider letting you off. Feng Momo said cunningly. Protect you? You're not. Zhuo Mingjie slapped her across the face, sneering, a streamer with millions of followers. So what? You're just an online. After I've had my fun, I'll kill you. Dead people can't threaten me. Zhuo Mingjie's sinister laughter echoed in Feng Momo's ears, filling her with dread. Horrific thoughts flooded her mind, her lips turned pale, her hands trembled, and her eyes reflected uncontrollable fear. I'm going to eat you up. Zhuo Mingjie leered. No, go to hell. Feng Momo refused to give up and pushed him away with. Zhuo Mingjie grew angry. Feng Momo thought she could escape, but the next moment, she felt a sharp cold pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw a pair of scissors embedded in her toned stomach, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Swish. Zhuo Mingjie pulled out the scissors and tossed them aside. Feng Momo, like an octopus drained of its strength, slumped weakly over him, her arms dangling limply. With a gentle push, Feng Momo slid to the floor with a thud, gasping for breath. I don't want to die, she moaned in. Zhuo Mingjie watched coldly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. You look beautiful like this. It excites me. In that moment, Zhuo Mingjie's twisted, perverse psyche found unprecedented satisfaction. Zhou Qian and her two companions fled in panic to the 5th floor. She recalled Wu Han mentioning that if they needed him, they should go to room 510. The three sprinted down the corridor, terrified that Chun Data might catch up from behind. Before long, they spotted a colossal figure seated at the door of the innermost room at the end of the hallway, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Yuanba, does it still hurt? Xie Yuanba's hands had been stabbed by Wu Han, and Alice Cuba was dressing the wounds with. It hurt, Sister Cuba, it hurts so much. Tell Yuanba who did this, and he'll rip his head off and kick it like a ball. Seeing Xie Yuanba's furious expression, Alice Cuba glanced toward Wu Han inside the room. Wu Han shot her a glare in return. Sister doesn't know either. When I came out, I just saw your hands bleeding. Alice Cuba brushed it off with a vague reply, too afraid to tell the truth. Yuanba wants a hug. Xie Yuanba stretched out his hands, staring at his bandaged, pig-trotter-like limbs, his heart brimming with grievance. He burst into tears, a sight so absurd it was almost unbearable to behold. All right, sister, we'll hug Yuanba. Don't cry. Alice Cuba soothed him, patiently anxious to prevent any emotional. Wu Han's attention remained fixed on the doorway. Seeing that Alice Cuba dared not scheme any further, he breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that his lesson of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had not been in vain. After this incident, Wu Han was confident he had intimidated Alice Cuba into submission, ensuring she would think twice before defying his orders. Cuba, Zhou Qian, wary due to the dim hallway light, called out from a distance without approaching too closely. Alice Cuba, hearing her name, looked up sharply and noticed three familiar silhouettes not far down the corridor. Sister Qian, Alice Cuba asked uncertainly. Zhou Qian, overjoyed, pulled Jiekir and Su Manny by the hand and walked toward her. Cuba, the three greeted her. Sister Qian, Kier, Manny, why did you come down? Alice Cuba was delighted, but her eyes swept behind them, and she asked with confusion, "Where are Lily and the others?" Zhou Qian lowered her head, unsure how to respond. "Lily went looking for a handsome guy. Oh, we don't know where she is now," Jie here said, stepping in to ease Zhou Qian's predicament. "Xu and Momo got separated from us earlier." "Separated? What happened on the 6th floor?" Alice Cuba asked, puzzled. "Li Dongsheng is dead. We were discussing what to do next. Lily decided to go solo and left first. The 5 of us deliberated back and forth and finally decided to come down and find you, hoping to join forces if possible." Jie here paused before continuing. "But at the stairwell we ran into an injured bald man coming up. He started groping us as soon as he saw us. It was chaos. Momo ran off first, and Xu was unfortunately caught by him. We had no choice but to flee down here." Jie here deliberately omitted the truth that Zhou Qian had pushed Lu Xu toward Qindatu. Some things were better left unspoken for everyone's sake. "You left Xu there." Alice Cuba stared at Zhou Qian and the others in disbelief, feeling as though they had become strangers, so alien that it sent a chill down her spine. None of the 3 responded. "How could you do this? That bald man is dangerous, don't you know? We already suffered at his hands on the 5th floor. With Xu in his grasp, shall surely." Alice Cuba fumed. "When did you all become so cold-blooded and selfish that you can do this with a clear conscience?" Zhou Qian, stung by Alice Cuba's accusations, felt a turmoil of emotions churning inside her, bitter and hard to swallow. Yet she found no words to refute them. "Cuba, the truth isn't what you think." Su Manny, seeing Zhou Qian's reddened eyes, felt guilty and interjected. "It was Xu who tried to abandon us and run, so we—" "Enough, stop it." Zhou Qian cut her off. "I did it on purpose. I am that selfish and cold-blooded. And what about you?" "Me?" Alice Cuba was baffled by Zhou Qian's implication. "For your own sake, didn't you abandon us too? If it weren't for you, Li Dongsheng wouldn't have died, and at least we wouldn't be left without a place to stay now." Zhou Qian retorted bitterly. "Dare you say you're completely innocent in all this?" Alice Cuba fell silent, knowing she was indirectly responsible for Li Dongsheng's death. Suddenly the corridor fell silent, the tension between them hanging thick in the air. "Sister Cuba, these sisters are really pretty." Xia Yuanba the simpleton asked cluelessly. Noticing Alice Cuba's grim expression, he puffed up his chubby face and said, "Sister Cuba, are they trying to bully you? Yuanba will beat them up for you." His outburst sent a wave of fear through Zhou Qian and Jie here, their faces turning pale, while Su Manny remained as dazed as ever. Zhou Qian and the others knew all too well what Xia Yuanba was capable of. He had crushed Li Dongsheng to death with his bare hands. "Don't cause trouble. Go sit over there." At Alice Cuba scolding, Xia Yuanba crouched down, pitifully curling into himself. "Forget it. What's the point of this?" Zhou Qian conceded. "Here, who cares about right or wrong? We're all forced into this." Alice Cuba sighed and let the matter drop. "Do you plan to join us?" Zhou Qian nodded. "The 6th floor isn't safe anymore. After thinking it over, joining you seems... I'd like to let you join, but I'm afraid it's not that simple." Having clashed with Wuhan a few times, Alice Cuba had come to understand him somewhat. She knew he wasn't a villain, but he was far from a good man. Cunning and scrupulous when necessary, and unpredictable in his moods, making him hard to read. "You need to be prepared. If you're of no practical use to him, you're just garbage in his eyes," Alice Cuba said with self-mockery. "I'm a living example. Right, Yuanba?" "Sister Cuba isn't garbage, she's a beautiful lady," Xia Yuanba said foolishly. Zhou Qian frowned. It was just as she had suspected. "We've come this far. We won't know unless we try." In truth, Zhou Qian's greatest worry was Jie here. Wuhan had already invited her before, saying she was always welcome. Su Manny as a doctor was valuable anywhere. But Jie here had nothing to offer except her status as a flight attendant, which might tempt ordinary men, but meant little to Wuhan. And Wuhan was no ordinary man, as such a title would surely mean nothing to him. "He's inside with 2 women. He's injured." Alice whispered, a hint of jealousy in her eyes as she glanced at Su Manny. Su Manny looked utterly confused. "Come on, let's go in and talk to him." Zhou Qian took Jie here and Su Manny by the hand, took a deep breath to steady her nerves, and stepped into room 5 on the 6th floor. Chen Bighead, bare-chested, gazed with satisfaction at Lu Xu lying on the ground. "You don't look much like a woman, but I didn't expect you to be untouched. Comfortable, this trip was a huge gain." "Whoa." Lu Xu, her clothes in disarray, seemed utterly soul-drained. She weakly picked up her garments to dress, her eyes reddened like a rabbit's. Lu Xu had countless times fantasized about what her other half would be like, how handsome and dashing, setting endless standards. But when that person appeared, she never expected it to be this filthy fat pig before her. Always conservative in her thoughts, she suffered endless humiliation before Chen Bighead. Now she even wished for death. "What's there to cry about? Weren't you enjoying it just now?" Chen Bighead said with a smirk. "You're a beast, you'll die a miserable death." Lu Xu cursed. "Curse all you want, the fiercer you curse, the more accomplished I feel." Lu Xu bit her lip, turning her head to suppress the grievance in her heart. Chen Bighead bent down, reached out, and pinched her chin, leering. "Considering him your first man, I'll give you a chance. Be my woman. During our stay at this hotel, you serve me, well, you won't lose out. Think about it." Panic flooded Lu Xu as she recalled his perverse demands, trembling uncontrollably. Dream on. She would rather die than agree to be his woman. "Fine, don't regret it then." Chen Bighead said nonchalantly. "I was willing to spend some time with you, but since you refuse, that's fine. I can find other women. Why hang myself on one tree? There are plenty of beauties here." Chen Bighead licked his lips. "All right, I'll come back for you another time. Now I'm off to find those others. None of them will escape. Excitement flickered in Chen Big Head's eyes. Watching him prepare to leave, Lu Xuejing couldn't believe it. You're really letting me go just like that? Chen Big Head turned to look at her, leering. What? Can't bear to let me go. Want another round? Bastard. Don't rush, we'll meet again. There will be plenty of chances. His tone shifted, turning serious. I, Chen Big Head, have done many bad things, but I've never killed anyone. Don't force me to. Lu Xuejing found this hard to believe, but felt a wave of relief. I only like women. Killing is too simple, no sense of achievement. With that, Chen Big Head shook his fat body and swaggered away. Staring into the endless dark corridor, Lu Xuejing crawled in fear to a corner behind her, sitting up trembling. Her brows were tightly knit, her gaze vacant, as she incessantly bit her thumbnails, as if unable to overcome a hurdle in her heart. She wanted to wail, but feared the sound would attract others. Lu Xuejing decided to return to her room first. Only with the door shut in that cramped, dim space could she feel a sliver of safety. She had made up her mind she would never come out again, even if she starved to death inside. Baba Ba. Just as she stood up, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Startled, she looked over, and a cowering old man emerged from the corridor. After a few steps, he noticed someone ahead and was also startled. Their eyes met, both their faces turning pale with terror. Ah! Lu Xuejing screamed in panic, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, scrambling backward. Having fallen into Chen Big Head's hands earlier, Lu Xuejing was now traumatized. She feared any man at the sight. You? Don't scream, I'm not a bad person. Li Jianhua was also badly frightened. Timid and cowardly, his body trembled uncontrollably as he flailed his arms at Lu Xuejing, his face contorted like a clown's. You? What's wrong with you? Li Jianhua took 2 steps forward and finally saw Lu Xuejing's condition. Her clothes were torn in many places, revealing large patches of skin. Go! Get away! Scram! Lu Xuejing shouted hysterically, her face filled with disgust, eyes squeezed. Know that. I see you seem to be in trouble. Calm down, I'm really not a bad person. Li Jianhua said so, but as he gazed at the young woman's fair skin, he couldn't help swallowing, his eyes fixed on her. I don't need your help. Scram! Seeing he wouldn't leave, Lu Xuejing screamed heartrendingly, her twisted expression terrifying. All right. I understand, I'll go, don't get worked up. Li Jianhua chickened out, not daring to step forward. Scram! Li Jianhua reluctantly turned and walked a few steps, then paused, looking back, repeatedly stealing glances at the weeping Lu Xuejing. I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Lu Xuejing breathed a sigh of relief, muttering under her breath as she watched his retreating back. What kind of people are here? So disgusting. Though Lu Xuejing's voice was low, Li Jianhua, who hadn't gone far, keenly heard it. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. He stood motionless. Seeing he hadn't left, Lu Xuejing was momentarily stunned. What did you just say? Li Jianhua suddenly turned around, head lowered, face dark. I didn't say anything. Lu Xuejing felt a pang in her chest, growing flustered. Without a word, Li Jianhua walked back toward her. He felt his blood boil, the long-suppressed desire in his heart on the verge. He had never understood why he was trapped here, but now he knew. Outside, he was a regular employee at a large corporation, wearing a suit every day. For this job, he worked from 9 to 5, doing the hardest and dirtiest tasks, enduring mockery, living like a robot day after day for over 30 years. No merit, but plenty of toil. In the end, he was ruthlessly fired by the company. It wasn't fair. Worse, every day at home, he faced the nagging of that tigress of a wife, handing over all his wages. Li Jianhua felt life was dull and meaningless, devoid of entertainment, and rights filled only with endless scorn and reproach. But now it was different. Here he could do whatever he wanted without judgment. At this moment, the demon locked inside him broke free from the cage of reason. Li Jianhua stepped forward, his face flushed with excitement, his gaze greedy, roaming over Lu Xuejing without restraint. You? What are you doing? Weren't you leaving? Get out. Get out. Lu Xuejing was no fool. She sensed the change in Li Jianhua's eyes, utterly different from before. Run. Without a second thought, despite the pain in her lower body, she dashed toward her room. Li Jianhua, dark-faced, said nothing and chased after her. Lu Xuejing fumbled for her key and opened door 605. Just as she sighed in relief and was about to shut it, Li Jianhua wedged his hand in and forced his way inside. Li Jianhua panted heavily, ravenous with desire, wasting no words as he made his move. Get away, you beast. After the ordeal with Chen Big Head, Lu Xuejing had no strength to resist and was easily pinned to the floor by Li Jianhua. Don't touch me. Room 605 echoed with the sounds of a woman's struggle and cries. In less than 10 minutes, Li Jianhua slipped out of the room, hastily pulling up his pants, and fled in panic. Huh. Inside the room, Lu Xuejing slowly sat up, her face pale, as snow tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her gaze hollow. A desolate laugh escaped her lips. At that moment, she despaired, as if falling into a bottomless abyss, utterly hopeless. Lu Xuejing walked to the window, pulled open the curtain, climbed onto the sill, and stood upright. The breeze tousled her disheveled hair. She spread her arms and took a breath of the free air outside the hotel. The next second, she plunged headfirst, falling to her death. 5th floor. How did you come down? Wuhan was quite surprised to see Zhou Qian entering from the doorway. After you left, I thought it over and decided it would be better to join you all. Zhou Qian spoke frankly. She now fully understood that her foolish devotion could never win true affection. Feng Momo and Lu Xuejing were living proof of that. Have you made up your mind, eh? Wuhan was not surprised by Zhou Qian's decision. Humans were creatures of reality, like fine birds choosing the best branch to perch on. Yes, I prepared myself mentally. Wu Han nodded, scratching his head awkwardly. Why do I feel like you see me as someone so Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. It's just about willingly sacrificing some things for the greater good when necessary. I understand what you mean. Zhou Qian replied. I want to join too. Jiekir stepped out from behind Zhou Qian at that moment. And you are? Wu Han's attention fell on Jiekir and Su Manny. He looked them over. 3 beauties stood before him, all stunning, yet each possessed a distinct aura. Zhou Qian was seductive and mature, Jiekir sensual, and tall Su Manny aloof and steady. Each had her own charm. They're my sisters from the 6th floor, Zhou Qian said. They want to join too. That's a bit difficult. Wu Han furrowed his brow. Did Zhou Qian take this place for a charity? Though Jiekir and Su Manny were no less attractive than Zhou Tongtong and the others, he couldn't just let anyone join. Wu Han intended to form a team, but besides Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing, he had to be very selective about the others. There were only 10 spots. Ali Guba and Xie Yuanba had taken 2, and now Zhou Qian added another, leaving 4. Useless people joining the team would only become burdens, and if an 11th person appeared, getting rid of anyone would be troublesome. Don't rush to send them away. Zhou Qian seemed to read Wu Han's thoughts and quickly said, maybe you need them right now. Oh, how so? Wu Han said with interest. Just give a brief self-introduction. They'll consider whether you're worth keeping. Hearing this, Zhou Qian promptly pulled Jiekir and Su Manny forward, nudging them. I'm a doctor. Su Manny's gaze fixed on the wound on Wu Han's arm. A doctor? So it's you. You can stay if you wish. Wu Han said bluntly. Wu Han had seen the files of all tenants on the 6th floor and vaguely recalled a female doctor living there. He hadn't expected her to be this stunning beauty. And you? Wu Han's eyes fell on Jiekir. At that moment, he felt like an ancient emperor. Jiekir hesitated, stammering sheepishly, I can warm your bed and keep you comfortable. The moment she spoke, the room fell into dead silence. Ali Guba's eyes widened in disbelief, while Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing puffed their cheeks and glared at Wu Han. Ahem. Ahem. Wu Han coughed dryly, feeling awkward. Miss, don't be so humorous. Say something useful. Jiekir pouted. What I said is useful. Besides warming your bed, I can't think of anything else I'm good for. Wu Han was exasperated by her mischievous personality and didn't know how to respond. Are you treating my sister like she's invisible? Zhou Qingqing stepped forward. Wu Han is my brother-in-law. Don't get any ideas. Save your tricks for other men. Qingqing, what nonsense are you talking? Zhou Tongtong blushed embarrassed as she glanced at the others. Am I wrong? I advise you all to behave. Don't think I can't see what's on your minds. Hearing the implication in Zhou Qingqing's words, the other 4 women's expressions shifted. Their gazes fell on the 2 sisters, reassessing them. Meanwhile, Jiekir's spirit sank, and she grew noticeably tense. She had believed that with her sexy figure and beauty, Wu Han would let her stay. Now she realized he was hardly lacking in women, and each one was a stunning beauty, dazzling to behold. Having her around made little difference. All right, I've heard enough from not wanting to strain relations, Wu Han quickly said. Zhou Qian, Su Manny, you can stay. As for Jiekir, you'll have to make your sister Qian know. I want to stay with you all. I don't want to end up like Jingxue. Please help me. That bald man is definitely looking for us everywhere. Jiekir's eyes brimmed with tears as she pitifully tugged at Zhou Qian's hand for help. Can't Kier really stay? Zhou Qian couldn't bear it and looked at Wu Han stubbornly. Wu Han shook his head helplessly. Don't blame me. I have to do this for everyone's benefit. It's not personal. Though it was harsh on Jiekir, Wu Han had no choice. You say that, but what about them? What use are they to the team? Tears streaming down her face, Jiekir pointed accusingly at Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing were stunned, not expecting Jiekir to turn on them. They wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. Wu Han frowned in displeasure. This is my team and I call the shots. Besides, they would die for me. Would you? With that simple statement, Jiekir was left speechless. Kier, don't be sad. If you won't let you join, I won't either. Let's leave. Su Manny quietly embraced Jiekir, comforting her softly. Manny, don't be foolish. Zhou Qian quickly intervened. Wu Han, how about this? There are 3 spots left for survival, and you haven't decided yet. Let Kier stay for now. You can send her away once you've settled on all 10. Zhou Qian proposed a temporary solution. Brother, maybe you should let her stay. It's too dangerous for a girl to be out there alone. As a woman herself, Zhou Tongtong felt compassion. I find her annoying, but I don't want her to fall into Chin Data's hands either. Zhou Qingqing had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, speaking with a hint of pride. Hearing Zhou Qian's suggestion, Wu Han stroked his chin and thought. If he drove Jiekir away, now Su Manny and Zhou Qian might leave with her, and even Ali Guba might waver. That would damage the team's morale and cohesion. Getting rid of Jiekir was simple, but the negative fallout could cost the team dearly, a loss not worth taking. Su Manny was a treasure. Now that she was here, Wu Han wouldn't let her go easily. After much thought, keeping Jiekir seemed more beneficial than harmful, and accepting Zhou Qian's proposal was the wiser choice. Wu Han mused inwardly. Kier can stay, but I have one condition. Hearing Wu Han's agreement, Jiekir broke into a smile through her tears. Name it. They'll agree to anything. Since you all want her to stay, you must take responsibility. The others didn't understand what. I won't allocate her food. Her rations must come from your shares voluntarily. Zhou Qian and the others were taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. They had expected Wu Han to make excessive demands. This condition was acceptable. Everyone could spare a bite without starving. No problem. Zhou Qian and Su Manny both agreed. Seeing this, Jiekir was overjoyed, hopping around like a child. If not for the tear stains on her face, one would never guess she had just been crying. Observing Jiekir's inexplicable optimism, Wu Han felt that letting her join temporarily might not be a bad thing. Sister Qian Manny, you're so kind to me. I finally get to stay, and I don't have to fear that bald creep anymore. The women embraced. The bald creep you're talking about, is it Chun Dado? Did he go up to the 6th floor? Wuhan paused. Don't you have other sisters who didn't come down? So Chun Bighead left the 5th floor and went up to the 6th. I must say you all were incredibly lucky. After listening to Zhou Qian recount the events on the 6th floor, Wuhan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for them. I wonder how Xue Jing is doing now, Jie Qiu said with a hint of guilt. Wuhan replied, it's likely a grim outcome, but don't worry too much. Chun Bighead is just a lecher. Aside from seeking carnal pleasures, he probably wouldn't commit murder. Zhou Qian's face turned pale upon hearing this, her mind lost in thought. And what about Lily and Momo? They left ahead of us. Didn't they come to the 5th floor looking for you? Wuhan shook his head. That's strange. I wonder where they are now, Jie Qiu said worriedly. Zhou Qian and the others had initially thought that Lin Lily and Feng Momo had gone downstairs earlier to find Wuhan and left only after being rejected. If you're concerned, you can check your phones to see if there are any casualties, Wuhan said as he took out his phone. The others did the same. The number of survivors displayed on the left side of the screen had plummeted from 57 to 40. 17 people had died in just one day. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, the grim death toll still sent a chill down their spines, making it hard to accept. Only then did they realize how close death truly was, grateful to still be alive. Wuhan's expression darkened as he thought about what had happened on the 6th floor. Before Xie Yuanba went to find Alicia Cuba, he killed one person. Upon leaving, he clashed with Li Dongsheng and ended up killing him too. Of the 17 deaths, 2 were at the hands of Wuhan and his group, meaning the other 15 were killed by others in this building. Could it be Chun Bighead's doing? It's possible, but unlikely. Chun Bighead might look fierce, but Wuhan knew he only had an interest in women. Even if forced to kill, he wouldn't have taken. If not Chun Bighead, then who? I wonder if Momo and Xue Jing are among the 17 dead, Jie Qiu said fearful. Wuhan opened a folder on his phone and scrolled through the files, finding the information on the 6th floor tenants. Lin Lily's avatar was still lit, meaning she was alive. But when Wuhan saw the avatars of Feng Momo and Zhang Xuejing, his heart sank. They were gray. Dead. Beep. Beep. Just then, everyone's phones suddenly rang. Elimination report. A message was sent to everyone's phones. They quickly opened it to see the information on today's deceased. How is this possible? Momo and Xue Jing are dead. Jie Qiu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Zhou Qian looked and saw the names Feng Momo and Lu Xuejing in the elimination report. How? How did it come to this? It's all my fault. I killed her. Zhou Qian, usually so composed, began trembling uncontrollably. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Wuhan could guess that what happened on the 6th floor was more complicated than they had let on. Zhou Qian didn't elaborate and Wuhan didn't press for answers. Sister Qian, don't be like this. It's not your fault. Jie Qiu comforted her. Xue Jing's death must be the work of that rapist Chun Bighead. Xue Jing was always conservative in her thinking. After being violated by Chun Bighead, she probably couldn't get past it mentally and chose to take her own life under the pressure. Alicia Cuba said, but whether she was killed or took her own life, it's my fault. I selfishly pushed her toward Chun Bighead. Zhou Qian covered her face, her expression filled with agony. Everyone understood what had happened, but no one spoke up to. If Xue Jing died at Chun Bighead's hands, what about Momo? She abandoned us and ran ahead. Who could it be? Seeing the women guessing pointlessly, Wuhan said, stop speculating. In this hotel, you need to be wary of more than just Chun Bighead. Everyone is dangerous, willing to kill for gain. But you can take a look at my phone. Memorize the key dangerous individuals. If you ever run into them without your teammates nearby, your phone, Zhou Qian asked, puzzled. Wuhan hadn't intended to share the information on his phone at first, but after some thought, since Zhou Qian, Alicia Cuba, Su Manny, and Jie Qiu had all joined him, they were now in the same boat. Hiding things might breed resentment if discovered later. Here, take a look for yourselves. Wuhan tossed his phone to Zhou Qian. The women immediately crowded around to see what was on. How did you get this? Zhou Qian asked. From the safe. Oh, everyone understood. Wow, this is so detailed. With this we can tell who's good and who's bad at a glance, Jie Qiu said happily. Wuhan pursed his lips and couldn't help saying, the info here is about what everyone was like outside. We've been trapped here for over a month. Who's to say a good person can't turn bad? Kid, take my advice. Don't be so naive or you'll die faster. Jie Qiu shot him an annoyed glare, made a face, and stuck out her tongue. Let me see. Besides Chun Bighead, are there any other dangerous characters? Alicia Cuba scrolled curiously. This guy needs special attention. Zomingxia from room 101 on the 1st floor. Antisocial personality disorder. That's a serious condition, extremely dangerous. Zhou Qian felt a chill down her spine. Hey Cuba, isn't this your Yuanba? Congenital intellectual disability. Intentional injury. Jie Qiu couldn't help but tease. Wow Cuba, your fan is terrifying. You better be careful. If he goes berserk one day and doesn't listen to you, you'll be in danger. Alicia Cuba's heart skipped a beat. Here, don't scare me. Cuba, there's someone you know here. Look. Jie Qiu had been excited because she was also a fan, but as she read on her expression darkened, turning from admiration. How is he here? Alicia Cuba said incredulously. A total scumbag, not even as reliable as my brother-in-law. Why isn't this annoying guy dead yet? Zhou Qingqing sat on the sofa grinding her teeth. I never thought he had such a hobby. I saw the scandals about him outside but didn't believe them. I even defended him online. Turns out it's all true. Disgusting. Jie Qiu said angrily. How is it? Still hurting? Zhou Tongtong stayed close to Wu Han, noticing him clutching his wounded arm, her face full of concern. It needs treatment, preferably stitches. Let me see. Su Manny, uninterested in the gossip, walked over to Wu Han, lifted his arm, and unwrapped the bandage, frowning. It's infected. At this rate, you could lose the use of this arm. What do we do? We don't have any anti-inflammatory medicine, Zhou Tongtong said anxiously. I have anti-inflammatory meds and needles. He'll need some water to clean it, Su Manny said calmly. They'll get some. No, bottled water is too precious right now, Wu Han stopped her. Listen to Tongtong. Water is precious, but we can all drink a little less. If you, the soul of this team, die, the team. Hearing what Zhou Qian and the others said, Wu Han stopped being stubborn. Did you get this stuff from the safe? Wu Han looked at Su Manny's medical kit and asked curiously. Su Manny said calmly, this is going to hurt a bit. You'll have to bear it. It's fine, do what you need to. I trust you. The next moment, a searing pain shot through his arm. 10th floor, room 1002. Room 1001, Che Binglu, age 19. A working girl obsessed with chasing celebrities. Hearing this, Wu Lifan nodded with satisfaction. Appa Lifan were boyfriend and girlfriend now, right? Che Binglu asked expectantly. Wu Lifan continued his movements without pause, replying perfunctorily, sort of. During our stay in this hotel, let's be a couple. Huh, what do you mean? Che Binglu turned back with displeasure and said, if we can get out alive, will I still be your girl? Well, Wu Lifan said impatiently, let's talk about that after we get out, okay? Now shut your mouth. I don't like noisy women. He showed no tenderness toward Che Binglu. Che Binglu's pretty face twisted in pain as she quickly begged for mercy. 10 minutes later, Wu Lifan looked at Che Binglu, who had already dressed with a pleased expression. The flush on Che Binglu's face hadn't faded, and she appeared quite satisfied. That was quite a workout. I'm a bit hot. Do you have any food left in your room? Go get it for me. Wu Lifan rubbed his stomach, feeling completely drained. Me too, I'm both hungry and thirsty, but I have nothing left to eat. I gave it all to Appa before, Che Binglu said worriedly. You didn't keep any for yourself? Wu Lifan said skeptically. How could I do that? My love for Appa is unreserved. You have to believe me, Che Binglu said with an infatuated look. Wu Lifan pinched his brow, speechless at this foolish woman. Not a single, Che Binglu asked, cautiously afraid of angering Wu Lifan. Not a damn thing. Over these 3 or 4 days, everything edible and drinkable is gone. Then what do we do? Are we going to starve to death? Che Binglu looked bewildered, her mind clouded by the embrace of the big sigh. Gotta figure something out. Get some food. Wu Lifan let out a long breath, looking deep in thought. Che Binglu dared not speak further and sat silently to the side. There is one possible way, Wu Lifan said. What way? We can't just go out and rob others. That's too dangerous, Che Binglu said weakly. Didn't the phone notification say that killing one person gives you a week's worth of food? If we find someone to kill, we'll have. Wu Lifan's face was calm, showing no burden. Kill someone. This. Che Binglu was startled, and seeing the cold look in Wu Lifan's eyes as he stared at her, she felt a wave of fear. Appa, you wouldn't be thinking of killing me, would you? Che Binglu trembled, her eyes widening. Wu Lifan walked up to Che Binglu, gently pinched her chin, and gazed into her eyes with feigned tenderness. Che Binglu instantly broke down, her gaze firm and unwavering. Of course I love Appa down to my very bones. Appa is my everything. Don't you believe my sincerity? Wu Lifan smiled with satisfaction. Since you love me so much, you must be willing to give me everything, right? I am. Che Binglu replied softly. Even your life. Faced with Wu Lifan's sudden question, Che Binglu froze, unsure how to answer. What's wrong? Are you lying to me? Didn't you just say you'd give me everything? Wu Lifan was displeased by her hesitation. Che Binglu said frantically, I'm not lying to Appa, but I don't want to die yet. I want to be with Appa forever. But if you don't die, you'll starve to death. Wu Lifan's tone turned harsh, his eyes icy and sinister. Che Binglu felt he had become a stranger, terrified, and instinctively stepped back. Wu Lifan pressed forward. Don't be afraid. They'll make your death gentle. Che Binglu felt the temperature in the room drop. She didn't know how to deal with the Wu Lifan before her. It was clear he had murderous intent. Appa, is there no other way besides? Che Binglu asked weakly. Maybe, but I can't think of one now. They'll have to put you through this. If I kill you, I can get out alive. Isn't that what you always wanted? Wu Lifan said coldly. Che Binglu felt desperate, then suddenly thought of something. Appa, you don't have to kill me. We can kill someone else together to get food. That sounds nice, but who do we kill? Do you think those people outside are pushovers? If we try, we might end up dead instead. Wu Lifan said coldly. I can't say about others, but we can go after that old man next door. He's elderly. Killing. Wu Lifan's expression changed. He stared at her blankly, stroking his chin in thought. Reminded by Che Binglu, he recalled the old man in room 1003 next door, who seemed to be on his last legs. Compared to Che Binglu, that old man seemed easier to deal with, offering no resistance. That way he could spare Che Binglu's life, and still have a woman to enjoy during this ordeal. Hey, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? Wu Lifan said with a smile. Seeing the murderous intent fade from his eyes, Che Binglu breathed a sigh of relief. You've come up with a good idea, I must say. Wu Lifan shamelessly patted Che Binglu to comfort her. I was just joking earlier. How could I bear to kill you? I was just scaring you. I didn't expect you to be so timid. His cold face instantly softened. Che Binglu was stunned, unable to resist the charm of such a handsome man, and fell into infatuation again. She willingly forgave him for his excessive behavior earlier. I knew Appa wouldn't kill me. You scare me to death just now. Che Binglu said cheerfully. Killing that old bastard next door is indeed a good choice, but the problem is he never leaves his room. How are we supposed to get him? Wu Lifan scratched his head and said he's very cautious, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. I have a plan. Che Bingla's eyes darted around as a scheme formed in her mind. I can seduce him. He's an old geezer, but still a man. I don't believe he's not interested in women, especially someone as young as me. As soon as he opens the door, Appa, you rush in and kill him without any effort. That's a good plan. Wu Lifan nodded, his gaze falling on Che Binglu. Since you came up with such a brilliant idea, why don't you just go into the room and strangle him yourself? He can't fight back anyway. Saves me the trouble of having to do it myself. Don't you think so, Binglu? This? I dare not. Kill. Che Binglu looked at Wu Lifan in disbelief. She desperately wanted to refuse, but when she saw his face darken, she dared not continue. Binglu, I like obedient women. If you listen to me, how about I make you my girlfriend forever? Wu Lifan coaxed and cajoled. Che Binglu was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this. Appa, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me, are you? Wu Lifan said with a serious expression. As my fan, don't you know my character? I always keep my word, okay? Then you have to keep your word. From now on, Appa is mine. Are you going or not? I'm starving. Wu Lifan urged. Che Binglu no longer hesitated. Appa, he'll go right now. Leave that old bastard to me. That's right. Wu Lifan squinted his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Appa, can you come out with me? Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. Just stand by the door and wait for me. That way I'll be sure you want. Che Binglu pleaded. Wu Lifan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing her trembling with fear, he was worried she might mess things up, so he nodded in agreement. Such a small request was no trouble for Wu Lifan. To him, since he wasn't the one killing, and Che Binglu's hands would be the ones dirty accompanying her for some food, was a win-win. Then let's go? What are we waiting for? Seeing that Wu Lifan didn't reject her, Che Binglu happily stepped forward and hooked her arm through his. Appa is so good to me. I love you to death. Before long, the quiet corridor on the 10th floor echoed with harsh knocking. Wu Lifan and Che Binglu arrived at the door of room 1003. It was Che Binglu who knocked and showed her face. To prevent the old man inside from suspecting a man was outside, Wu Lifan hid his presence, casually leaning against the wall nearby. Sir, can you open the door? Che Binglu knocked for a long time, but there was no sound from inside, and she began to feel nervous. If the old man inside didn't open the door, and she couldn't kill him, Wu Lifan would surely kill her when they returned to the room. Thinking of this, Che Binglu grew even more frightened and pounded on the door with renewed vigor. Sir, I know you're in there. I'm starving. Can you give me a little food? Still no response. Please have mercy. Just give me something to eat, and he'll repay you. He'll do whatever you want. Che Binglu refused to give up, throwing out a tempting offer. Everyone knew what she implied. Are you alone? Just as Che Binglu was at her wits' end, there was movement from inside. It was an elderly man, his voice hoarse and weak, as if something was stuck in his throat. Yes, sir, I'm alone. Don't worry. I'm a guest from room 1001. I just came to ask for a bite to eat. I wonder if you could be so kind. Che Binglu put on a pitiful act, her eyes even turning red. Watching Che Binglu act so convincingly from the side, Wu Lifan felt a grudging admiration. Her acting was impeccable, even better than his own professional performance. How ironic. Why didn't you ask elsewhere? The old man asked warily. They're dangerous. I didn't dare to ask. Che Binglu's voice was, I see. The old man replied flatly, seemingly conflicted. Sir, can you open the door and let me in? I'm so scared out here alone. I can let you in, but... The old man paused. You see, my wife passed away early and my children won't let me find another woman. All in all, it's been over 30 years since I've been with a woman. A triumphant smile curled at the corner of Che Binglu's lips. He's taken the bait, Che Binglu thought to herself. Sir, what do you mean by that? She asked, feigning ignorance to keep him hooked. The old man was silent for a moment before speaking. Did you mean what you said just now, eh? What thing? They'll give you food if you come into the room and spend the night with me. The old man had finally succumbed to temptation. Sir, do you think you're so old? Look at how old I am. Fine, if you don't agree, forget it. Don't knock anymore. Go see if anyone else has food. The old man's voice was filled with disappointment. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. Sir, don't. They'll agree, okay? Che Binglu saw that the old man had completely taken the bait, and it was time to reel him in. Are you serious? The old man suddenly became excited. Through the peephole, he could clearly see Che Binglu's youthful face and vibrant body stirring a long-dormant passion within him. Despite his age, he felt the blood in his veins surge, as if a second spring had arrived. Che Binglu nodded. As long as you're sure you have food, he'll agree. Otherwise, he'll starve to death. I know this isn't right, but I have it. I wouldn't lie to you. I'm an old man, I don't eat much. The old man was afraid Che Binglu would turn and leave, so he quickly spoke to keep her there. Sir, I trust you. Open the door. Creak. The door to room 1003 slowly opened. Che Binglu didn't rush, she waited patiently for it to open fully. It's done. Seeing Che Binglu enter the room, a sinister smile appeared on Wu Lifan's face. Help. Less than 15 minutes after Che Binglu entered the room, the old man's feeble cries for help could be heard. Damn, where did those bitches run off to? After dealing with Lu Shu edging on the 6th floor, Chun Dada descended and searched the 1st through 4th floors. As for the 5th floor, he had previously suffered a loss at Wu Han's hands and found him rather sinister. Until his wounds healed, he had no intention of courting trouble there. Having failed to find Zhou Qian and her companions after a thorough search, Chun Dada returned to the 6th floor, intending to... Just as Chun Dada climbed to the 7th floor, he spotted a man sitting at the top of the stairs. The man appeared frail and was hunched over, absorbed in some unknown activity. Hey, Data called out casually. The man, startled by the sudden greeting, furrowed his brow, his face turning pale as his pupils contracted sharply. This man was none other than Li Jianhua. After taking advantage of Lu Shuejing on the 6th floor, he had returned to his room on the 7th only to be plagued by guilt. He then went back downstairs to check on her. Initially, he wanted to find Lu Shuejing again and apologize, hoping to ease his conscience regardless of her response. But to his surprise, when he reached her room on the 6th floor, it was empty. Staring at the open window, a chilling realization dawned on Li Jianhua. He rushed over to look, and the sight made him tremble uncontrollably. On the ground below the 6th floor, Lu Shuejing lay, face down, naked, her body broken and lifeless. Her limbs were twisted at unnatural angles from the fall, a grotesque sight that sent a shiver of terror down Li Jianhua's spine after a single glance. Li Jianhua left the 6th floor consumed by guilt. He knew deep down that her suicide was his fault. Earlier, when he had encountered Lu Shuejing, her eyes were red from crying. He could tell she had been harmed by someone else, but at that time she hadn't shown any signs of suicidal intent. It was his act of taking advantage of her vulnerability, violating her again, that shattered her while driving her to the brink of madness and ultimately to her fatal leap. The thought gnawed at Li Jianhua, a bitter mix of guilt and a twisted sense of satisfaction. He sat on the 7th floor stairs, planning to return to his room only after calming down, but unexpectedly came face to face with Datu at the corner. "What the hell are you looking at? Have you seen 3 women come up from the 6th floor? Datu approached, frowning. "They're damn gorgeous, the kind that makes you want to have a go." Li Jianhua was in no state to listen. Seeing Datu's menacing demeanor and the bloodstains on his clothes, he knew the man was dangerous and immediately marked him as a threat. "Why are you so scared?" "I'm only into women, not men," Datu said. Li Jianhua calmed down slightly, breathing a sigh of relief at those words. "I'm asking you a question. What's with the silence? You mute or deaf?" Datu tilted his head, looking down at Li Jianhua, and stepped closer menacingly. Li Jianhua stumbled back in fright, landing on the ground with a thud. Trembling all over, he stared at Datu with a terrified expression. "What the hell? Damn it. I'm not some monster, am I? No need to be that scared." Though Datu said this, he secretly relished the I'm sorry. Please spare me." Li Jianhua waved his hands frantically, his cowardice. "What's wrong with you? Did I say I was going to kill you?" Datu said in exasperation. "You? Aren't you looking for the woman on the 6th floor?" Li Jianhua stammered, unable to continue. "Yeah, have you seen any women come up from downstairs?" Datu asked again. "I think I saw one. A pretty woman. Go up to the higher floors." Li Jianhua replied timidly. "Oh, the one who ran off first. That bitch dared to throw an ashtray at me. When I find her, I'll make her pay." The woman on Datu's mind was Feng Momo, but he didn't realize Li Jianhua was referring to Lin Lily. Both were beautiful, and since Lin Lily had left before Datu even reached the 6th floor, they had never crossed paths. This led Datu to mistakenly believe that Zhou Qian and her group were still together. "Do you know which floor she went to?" Datu asked through gritted teeth. Sorry. I really don't know." "Fine, forget it. I'll find her myself." "That's it then. Thanks for your help." Li Jianhua watched Datu turn to go upstairs, and the knot of tension in his chest finally loosened. After climbing 5 or 6 steps, Datu suddenly stopped, standing motionless with his back to Li Jianhua. Is there something else?" Li Jianhua's heart, which had just begun to relax, tightened again. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with guilt. "Oh, I almost forgot. I want to ask you something. You've been here all along, so you must have heard what happened on the 6th floor." Li Jianhua knew immediately what Datu was getting at. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a chill of fear ran through him. He forced himself to stay calm, terrified that Datu would notice something. "I haven't been here long. I didn't hear anything from downstairs, and I don't know what happened." Datu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he glared at Li Jianhua with growing hostility. "I haven't even asked yet. Why are you so eager to answer?" Li Jianhua panicked. Datu wasn't stupid. Li Jianhua's overeager denial only made him more suspicious. "Then, ask me. He'll tell you. What I know. Do you know who went to the 6th floor?" Li Jianhua was about to say no when Datu angrily cut in. "Some bastard took my girl, drove her to jump off the building. I was planning to have some fun with her a few more times, but now she's dead. Damn it, if I catch the bastard, I'll wring his neck." I don't know." Li Jianhua was so terrified he lost control of his bladder. The menace in Datu's voice was no joke. He knew that if he were found out, death would be certain. "What the hell, you're such a coward. I just asked a simple question, and you wet yourself. Don't you find that disgusting?" Datu paused, then leaned down, his fat face contorting into a sneer as he brought his eyes close to Li Jianhua's. "Or was it you?" "It wasn't me. I swear. It wasn't me." Li Jianhua denied vehemently, determined never. "Oh really? Then what's this?" Datu noticed a long strand of hair on Li Jianhua's collar. He picked it up, pinching it between his fingers, and sniffed it. A woman's hair. And the scent. It's the same as her shampoo. Sorry. I didn't know she was your woman. I didn't mean to." Li Jianhua began to beg for mercy, his face a mask of utter despair. Datu stared silently at the strand of hair for a few seconds, his expression growing colder by the moment. Sensing imminent danger, Li Jianhua scrambled to escape. In the next instant, Datu struck. His massive hand shot out and clamped around Li Jianhua's neck, slowly lifting him. Choking, Li Jianhua's eyes began to roll back as he clawed desperately at Datu's hand, trying to break free. But Datu's strength was overwhelming, leaving him no chance. Second by second passed. Li Jianhua's face grew paler and more agonized as he dangled in Chun Data's grip like a helpless insect. After parting ways with Lin Lili and Zhou Qian, she wandered aimlessly through the other floors. Her luck was abysmal, though after much effort, she couldn't find a suitable man to serve as her protector. Those with strength were too ugly, and those handsome enough lacked combat prowess. None suited her taste. Fortunately, fortune favored her survival, as she roamed the hotel alone for quite a while, narrowly escaping danger several times. Before she knew it, she was nearing the 10th floor. If she still couldn't find a suitable teammate here, Lin Lili would have no choice but to risk retracing her steps. Either return to her own room on the 6th floor, or head to the 5th floor to find Wu Han. Those were her only options. Although Wu Han wasn't her type, he wasn't entirely unacceptable when no other choices remained. Just as Lin Lili was thinking this, she arrived at the 10th floor and discovered an unexpected surprise. She spotted a man leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for someone. From a distance, his height, appearance, and demeanor all matched her ideal vision of a teammate. Drawing closer and getting a clear look at his face, she realized this man was Wu Lifan, a megastar. Her heart couldn't help but flutter with secret delight. Had it been any other unfamiliar man, Lin Lili would have remained cautious. But with Wu Lifan, she felt no such wariness. She believed that as a public figure, she had some understanding of him from the screen, and he likely posed no danger. Of course, Lin Lili's knowledge came entirely from the internet. Wu Lifan might not know her, but that was fine. She knew who he was. A female model and a male star, both in the entertainment industry, sharing the same circle would surely make them more compatible. Click, click, click. Lin Lili walked forward in her high heels. Wu Lifan, growing bored, silently cursed Che Binglu for taking so long. Suddenly, he saw someone approaching from the stairwell. His expression tensed with alertness. When the blurry silhouette appeared to be a woman, he breathed a sigh of relief and grew curious to see what kind of woman it was. Hi. Hello there. Lin Lili greeted with a sweet smile on her pretty face. Wu Lifan paused, then looked her up, and her brown curls cascaded down her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her lips the color of roses, and her face, a typical influencer look, exuded a hint of seductiveness. She wore a white tube top and a black miniskirt. Overall, Lin Lili's attire was audacious. With her height of 1.78 m, her curvaceous figure, and her sexy allure, she resembled a vixen. Beautiful lady, you're gorgeous, Wu Lifan said, staring intently at Lin Lili, his gaze unashamedly roving over her body. Lin Lili in turn reveled in this attention as it fed her vanity. You're not bad either, big star. Are you my fan too? Wu Lifan was accustomed to this. Given his fame, it would be unusual for a woman not to recognize him. Lin Lili chuckled and said, I'm not just your fan, oh, we're in the same industry. You're an actress too. Wu Lifan looked surprised. No, I'm a model, just not a famous one. Oh, no wonder you have such a great figure. Wu Lifan grinned mischievously and asked, so what does this beautiful lady want from me? Aren't you afraid of danger? Lin Lili covered her mouth with a light giggle, walked up to Wu Lifan and pressed her entire body against his. She raised her hand and playfully traced small circles on his chest with her fingers, speaking in a coquettish tone. You're right, I'm so scared all alone. I want to find a big brother to rely on for protection. Oh, is that so? Then do you think I'm suitable? Wu Lifan said as he began to make his move. Oh my, where are your hands wandering? You're so annoying. Though her words said no, her heart was overjoyed. Wu Lifan was equally thrilled. The woman before him was exactly to his taste. If you want to team up with me, you'll have to take responsibility for me. From now on, I'll cling to you, and you won't be able to get rid of me, Lin Lili said shrewdly, not about to let go of such a handsome man she had found after much effort. No problem. As long as you're willing to stick with me, I won't treat you badly, don't worry. Wu Lifan narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's so boring. How about we go to your room? Lin Lili hinted blatantly. Sure, no problem. Let's go. They hadn't walked far before reaching room 1002. Wu Lifan opened the door and eagerly pulled Lin Lili inside, the two pressing tightly against each other. What are you two doing? Just as they were about to get down to business, Che Binglu pushed open the door and walked in her face. Lin Lili was startled and instinctively pushed Wu Lifan away. Binglu, are you done with your business? Wu Lifan asked calmly, showing no signs of panic. Che Binglu glared darkly at Lin Lili. In just a short while, a vixen like this had appeared by Wu Lifan's side. If looks could kill, Lin Lili would have died 1,000 deaths. Oh my, who is this little sister? So jealous, Lin Lili said, noticing the blood on Che Binglu's hands. She hid behind Wu Lifan cautiously and asked, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Wu Lifan replied nonchalantly, sort of. What's it to you? Lin Lili was momentarily speechless. So the rumors were true. Wu Lifan was indeed a player. But Lin Lili didn't care. She was pretty much the same herself. As long as he had good looks and the strength to protect her, she didn't care if he was a player or not. He was still better than other men. So she decided not to give up. She was determined to steal him away. Did you two meet here and become a couple? Lin Lili asked. Huh, what's it to you? Before Wu Lifan could speak, Che Binglu couldn't hold back. In that case, I can be your girlfriend too. I don't mind, Lin Lili said shamelessly, turning to Wu Lifan. You, what did you say? Che Binglu roared in fury. Don't get worked up. You look so ugly when you're angry. Lin Lili covered her mouth with one hand and whispered with a smirk, you've known each other for at most a month, not like you've been together. You slut, believe me, I'll kill you right now. Che Binglu snapped, pushed to the edge. Having just killed the old man next door, her bloodlust was still fresh, and an inexplicable impulse urged her to end this woman's life. Oh dear, I'm so scared. I was just joking with you. Don't glare at me with such terrifying eyes. Lin Lili felt a chill run down her spine and wisely chose to back down. Then get the hell out of here. Are you waiting to die? Che Binglu hissed through gritted teeth. Fine, I'm leaving. Lin Lily was reluctant, but had to temporarily give up. She had no desire to fight to the death with this madwoman. Wait. Wu Lifan called her back and said it's dangerous for you out there alone. Stay? Really? Lin Lily's face lit up with joy, and she shot a provocative glance at Che Binglu. Though she feared Che Binglu, she knew full well that Wu Lifan was the one in charge of this room. Appa, how could you do this? You promised to make me your girlfriend, Che Binglu said sadly. You misunderstood, Binglu. My heart belongs only to you. Don't overthink it. I'm just keeping her here to help her out. You have to trust me. Wu Lifan's face was earnest, his eyes full of tenderness. Che Binglu's IQ instantly plummeted, and she believed him. Really? I knew Appa wouldn't lie to me, and that you love me. Thanks, Lin Lily said with a forced smile. Che Binglu's expression darkened, and she said bluntly, Appa said you can stay here, that's fine. But if I catch you trying to steal my Appa, I won't let you off. Appa belongs to me alone. Keep your little schemes in check. Lin Lily paid no heed to Che Binglu's warning. It wasn't something she could control. Right now her hand was secretly making moves on Wu Lifan's back, and he remained calm, their understanding unspoken. On the 7th floor, Li Jianhua's face was almost deformed under Chun Data's grip. Spare me please. Chun Data's face darkened, his grip tightening with increasing force. Blame yourself for touching what you shouldn't have. You caused that woman's death. Why should I let you off? Cough. I have a wife and child at home. They're waiting for me. Please, let me go. Chun Data's body trembled at these words as if reminded of something, and his grip unconsciously loosened. Li Jianhua's words stirred memories from Chun Data's childhood. When he was in 6th grade, his parents divorced. The divorce was because his mother was unfaithful, constantly carrying on affairs outside. His father, weary of being cuckolded, ultimately led to the family's collapse. From then on, Chun Data grew up in a single-parent household. Neither parent wanted custody, so he was shuttled back and forth. After staying with his mother for a while, she'd send him back to his father, and his father would do the same. Young Chun Data had no power to resist, forced to endure his parents' whims, never feeling the warmth of family or living with his mother. He'd hear women's moans from the bedroom every time he returned from school. Different men would emerge from her room each time, and if he accidentally disturbed them, he'd be scolded harshly. Living with his father was even worse. His mother's promiscuity humiliated his father, who vented all his resentment on Chun Data, beating him half to death whenever in a bad mood. Thus, Chun Data grew up in the shadow of violence. And so Chun Data grew up in the cracks of lust and violence, gradually becoming who he was. Someone who believed in solving everything through force, who hated women, and who took out his frustrations on innocent ones. Li Jianhua's plea stirred Chun Data's pity. He didn't want Li Jianhua's child to end up like him. Having grown up in a broken home, no one understood that burden better. Oomph. Chun Data flung his hand, throwing the frail Li Jianhua heavily to the ground. Ugh. He kicked Li Jianhua mercilessly, each blow landing with a thud. After what seemed like an eternity of kicking, Chun Data stopped, finally satisfied. He stood in the dim corridor, his gaze was sharp, his face stern. He frowned at the half-dead Li Jianhua, then without a word turned and walked away. Thank you. Li Jianhua clutched his stomach, struggling to lift his head toward Chun Data's retreating figure. Ha ha ha. Chun Data let out a sudden cold laugh, its meaning inscrutable. Meanwhile, someone hid behind a dark wall, witnessing everything unfold. Zhuo Mingjie watched Chun Data ascend the stairs, then glanced at Li Jianhua, trembling on the ground. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Wah, my wife, my son. I've failed you, I've done something beastly, I'm sorry. Li Jianhua wept, tears streaming down his aged face, clenching his fists and pounding the ground in regret. What's there to cry about? Zhuo Mingjie stepped forward from the darkness, looking down at Li Jianhua and speaking slowly. Who are you? Startled by the sudden appearance, Li Jianhua feared Chun Data had returned. Who am I? Does it matter to you? Li Jianhua paused, sizing up the newcomer, a young man who looked like a college student. Don't come closer. You've got the wrong person. I have nothing you want. Even though the other was just a youth, Li Jianhua dared not underestimate him. Fear flooded his heart. His sixth sense told him this person was dangerous, exuding a chilling aura more terrifying than Chun Data's, sending shivers down his spine. Wrong person. How could that be? Didn't a woman kill herself because of you? Zhuo Mingjie said coldly. Li Jianhua froze, scooting backward, and asked nervously, what's your relationship with that woman? Guess. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. It was a moment of impulse that led me to do something so despicable. Forget those. Zhuo Mingjie didn't state his connection to Lu Shu, edging Li Jianhua knew this was why he had come. Don't be so tense. Actually, I have nothing to do with that woman. Hearing this, Li Jianhua breathed a sigh of relief. But you shouldn't have killed her. She was my prey. No, everyone in this hotel is my prey. Only I have the right to judge them, and you don't deserve it. Zhuo Mingjie's face lit up with excitement, then turned sinister. What do you mean? Li Jianhua understood now. This young man was a pervert, possibly even a murderer. Sigh. Talking to you is so tiring. With that, Zhuo Mingjie lifted his foot and kicked Li Jianhua, viciously, shouting angrily, as prey, just wait quietly to be killed. Why did you have to kill that woman? Now I can't kill one more person. Ugh. Li Jianhua's chest took a heavy blow, racked with pain. Such a beautiful woman, and I hadn't even had my turn with her. What a waste. This is all your fault. Your fault. Thud, thud, thud. Frowning in fury, Zhuo Mingjie gritted his teeth and kicked Li Jianhua relentlessly. The frail, powerless Li Jianhua desperately tried to shield himself with his hands, but it was futile. Broken ribs, fractured hand bones, and a concussion. Every inch of Li Jianhua's body ached unbearably. His consciousness grew hazy, his vision blurred, and his eyelids grew heavy. The next moment he passed out. Seeing him lying motionless, Zhuo Mingjia paused to catch his breath, but his rage remained. He pulled out a dagger, crouched down, spread Li Jianhua's palm flat, aimed at the center, and plunged the blade in with force. Ah! The searing pain jolted him awake, only to fall unconscious again. Bastard, I won't let you die so easily. With that, Zhuo Mingjia yanked out the dagger, flattened Li Jianhua's fingers on the ground, and let out a sinister laugh. In an instant, he sliced off Li Jianhua's thumb. A quarter of an hour later, Li Jianhua had been roused from unconsciousness no fewer than 10 times. All 10 of his fingers were gone, exposing white bone, leaving the ground a bloody mess. I'm not done yet. No fingers. There are still 10 toes. Zhuo Mingjia grinned savagely. Please. Please. Kill me. Li Jianhua's body convulsed, his eyes bloodshot. All he wanted now was death. Disappointed, Zhuo Mingjia scratched his nose with a finger and smiled helplessly, tired of living already. Giving up so soon. Fine, I'll grant your wish. With that, he grabbed the dagger, straddled Li Jianhua, and stabbed wildly. Soon Li Jianhua lay dead, his face pale and twisted in agony, eyes rolled back, body a gory mess indistinguishable from the blood and flesh on the ground. Zhuo Mingjia stood up feeling much relieved and said flatly, "Head dead, just like that. All right, time to find the next prey." Muttering to himself, his eyes icy in the dim light, Zhuo Mingjia licked the blood-stained blade of his dagger. Room 510 on the 5th floor. Another one has died. As Su Manny tended to Wuhan's wound, the group gathered around, flipping through the data on Wuhan's phone when they suddenly noticed that the avatar of a man named Li Jianhua had turned gray. They all pulled out their own phones and saw that the death toll had increased by 2. How could 2 people have died in such a short time? Jiek here exclaimed in horror. Check it out. Besides Li Jianhua from room 701, who is the other victim? Zhou Qian asked. From the 10th floor, an old man. No idea how he died. Zhou Qingqing replied after scrolling through the list. They must have been killed. Could it be suicide? Jiek here retorted. Everyone's faces turned grim, realizing that all the people in this hotel had gone completely mad, with mutual slaughter becoming the norm. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, everyone's phones in the room rang simultaneously. Their hearts raced as they exchanged fearful glances, knowing full well that a ringing phone never heralded good news. A text message said Iligiba. Upon hearing this, they all opened their phones. Urgent notice: according to the game rules, for each kill, a reward of 1 week's worth of food and 10 million in cash has been issued. The food is placed in the hotel cafeteria for self-collection. The cash has been deposited into the user's current phone account and can be freely traded. Regardless of the amount, the money on the phone can eventually be converted into gold and taken away. Additionally, a friendly reminder: during the next 7 hours from midnight to 7:00 a.m. it is the designated time for the strong to collect food. No deaths may occur within the hotel during this period. Violators will be immediately eliminated. Beep, beep, beep. Just as they finished reading the notice, another text message popped up on their phones. They opened it. Day 35 news of the game major event recap. Death of Lei Cheng from room 105. Death of Mei from room 110 at Wuching. Death of Lu Xuejing from room 606. Death of Feng Momo from room 607. Death of Li Jianhua from room 701. Total deaths 60, survivors 40. Zhou Qian and the others felt a heavy ache in their hearts as they saw the familiar names on the death list, but they were powerless to change anything. After reading both messages, Wu Han couldn't fathom the purpose behind the black-clad man's actions. Still, the fact that no deaths could occur in the next 7 hours was a good thing. At least no one would have to die for a while. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingjia on the 7th floor read the messages with a cold smirk. How can this be? I was planning to kill 1 or 2 more. What a letdown. At least the rewards are generous enough to accept. On the other side, Chen Dadu, who had just arrived on the 9th floor, saw Li Jianhua's name on the list. He furrowed his brow and muttered in silence for a long time. I let him go. How did he die? Which bastard did this? We have quite a few people now. Even if we pool all our resources, it won't last us many days. So I've decided we need to go, Wu Han said to the women. How much food do we have allocated at the cafeteria? Zhou Qian asked. That depends on Yuan Ba. If he killed someone before going up to the 6th floor, plus Li Dongsheng's share, we should have 2 portions along with 20 million in bonuses. Of course, it's all under Yuan Ba's name. We'll leave that to Cuba to handle. It shouldn't be a problem. Wu Han continued to think as he spoke. I roughly estimate that even if we get those 2 portions of food with our numbers, it might not be enough to last until the end. We need to think of other ways. The more food, the better, to be prepared for emergencies. Everyone nodded. Check your phones. I remember each of us has a bonus from surviving the first month. Following Wu Han's instructions, they all looked at their phones and indeed found 1 million each. I plan to use this money to buy food from others. Do you have any objections? Since it involved everyone's interests, Wu Han needed to seek their consent. All the women nodded. 1 million was a fortune to many of them in the outside world, but here they had to live to spend it. Everyone understood the value of life over money. Besides, if they survived, the reward would be 100 million. Only those who made it to the end were the true winners. We have no objections, but are you sure they'll sell their food for money? I'm not sure, but since the notice specifically mentioned free trade and forbade killing, even though I don't know the intent behind it, it's clearly arranged by the mastermind. Wu Han expressed his thoughts. The women nodded in agreement, finding Wu Han's reasoning sound. 17 people died in one day. Some of them must have killed several, so they have multiple food portions under their names. If it's a single person they want need that much food in a short time, the surplus can be traded. Zhou Qingqing analyzed thoughtfully. After all, tomorrow they'll continue killing and get more food and rewards. Everyone's expressions shifted at this realization. So we're looking for such people to buy food from. Isn't that too dangerous? If we get targeted, we'll be in trouble later, Jiek here said with lingering fear. Who else has enough food? Zhou Qingqing replied. Do we have enough money? If they agree to trade, they'll definitely demand a sky-high price, Zhou Qian said. I calculated each of us has 1 million, so 7 of us make 7 million. He'll have Yuan Ba contribute his 20 million, totaling 27 million. I Ligiba calculated carefully. 27 million. My god, I'd never spend that much in a lifetime outside. Jiek here gasped with wide eyes. That's outside. Here, 27 million might only be worth 27,000. Buying a loaf of bread from them could cost millions, and we wouldn't get much, Wu Han said, pinching his brow in frustration. Though it sounds exaggerated, the facts speak for themselves. Sigh. The group sighed in unison, helpless. We'll take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, we'll try finding food in the safes of the dead and see if we get lucky. Being the leader of a large group was tough for Wu Han. How about we kill a few people tomorrow? Jiek here suddenly blurted out. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at her with strange expressions. Why are you all staring at me? You've misunderstood me. I meant killing those who do evil. Even if we don't kill them, they'll come for us sooner or later, Jiek here said, feeling uncomfortable under their gaze. Don't give me that nonsense. Forget everything else. If I bring someone to you, would you dare to strike? Besides, do you think those bloodthirsty killers are made of paper? The more lives they've taken, the more dangerous they are. They're all ruthless. It's not that easy, Wu Han retorted. Jiek here pouted. I was just saying. Don't take it so seriously. I have an idea we could try. Zhou Qian stepped forward and said. Wu Han looked up with a serious expression. Are you sure? Do you really want to do this? There's no other choice. We have to, Zhou Qian replied calmly. What are you two talking about? What's the plan? Jiek here asked, utterly confused. Don't ask. You'll understand when the time comes, Zhou Qian said with a bitter smile. It's 1:30 a.m. now. Get ready. We'll head to the cafeteria at 1:00 Wu Han said. If it weren't for this notification, I wouldn't have known the hotel even has a cafeteria. Do you know where it is? Jiek here asked. I've been locked up here and never left my floor except this time. How would I know where the cafeteria is? Zhou Qingqing said. So none of us knows, eh? Alicia exclaimed in surprise. Wu Han thought for a moment and interrupted them. If I remember correctly, the cafeteria is in the basement. On the first day I was locked, and while searching for an exit, I found the basement door locked from the outside. This hotel has only 10 floors, and all the other floors are fully occupied. The women nodded. Shouldn't we make a plan just in case? Wu Han nodded and said, who among you is willing to come along? Aren't we all going together? Zhou Qingqing asked, confused. We're just going downstairs to get food. Why bring so many people? Too many would be troublesome if we encounter danger. It shouldn't be that bad. The notification said anyone who kills in the next 7 hours will be punished to death. Surely no one would be foolish enough to attack others, right? Jiek here said with interest. I've been locked up here so long that I don't even know what this hotel looks like. I want to take Everyone was speechless. Miss, do you think this is a vacation? Wu Han said seriously, you haven't fully understood the notification. It says no killing for the next 7 hours, but it doesn't prohibit violence. That means if a conflict leads to injury but not death, there's no punishment. And if a woman suffers sexual violence from a man, he won't be punished either. Understand? Wow, that's terrifying, Jiek here said, covering her mouth in fear. Still interested in going to the cafeteria? Wu Han smirked. No, it's too scary. He'll stay in my room, Jiek here said, backing down. I've made it clear. Who wants to go? Wu Han looked at the women. He'll go. Zhou Qian raised her hand first, looking prepared. Wu Han glanced at her and nodded, expecting her to volunteer. Anyone else? He'll go too. Su Manny, who had been silent, spoke up. I'm a doctor. I can contribute. Then he'll go too. I may not be useful, but Yuan Bao listens to me. If I go, he'll come, ensuring everyone's safety. Alicia volunteered this time, understanding her role in the team. Qingqing, and I will go too, Zhou Tongtong said hurriedly. Wu Han shook his head. What are you two going for? Don't mess around. We're serious. So am I. You two stay in the room and guard the base. Wu Han knew what Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing were thinking. Except for Jiek here, everyone else had a role in the team, which made them feel uneasy. As the saying goes, comparison brings hurt. Before Zhou Qian and the others joined, they didn't feel this way, but now they didn't want to be seen as useless like Kier, nor did they want others to look at them differently. Tongtong, Qingqing, don't overthink. Wu Han has his reasons for arranging things this way. Since we're all on the same team, no one looks down on anyone. We must trust each other. Zhou Qian said soothingly, calming the sisters. Yeah, if anyone's useless, it's me. I'm not embarrassed, so why should you be? Thick skin conquers all. Jiek here giggled. If you both go, I'd be scared to stay alone in the room. Exactly. If Kier goes too, we'd all be out. If we run into bad guys, Wu Han and Yuan Bao can't protect all of us, Zhou Qian persuaded. Well, Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing were at a loss for words. What Jiek here and Zhou Qian said made some sense. You two stay. We'll go to the cafeteria, get the food, and come back. It won't take long. It's not as dangerous as you think. Wu Han reached out, smiled, and patted Zhou Tongtong's head. All right, I'll wait for you to come back. Under Wu Han's tenderness, Zhou Tongtong relented. Brother-in-law, be careful. Don't let anything happen. Zhou Qingqing hugged Wu Han worriedly. What's going on in your heads? You're making this sound like a farewell. Yuan Bao's here, so don't worry. Wu Han checked the time. It was time to go. Let's move out. Wu Han led Zhou Qian and the others out of the room. They found the hallway crowded with doors open. When people saw so many emerging from Wu Han's room, they stared at them strangely. Why are they all out? Alicia asked in surprise. Because it's safe now? No killing for 7 hours, so everyone wants to stretch their legs, meet neighbors, maybe find suitable teammates. With the phone notification, everyone's guard was down and relationships weren't as tense. Look, they're going downstairs. Most are probably going to the cafeteria. So many. Did they all kill someone and need food like me? Wu Han shook his head. Impossible. Only about a dozen people were killed yesterday. I think most are just going to check out the scene, and some might want to trade food like us. That can't be right either. If they didn't kill anyone, how do they have prize money? What do they use to buy? Alicia muttered, puzzled. Who said trading requires money? There are many ways. It depends on what the other party needs, like knives, medicine, or even people. Wu Han explained. Did you say that wrong? How can people be traded? Alicia couldn't understand. Anything is possible here. Many people willingly become slaves to save their own lives, forfeiting their human rights to become private property. Wu Han had long seen how filthy and absurd this hotel was. That's horrifying. The darkness of human nature. Isn't that horrifying? Enough talk. Let's follow and see. Be careful and don't stray from the group, Wu Han warned. Don't worry, we're not stupid. Thus the 5 of them descended together, traversing from the 5th floor all the way down, lingering not at any other floor, and reaching the 1st within 5 minutes. At the basement entrance, the previously locked door was indeed open, revealing the cafeteria within. The cafeteria already housed a considerable number of people, their clamorous voices audible even before entering. Judging by the commotion, it seemed most of the hotel's occupants had gathered here. Wu Han noticed a steady stream of people descending behind him, both men and women. Hello there, a greeting suddenly. Curious, Wu Han turned around to see 3 women, all rather attractive. One was tall and slender, another had a small frame but ample bosom, and the third appeared timid and quiet. Hello, Wu Han replied with a smile. Handsome, you're quite adorable. Interested in a little rendezvous? This? I think he'll pass. Wu Han scratched his head awkwardly. Eligua beside him snorted and shot him a glare as if he were some lecher. Already taken. What a pity, snatched up by another man. The 3 women cast meaningful glances at Zhou, Qian, Eligua, and Su Manny, then deliberately swayed their hips as they entered the cafeteria. What's the matter? Feeling a little itchy? Zhou Qian teased. What kind of talk is that? No playboy. Your eyes were practically popping out just now. Men are all the same, never satisfied with what they have. They'll have to keep an eye on you for Tong Tong's sake. Eligua said scornfully. Wu Han rubbed his nose, thoroughly embarrassed. Upon entering the basement, Wu Han it was spotlessly clean, the layout and furnishings almost identical to a university cafeteria. It was packed with people engaged in all sorts of activities, some trading, some chatting, others fighting or watching the commotion. Without the slaughter, everyone seemed quite harmonious. Truly, humans were a strange species. At the center of the cafeteria stood a conspicuous cabinet with a dark hole-like opening on top. Beside it was a fingerprint button with instructions stating that inputting a fingerprint would grant corresponding food rewards. Are you here for food? A man sidled up with a grin, his blackened teeth upon display, leaving much to be desired. Wu Han did not reply nor deny it. He needed first to observe the scene and see if anyone among the crowd approached the counter. I'm willing to pay $1 million for half a slice of bread. Is that possible? The man begged. $1 million. Wu Han was somewhat surprised, not because he cared for money, but because of the sheer number of people here. This man offered $1 million, yet found no one willing to trade half a slice of bread. The value of food far exceeded his expectations. Can you? The man asked again. Wu Han shook his head. We have no food on us. Don't lie to me. Look at how many of you are together. Without enough food to sustain you, you wouldn't still be here. The man was no fool and persisted. If you think it's too much, you'll trade $1 million for just a tiny bite of bread. Money means nothing to me here anyway. I'm starving to death. Please, get lost. Wu Han glared. The man faltered, then his eyes turned sinister. Are you sure you want deal? Push me too far, and in 7 hours you'll regret it. Wu Han frowned. He despised threats. Reaching out, he grabbed the man by the collar. If you've got the guts to come at me in 7 hours, get out of my sight now. With that, Wu Han flung him to the ground. You remember this. They'll drag you down with me even if I die. Get lost now, or I'll cripple you. Seeing the man cling like a stubborn leech, Wu Han called out, Yuan Ba. Yuan Ba stepped forward with a simpleton's grin. Brother, what does Yuan Ba do? Wu Han pointed at the man on the ground. Do you want this man as a toy? Xie Yuan Ba followed Wu Han's finger to the man and asked seriously, can Yuan Ba twist off his head and kick it around? The man trembled in terror upon hearing this. The next second he scrambled to his feet and fled the cafeteria without looking back. He's running. He'll catch him. Xie Yuan Ba yelled. Yuan Ba, don't chase him. Next time we see him, I'll let you twist his head off for a toy. Fearing Xie Yuan Ba might cause trouble, Wu Han quickly stopped him. If you run off and meet a bad person, protect your Gooba sister. Xie Yuan Ba immediately halted and hurried back to Eligua's side. That's right. Be obedient and you're a good child. Wu Han pointed at Zhou Qian and Su Manny and said to Xie Yuan Ba, not only must you protect your Gooba sister, but these 2 beautiful sisters are also in your care. Don't let anyone bully them, understand? No, I don't want to protect anyone except Gooba's sister. Xie Yuan Ba threw a tantrum. Eligua stepped forward and patted his head gently. Yuan Ba, brother is right. You mustn't let anyone bully those 2 sisters either. If you're good, I'll give you a big hug when we get back to the 5th floor. Really, Gooba's sister, you have to keep your word. Xia Yuan Ba agreed cheerfully. Zhou Qian and Su Manny shot Iligua a grateful look. Thank you. What are you saying? We're sisters. Don't be so formal. Let's hurry and get the food. Have Yuan Ba press his fingerprint. Iligua said. Not so fast. Haven't you noticed that no one here has gone up to input their fingerprint? Wu Han held Iligua back, specifically reminding her. Iligua scanned the crowd. Indeed, not a trace of food was visible on any table. What are they all sitting around for? Why aren't they getting food? Or is it that none of them have killed anyone? Iligua was puzzled. I doubt not a single one here has killed. The reason no one goes for food is the fear of being singled out. Wu Han stroked his chin and continued. Look at how many people are here. No one knows who is killed, but if someone goes for food in full view of everyone, it reveals they've taken a life. Only then do rewards come. That would expose them. Even if no one says a word, everyone will harbor prejudice against that person. No one wants to be that outlier. Then what do? Not get the food. We can only wait and see if anyone dares to break the deadlock. No need to worry. It's only a matter of time. Someone will eventually cave in. Wu Han explained patiently. Time passed slowly. No one in the cafeteria showed any intention of leaving or moving toward the counter to collect food. They chatted idly about this, and that each concealing their true thoughts from the others. Of course, some of them simply wanted to remain in the cafeteria, for only there could they avoid any harm in the next 7 hours. With so many people in the cafeteria and the prohibition against killing for 7 hours, those with malicious intent could only resort to violence and assault, but they would never dare commit such acts in full view of so many watchful eyes. On the other side of the cafeteria, 3 burly men were staring intently at the women, as if searching for prey. I've taken a good look around. There are quite a few attractive women in this cafeteria. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, the woman standing next to that guy is the celebrity Erica Cuba, and the other 2 women with him are also stunning. It really makes my mouth water. I wonder who that guy is having so many beautiful women around him. Don't even think about those 3 women. That guy might be nothing special, but the big oaf behind him is no ordinary man. If you try to take his women, you'll suffer for it. Maybe even lose your life. This guy can't stand it. I really wanted a taste of that celebrity. Wang Heping said disappointedly. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. The people here aren't as simple as they seem. So many have died in one day. Aside from the one we killed, the rest were done by others, and they're mixed in among us. If it weren't for the lack of food, we wouldn't have been driven to kill. Sai were truly at our wits' end. Lu Xing said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Why dwell on that? We did it just to survive starvation. Since it's done, don't regret it. There's no law here to bind us. No matter what, the 3 of us strong men united will surely make it to the end. Lu Xing's face lit up with a confident smile as he spoke. When we get out, not only will we be alive, but we'll also take home 100 million in prize money. Then the good life begins. Hearing you say that, I'm getting tempted. Lu Xing gave a wicked grin. Since we're trapped in this hotel with no way out and the 3 of us have joined forces, why not do something outrageous? We've already killed 1 person. Our hands are dirty anyway. If we cooperate, we can become kings of this hotel. Then women will be ours for the taking, and no one can stand against us. Wang Heping's face darkened as he let out a sinister chuckle. No, Lao Wang. Don't do it. That would only make enemies of everyone else in the hotel. The 3 of us may be strong together, but we're not invincible. That fat fool over there is a monster. If we push others too far, they'll band together to take us down first. You know the saying, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Then what do? I want women. I've been here so long without getting any action. I'm about to burst. Wang Heping complained with a grimace. Yeah, I've been holding back, trying to stay rational. But when I see other women being taken and raped by men, it makes me itch all over. Lu Xing chimed in. Huang Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry. The organizers' notice brought most people to the cafeteria. Before, they were all holed up in their rooms with no chance. Now we have one. These women already know it's dangerous to act alone, but they didn't dare leave their rooms. This 7-hour no-killing window is their opportunity. To ensure their safety, they'll come out to find strong protectors. So we don't need to force anything. Just wait for them to come to us. Damn, you're really clever. That makes a lot of sense. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Heping praised. Yeah, KTV manager is something else. You've handled more women than we have. You're experienced. You've seen right through their minds. Teaming up with you is definitely easier. Look, here they come. Huang Ming turned his head and glanced, noticing 3 women not far away staring at them and whispering among themselves. Lu Xing and Wang Heping followed Huang Ming's gaze toward the 3 women, satisfied smiles spreading across their faces. Not bad. They might not be as good as the celebrity, but with looks like that, you'd have to spend a fortune to get close to them outside. Why aren't they coming over? Should we go to them? Lu Xing said impatiently. Easy. With so many people watching, if we approach them first, others might get the wrong idea and think we're up to something. Trust me, those 3 women will definitely come to us. From what I've seen among the groups here, aside from that guy's team, no one is more reliable than us. Hey, how are you? As the words left his mouth, the 3 women walked up and greeted them. These were none other than the 3 women who had earlier greeted Wu Han. Hey, beautiful ladies, how are you? Lu Xing replied, blushing slightly. Oh my, I can't believe there are still so many handsome men alive in the hotel. We're so lucky. Sure, you said cheerfully, her chest bouncing as she laughed. Yeah, we never expected to meet 3 such lovely ladies. Lu Xing's eyes swept over the 3 women, finally resting on Ding Qiuyu, who stood quietly behind the others. And what's your name, miss? He asked curiously. Hello. Ding Qiuyu replied shyly in a weak voice. Lu Xing chuckled and pulled Wang Heping and Huang Ming closer, whispering, let's split them up. Ding Qiuyu is my type. What about you two? Wang Heping licked his dry lips and swallowed. I prefer the mature, seductive type. Duan Ting is mine. Those long legs, just thinking about them swinging gets me excited. I can barely hold back. Huang Ming sighed helplessly and cast a resigned glance at Shiryu. You two have picked yours. Do I have a choice? But whatever she suits my taste to. Voluptuous and feminine, not bad. Then it's settled. The three men exchanged smiles and nodded to each other. What are you two whispering about so mysteriously? Duan Ting asked with a smile. Nothing. Lu Xing replied somewhat awkwardly. The three instantly resumed a normal demeanor, feigning seriousness. We've been trapped here for so long, yet this is the first time beautiful women have approached us, Huang Ming said with a smile. We feel at ease only because we've met handsome and amiable men like you. With so many people here, there might be murderers among them. It's truly frightening, Shiryu said coyly. So many died just yesterday alone. I wonder if he'll be the next one tomorrow, Shiryu added with feigned sentiment. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Heping pressed on. Exactly. So ladies, how about joining forces with us? We can form a team. The six of us will surely survive till the end. We'll protect you. What do you say? A faint, barely perceptible smirk of triumph flickered across Shiryu's lips. Well, I'm certainly willing. With that, Shiryu walked over to Duan Ting and Ding Qiyu. The three huddled together, exchanging a knowing glance. These three men are a bit lacking in looks, but at least they have decent physiques. They look like they've had some training. Should be safe. What do you think? Shiryu whispered. Tisk, back in the outside world, men like them wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes, Duan Ting said disdainfully. Maybe we should team up with them for now and see how it goes. We can always find someone else later. We haven't eaten in ages. I'm so weak I can barely stand anymore, Ding Qiyu said, clutching her stomach. Fine, let's fill our bellies first. Might as well play along for now. Duan Ting conceded. It's settled then. Let's ask it. Shiryu turned around with a beaming smile. We three sisters have no objections. Would be happy to join you. Really? That's fantastic. Wang Heping's eyes glazed over with lust as he lecherously scanned Duan Ting from head to toe, saliva nearly dripping from the corner of his mouth. Being able to move with Duan Ting, life's about to get a whole lot more comfortable. But we have one small request. Shiryu said. The three men's expressions shifted. Huang Ming narrowed his eyes. Name it. If it's within our power, well, make sure it's done. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly relieved that Huang Ming and his crew hadn't simply turned and walked away. My sisters and I haven't eaten in days. We're so famished that even walking feels exhausting. Do you have any food? She probed. Just as Huang Ming was about to speak, Wang Heping cut him off. Don't worry about that. With us you'll have both safety and food. Well, make sure you never go hungry. Really? Do you have any on you right now? Let us have a bite. Shiryu said, seeing through Wang Heping's simple-mindedness and seizing the opening. Well, Wang Heping stammered at a loss. They had no food left on them. If they did, they wouldn't have resorted to murdering someone together. You're not trying to trick us, are you? Shiryu's face instantly darkened. She furrowed her brows and stepped back, her expression turning ugly, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Don't be hasty. We would never deceive you, Wang Heping said, panicking as he saw the hostility radiating from Shiryu and the others. Then show us the food. Trying to get something for nothing. Duan Ting chimed in. If not for their potential usefulness, she wouldn't waste another second on Wang Heping and his ilk. The mere sight of them disgusted her. Enough talk. We're wasting time. Let's go, Shiryu said, her mood shifting faster than a monkey's trick, her face at wait. Wang Heping turned to look at Lu Xing and Huang Ming. Maybe we should just tell them. It's not that big a deal anyway. This. Lu Xing hesitated. Huang Ming sighed, seeing through it all. He knew Wang Heping's IQ plummeted at the sight of women and that he couldn't keep a secret. Since he couldn't stop him, he might as well go along. Go ahead. You can't catch a wolf without baiting the trap. Seeing how desperate you two are, if we don't keep these women, I dread to think what foolishness you'd get up to later, Huang Ming said helplessly. All right, I'll spill it then. With Huang Ming's approval, Wang Heping shed his inhibitions. Come here, I'll tell you. Shiryu, though curious about the three men's secret, leaned in nonetheless. Wang Heping crept close to Shiryu's ear and whispered, the truth is we three didn't come to the cafeteria to gawk. Get food. Don't tell me you killed someone for it. Shiryu shrieked in terror, but before she could finish, Wang Heping clamped his hand over her mouth. For heaven's sake, keep your voice down. What if someone hears us? Shiryu pried his hand away, quickly pulled back to stand beside Duan Ting and Ding Qiyu, her face pale with fear as she stared at the three men. What happened? What did he say to scare you like this? Duan Ting asked. Shiryu stammered timidly. They killed someone and came to the cafeteria to get food. What a... Duan Ting recoiled instinctively. Huang Ming frowned as he watched the three women's reactions. What's the matter? Scared? We're all the same kind of people here. Don't act so innocent. What do you mean? We haven't killed anyone, Duan Ting retorted. Huang Ming smiled calmly. Starve for another 2 days, and we'll see if you don't kill. Don't bother denying it. Your eyes give you away. To survive, you'd stop at nothing. Shiryu, Duan Ting, and Ding Qiyu offered no rebuttal, effectively admitting the truth. At this point, drop the act. Don't you know the rules of the game yet? Huang Ming said bluntly. We all know it's impossible to get food without killing. Without food, we starve to death. That's an unchangeable fact. You came to the cafeteria looking for food. How ridiculous. What makes you think anyone here has food without killing? To put it bluntly, what you're craving isn't food. It's human flesh. You know it deep down, you just don't want to admit it. We didn't want to kill either, but this cruel game is survival of the fittest. We were forced into this. It's not what we wanted, Wang Heping said. Take a good look at everyone here. The capable teams already have women. The rest are too weak to even save themselves. You're not foolish enough to join them and wait to die, are you? Now compare that to us. I don't need to spell it out. It would ruin the fun. If you don't join us, where will you go? Huang Ming struck at the heart of the matter. Join us. Look at you three beauties. How dangerous is it to move around this hotel without men? You don't dare to kill, and even if you did, who's to say you'd come out on top? Men handle things much more easily. Let us take care of the dirty work. Isn't that better? Lu Xing said earnestly. True. Hearing this, Shi Yu Duan Ting and Ding Qiuyu gradually regained their composure. After a moment of contemplation, they replied calmly. So you're willing to join us? Wang Heping breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, follow us, and you won't lose out. The strength is clear for all to see. Lu Xing finished speaking, raised his arm, flexed his solid biceps, and narcissistically flaunted them before Shi Yu. Huang Ming looked at these two fools, and if not for their usefulness, truly wanted to kick them. He had agreed to let Wang Heping confess to the murder because on one hand he knew Shi Yu and her group were essentially the same as them, and on the other time was pressing. 2 or 3 hours had passed, and no one dared to fetch food from the counter. They couldn't keep waiting. Letting Wang Heping speak might provoke him into action with a taunt from Shi Yu. I won't say much more. From now on, well, act together, Huang Ming said. Since you've already killed someone, what are you still standing? Go get the food already. I'm starving to death, Duan Ting urged impatiently. Yeah, you're not tricking us again this time. Shi Yu began to grow suspicious. No, we're really not lying to you. It's just that with so many people here, it's not a good time to fetch the food, Wang Heping quickly explained. Don't rush. We'll get it when the crowd thins out, Lu Xing said. I don't care. I'm starving right now and need to eat, Duan Ting frowned displeased. With so many people here, if they never leave, are you just not going to get the food? This. Wang Heping was also anxious inside, knowing full well that without food they couldn't keep Duan Ting and the— How about you go get it now, and I'll wait for you here. Duan Ting deliberately leaned closer to Wang Heping, their bodies touching. Wang Heping felt a softness against his arm. Glancing down, his vision was greatly stimulated. There was plenty to see, and his heart raced with restless thoughts. Big brother, I'm hungry too. Go on, Ding Qiuyu also approached Lu Xing, putting on an adorable act. Seeing the two women like this, Lu Xing and Wang Heping exchanged glances. If you want to go, just go. Don't look at me like that. I have no objections, Huang Ming said calmly as their gazes turned. Then I'll go, Wang Heping said nervously, glancing at everyone. Go on. We're waiting, brother Wang, you're awesome, Duan Ting coaxed sweetly. Wang Heping felt elated inside. Being flattered by a beauty was a different feeling altogether. He patted Lu Xing and said, Shall Lu come with me? If things go wrong, I'll have a backup. Lu Xing initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Ding Qiu's admiring gaze on him, he was instantly pumped, and quickly. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cafeteria, Wu Han was growing restless. It was already the early hours, yet no one dared to step forward and fetch food. Zhou Qian and Su Manny were asleep, resting their heads on Wu Han's shoulders, while Iligua leaned against Xie Yuanba's belly, her beautiful eyes closed in rest. Wu Han was also drowsy but dared not sleep. Xie Yuanba, for some reason, kept his eyes wide open as if afraid someone would disturb Iligua, making Wu Han envious. Wake up, something's happening, Wu Han said, quickly shaking Zhou Qian and the others awake as he spotted 2 burly men rising from the crowd. Where? I've been waiting forever. Zhou Qian rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawning. Look, 2 people are heading to the counter, Wu Han said, his emotions stirring. Finally, the wait wasn't in vain. If they're going, let's go too. I'm dead tired, Iligua said. Wait, let them get the food first and see how others react, Wu Han said. The 2 men he referred to were none other than Lu Xing and Wang Heping walked down the central aisle muttering something to each other, then headed straight for the food counter above. At that moment, others in the cafeteria were being woken up, their eyes all fixed on the pair. Brother Wang, this isn't good. They're all staring at us. If we just take the food in front of everyone, aren't we admitting we're the murderers? Lu Xing said, unnerved by the many eyes. What choice do we have? We've already said it. If we turn back now, Duan Ting and the others will laugh at us. Where will we put our faces? That would be a huge loss of face, Wang Heping said, feeling uneasy himself. Brother Wang, maybe we should forget it. Losing face is better than being beaten to death. Look at their eyes. They want to kill us, Lu Xing said with a shudder. Are you chickening out? Go back if you want, but I'm getting this food no matter what, Wang Heping said resolutely. If I don't bring back the food, Duan Ting won't even give me a second glance, let alone let me sleep with her. Same goes for you. If you want to sleep with Ding Qiuyu, stop being a coward. Be a man and do it. Besides, what's there to fear? The 2 of us together. If anyone dares to charge at us, we'll take them down. All right, brother Wang, I'm with you. As long as I can sleep with Ding Qiuyu, I'll risk it all, Lu Xing said, steadying his resolve. One thing pisses me off. Why didn't we call Huang Ming? That guy does nothing while we fight tooth and nail. When we bring back the food, he'll still get to sleep with his woman. What a lucky bastard, Wang Heping grumbled. Forget it, don't dwell on it. We're brothers. Besides, he's not good at fighting, but he's sharp-minded. Let us do the hard work and him the thinking. As long as we survive, nothing else matters, Lu Xing reasoned. Wang Heping thought Lu Xing made some sense side and said no more. At the cafeteria counter, he pressed his handprint onto it. Although the 3 had jointly committed the murder, Wang Heping had delivered the fatal blow, so the reward went to him. Soon a sack of food emerged from the dark opening of the counter. Wang Heping opened it to find water, bread, some meat, and even the reward for killing one person, a week's worth of provisions, was truly generous. Without exaggeration, if rationed properly, it could last a month, but after being hungry for so long, few could resist indulging once they had food. That was human nature. Brother Wang, we hit the jackpot. So much stuff. I wish we'd killed more people, Lu Xing said, carried away by excitement and speaking without thinking. Shut up, you fool. Grab the stuff and let's go. Lu Xing and Wang Heping tied up the sack under everyone's gaze, hoisted it, and prepared to leave. Wait, you can't leave. Leave the food behind. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, and in an instant many in the cafeteria stood up, blocking their path. What do you think you're doing? Wang Heping frowned, his gaze turning icy cold as he stared at the crowd blocking his path. You ask us what we're doing. Don't you know what you've done yourself? A voice called out from the crowd. What have I done? Wang Heping feigned ignorance. You killed someone. Also, what if I killed someone? What do you intend to kill us too? Wang Heping sneered. Lu Xing stepped forward, shielding him and preventing anyone from getting closer. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by Lu Xing's burly frame. No one dared to press forward. You're murderers. No wonder so many people died in just one day. It's because of scum like you. Wang Heping dropped the sack on the ground, annoyed. You call us murderers. Fine, we admit it. Let's see if you can go without killing anyone and just starve to death. You're twisting the truth. How ridiculous. At a time like this, you still pretend to be saints. Wang Heping said impatiently, I don't have time for you people. Get out of my way or don't blame me for being rude. You want to leave? Ask if everyone agrees. Oh, trying to outnumber us. Come on then. With that, Wang Heping and Lu Xing rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. Though the crowd was larger, most were gaunt and weak, lacking any real fighting power. The two of them could easily take down a large number together. What do you want? You ask us what we want. I should ask what you want by blocking our way. Wang Heping lifted his chin, speaking rudely. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get lost. Everyone, don't be afraid. We can't let them leave. Take their food and well survive, someone in the crowd shouted. So it's our food you're after. Why put on that holier thantho act? Fine, come on. Let's see who can take it. As soon as Wang Heping finished speaking, 5 or 6 men, young and old, lunged at him frantically, trying to snatch the... Lu Xing and Wang Heping weren't pushovers. With a few punches and kicks, they beat the attackers half to death. Anyone else looking for trouble? Come on. Wang Heping, now riled up, roared. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are only 2 of them. Grab your weapons and charge together. Someone yelled, and the crowd erupted again. Many brandished knives and clubs. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, threatening to turn deadly. Wu Han and his group sat watching the cafeteria scene unfold, sighing softly. This was the outcome he had dreaded most. Wu Han had anticipated backlash for taking food under others' watch, but he never imagined it would escalate to such severity. After this turmoil, who would dare approach the counter for food? Even if they did, it would be stolen, and they might lose their lives in the process. Better not to take it at all. Huangming, aren't you going to help? Sure, you urged, seeing Wang Heping and Lu Xing overwhelmed by the mob. She cared little for their lives. Her concern was the food being taken. How you want me to go now? That's practically suicide. I'm not that foolish, Huangming sneered. If you want to help, I won't stop you. Food is important, but you need to be alive to eat. Sure, you fell silent, growing more wary of Huangming. This man was too treacherous. His teammates were mere tools to him. Do you think Wang Heping and Lu Xing can hold out? Duan Ting asked. Huangming stroked his chin, pondering. Hard to say. I know their skills. Each can take on 5 or 6 alone. But there are too many, and who knows if some madman desperate and reckless might kill them. After all, many are armed. No sooner had he spoken than his words proved true. A lunatic wielding a cleaver sneaked up behind Wang Heping and swung at his head. Wang Heping dodged just in time, the blade grazing his shoulder instead. Oh, damn it, you coward. He'll kill you. Wang Heping, enraged, his eyes bloodshot, was now intent on murder. I didn't mean. I need food. Give me food. The fat man holding the cleaver, probably a cook, turned pale. Xiao Lu, hold them off. I'm going to butcher this bastard. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Wang Heping turned and kicked the fat man to the ground. Bastard, you dare ambush me. Die. Wang Heping straddled the fat man, wrested the cleaver from him, and raised it to mercy. I won't do it again. Please spare me. The fat man, his face ashen and eyes terrified, begged. You didn't think of sparing me when you swung that blade. If I hadn't dodged, I'd be dead. Now you want mercy. Dream on. Wang Heping's face twisted with rage as he brought the cleaver down. With a clang, the blade missed the fat man and struck the smooth floor instead. Xiao Lu, what the hell are you doing? Wang Heping rubbed his stinging hand and roared angrily at Lu Xing. If Lu Xing hadn't kicked Wang Heping's hand just as the blade fell, altering its trajectory, the fat man's skull would have been split open. Brother Wang, have you lost your mind? We can't kill anyone before 7 in the morning. Anyone who kills will be executed. Lu Xing said urgently. Right. Good thing you reminded me. It's not worth dying over this fat bastard. Wang Heping wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a chill running down his spine, suddenly sobering up. Not just Wang Heping, but the agitated crowd in the cafeteria also calmed upon hearing Lu Xing's words, their movements slowing. The fighting spirit that had consumed everyone moments ago vanished. Come on. Why stop? If you've got the guts, kill him. Lu Xing took off his shirt, baring his muscular torso, and let out a roar while pounding his chest. The others intimidated. You can't kill me. If you do, you'll die too. The fat man pinned beneath Wang Heping sneered mockingly, a smug look. Slap. Still laughing. Wang Heping slapped him, then delivered a dozen more in frustration. Come on. Weren't you going to kill me? Lost your nerve? The fat man's face was swollen and bruised from the slaps, yet he maintained an arrogant demeanor despite his difficulty speaking. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. Fuming, Wang Heping's gaze inadvertently fell on the cleaver on the floor. A sly smile crept across his face. I almost forgot. I can't kill you, but I can cripple you. Wang Heping sneered. As long as you're still breathing by 7 in the morning, it's fine. Wang Heping picked up the fallen kitchen knife from the ground, weighing it in his hand a few times before pressing the blade against the fat man's cheek, rubbing it gently as he said, "Guess what I'm about to do next?" The fat man's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness, knowing full well what Wang Heping intended to do. I was wrong. Spare my life. I can be your slave." Wang Heping chuckled coldly and said, "Forget it, I'm not interested in men, and I've had it with you for a long time. Wang, watch your limits." Lu Xing did not intervene, also aware of what Wang Heping planned to do. Crippling someone in front of the crowd might serve as a deterrent to the others. "No," the fat man screamed, but the sharp kitchen knife had already sunk into his left shoulder. Help." Panicking, the fat man struggled desperately, but Wang Heping gave him no chance, grabbing his neck and pinning him to the ground. "Hurts, doesn't it? How I felt the same pain when you cut me earlier, but now I'll make sure you hurt even more than I did. Prepare your..." Wang Heping placed the knife on the fat man's right shoulder and said, "Now it's the right shoulder's turn. Here we go." With that, he swung the blade down without mercy, like a butcher cleaving pork bones in a market. The fat man's agonizing screams sent shivers down everyone's spines. "Wang, that's enough. Don't accidentally kill him," Lu Xing advised. "No, it's not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I need to chop off his hands." Wang Heping snarled. With a fierce expression, Wang Heping grabbed the fat man by the collar, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Tell me, which hand did you use to cut me?" The fat man's face contorted in pain, and under Wang Heping's interrogation, he dared not answer. "You won't say? Then I'll chop off both your hands." Wang Heping's expression was anything but joking. He'll talk. Woo-woo. It's this one." Terrified, the fat man extended a trembling finger, pointing to his right hand. "Good, then I won't hold back. Boss, spare me this once, don't be so ruthless." Wang Heping paid no heed to the fat man's pleas, swinging the knife decisively. In an instant, the fat man's entire palm was severed from his body, blood gushing from the stump. The fingers on the detached hand twitched slightly, a gruesome and horrifying sight. Ugh! Some in the cafeteria witnessing the scene couldn't help but feel nauseous, retching bile. Seeing the fat man faint from pain, Wang Heping slowly stood up and faced the crowd. "If you push me too far, this is what you'll get. Anyone else? Step forward." His words silenced everyone, none daring to make a move. "Starving yourselves is your choice. I kill to get food from the game rewards. Only with food can we survive till the end. So don't judge us with your self-righteous morals. You have no right." Wang Heping continued with righteous indignation, "I killed and got food. It's rightfully mine. Why are you all so... What do you mean by ganging up on us and robbing us? Don't you know this food came from my killing? Eating our food, you're just consuming what came from the dead. Acting all noble and righteous. Aren't you disgusted? If you've got the guts, go kill someone yourself instead of wasting time here." Upon hearing this, Wuhan found Wang Heping's words reasonable. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed from the cafeteria entry. Everyone turned to see an ordinary-looking, harmless young man standing there clapping his hands. "Well said," Zhuo said with a smile. Wuhan and his group frowned upon seeing him. They knew his true nature. Zhuo was a name on the dangerous individuals list. "Brother, this person is scary. Yuanba is afraid." Xia Yuanba shrunk back, his expression showing deep fear of Zhuo. Hearing this, Wuhan and Zhou Qian were even more convinced. Someone who could instill fear even in a simpleton could not be a good person. Zhuo stepped forward, squinting as he walked. Perhaps sensing his menacing aura, the crowd instinctively parted. Zhuo stopped before Wang Heping, and Lu Xing raised his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. "You're right about everything, but no one will listen. So you're not going anywhere." "What do you mean?" Wang Heping remained on guard against Zhuo. Let me think. Basically, these people understand the truth, but they refuse to admit it. In other words, you can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep. No amount of reasoning will help." Zhuo said calmly. "The best way is to let them reveal their ugly true faces. Then things become easy." "That makes some sense, but how do we do it?" Wang Heping and Lu Xing looked puzzled. "Simple," Zhuo simply replied, then walked to the food counter, pressing his palm on the button. In the next moment, 7 sacks emerged from the counter, each filled with food. 7 whole sacks of food. Wang Heping and Lu Xing stared in shock, momentarily speechless. Wuhan and everyone else in the cafeteria were stunned as well. 7 sacks. What did that mean? It meant that Zhuo alone had killed 7 people in a single day. Compared to him, Wang Heping and his group were mere amateurs. He killed 7 people. Don't let him get away. We need justice for the dead. Everyone in the cafeteria stared at the 7 sacks with reddened eyes, gnashing their teeth, as if they wanted to devour Zhuo. Seeing this, Zhuo's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent. "The expressions on your faces are truly amusing. You're so united, aren't you? Let me see if your demand for justice is genuine." With that, Zhuo grabbed a sack and hurled it into the air, spilling all its contents. "I want bread. I want water. That's mine. Get the hell away." Within seconds, chaos erupted in the cafeteria. People climbed onto tables to grab the falling food, some even resorting to punches and kicks, fighting over the supplies. Items scattered on the floor, and many scrambled desperately to snatch them. No one in the cafeteria paid any attention to Zhuo anymore. Their eyes were fixed solely on the food. Zhuo laughed mockingly at the selfish crowd before him. Zhuo's actions left Wuhan utterly astonished. It had to be said that Zhuo was not only dangerous, but also remarkably cunning. The way you crawl on the ground is truly pathetic. Zhuo Mingjie, in a fit of madness, covered his eyes and let out a series of cold, sinister laughs. Hey, you seem like a decent guy. Could you toss another bag of food over here? A man emerged from the crowd, clutching a loaf of bread to his chest, his face alight with anticipation. Zhuo Mingjie paused for a moment, then laughed even more wildly. Call me daddy, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and he'll grant your wish. Fine, but you'd better keep your word. The man, who appeared to be twice Zhuo Mingjie's age, abandoned all pretense of dignity. He knelt humbly, prostrated himself 3 times before Zhuo Mingjie, and lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Daddy, please give me some more food. Zhuo Mingjie stepped forward and slapped him across the face. You're so obedient, aren't you? You do exactly as I say. Hey, race, another chance to prove yourself. Lick my shoes clean. Do that, and he'll not only toss you another bag of food, but also throw in an extra loaf of bread. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up with joy. Without a word, he bent down, crawled in front of Zhuo Mingjie, and extended his tongue to lick Zhuo Mingjie's shoes, looking for all the world like a dog. Zhuo Mingjie seemed to revel in the treatment, watching in silence as the man licked his shoes. Even Wu Han found the sight nauseating. Not bad. Take this. Zhuo Mingjie pulled a loaf of bread from his sack and tossed it to the ground. The man scrambled to pick it up, clutching it to his chest as if it were a treasure, and said gratefully, "Thank you." Instead of intervening, the others watched Zhuo Mingjie's actions and one by one stepped forward, eager to lick his shoes. As Zhuo Mingjie chuckled and spat on the ground. Whoever licks this clean first gets a loaf of bread. No sooner had he spoken than several people scrambled to be the first to lick the spittle from the floor. See, this is the way to do things, Zhuo Mingjie said smugly to Wang Heping and Lu Xing. Wang Heping and Lu Xing frowned in disgust as they watched the men groveling like dogs. They had lost all human dignity, becoming utterly base. Madman, pervert, Wang Heping replied, coldly grabbing some food and walking away with Lu Xing. Zhuo Mingjie's methods were an eye-opener for Wang Heping and Lu Xing. He not only avoided being mobbed, but also managed to leave with his food unscathed. However, they could not condone his dehumanizing treatment of others, which they found worse than murder. Still, they said nothing more. Those people had chosen to debase themselves. That's right, I'm a pervert, I'm a madman. But they love a madman and a pervert like me. Taking Wang Heping and Lu Xing's words as a compliment, Zhuo Mingjie tossed another bag of food into the air, and the crowd in the cafeteria surged forward like a swarm. See, this is human nature. They clamor for the blood of murderers, yet look at them now. When food is dangled before them, they forget they're even human. Zhuo Mingjie spread his arms and addressed the entire cafeteria. Many heard his words, but paid them no heed, indifferent to his insults. In their eyes, Zhuo Mingjie was now a god, not a killer. He sat beside his 5 sacks, pulling out beer and meat, eating and drinking heartily, savoring the chaos before him. Any ladies out there? A couple of you come up here and keep me company. Eat whatever you want from the bags. Zhuo Mingjie called out to the crowd, his lecherous gaze sweeping over the women present. Many had already grabbed food and were wolfing it down. A few women who had come up empty-handed felt tempted by Zhuo Mingjie's offer, swallowing hard with hunger. Yet they dared not approach, for they saw him as a cold-blooded monster. Zhuo Mingjie frowned, displeasure flickering across his face. I'm not going to eat you. What are you so afraid of? I have more food here than I can eat, and it's too heavy to carry. What are you pretty ladies waiting for down there? Waiting to starve to death? Even after his words, no woman dared to step forward. It was obvious to anyone that being near such a deranged and dangerous individual could cost them a limb or their life at any moment. Am I really that terrifying? Fine, there must be someone who isn't afraid of death, who's willing to come up and keep me company for a while. You can take an entire sack of food from beside me, Zhuo Mingjie declared. That's an awful lot. I want to go. Someone was tempted. A woman swallowed hard and spoke. Ha, go ahead then. Do you really think he just wants company? He wants to sleep with you, and he might even torture you on top of that. Someone tried to dissuade her. He'll go. Zhou Qian hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. What? Aligua and Su Manny were both stunned. Aligua quickly pleaded, Sister Qian, are you crazy? You know he has antisocial personality disorder. It's too dangerous for you to go with him. Su Manny, who rarely spoke, also chimed in, Sister Qian, I don't want anything to happen to you. I have to go. Regardless of how much food we can actually take, Zhuo Mingjie's offer is simply too tempting. If I go up and keep him company, we get a whole sack of food. That's enough for the 8 of us to eat for several days. But, no buts. Don't worry too much. It's not even 7 in the morning yet, so he can't do anything to me. Besides, I've been in this line of work outside. I've seen all kinds of people. Rest assured, Zhou Qian said with a bitter smile. Have you made up your mind, eh? Wu Han asked with a grave expression, refraining from further comment. Yes. Isn't this exactly why I came down here with you? What other use do I have in your eyes? You know that very well, don't you? Zhou Qian retorted. Wu Han was at a loss for words. In his heart, Zhou Qian was a woman who knew her place, which was precisely what he admired most. She was not dramatic, she kept the bigger picture in mind, and she was willing to make sacrifices. Be careful. If anything feels wrong, get out of there. Forget about the food, Wu Han said with a solemn expression. He'll be careful. Don't worry. With that, Zhou Qian stood up and walked towards Zhuo Mingjie. For herself and for her team, she had to make a sacrifice, even knowing she might be walking into danger. She had to take the gamble. I'm a bit worried about Sister Qian. Ali Cuba gazed at Zhou Qian's receding figure, her face etched with concern. Since you're uneasy, you and Yuan Bao should keep a close watch. Try not to let Zhou Qian out of our sight. Your primary task, both of you, is to protect her, Wu Han instructed. Ali Cuba nodded, then muttered a few words to Xie Yuanbao beside her, who responded by thumping his chest and nodding vigorously. It looks like a hefty reward has lured someone unafraid of death. Zhuo Mingjie watched Zhou Qian approach, his eyes sweeping over her before a satisfied smile curled his lips. Are your words binding? Zhou Qian stopped before Zhuo Mingjie and asked. Why would I deceive you? If you're worried, you can have your teammates take a sack of food right now. Zhuo Mingjie cast a meaningful glance at Wu Han and the others not far away. Wu Han, noticing Zhuo Mingjie's gaze upon him, lifted his head to meet it. Their eyes locked, and Zhuo Mingjie's lips twisted into a faint smile as he made a throat-slitting gesture toward Wu Han. Wu Han remained impassive, his expression flat, his heart undisturbed. All right, let me have my teammates take the food first. Zhou Qian, still uneasy, felt she could only rest easy once she confirmed the food was in Wu Han's hands. Zhuo Mingjie said nothing more, merely gesturing with an inviting hand. Seeing this, Zhou Qian quickly waved at Wu Han. Wasted no time. This was Zhou Qian's hard-earned reward after all. In a few strides he reached Zhuo Mingjie, bent down and hoisted a sack of food. Are you so at ease leaving your people behind? Just as Wu Han turned to leave, Zhuo Mingjie's voice rang out from behind. Drip, you'd better behave yourself, or I won't let you off. Wu Han warned bluntly. If anything happens to Zhou Qian, you'll pay with your life. Heh. Zhuo Mingjie said no more, only letting out a series of cold laughs. Don't worry, you'll take care of myself. Zhou Qian cast a grateful glance at Wu Han. Oomph. Zhuo Mingjie watched Wu Han's retreating back, then turned to Zhou Qian, his eyes narrowing. Seems like you found some decent teammates. Too bad. For the sake of food, even good teammates will push you forward. It was my own choice. Zhou Qian replied. All right, enough of that. Since you dared to come up and got what you wanted, just keep me company. If I'm not happy, I might not let you go back. Zhuo Mingjie said half-jokingly. Zhou Qian nodded and sat down beside him, only to have her entire body pulled into his embrace the next second. One more spot left. Any other beauties willing to step up? Zhuo Mingjie kneaded Zhou Qian's waist with his left hand as he called out again. He'll go. Me too. Several women, having witnessed Zhou Qian walk away with food, couldn't resist the temptation and grew eager, their expressions betraying their readiness. Only one spot remains. First come, first served, Zhuo Mingjie said with a smile. Soon after, a man and a woman hurried over to him. The man wore a hat and a mask obscuring his features. The man shoved the young woman beside him, around 20 years old, towards Zhuo Mingjie. Her face was etched with reluctance as she stood on the stage. Appa, I only want to be with you. I don't want to be with another man. The girl pleaded. The man glared at her. If you don't go, we'll both starve. Do you want me dead? The girl, terrified, shook her head frantically as tears welled in her eyes. Don't we have food too? She sobbed. That's not enough for us. Do you want to survive this and marry me? The man asked. At this, the girl's tear-streaked face broke into a joyful smile. Yes. Then you have to listen. Just keep this young master company for a while, and we'll get another sack of food. It's a good deal, and it won't cost you a thing. The man said shamelessly. If you won't, we're through right now. The girl opened her mouth to speak, but the man's cold remark cut. Appa, don't leave me. He'll do whatever you say. The girl sobbed. Is this your girlfriend? Zhuo Mingjie, who had been watching coldly, inquired. Yeah, what do you think? She's your type, right? Young, pretty, and tight where it counts. Shall keep you more than satisfied. The man said with a fawning grin. You're truly despicable, handing over your own girlfriend for a bit of food. Zhuo Mingjie frowned. What's the big deal? Out here we're all in the same boat. No one has the right to judge. The man replied dismissively. Heh. Zhuo Mingjie let out a mocking laugh. I've taken a liking to your girlfriend. Grab your stuff and get lost. All right, thanks, brother. Have a good time. The man thanked him. Make sure you perform well and satisfy this brother. He'll head back to the room first. Come back when you're done. Appa. The man whispered something in the girl's ear, then with an indifferent expression grabbed his things and left abandoned. Scumbag. Ali Cuba watched the scene unfold, fuming. Yet a stoop that low, he's a special kind of trash. Wu Han chimed in. I never imagined he could be so vile. A disgrace to humanity. Ali Cuba cursed at the man's retreating figure, still unsatisfied. What, from the way you talk, you seem to know him? Wu Han asked, curious. Of course I do. He thinks a hat and mask can hide who. Ali Cuba said. Who is it? Wu Lifan. Ali Cuba gritted out. Wu Han's face filled with. So the couple was none other than Wu Lifan and Che Binglu. I'd recognize his voice anywhere. We're both in the entertainment industry, though our companies have had business dealings. I've dealt with him too many times not to know. Wu Han said nothing more. Since Ali Cuba was so certain the man was almost definitely Wu Lifan. After all, celebrities know each other far better than outsiders. Come here. Your boyfriend has abandoned you, and walked away. Zhuo Mingjie reached out and took Che Binglu's hand. What nonsense are you talking? Appa loves me so much. How could he abandon me? He's going to marry me once we get out of here. Che Binglu's face was filled with longing, then her gaze shifted to Zhuo Mingjie. Just tell us what you want us to do. Let's get it over with so I can get back to Appa. Hey, you're quite the devoted one. Zhuo Mingjie said. My room is on the first floor, number 101. Let's go there, and this. Zhou Qian said warily. What? You want to do it out in the open? I've no objections. Zhuo Mingjie said with a smirk. Let's go to the room. We're all adults. It's just that one thing. Che Binglu's attitude had shifted. She spoke as if it were nothing. Well, all right. Zhou Qian hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Zhuo Mingjie gathered the remaining food and led Che Binglu and Zhou Qian out of the cafeteria. Wu Han's sister, Qian, has left with Zhuo Mingjie. Ali Cuba's gaze had never left Zhou Qian. Seeing her follow Zhuo Mingjie out of the cafeteria, she grew uneasy and immediately informed Wu Han. You and Yuanba follow them. If anything seems off, let Yuanba act. We must not let anything happen to Zhou Qian, Wu Han instructed. Then what about you and Manny? Ilikiba asked. Don't worry. There are too many people here, the others wouldn't dare cause. Wu Han said, trust me, you'll take care of Manny. Ilikiba nodded, stood up, called Yuanba, and followed behind Zhuo Mingjie. After Zhuo Mingjie left, the entire cafeteria became lively. With Zhuo Mingjie's disturbance, everyone shed their hypocritical masks, revealing the selfish and dark side of human nature. Many no longer hid their intentions, walking to the food counter to press their fingerprints and claim rewards. Looking for a teammate. Must be strong and skilled. Let's survive together. Someone holding food stood on a platform and called out to the crowd. I'm in. If you give me something to eat now, they'll follow your orders from now on, someone below replied. If you're interested, follow me. They'll see if you're qualified. Having said that, several men surrounded another who had food and went to a corner of the cafeteria to negotiate. Zhuo Mingjie's earlier tactic was now being imitated by others. I have $1 million. They'll trade it for a sip of water. Anyone willing? I have a knife. They'll trade it for some food. Anyone? The crowd in the cafeteria spontaneously began their own transactions. Wu Han observed everything. Though he didn't know the black-clad man's purpose, the desired effect had been achieved. Is there a doctor here? Who will save me? They'll pay with food. Just then someone in the crowd shouted. Su Manny slowly stood up. She had noticed many injured people since arriving, and with the chaotic scramble for food earlier, some would die without treatment. I'm a doctor. If you need treatment, come here, Su Manny announced. Hearing this, many clutching food rushed to her. Seeing the crowd, Wu Han quickly stood in front of Su Manny, shielding her. Don't rush. Come one by one, or I won't. As he spoke, Wu Han pulled out a fruit knife and held it up as a warning. All right, put the knife down. We won't cause trouble. Seeing Wu Han's stance, many grew fearful, worried that Su Manny might refuse to treat them. No matter how severe the injury or whether it can be cured, you must hand over food as medical payment first. The one who offers more gets treated first. Wu Han had no intention of being a saint. With so many injured and Su Manny's limited medical supplies, the highest bidder would be prioritized. Please save me. My arm has been useless for a long time. The slightest movement causes unbearable pain. A man clutching his arm rushed to Wu Han, pleading. If my arm is ruined, how can I survive? I don't want to die here. I'm willing to pay with a bottle of water for treatment. Wu Han glanced at Su Manny. He knew nothing of medicine. Only she could assess the man's condition. Su Manny nodded at Wu Han. All right, hand over the water first, Wu Han said. The man quickly pulled a bottle of water from his pocket, handed it to Wu Han, and stepped forward. Extend your arm. Let me see, Su Manny said coldly. What's the problem? The man asked after a couple of minutes. It's not serious. A fracture. He'll bandage and stabilize it. It should improve within a week. Su Manny finished speaking, broke off 4 legs from a chair damaged in the earlier chaos, used them to splint the man's arm, and wrapped it tightly with bandages. Ideally, she would have applied a cast, but with limited resources, this was all she could do. The rest was up to fate. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be a real doctor, the man said, impressed by her swift and professional bandaging technique. That's all I can do. Be careful from now on, Su Manny said. Thank you, the man said 3 times. Next, Wu Han called out after Su Manny finished. A large crowd had gathered surrounding Wu Han and Su Manny so tightly that there was no room to move. Wu Han frowned. Step back. Don't come so close. No sooner had Wu Han spoken than the scene erupted. I thought she was a fraud, but she's really a doctor. I want her to check me too. I recognize her. She's Dr. Su, a renowned physician in the country. Oh my God, how did she end up here? If I had a teammate like her, I wouldn't be afraid to die. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some recognized Su Manny's identity, and all doubt vanished. They surged forward like mad, scrambling to reach her. Among them, many didn't need treatment, but were driven by greed. Wu Han could see the burning desire in their eyes, a lust to possess her. Everyone back off. If anyone dares to step forward, he'll kill him. Wu Han pulled Su Manny, who was sitting on the ground, to her feet. The situation was spiraling out of control, and he made her hide behind him. She's a doctor. Saving lives is her duty. So many are injured here and need her. You can't keep her all to yourself, right? Some bastard in the crowd incited, and others echoed. If you want treatment, line up. Are you trying to rob us? Wu Han shot back. So what? Whoever grabs her gets her. She's a human being, a living person. What do you take her for? Wu Han, we don't care if she's human or not. She's a treasure. Who wouldn't want a beautiful female doctor by their side? She can heal, warm the bed, and trade her skills for food. Such a good thing. Whoever gets it keeps it. Su Manny frowned upon hearing this. Her usual calm demeanor gave way to visible displeasure. When I make my move, seize the chance to escape. Don't worry about me. Find Ilikiba and Yuanba. Whatever you do, don't fall into their hands, or you'll wish you were dead. Then, thank you. Wu Han spoke with his back to Su Manny. If only Yuanba were here, he could surely intimidate these people. Wu Han tightened his grip on the fruit knife. He exchanged a glance with Su Manny. Seeing she was ready, he bared his teeth, and bang! A gunshot rang through the cafeteria. Everyone dropped to the ground, covering their heads with their hands, their faces pale with terror. Wu Han regained his composure and looked up, stunned. Zhao Shan. On the 3rd floor corridor. Did you hear gunshots? Duan Ting asked, her face pale with fright. I did. It seemed to come from the cafeteria. Huang Ming remarked. I wonder what happened. Lu Xing, a former soldier, was particularly sensitive to the sound of gunfire. Whatever happened, it's none of our business. There are so many lunatics here, we just need to take care of ourselves. The life or death of others has nothing to do with us, Wang Heping said with indifference. After retrieving food from the cafeteria, Wang Heping along with his 2 companions and the 3 women left together. They agreed to gather in Wang Heping's room on the 3rd floor for a meal to sit down and get to know each other. Brother Wang is right. Why bother with all that? The more of those people die, the better. One less is one fewer, and the sooner we can escape this godforsaken place. Sure, you said, his gaze sweeping over the group. The others nodded, carrying their food to room 302, Wang Heping's room, and sat down one after another. See, I didn't lie to you. Look how tempting this food is. Stick with us, and you won't regret it. Upon entering the room, Wang Heping emptied all the food from his sack onto the floor, proudly showing it off to Duan Ting. Seeing the food, Duan Ting's eyes widened, and her previous disdain vanished. Brother Wang Xiaolu, you were amazing just now. So many people surrounded you, and you weren't even scared. I was trembling just watching. Wang Heping's heart swelled with pride at her words. He bragged, of course. There were so many people ganging up on us just now when ordinary person would have wet their pants. Luckily, Xiaolu and I are both trained fighters. We're not afraid of them. No matter how many come, they'll all end up on the ground. Lu Xing scratched his head sheepishly at these words, knowing full well that if Swen Mingjie hadn't intervened out of nowhere, he and Wang Heping might not have been able to hold their own. Brother Wang, is the wound on your shoulder okay? Huang Ming asked, noticing the blood staining the fabric on Wang Heping's shoulder. Wang Heping shrugged his left shoulder, glanced at it, and put on a brave face. It's nothing serious. The bone isn't injured. It's not a big deal. Brother Wang is so mighty, so manly. It makes me feel so secure. Sure, you flattered. Wang Heping's heart was filled with delight upon hearing this, and his gaze drifted to Duan Ting, eager to see what she would say about him. Brother Wang, you were really fierce just now. You scared that guy who ambushed you so much he wet himself. Duan Ting praised, playing along with Wang Heping's wishes. If Xiaolu hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have let that bastard live. Damn it, daring to ambush me. Cutting off his hand would have been let. Wang Heping's anger flared at the thought of the fat man who had ambushed him. The burning pain in his shoulder was all thanks to him. All right, that guy is as good as dead now. Brother Wang made the biggest sacrifice to get this food back safely. He's our hero. Come on, let's toast to Brother Wang. The 6 of them sat down on the floor of the room, each opened a bottle of beer, clinked their bottles together, and took a few swigs. I never thought this reward would include alcohol. I've been locked up here for so long, I haven't had a sip in ages, Wang Heping said, gulping down an entire bottle of beer, letting out a burp, and wearing a look of utter satisfaction. Too bad there aren't many bottles, or we could have a real party tonight, Duan Ting said, having also finished a whole bottle of beer, a hint of lingering desire in her voice. Huang Ming took a couple of sips, put down his bottle, and said, I have some more. I've got a bottle of red wine. They'll go get it so we can drink together. Really? Duan Ting exclaimed excitedly. Huang Ming, you bastard, when did you hide a bottle of red wine? How come I didn't know? Wang Heping said, his expression darkening. Yeah, we've been a team for so long, and you've been keeping secrets pretty deep, Lu Xing said, also looking displeased. Hiding things from us. Some friend you are. Huang Ming frowned and explained, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I got the red wine from the safe. I forgot all about it until I had a few sips of beer. And if I wanted to hide it, why would I tell you now? This reasoning seemed plausible, and they decided to believe him for the time being. Brother, don't be mad. We misunderstood you, Wang Heping said with an apologetic smile. Since you have the red wine, bring it out. The 3 ladies can't wait. Lu Xing changed the subject. All right, wait a moment. They'll go to the next room and get the wine. With that, Huang Ming got up and left the room, heading to room 303 to retrieve his bottle. This bottle of red wine was actually Huang Ming's hidden treasure, a secret he had kept from Wang Heping and Lu Xing. His plan was to save it for a desperate moment when food was scarce and hunger became unbearable, to take a sip and sustain himself. That was Huang Ming's original intention. He would never reveal the existence of the red wine unless it was absolutely necessary. He had revealed it now because he felt they still needed to win over Duan Ting and the others. Though he wasn't as overt as Wang Heping and Lu Xing, he hadn't been with a woman for a long time either. Seeing Duan Ting and her friends stirred a deep longing within him. They were like a bird in the hand, and he couldn't let them fly away. Brother Wang, if we eat all the food now, what will we do tomorrow? Sure, you asked, her mouth full of chicken, like a note of worry. Tomorrow. Wang Heping was taken aback. If Sure You hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have given tomorrow a second thought. That's simple. When it's gone well, just find some unlucky bastard to kill tomorrow. Then we'll have food. Lu Xing said nonchalantly while eating. The others were stunned, staring at him in surprise. What? Why are you all looking? Is there something wrong with what I said? What other choice do we have? Lu Xing said calmly. Xiaolu is right. We'll worry about tomorrow when it comes. For now, the important thing is to eat and drink our fill. Wang Heping patted his chest and said, with us 3 men around, you won't go hungry. Don't worry. Brother Wang is awesome. Brother Wang is the best. Duan Ting and the other 2 nodded, then without any further politeness grabbed the food and stuffed it into their mouths. Hey, what are you all chatting about? Huang Ming said, holding a bottle of red wine as he pushed open the door. We were just saying how slow you are. If you'd been any later, would have finished everything. Hurry up and eat. After we're full, we can drink. Wouldn't that be perfect? Wang Heping said, chewing on a piece of meat. Seeing this, Huang Ming quickly sat down and began eating ravenously. Let me see the red wine. Wang Heping whispered into Huang Ming's ear. Huang Ming pulled the bottle of red wine from his coat and handed it to Wang Heping. Wang Heping gazed at the full bottle of red wine in his hands, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hee with this bottle of red wine and those beers tonight we three men can finally have our fill. In the cafeteria, Zhao Shan pointed his pistol at the surging crowd and declared, anyone who dares to take another step forward, he'll shoot them dead. The crowd crouched on the ground cautiously lifting their heads to glance at Zhao Shan's ashen face, none daring to utter a word. Wu Han rose to his feet and asked, Brother Zhao, why did you come down too? Zhao Shan nodded and replied, nothing much upstairs, so I thought I'd come down and join the fun. What's this? Wu Han pointed at the pistol in Zhao Shan's hand inquiring. Hey, don't worry, I'm not here to steal your thunder. Relax. Zhao Shan chuckled and said, seeing those bastards ganging up on you, I was afraid you'd get into trouble. I had to pull out this piece to keep the crowd in line. Hearing this, Wu Han breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. Brother Zhao, you're truly honorable. If you hadn't stepped in, we'd probably be in deep trouble by now. It's nothing, just a small favor. I simply couldn't stand by and watch. Zhao Shan declared with righteous indignation. Brother Zhao, any plans? Wu Han probed cautiously. Just getting some fresh air, no concrete plans. Zhao Shan said with a smile. It's really strange how you always end up in such messy situations. If I hadn't happened to be here, those guys would have skinned you alive. Yes. Wu Han nodded eagerly and continued, Brother Zhao, since you don't have any plans right now, how about joining us? Zhao Shan's expression turned grave. After a moment of deliberation, he shook his head and said, though you still have a conscience, now I'll pass on teaming up. I prefer to go it alone. If I join you, I'd be obligated to follow your orders, and that would put you in a tough spot if I didn't comply. No matter how things unfold in this hotel, I won't kill anyone. Otherwise, surviving this would be meaningless and I'd be betraying this uniform. Wu Han glanced at Zhao Shan's police uniform, which seemed utterly out of place in this setting, and seemed to understand his words. All right, since you put it that way, I won't force you. Wu Han said politely, how about this, Brother Zhao? Since you've come all the way down, you can't just waste the trip. Help us out, do some good deeds, a mutually beneficial arrangement. You can't refuse that, can you, eh? What do you mean? Zhao Shan didn't understand Wu Han's implication. Just help your little brother keep order, let Dr. Su treat the wounded. Isn't that a good deed? Wu Han said with a grin. Zhao Shan rubbed his chin, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. There are quite a few injured people here. Without proper treatment, they won't last long. All right, this time I'll help you out. Wu Han was overjoyed. Having a police officer like Zhao Shan to keep the peace was no less effective than Xie Yuanba's presence. In fact, it carried even more deterrent weight. Brother Zhao, thank you so much. You provide the muscle, I provide the people. We'll split the food, we collect 50-50. How? Zhao Shan revealed a satisfied smile and said, you're quite sensible, straightforward enough. I won't be polite then. For the sake of the food, I can guarantee the safety of both you and this girl. Then it's settled. They'll be counting on you from now on, Brother Zhao, Wu Han said. No need to be so formal. Dealing with you put. Wu Han nodded and addressed the others. If anyone wants to see a doctor for injuries, as long as you're willing to offer food as payment, line up one by one and you're welcome. But if anyone tries to cause trouble or snatch people, don't blame me if you lose your life. Who knows, a stray bullet might hit someone. The crowd looked at Wu Han, then at Zhao Shan, their defiance deflating as they became much more subdued. Don't listen to him. No killing within 7 hours. I don't believe he dares to shoot us dead. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Zhao Shan's bullet struck the ground right beside the man who had just spoken, missing his foot by a hair's breadth. If you've got the guts, feel free to try. Zhao Shan's face darkened as he warned, anyone who dares to speak out of turn again, the next bullet will hit their body. Seeing this, no one in the crowd dared to make a sound. After the Wang Heping incident, they all understood one truth: killing someone didn't necessarily mean finishing them off on the spot. Crippling someone would lead to the same in just a matter of time. So now none of them were willing to take that risk. Everyone who needs treatment, line up. Those who don't, get the hell out and stop causing trouble, someone from the crowd shouted. Before long, the crowd that had been packed tightly around Wu Han and Su Manny thinned out considerably. Those who remained were the injured, urgently needing Su Manny's care. Zhao Shan holstered his pistol and stood by Su Manny's side, protecting her, while Wu Han collected food payments on the others. Watching the food pile up, Wu Han felt a sense of relief. This trip downstairs was all thanks to Zhou Qian and Su Manny. Without them, he wouldn't have gathered so much food. Judging by the quantity, it would last his 8-person team a month. After a month, not many would survive, and this absurd game would be nearly over. With this estimate, Wu Han and his group would have ample food, no longer needing to worry about that aspect. Just as Wu Han was secretly gloating, he spotted Ilicuba and Xie Yuanba in the crowd, and his face instantly turned grim. Didn't I tell you to follow Zhou Qian and protect her? Why are you back? Seeing that Zhou Qian wasn't behind the two, Wu Han asked anxiously. I heard gunshots. Sister Qian told me to come check on you, afraid something might have happened on your end. Ilicuba said, a hint of grievance in her voice. You fool. Wu Han's face darkened, scaring Ilicuba into silence. How could you leave Zhou Qian alone with Zhuo Mingjia? What if something goes wrong? Wu Han scolded. No, it's fine. Before I left, Sister Qian said there wouldn't be any major issues and she'd be here within half an hour. Wu Han frowned and said, Ilicuba, I don't even know what to say to you. Can't you use your brain for once? Don't you know what kind of person Zhuo Mingjia is? Antisocial personality disorder. How dangerous is that? Leaving Zhou Qian to face him alone. Who knows what outrageous and dangerous things Zhuo Mingjia might do to her? Isn't there another woman accompanying Zhuo Mingjia? It can't be that bad. I hope so. Wu Han felt an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. What's going on? Zhao Shan noticed their grim expressions and approached to ask. Brother Zhao, I might need to go down to the first floor of the hotel. One of my teammates left with Mingxia, and am worried something might have happened to her. Wu Han confessed honestly. Who's Mingxia? Isn't he that scumbag who threw food in the cafeteria earlier? Seeing Wu Han nod, Zhao Shan's face grew concerned. Those two women with him. One of them isn't your teammate, is she? Wu Han nodded helplessly. Based on my years of experience as a criminal investigator, that kid is especially dangerous. Zhao Shan said with a grave expression. Brother Zhao, could you please protect Dr. Su? I need to go make sure she's safe, or I won't be able to rest easy. Wu Han, if you trust me, go ahead. I won't let a single hair on Dr. Zu's head be harmed. Zhao Shan vowed earnestly. Wu Han hesitated, not entirely trusting Zhao Shan, and found himself caught in a dilemma. Go ahead. I believe Brother Zhao will keep me safe, Su Manny said at that moment. Alright, I'll go and be right back. Wu Han called Ilikiba and Xie Yuanba, and they hurried toward room 101 in room 101 of Mingxia. It's done. Che Binglu said coldly, getting out of bed and putting on her clothes scattered on the floor. Why rush off? Mingxia chuckled. Seeing Che Binglu dressing to leave, Zhou Qian also jumped down from his bed, hurriedly pulling on her own clothes. We did what you asked. Let us go now, Zhou Qian said, unsettled by the cold sneer on Mingxia's face. No rush. Since you're here, how could I let you off so easily? Mingxia stared at Zhou Qian and Che Binglu. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're going to kill us. Che Binglu, now fully dressed, asked with a pale face. No, I'm a man of my word. Why would I kill you? Mingxia said. Ignoring him, Zhou Qian and Che Binglu headed for the door. What's wrong? Why won't the door open? Che Binglu twisted the doorknob, her expression darkening. Let me try, Zhou Qian said, stepping forward and turning it as well. Indeed, the door wouldn't budge. What exactly do you want? Knowing Mingxia was behind this, Che Binglu turned back, frowning with displeasure. I don't really want to do anything to you. Just play a game with you, Mingxia said, maintaining a smile. Are you insane? I need to go upstairs to find Appa. Who has time for your games? Che Binglu said impatiently. Open the door now, or I won't be polite. Is that so? The moment she finished speaking, a cold dagger pressed against her neck. Mingxia had somehow appeared behind her. Bro, calm down. You can't kill anyone within 7 hours. If you kill me, you'll die too, Che Binglu said, a hint of panic in her voice as she saw the seriousness in Mingxia's face. Seeing this, Zhou Qian was terrified. She grabbed the doorknob and twisted it frantically, shouting, Guba, Yuanba, are you out there? Come save me. Shut up. If you yell again, I'll kill you first. Mingxia threatened, aiming the dagger at Zhou Qian. After shouting a few times with no response from outside and intimidated by Mingxia's threat, Zhou Qian wisely fell silent, afraid he might do something extreme. You wouldn't dare? If you kill us, you'll die too, Che Binglu said. Then you might be disappointed. What time do you think it is? Mingxia pulled out his phone and pressed a button. The screen lit up and Zhou Qian and Che Binglu clearly saw it was 6:58. Just 2 minutes until 7 o'clock in the morning. This? Impossible. Che Binglu said incredulously. It's not even dawn. How can it be almost 7 in the morning? Zhou Qian's face darkened. She remembered it was around 5:00 when they came to Mingxia's room. With all the commotion, it was plausible that time had nearly reached 7. Now are you willing to play a game with me? Mingxia squinted, his tone calm but menacing. If not, well, wait until 7 o'clock, and then I'll kill you both. You don't have much time left. Just 1 minute now. Hearing this, Che Binglu's heart filled with fear. She quickly spoke. I'm willing to play the game. Please let me go. I don't want to die. I want to live and marry Appa. And you, beauty? Mingxia asked, his gaze fixed on Zhou Qian like a hawk. Zhou Qian knew the games Mingxia spoke of was far from simple, but to buy time until Ali Guba returned, she had no choice but to go along. What game do you want to play? Zhou Qian asked, steadying her nerves and speaking calmly. Mingxia grinned sinisterly. The game is simple. Only one of you can walk out of here alive. The other will have to die. Zhou Qian and Che Binglu turned deathly pale, their throats dry and speechless. In their eyes, Mingxia now seemed like a demon. You want us to fight each other to the death? Che Binglu pointed at Zhou Qian and asked Mingxia. The corners of Mingxia's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Exactly. Isn't this game great? Seeing Mingxia's manic expression, Zhou Qian and Che Binglu were too terrified to respond. What's with those? Don't you want to play? Don't you find it interesting? Mingxia said irritably. You're a psychopath, Che Binglu cursed through gritted teeth. The next second, the sharp dagger cut into the surface of her neck. Play or not? One word, Mingxia said, losing patience. I won't play. I'd rather die fighting you, Zhou Qian said, steeling herself. A bit of pride, but unfortunately you're no match for me. You don't have a choice, Mingxia replied coldly. And you? Do you also plan to fight me recklessly? Che Binglu's face darkened. She shot a cold glance at Zhou Qian before replying to Mingxia. If I kill her, will you let me? Hearing this, Zhou Qian felt a chill run down her spine. She could sense that Che Binglu's gaze had changed, now filled with murderous intent toward her. Of course. Only one of you can walk out of my room alive, or both of you will die by my hand at 7 o'clock. This time you'd better keep your word. If you break it again, I'll kill you. Che Binglu said, her expression fierce. Mingxia paused, then laughed. Don't worry. I'm only interested in prey, not fellow hunters. If I play your game, you have to give me something else in return. Che Binglu looked at Mingxia. Besides letting me go, give me all the leftover food you brought back from the cafeteria. Mingxia gave a sly smile. You're quite greedy, but I like that. I agree. Good. Now take the knife away. The moment Zhuo Mingjie removed the dagger from her neck, Che Binglu rushed at Zhou Qian, grabbed her hair, and pulled hard. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhou Qian fought back, desperately unwilling to die at Che Binglu's hands. Don't blame me. Only one of us can live, so it has to be you who dies. Seeing Zhou Qian's fierce resistance, Che Binglu's expression grew more excited. This wasn't her first kill. Gone were the fear and guilt, replaced by a sense of enjoyment. Please, let me go. My teammates are coming. They'll kill you. Zhou Qian's face was covered in blood as Che Binglu pinned her down and pummeled her relentlessly. I don't care if your teammates come to save you. I'm going to kill you now so I can walk out alive and take all this food. When I get back, Appa will surely praise me. Che Binglu's strength grew, her face terrifying as she choked Zhou Qian without letting go. It's 7 o'clock. They'll give you one more minute. If you don't kill each other, you'll both die. Zhuo Mingjie said calmly, watching the brutal slaughter from the sidelines. Panicked Che Binglu grabbed a glass bottle from the floor, smashed it against the ground, picked up a sharp shard, and slashed it heavily across Zhou Qian's tender neck. Blood gushed from the wound on Zhou Qian's neck. Her face twisted in pain, she clutched her throat with both hands, blood bubbling from her mouth, unable to utter a word. Che Binglu, holding the bloodstained glass shard, slowly stood up, turned around, and stared coldly at Zhuo Mingjie. Zhuo Mingjie pulled out a key from his pocket and tossed it in front of Che Binglu. You can go now. They exchanged a silent gaze for a few seconds. Finally, Che Binglu bent down, picked up the key, gathered the food in the room, unlocked the door, and limped out. Tisk, another mad woman, Zhuo Mingjie muttered to himself with a squinting smile as he watched her retreating figure. When Wu Han arrived, the door to room 101 was wide open. There were bloodstains on the floor leading from the room to the corridor, and Wu Han's heart sank as he realized something had gone wrong. Zhou Qian, where are you? Wu Han called out as he quickened his pace, with Aili Guba and Xie Yuanbao following closely behind. Sister Qian, you must not come to harm. Aili Guba prayed silently, her face etched with anxiety. When the three reached the door of room 101, the interior was shrouded in darkness, utterly still. Why is no one here? Aili Guba scanned the room, finding it empty. Are you sure Qian was in this room just now? Absolutely. When I came to find you, Sister Qian was in room 101, along with Zhuo Mingjie and that girl. Seeing Wu Han's disbelief, Aili Guba quickly explained. Let's go in and have a look. Wu Han cautiously stepped into the room, a wave of bloodlust assailing his senses. Sister Qian, are you in there? Aili Guba clutched her chest, nervously following behind Wu Han with a look of fear. Xie Yuanbao, too large to fit comfortably, stood guard outside the door. After several calls with no response, the eerie silence made Wu Han's skin crawl. He dreaded the thought of Zhuo Mingjie leaping out from some corner to stab him. Let's check the bedroom. Finding no anomalies in the living room, Wu Han and Aili Guba followed the trail of blood, tiptoeing cautiously into the bedroom. The moment Wu Han's foot crossed the threshold, he heard a choking sound from within, as if someone's throat was blocked, struggling. Wu Han, what's in there? That pervert Zhuo Mingjie isn't hiding in the room, is he? Aili Guba tugged at Wu Han's arm, her body trembling as she spoke. Even if he is, we have to go in. What if Zhou Qian is in his hands and in danger right now? Wu Han braced himself and entered the bedroom. The floor was littered with packaging and bottles, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of sourness and blood. No one. Wu Han surveyed the room with tension, utterly perplexed. Strange. Then what was it that made that terrifying noise just now? Aili Guba saw no trace of Zhuo Mingjie and felt a moment of relief, but suddenly an icy hand seized her ankle. Aili Guba's unexpected scream nearly stopped Wu Han's heart. He whirled around and snapped. What are you doing? Trying to scare someone to death. Aili Guba's face went rigid, her eyes bulging with terror as she stammered. A ghost. There's a ghost. Are you out of your mind? There's no one in the room, so where would a ghost come from? Stop being so jumpy, Wu Han said, annoyed. My foot. Something grabbed it. Aili Guba shut her eyes in fear. Wu Han's expression shifted as he looked down at her feet. In the dim light, he saw a pale hand gripping Aili Guba's. What are you standing there for? Come here. Seeing Aili Guba frozen in terror, Wu Han quickly pulled her toward him. Wu Han, I'm scared. It's still holding me. The hand seemed unwilling to let go, still clutching her ankle. Wu Han grew frantic. He turned and kicked at the ghostly hand, finally forcing it to release its grip. Aili Guba scrambled behind him in panic. A coughing sound came from the floor. Wu Han bent down to look closely, and his face darkened instantly. Behind the door lay a woman drenched in blood, her long hair disheveled and obscuring her face. Her entire upper body was immersed in a pool of blood. Zhou Qian? Wu Han asked, recognizing something familiar about the woman. Sister Qian. Aili Guba, hearing Wu Han call out to the woman on the floor, opened her eyes in fear and looked at her. Wu Han crouched down, carefully lifting the woman into a sitting position, brushing the hair from her face to reveal a familiar pale visage. Zhou Qian, what happened to you? The woman on the floor was none other than Zhou Qian, the very person Wu Han and Aili Guba were searching for. Sister Qian, don't scare me. Where are you hurt? Aili Guba knelt down, embracing Zhou Qian with concern. Due to the dim lighting, Wu Han and Aili Guba could only tell that Zhou Qian was injured, the blood on the floor seeping. As Zhou Qian lay in their arms, she released her hands from her neck. In the pale dawn light, Wu Han saw a horrifying 6-centimeter-long gash on her fair throat, the edges of the wound already crusted with clotted blood. That bastard Zhuo Mingjie. He'll kill him. Wu Han roared in fury. Che. Bing. Lu. Zhou Qian gasped, blood bubbling from her mouth as she struggled to utter a name. Che Binglu. Wu Han stared at Zhou Qian in astonishment. The girl who was with you and Zhuo Mingjia. She did this. Zhou Qian nodded weakly. What did Zhuo Mingjia do to you two? Wu Han was bewildered, never expecting the culprit to be the frail Che Binglu instead of Zhuo Mingjia. A game. Only one. Lives. Zhou Qian coughed up blood. Did that bastard Zhuo Mingjia force you two to fight each other with only one allowed to leave alive? Zhou Qian nodded again, and Wu Han clenched his fists. Though her words were unclear, he grasped her meaning. Don't worry, I'll make them both pay. I won't forget this. Wu Han said. Sister Qian, you can't die? It's all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't be like this. Ali Guba was consumed with guilt and regret, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Qian forced a faint smile, reaching out weakly to pat Ali Guba's head, which rested on her chest as a comfort. Let's not talk anymore. Find Su Mani. She'll know how to treat Zhou Qian. Wu Han calmed himself. Yes, Sister Qian, don't worry. We'll take you to Mani. With her around, you'll be fine. Ali Guba wiped away her tears. Wu Han carefully lifted Zhou Qian and carried her out of room 101. Ali Guba called for Xie Yuanbao, and together they rushed desperately toward the cafeteria. The journey, normally less than a minute, felt like an eternity to Wu Han. He was consumed with regret, wishing he had stopped Zhou Qian from getting involved with Zhuo Mingjia. Now it was too late for anything. Back in the cafeteria, aside from Wu Han and his group, there were few others present. You're finally back. If you hadn't returned, I'd have thought something happened to you. Zhao Shan approached him. Brother Zhao, let's talk about other things later. Saving lives comes first now. After speaking, Wu Han carried Zhou Qian to Su Mani and said urgently, Zhou Qian is severely injured. Please save her. Su Mani was taken aback. It had only been a short while since Zhou Qian left with Zhuo Mingjia, and now something had happened. Su Mani glanced at Zhou Qian, who was cradled in Wu Han's arms, teetering on the brink of death. She dared not delay and said, Put her down. Let me see what's wrong. Wu Han laid Zhou Qian on the cafeteria table. She was so weak she could barely stay conscious, but she knew she couldn't close her eyes. Once she did, she might never wake again. Su Mani quickly examined Zhou Qian's condition, her expression growing grave. Mani, how is Sister Qian? Alicuba, noticing Su Mani's prolonged silence, couldn't help asking with worry. Su Mani ignored her, bent down to listen to Zhou Qian's chest, felt her breath, then stopped her actions and shook her head at Wu Han and Alicuba. What does that mean? Alicuba stared at Su Mani in disbelief. Wu Han remained silent, already bracing himself. Excessive blood loss. With the conditions here, she can't survive. Su Mani's tone was calm, but her eyes were already red-rimmed. Mani, are you lying to me? You're a renowned doctor back home. How can you not save Sister Qian? Alicuba couldn't accept it. Agitated, she grabbed Su Mani's shoulders and shook her violently. Alicuba, calm down. Wu Han stepped forward, grabbing her hands. Calm down. Sister Qian ended up like this because of me. How can you tell me to calm down? Alicuba buried her head in her hands and wept. Dr. Su, is there really no way? Wu Han asked reluctantly. Without a blood bank, medicine, or medical equipment, how can I save her? Su Mani looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, and spoke with anguish. It's okay. You must live to get out. At that moment, the dying Zhou Qian moved her fingers, took Alicuba and Su Mani's hands, and smiled at them. Sister Qian, you won't die. Alicuba threw herself into Zhou Qian's arms, sobbing. I'm sorry. I can't save you. Su Mani felt terrible, watching helplessly as Zhou Qian's condition worsened. It's not your fault. There was no reproach in Zhou Qian's eyes, only concern. Was this what Mingjia's doing? Zhao Shan, standing nearby, asked. Wu Han nodded silently. Damn it. That bastard Zhuo Mingjia is inhuman. In just a short time, he's already killed someone. He's utterly insane. If I ever run into him, I'll blow his dog head off with one shot. Zhao Shan was seething with indignation. Having never thought of killing before, he now felt the urge for the first time. This also has to do with the other girl who went with Zhuo Mingjia, Wu Han said, but the real culprit is Zhuo Mingjia. He instigated it. Where are Zhuo Mingjia and the others now? Zhao Shan touched the pistol at his waist. They'll go kill him, rid the world of a menace before he harms anyone else. Sigh. Wu Han let out a breath. By the time we got to his room, it was empty. I don't know where he's hiding. Not to mention Zhao Shan. If Zhuo Mingjia had been in his room, Wu Han wouldn't have let him off easily. He can't have gone far. As long as he's still in this hotel, we'll run into him sooner or later. Then we'll deal with him. Mani's Sister Qian is fading fast, Alicuba suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Qian. Her face was as pale as paper, utterly bloodless, a chilling sight. Wu Han. Zhou Qian called his name. I'm here. Wu Han quickly crouched down, leaning in to meet her eyes. Done for. Tears welled in Zhou Qian's eyes. She was unwilling. She didn't want to die, but she could no longer control her own fate. Don't talk nonsense. You want. Wu Han couldn't finish his sentence. If Su Mani had no solution, what could he do? Sister Qian, you can't die? You have to walk out of this hotel with us, Alicuba sobbed, holding Zhou Qian's hands. Take them. And live. To get out. Zhou Qian grabbed Wu Han's clothes with one hand. Don't worry, I promise you. They'll lead them out alive. Wu Han hadn't expected Zhou Qian's dying wish to be for others' sake. It left a bitter taste in his heart. Hearing his words, Zhou Qian nodded in relief. Kill me. While I'm still alive. Zhou Qian suddenly spoke an abrupt sentence. Everyone was stunned, looking at her in confusion. Kill me. For food. My last worth. For everyone. Hearing this, Wu Han and the others understood. Wu Han, you can't do this. Ilicuba yelled, lifting her head. Wuhan ignored her and looked down at Zhou Qian, who smiled back. Their eyes met, and he understood her heartfelt intent. Brother Zhao, can I borrow your pistol? Wuhan turned to Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan looked at Wuhan's grim face, hesitated for a moment, then let out a soft sigh and handed him the pistol. Have you thought this through? Are you sure you want to do this? Don't say I didn't warn you. Once you do, you might live in the shadow of this day for the rest of your life. No regrets. Zhao Shan said. That's a problem for later. What's in front of me now is how to get everyone out alive. Wuhan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and made his decision. The next moment, he turned around, gripped the pistol, walked up to Zhou Qian, and aimed at her chest. His finger felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, unable to pull the trigger. Su Mani pulled Ilicuba away from Zhou Qian, cast a complex glance at Wuhan, then turned her head away in tears. Bang! A piercing gunshot rang out. Zhou Qian's delicate body, lying flat on the table, jolted violently. Blood from the wound in her heart slowly soaked her entire shirt. Her eyelids gradually closed, a smile lingering on her face. Zhou Qian was dead. Wuhan stood frozen in place, watching Ilicuba and Su Mani weep in each other's arms. He didn't know if what he had done was right or wrong. On the third floor inside Wang Heping's room. Everyone should be pretty drunk by now. How about we play a game together? Wang Heping's face was flushed from the alcohol. A game? Sounds good. Sure, you cradled her dizzy head. What fun games do you have in mind? Lu Xing said, beer in hand. Huang Ming observed the group's heightened spirits. Duan Ting and the others were becoming increasingly uninhibited. Speaking of games, I've thought of one. Spit it out, don't keep us in suspense. Wang Heping urged. There are 6 of us. We could play the king's game. Huang Ming took a sip of beer. That's a great game, sounds fun. Lu Xing grinned mischievously. Duan Ting frowned slightly, eyeing the 3 men before her. Their intentions were clearly impure. Lu Xing's gaze had been fixed on Ding Qiuyu from start to finish, while Huang Ming's eyes wandered over Shiyu. It seemed Shiyu would be paired with Huang Ming and Ding Qiuyu with Lu Xing, leaving her stuck with the lecherous Wang Heping. Duan Ting's heart churned with disgust and resentment, but she had eaten their food, and given the atmosphere, she couldn't refuse to participate. The thought vexed her deeply. If only she were paired with a handsome young man instead of this stale Wang Heping, she would be more than willing. Wang Heping, oblivious to Duan Ting's displeasure, cheerfully raised his bottle. All right, since no one objects, let the game begin. The others took their seats, waiting for the game to start. Everyone ready? Wang Heping looked around with a satisfied smirk. He'll be the king this round. No objections. Now what command shall I give? Wang Heping stroked his chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he eyed the others. All right, Lu Xing and Ding Qiuyu, a 30-second passionate kiss. The moment Wang Heping spoke, Lu Xing, who was drinking, nearly spat out his beer. The sudden blessing was so overwhelming, he could barely react. Huh, a passionate kiss. Ding Qiuyu was equally startled. She glanced at Lu Xing, shyly recoiling, an involuntary blush creeping onto her cheeks. Do it, do it. The others began to egg them on. The king's command must be obeyed or face the penalty. Wang Heping winked at Lu Xing, giving him an unmistakable cue. Lu Xing caught on immediately. Turning around, he caught Ding Qiuyu slightly off guard, swiftly leaning in to press his lips against hers. Ding Qiu's eyes flew open in surprise. Yet instead of pushing him away, she parted her lips to meet his. Wang Heping and Huang Ming watched Lu Xing freely taking advantage of Ding Qiuyu, a restless itch stirring within them. All right, I'm the king now. Lu Xing shot Shiyu a sly grin. Huang Ming and Shiyu embraced for 5 minutes. Unlike Ding Qiu's hesitation, Shiyu rose without reservation, walked over to Huang Ming, and extended her delicate hand. You're quite enthusiastic. Huang Ming stood up with a smile. We're all adults, oh, what's there to be shy about? Shiyu pulled Huang Ming into her embrace. As they held each other, Huang Ming felt the softness against his chest. Shiyu was indeed well endowed, living up to her reputation. Haven't you two had enough? Are we playing the game or not? Wang Heping scowled, annoyed at Huang Ming and Shiyu's blatant intimacy, oblivious to everything else. Brother Wang, it's fine. Let Xiao Lu and sister Shiyu enjoy themselves. We'll play, you'll be the king this round. Ding Qiuyu said with a smile, fully aware of Wang Heping's intentions. It was clear he was just waiting to pair himself with Duan Ting. Good, Qiuyu may be young, but she's quite sensible. Wang Heping chuckled. Then he'll give the command. Ding Qiu's eyes darted around. Brother Wang gives sister Duan Ting a princess carry, and sister Duan Ting must kiss brother Wang. Wang Heping's heart leaped with joy. He turned to Duan Ting, leering at her from head to toe. Duan Ting, come here, let big brother hold you. Otherwise you'll face the game's punishment. Duan Ting forced a smile, her heart full of contempt. Not following the command would lead to punishment. As if it was clearly a pretext to take advantage, openly wrapped in a flimsy excuse. Though Duan Ting loathed Wang Heping, she couldn't refuse. She could only blame her bad luck for being stuck with such a creep. For now she had to play along. What a waste. Reluctantly, Duan Ting pecked Wang Heping on the cheek. He looked utterly satisfied, scooping her up in his arms, and even spinning her around to show off his strength. Should we find somewhere to have some fun too? Lu Xing, seeing Huang Ming and Shiyu already entwined, felt a restless urge. He patted Ding Qiu's shoulder and asked, Sister Shiyu is really open, it makes me shy just watching. Ding Qiuyu feigned modesty, covering her face with her hands while peeking through her fingers. Come on, trust me, I'll take good care of you. Lu Xing stood up, taking Ding Qiu's hand. Let's go to my room, it's empty. What do you say? Ding Qiuyu swayed coquettishly, then stole a sly glance at Lu Xing and nodded. It's already 7. Where are you two off to? Wang Heping called out as Lu Xing and Ding Qiuyu headed for the door. Back to the room. We'll leave you two to have fun here. Lu Xing shot Wang Heping a mischievous wink. What's the rush? Why not stay together in the room? Doing that kind of thing with you watching would be awkward. I prefer a little privacy. Lu Xing waved at Wang Heping. Don't worry, we're just next door. Nothing will go wrong, and if anything happens, just call out. With that, Lu Xing and Ding Qiuyu left the room. That kid, I don't know what to say about him. Wang Heping muttered a hint of worry and maybe we should go to your room too. Huang Ming and Yu were about to get down to business when Yu noticed Wang Heping and Duan Ting staring at them. It feels awkward with them watching. Huang Ming thought for a moment and agreed with Yu. Brother Wang, I'm heading to my room too. Just knock if anything comes up. Huang Ming gave Wang Heping a quick nod, then wrapped his arm around Yu's shoulder and led her to the adjacent room. Those two, they're absolutely reckless. The 7-hour ban on killing has passed, but at least they're both next door. Otherwise I'd be really worried. Wang Heping sighed. With everyone else gone, only Duan Ting and Wang Heping remained. Duan Ting had hoped to keep Wang Heping at arm's length, but that now seemed impossible. Duan Ting, everyone's gone. It's just us now. Let's not waste any more time. Come here. Wang Heping grabbed Duan Ting's hand and eagerly pinned her beneath him. Wang Heping pressed his face against Duan Ting's, kissing her left and right while she recoiled in reluctance. What's the meaning of this? Won't let your old man touch you. Sensing Duan Ting's resistance, Wang Heping stopped and glared down at her with displeasure. It's not that, Brother Wang. Can't you be a little less impatient? I'm not mentally prepared at all, Duan Ting said with a bitter smile. Don't you play any tricks with me. You've eaten so much of my stuff. It wasn't for free. Whether you're willing or not tonight, I'm having you no matter what. As Wang Heping spoke, his expression turned fierce. Seeing this, Duan Ting's heart quivered. It seemed that unless she gave that lecher Wang Heping some sweetener, he wouldn't let her off easily. She might as well consider it as being bitten by a dog, she thought to herself. Brother Wang, you're overthinking. How could I be unwilling? It's just that the door isn't closed, and it wouldn't look good if someone saw us. Duan Ting made an excuse. Wang Heping turned his head to look. Indeed, Huang Ming and Yu hadn't closed the door before leaving. But lust had clouded his mind, and he couldn't be bothered with such trifles. So what if it's open? Who would dare come in? Panting heavily, Wang Heping said, Duan Ting, you're just too tempting. Don't keep me hanging, all right? Let me have my way once, and from now on stick with me. We'll get you out of this hotel alive. Although Duan Ting wasn't fond of Wang Heping, his words struck a chord. For her, the most important thing was simply to get out alive. Nothing else mattered as much. Brother Wang, what are you saying? With you looking out for me, of course I'd follow you, Duan Ting said with a seductive smile. That's more like it. Now come here. Wang Heping couldn't wait any longer. He stripped off all his clothes in a flurry. Seeing this, Duan Ting resigned herself to fulfilling his wish. Brother Wang, go close the door. What if someone with ill intentions comes in? Duan Ting said uneasily. What's there to fear? With me here, no one dares to court death, Wang Heping boasted. I'm not bragging. On the 3rd floor, Lu Xing, Huang Ming, and I are the bosses. No one dares to mess with us. Since Wang Heping had said so, Duan Ting had no more objections. Take off your clothes, Wang Heping urged. Duan Ting sat up and slowly shed her garments one by one before Wang Heping's eager eyes driving him wild with desire. Baby, let me show you what I've got. With that, Wang Heping lunged at Duan Ting like a starving wolf. Brother Wang, go easy. You're hurting me. Duan Ting's brows furrowed tightly. The man pressing down on her acted as if he had never been with a woman before, his hands rough and clumsy, utterly brutal. Well, looks like I've come at a bad time. Just as Wang Heping was about to go deeper, a man's mocking voice came from behind, startling him into going limp. Who are you? Wang Heping spun around to see a burly fat man standing at the door, a cross-shaped scar on his face. The man squinted, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he stood there staring at the two in the room. Who I am? Are you worthy of knowing? Chen Dadu had seen the notification on his phone back on the 9th floor and had initially planned to go down to the cafeteria. However, his injuries had worsened, forcing him to find a room with a dead body on the 9th floor to rest for the night. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, it was nearly 8 in the morning. Having grown up in a violent single-parent household, after a night's rest, Chen Dadu's wounds had healed considerably, leaving him largely unharmed. After waking, Chen Dadu remembered the notification about going to the cafeteria. He slowly made his way down from the 9th floor, hoping to find some new entertainment there. But as he passed the 3rd floor, the sounds of a woman's moans came from rooms 301 and 303, piquing his interest. Glancing around, he noticed the door to room 302 was open with a woman's voice inside. Unable to resist, Chen Dadu followed the sound to the doorway of room 302. Peering inside, he saw a man and a woman locked in a heated embrace on the floor. Upon closer look, the woman was strikingly alluring, instantly sparking Chen Dadu's interest. Wang Heping frowned. He had been on the verge of having Duan Ting when Chen Dadu appeared out of nowhere, ruining his plans. He was deeply annoyed. Wang Heping got up from Duan Ting, wearing only his underpants, and faced Chen Dadu, the two staring each other down. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out. Wang Heping rubbed his fists in a warning tone. Hey, you're the one who should leave. Leave the woman behind, or he'll kill you. Chen Dadu's face darkened, utterly dismissive of Wang Heping's threat. You're asking for it. Wang Heping's anger flared. He hadn't wanted to fight Chen Dadu initially, sensing he was no pushover, and his larger build meant Wang Heping might not have the upper hand. But that didn't mean Wang Heping was afraid. After all, he had trained in boxing, and with Duan Ting watching behind him, he couldn't afford to lose face. He steeled himself. Wang Heping clenched his fists and did a few boxing warm-up hops on the spot. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? Chen Dadu's expression turned serious, recognizing from Wang Heping's movements that he was a trained fighter. Daring to steal a woman from my room. Don't you know your place? Wang Heping lunged forward, swiftly turning sideways and swinging a clean punch aimed at Chun Data's abdomen. Chun Data's expression shifted, and he reacted instantly, taking a large step back to easily dodge the attack. Chun Data sneered mockingly. A smug smile crept onto Wang Heping's face. It's not over yet. Can you handle this? Unfazed by Chun Data's dodge, as it was within his expectations, Wang Heping leaped into the air, performed a backflip, and brought a heavy leg crashing down toward Chun Data's forehead without warning. Damn it! Chun Data cursed inwardly, quickly raising his hands to shield his forehead, but he was a beat too slow. Wang Heping's heavy kick landed squarely on Chun Data's forehead. Chun Data's head instantly rang with a deafening buzz. Dizzy and disoriented, he staggered backward, lost his balance, and fell to the ground, clutching his reddened forehead and rubbing it vigorously. With a build like that, I thought you had some skill. Turns out you're a pushover. Wang Heping winked triumphantly at Duan Ting behind him, belittling Chun Data. You've pissed me off, kid. There will be serious consequences. Chun Data sat on the ground, head lowered, his voice hoarse with a hint of murderous intent. Oh, getting angry are we? I haven't even started for real yet. Can't take a hit, huh? Wang Heping's attitude was extremely arrogant, no longer taking Chun Data seriously. Brother Wang, you're awesome. Take him down. Duan Ting cheered from behind. Heh. Chun Data slowly crouched up, letting out an eerie laugh. When he stood before Wang Heping again, his entire demeanor had transformed, sending a chill down Wang Heping's spine. I can't believe you stood up after that kick, Wang Heping said in astonishment. Thinking you can take me down that easily. You're still green. That kick just loosened up my joints. Chun Data said as he strode toward Wang Heping. Not bad, but this time I'll knock you to the ground and make you pick up your teeth. Wang Heping's face turned serious as he dared not be careless. Bring it. Chun Data taunted, extending a hand and beckoning to Wang Heping. Take this. Exploiting Chun Data's pause, Wang Heping swiftly threw a punch at his face. Child's play. Chun Data casually reached out, and in the next instant, he caught Wang Heping's incoming fist, gripping it tight. What? You actually saw my punch coming. Wang Heping's face was full of shock, but he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly broke free, spun around, and leveraging Chun Data's bulky frame, circled behind him. Aiming for Chun Data's lower back, targeting his spine, he prepared to land a decisive blow. Wang Heping was already confident of victory. If he concentrated all his strength into his fist and struck Chun Data's spine, it would surely fracture. You're finished. With that, Wang Heping threw a punch, brimming with confidence, at Chun Data's lower back. Bang! Their fists collided. Chun Data stood rooted to the spot, unmoving, while Wang Heping staggered backward, losing his balance. He stared at Chun Data in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Heping couldn't fathom how Chun Data, with his obese build, could move so swiftly. Sneak attacks aren't real skill. A man fights face to face. Let me teach you. No sooner had Chun Data spoken than he moved, appearing before Wang Heping in an instant. He clenched his fist and drove it into Wang Heping's face. Wang Heping froze, standing like a sitting duck as Chun Data's fist connected. A loud crash echoed as Wang Heping's body flew through the air, tumbling several times across the ground before coming to a stop. He lay there twitching twice, unable to rise despite several attempts. Had enough, Chun Data said casually while picking his nose. Brother Wang, are you okay? You can't go down. I don't want to end up in this fat pig's hands. Duan Ting grew anxious, seeing Wang Heping bested by Chun Data, fear flickering across her face. I'm fine. Not dead yet. Duan Ting helped Wang Heping up as he coughed incessantly, his face bruised and bloodied, nosebleed spattering the ground. Hey beauty, come here. Why stick with a loser like him? Be with me. He'll show you a good time. Chun Datu said with a lecherous grin at Duan Ting. You disgusting fat pig, you make me sick. Who'd want to be with you? Though Duan Ting also despised Wang Heping, at least he was only slightly unattractive, while Chun Datu was a greasy, middle-aged man who looked like a pig. Oh, a slut like you dares to look down on me. You're not worthy. Chun Data scowled in displeasure. If you want come to me, he'll come to you. Try to run, and he'll break your legs. Brother Wang, can you still fight? He's threatening me. You said you'd protect me. Duan Ting trembled with fear, clinging to Wang Heping and hoping he'd defend her with his life. Are you blind? Can't you see I knocked him out cold with one punch? What's he going to protect you with? What are you doing? Get your filthy hands off me. He'll fight you. Seeing Chun Datu completely ignore him and paw at Duan Ting, Wang Heping was so furious he nearly spat blood. He clenched his fist and swung at Chun Datu. Chun Datu grabbed his incoming hand, tightening his grip until Wang Heping howled in pain, his face turning pale and blotchy. Even Duan Ting winced at the sight. You're no match for me. If you don't want me to snap your neck, get the hell out of this room. Chun Data's face turned cold, his tone heavy. Wang Heping's heart quailed at the words. Scram. Chun Datu released him with a furious roar. Wang Heping scurried out of the room, casting a reluctant glance at Duan Ting. Brother Wang, where are you going? Don't leave me here alone. Duan Ting cried out in near despair, though she knew deep down that Wang Heping was as insignificant as an ant before Chun Datu. Brother Wang, where are you going? Don't leave me here alone. Duan Ting cried out in near despair, though she knew deep down that Wang Heping was as insignificant. TCH, this coward runs to get help when he can't win. I should have finished him off to save the trouble. Chun Datu worried slightly about the reinforcements, but one glance at the tempting Duan Ting made him forget everything. What do you want? She asked, terrified. Why are you acting shy? Weren't you all over that coward just now? Now you're putting on. Chun Datu grabbed Duan Ting's chin, squinting. You disgusting fat pig, take your dirty hands off me. Duan Ting struggled, desperately unable to accept the impending violation. Losing patience, Chen Dadu raised his hand and slapped Duan Ting across the face. Bitch, if you don't cooperate, I'll kill you and then have my way with you. Duan Ting was stunned into silence, closing her eyes and not daring to move. That's better. If you'd been obedient from the start, you wouldn't have to suffer. He leered at her figure. TSK tisk, what a body, those long legs. Just looking at them gets me going. I'd be doing myself a disservice not to have you. Before Chen Dada made his move, he issued a few verbal warnings, then smiled in satisfaction. Duan Ting didn't scream for help, knowing no one could save her now. Since she couldn't escape Chen Dada's clutches anyway, Duan Ting figured it wasn't so bad. After all, outside, she was just a bar girl who often slept with all kinds of men for money. With that thought, Duan Ting felt somewhat relieved. Wang Heping stumbled out of his room and immediately went to knock on Lu Xing's door next door. Who is it? Lu Xing interrupted while passionately entangled with Ding Qiuyu felt a surge of annoyance. It's me, Wang Heping. Xiao Lu, open up quickly. I've been beaten. Wang Heping pressed against the door and shouted inside. Brother Wang. Wasn't he with Duan Ting? Why has he come to us? Lu Xing cast a puzzled look at Ding Qiuyu beneath him, not having clearly heard what Wang Heping said. Something must have happened. Go and check, Ding Qiuyu said with a worried tone. What could it be? Ignore him, let's continue. Lu Xing smirked mischievously while caressing Ding Qiu's cheek. Seeing no response from the room, Wang Heping grew anxious, cursed Lu Xing under his breath, and turned to head to Huang Ming's room. Although Huang Ming wasn't much of a fighter, he was sharp-witted. Wang Heping decided to seek his advice on how to save Duan Ting. The thought of Duan Ting's body being wantonly toyed with by Chen Dada filled him with resentment. Huang Ming opened the damn door. Something's happened. Wang Heping kicked the door hard, afraid Huang Ming inside wouldn't hear. Someone's knocking. The voice sounds like Brother Wang. Sure, you said. Her hands draped around Huang Ming's neck as they embraced. They'll go open the door and see what's going on. Huang Ming told Shi Yu to let go, put on his clothes, walked to the door, peered through the peephole, and only opened it after confirming it was Wang Heping outside. Brother Wang, what's the matter? Huang Ming looked Wang Heping up and down, then added, what happened to you? Bruised and battered and wearing only boxers. Could it be that Duan Ting refused? It's not Duan Ting. It's someone else, a fat man with a scar on his face. He came to my room to take a woman. I fought him, but he's skilled and I got the worst of it, Wang Heping panted. Really? Brother Wang, you're a boxing expert. Someone could beat you like this? Huang Ming asked in astonishment, his mind already calculating. If even a boxing expert like Wang Heping was no match, their opponent was certainly formidable. Enough with the useless talk. Duan Ting is still in his hands. I haven't even touched her yet, and that fat pig snatched her away. Wang Heping fumed. Huang Ming said, did you go to Lu Xing? If you two join forces, he might not be a match. I knocked on his door earlier, but I don't know what he was doing inside. He didn't open up. Wang Heping's tone carried a hint of blame toward Lu Xing. Wait for me. They'll go in and get Shi Yu, and we'll find Lu Xing together. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Ming quickly went into the room, pulled Shi Yu along, and the three of them went to find Lu Xing. Wang Heping pounded on Lu Xing's door for about 5 minutes before it finally opened. What's going on with you people? Why aren't you in your own rooms? What do you want from mine? Lu Xing leaned against the doorframe, impatiently looking at Wang Heping, Huang Ming, and Shi Yu. Can't you be reliable? Can't you see I've been beaten? Wang Heping's anger flared. Oh, Brother Wang, what happened to you? Lu Xing finally noticed Wang Heping's bruised face and quickly asked, who did this? How dare they cause trouble on our 3rd floor? Don't they know this is our turf? They must be tired of living. Come on, Brother Wang, let's go together and see who this reckless fool is. With that, the 5 of them headed toward Wang Heping's room. As soon as they reached the door, they heard Duan Ting's seductive moans. From the sound of it, she didn't seem to be forced at all. Rather, she appeared to be enjoying herself. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, then looked at Wang Heping, unsure of what was happening. Damn it. He'll kill. Wang Heping's face flushed crimson with rage. Feeling utterly humiliated as if he had been cuckolded, he charged into the room like a madman. The sight before him shattered Wang Heping. Duan Ting was actively responding to Chen Dadu, whose face wore an expression of let go of Duan Ting. Wang Heping gritted his teeth. Chen Dadu looked up at the sound and saw 3 men and 2 women standing before him. He gave them a careful once-over, noticing the 2 women were quite attractive and felt a stirring of desire. A defeated opponent, and you dare to return? Chen Dadu said dismissively, his hands never pausing their shameless groping of Duan Ting. Duan Ting. Shi Yu and Ding Qiuyu were stunned to see Duan Ting pinned beneath Chen Dadu. They couldn't believe that in such a short time apart, Duan Ting had fallen victim to another man's assault. The shock came too swiftly. Duan Ting, seeing familiar faces, changed her expression instantly, putting on a pained look. She forced a few tears from the corners of her pitiful eyes and pleaded, save me. Chen Dadu, annoyed by her act, slapped the back of her head. You slut. You change face faster than Sun Wukong. When no one was around, you were so obedient and cooperative, looking like you were in heaven. Now that your friends are here, you're shy, playing coy. No matter how you pretend, you're still a whore. Shut up. How dare you talk about Duan Ting that way? Wang Heping roared, his face twisted with fury. What? Does it hurt? Chen Dadu sneered. This kind of goods, and you treat her like treasure. Let me tell you, when you weren't around, you have no idea how cooperative this woman was, skilled in every way. If it weren't for her technique, I wouldn't even bother. Duan Ting was degraded to the lowest level by Chen Dada's words, yet Wang Heping still regarded her as precious. Don't look at me like that. If you want this bitch so badly, take her back. I've had my fill anyway. Lost interest. Chen Dada stood up disdainfully, pulled Duan Ting up, and shoved her toward Wang Heping. So, Wang Heping quickly stepped forward to support Duan Ting and asked with concern. Duan Ting stood up and shot Wang Heping a glare. Didn't you see what happened to me? I thought you brought some formidable characters. Chen Dada said with a relaxed smile, looking contemptuously at Lu Xing and Huang Ming. With these two losers you can't do anything to me. With that, Chen Dato arrogantly picked his nose. In truth, he had been a bit worried that Wang Heping might bring someone powerful, which would have put him at a disadvantage. The reason for Chen Data's caution was that he had suffered a loss on the 5th floor at the hands of Wu Han. Although he was injured when Zhou Tongtong splashed sulfuric acid on him and was eventually forced to leave by Zhao Shan's gun, the person he truly feared was the giant infant who had stood by without acting, Xie Yuanba. If Xie Yuanba had stepped in, Chen Data knew in his heart that he might have died on that 5th floor. What did you say? Lu Xing's face darkened upon hearing this. Though he had never crossed fists with Chen Bighead, his youthful pride refused to accept defeat. Oh, looks like you're not convinced. They'll give you a chance. All three of you come at me together. Chen Bighead waved dismissively at Lu Xing and his companions. Brother Wang, can you still fight? Let's take him down together. Lu Xing's expression turned ferocious. Wang Heping immediately straightened up, his face growing serious as he said, I'm fine. My hand's a bit injured, but I can still throw punches. Lu Xing nodded and turned to Huang Ming, saying, You'll have to pitch in this time. This guy's no pushover. Huang Ming sighed inwardly and nodded reluctantly. Ordinarily, Huang Ming avoided direct involvement, partly because he wasn't skilled in brawling and partly because he saw no reason to wade into troubled waters when Wang Heping and Lu Xing could handle the heavy lifting. But this time was different. Huang Ming couldn't find an excuse to bow out. He had no choice. The only reason Huang Ming had teamed up with Wang Heping and Lu Xing was their fighting prowess. In other words, they were the shields for Duan Ting and her friends, and for Huang Ming himself. Without them, he knew he was nothing. Watching Wang Heping and Lu Xing square off against Chen Bighead, Huang Ming desperately hoped for their victory. If they got taken down, he'd be next in line for a beating. Helping them was in truth helping himself. The principle of when the lips are gone the teeth feel the cold was something Huang Ming had long understood, a calculated decision born of weighing costs and benefits. Come on, once I'm done with you lot, those two beauties are mine. Chen Bighead leered at Ding Qiyu, and Shiyu, his gaze lingering especially on Shiryu's impressive cleavage. What are you staring at, you fat pig? Shiryu recoiled at his blatant ogling, frowning as she crossed her arms over her. Seeing Chen Bighead's eyes fixed on Ding Qiyu, Lu Xing flew into a rage. Damn it, where the hell are your dog eyes? A former soldier, Lu Xing had full confidence in his combat skills. Unable to stomach Chen Bighead's arrogance any longer, he made the first move. He threw a punch straight at Chen Bighead's chest, holding back his strength deliberately. A probing strike to gauge his opponent. Is that all you've got? Like being tickled? Chen Bighead looked down at him from close range, a mocking smirk curling at the... Sensing trouble, Lu Xing quickly retreated. This fat pig's no joke. He's got some skills, he warned Wang Heping, and careful, don't underestimate him. I already got burned by him before, Wang Heping cautioned. From the looks of it, even the three of us together might not be a match for him. Huang Ming keenly felt the threat emanating from Chen Bighead, his brow furrowing in concern. We won't know until we try. We can't afford to lose. If we do, sure you and the others will fall into his hands. Enough chit-chat. Are we fighting or not? If not, leave the women here, and I'll let you dogs live. Wang Heping braced himself for a fight to the bitter end. Chen Bighead lost patience with their murmuring. Go. The three of them charged at him in unison, murderous intent flaring in their hearts. Wang Heping attacked from the left, Lu Xing from the right, leaving Huang Ming to face him head-on. Assaulted from three directions, Chen Bighead finally grew a shade more serious. In the blink of an eye, Chen Bighead deflected the attacks from both flanks while sending Huang Ming, who was clumsy in a brawl, flying with a single kick. The battle reached a stalemate. Wang Heping and Lu Xing fighting together did prove somewhat effective. Chen Bighead managed to fend them off, but it was clearly no easy task. How's that, fat pig? Let's see how long you can keep up this act, Wang Heping gloated. If I don't take you down today, you'll eat shit standing on my head. Lu Xing chimed in, and not bad, but it's nowhere near enough to hurt me. I'd love to see you eating shit while doing a headstand. Having said that, Chen Bighead mustered all his strength, raising both arms into the air. In the next instant, Wang Heping and Lu Xing, who had been restraining him from both sides, were sent staggering backward by the immense force. Wang Heping and Lu Xing's expressions darkened, their faces growing increasingly grim. Something's off. You three go hide in my room first. Once we've dealt with him, we'll come find you. Seeing Lu Xing and Wang Heping struggling against Chen Bighead, Huang Ming grew anxious, the outcome uncertain. Shiyu, Duan Ting, and Ding Qiyu nodded. To them, who won or lost didn't matter much. What mattered was not falling into Chen Bighead's hands. The memory of Duan Ting's earlier ordeal sent chills down their spines. You have to win. Shiyu encouraged them before leaving. Once out the door, she said, maybe we should just go back to our rooms on the 4th floor. Huang Ming and the others don't look like they can take that fat pig. Wouldn't it be unfair to just leave? What if they win? Ding Qiyu hesitated. I don't want to go back. If I return to my room, I'll starve without food. Duan Ting refused. To her, it didn't matter whether Huang Ming's group or Chen Bighead came out on top. She had already grown disgusted with Wang Heping, who had abandoned her before leaving her to be raped by Chen Bighead. Now what difference did it make if Chen Bighead won? At worst, she'd be raped again. Once was enough, a second time couldn't be much worse. Makes sense. Shiyu thought for a moment and said, let's wait in Huang Ming's room for a while and see how things play out. If it goes south, we'll figure something else out. Alright, I agree with Sister Shiyu. It's safer to stay in the room anyway. Going back to the fourth floor might be dangerous if we run into a murderer on the way, Ding Qiuyu said. Duanting said nothing more. So the three of them entered Huang Ming's room and hid inside. Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged on next door in Wang Heping's room. After dozens of exchanges, neither side could gain the upper hand. Brother Wang am done for. Am exhausted, Lu Xing gasped, half crouching with his hands on his knees. On the other side, Wang Heping wasn't faring much better, already lying flat on the ground, unable to get up. As for Huang Ming, after taking a few punches, he had long since passed out. A bunch of trash. How do you pathetic losers think you can stop me? After the brutal fight, Qin Bighead still looked completely at ease, not even out of breath. Refusing to give up, Lu Xing threw one last punch with the dregs of his strength. Qin Bighead sidestepped effortlessly, then clenched his fist and drove it hard into Lu Xing's stomach. Lu Xing collapsed instantly, writhing on the ground while clutching his abdomen, vomiting gastric juices. Done. Those two women who came in earlier were fine pieces. Time to go have some fun with them. Qin Bighead stood in the room, letting out a lecherous chuckle. Just as he was about to head next door, his foot was grabbed from behind. Looking down, he saw Wang Heping lying on the floor, clutching his ankle. You're not going anywhere. Duanting is mine. Wang Heping slurred with difficulty. Qin Bighead frowned, then raised his foot and stomped down mercilessly. Useless piece of trash. Looking for death. Qin Bighead spat contemptuously at the motionless, unconscious Wang Heping. Lu Xing and Huang Ming lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. Chen Data had not struck them with lethal force. Where did those women go? Chen Datu approached Huang Ming, yanked him up, and demanded in a harsh tone. Next door? My room. Huang Ming, unwilling to die, confessed truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Datu released his grip, and Huang Ming fell back to the ground. Leave now. If I see you again, I'll beat you every time. Chen Data stated flatly. Lu Xing felt resentful, but helpless, watching helplessly as Chen Data swaggered toward room 303 next door. Ladies, open up. I know you're in there. Stop hiding. Chen Data pressed his face against the door, lecherously squinting. It's over. It's Chen Datu, Wang Heping, and the others lost. Ding Qiuyu said fearfully. What a bunch of useless fools. What do we do now? Sure Yes face turned pale at a loss. He's right outside. What can we do? Duan Ting said with a hint of schadenfreude. I knew Wang Heping and the rest were no match for that fat pig. It was only expected. I don't mind, but you two are in for it. Sister Duan Ting, what do you mean by that? Ding Qiuyu was puzzled. True. Someone here was already taken by that fat pig and even enjoyed it. Too bad, even that pig lost interest in her. How laughable. Sure, you spoke with innuendo, casting a disdainful glance at Duan Ting. Say that again, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Duan Ting fumed with rage. Did I say anything wrong? Slut. Sure, you pressed relentlessly. You? Duan Ting, speechless with fury. Stop fighting. Ding Qiuyu quickly stepped in to separate them, speaking in a conciliatory tone. We need to figure out how to escape from that fat pig. Sister Sure You and I don't want to fall into his hands. As for Sister Duan Ting, you know best what happens if you're caught by him. He might kill us all in the end. Upon hearing this, Sure You and Duan Ting fell silent. They glared at each other and turned away in a cold war. There's only one exit, and he's right outside. What can we do? Duan Ting said coldly. Though Chun Datu had raped her before, Ding Qiuyu was right. If they fell into his hands again, no one could guarantee he wouldn't kill them. Other than praying, hell let us go, we can't exactly go out and fight him. We're just 3 women. Dealing with us would be like squash. Sure, you hated to admit it, but Duan Ting was right. There was no way out. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Chin Datu. Staying in the room was only temporary safety. Once he broke in, they would have no choice but to surrender. I have an idea. Maybe we can try it. Ding Qiu's eyes darted as she spoke. Spit it out. We're running out of time. Don't keep us in suspense. Sure, you urged. Ambush. Ding Qiuyu said succinctly. Ambush. How? Wang Heping and the others couldn't beat him. Can we succeed? Sure, you was full of doubt. Our goal isn't to fight him to the death, but to create a chance to escape. Ding Qiuyu said earnestly, we're women. That fat pig won't be on guard against us. With a little acting, it's not impossible to get away from him. What's the plan? Duan Ting asked. Ding Qiuyu thought for a moment and said, Sister Sure You and I will hide behind the door on either side, each holding something like a wooden stick. Sister Duan Ting, you open the door. That fat pig has seen you before, so he won't be too wary. Once he steps in, Sister Sure You and I will strike immediately. If we can knock him out, great. If not, ITLL still give him a good beating. We'll take the chance to run back to our rooms on the 4th floor. He won't catch us. Sure You pondered for a moment and said, not a bad idea. We can try it. The chances of success are pretty good. Though Ding Qiu's plan seemed sound, Sure You still felt uneasy. She changed her tone and asked, what if one of us doesn't make it? Then we'll have to accept our bad luck, Ding Qiuyu said coldly. So it comes down to luck. Whoever gets caught is out of luck. Isn't that too risky? Sure You said with lingering fear. Since we've come this far, I have no objections, Duan Ting said. Sister Sure You, what? Ding Qiuyu asked. If you two aren't afraid, why should I be? Let's give it a try. Life and death are fated. It's better than waiting in the room to be captured. Sure You had made up her mind. Outside the door, Chun Data lost patience and began ramming the door. Each thunderous crash jolted the nerves of the 3 women. You bitches. Since you want to open up, when I get in, I'll make you pay. Chun Data shouted in annoyance. What are you waiting for? Find a weapon, Duan Ting urged. Sure You and Ding Qiuyu each searched the room. Sure You hoisted a wooden chair which was fairly heavy, while Ding Qiuyu gripped a glass ashtray. They each took their positions. Ready. Make sure you strike accurately, Duan Ting reminded nervously. The three women's faces were tense, and, "Stop banging. He'll open the door." Hearing Duan Ting's voice from inside, Chin Data stopped and stood outside with a satisfied grin. "Scared are you? That's right. Open up and let me in. Treat me well, and he'll let you live." Inside, Duan Ting exchanged glances with Shi Yu and Ding Qiuyu. Seeing they were ready, Duan Ting reached for the doorknob and slowly turned it, opening the door. As the gap widened, Duan Ting suddenly saw Chin Data's bulky frame standing outside. He leered at her, his face twisted in a disgusting grin. You, come in." Duan Ting, terrified, forced herself to speak. Chin Data took a step forward and peered into the dark room. "Where are the other two women? Where are they?" Behind the door, Shi Yu and Ding Qiu's hearts skipped a beat. Cold sweat trickled from their palms. "Oh, they're in the bedroom. They're too scared to come out." Duan Ting forced a smile. "Is that so?" Chin Data reached out and grabbed Duan Ting's chin, his tone shifting. "If they're afraid of me, aren't you afraid?" Duan Ting did not resist or struggle, allowing Chin Big Head to toy with her as he pleased. Seeing her like this, he lost interest. "You'd better not pull any tricks, or he'll make sure you die a miserable death," Chin Big Head warned. "How could we? What tricks could three women possibly pull?" Duan Ting said with a bitter smile, though terror gripped her heart. Hearing this, Chin Big Head dismissed his suspicions and strode into the room. Crack! A deafening sound rang out as the wooden chair Shi Yu held crashed onto his head. "Damn it, you!" Chin Big Head never expected these three women to dare ambush him. Caught off guard, he suffered heavily, shaking his head vigorously to stay conscious while clutching his wound. "What are you waiting for? Hit him!" Shi Yu saw Ding Qiuyu frozen ashtray in hand and shouted urgently. Ding Qiuyu snapped back to reality. Seizing the moment before Chin Big Head could fully recover, she slammed the ashtray hard onto his head. "Ah!" Chin Big Head roared in agony, feeling his scalp wet with blood trickling down his forehead. Ding Qiu's blow had left him reeling. "Run!" Duan Ting yelled as the three women charged at Chin Big Head, who blocked the door. "Damn it, none of you are getting away." Though dazed, Chin Big Head's robust physique allowed him to spread his arms and seal the doorway. "Fight!" Duan Ting cried out. The three of them rammed into Chin Big Head simultaneously, the immense force throwing him off balance and sending him stumbling backward. Seeing this, Duan Ting, Shi Yu, and Ding Qiu's eyes gleamed with determination. This was their chance. In that brief window, they bolted out the door. Head trying to escape. Not a chance. Chin Big Head regained his composure, bracing himself as he fell backward. He caught himself with one hand, then sprang up and kicked Duan Ting squarely in the abdomen, sending her flying back into the room. Shi Yu and Ding Qiuyu shot a helpless glance at Duan Ting, but there was nothing they could do. They dashed left and right in a desperate bid to flee. Chin Big Head lunged, his right hand clamping Shi Yu's neck, while his left seized Ding Qiu's hair. Both were immobilized, one coughing uncontrollably, the other shrieking in pain. "If you want to live, behave yourselves," Chin Big Head snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. Terror consumed Shi Yu. She knew that with just a little more pressure from his grip, he could strangle the life out of her. Ding Qiuyu fared no better, feeling as if her entire scalp was being ripped off. "Let me go, you fat pig. I won't let a disgusting man like you rape me." The mere thought of Chin Big Head's face made Ding Qiuyu nauseous. As a student, she had romantic fantasies about men, but Chin Big Head was far from her ideal. "You're in my hands now, and you're still so stubborn." Chin Big Head was irritated by her insult, tightening his grip and yanking her hair upward. Ding Qiuyu was overwhelmed by pain, which intensified with every struggle. "Please let me go." "He'll do as you say." A smirk spread across Chin Big Head's face. "Now you know you were wrong. He'll let it slide. You'll soon see how formidable." Just as he believed the frail Ding Qiuyu had surrendered, he loosened his grip. But in the next instant, she spun around and sank her teeth into his hand. "Ah, let go. Are you a dog? You're killing me." Chin Big Head's face contorted in agony as a searing pain shot through his hand. He released Shi Yu's neck, doubled over, and clutched both hands together, enduring the excruciating sting. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Qiuyu fled without hesitation. Shi Yu, after a few coughs, saw her escape and swiftly darted around Chin Big Head to follow. "Where do you think you're going?" Chin Big Head grabbed Shi Yu's arm and yanked her back. He slapped her hard across the face, his gaze turning icy as he watched Ding Qiu's retreating figure. "Damn it, you got lucky this time. Next time I see you, will kill you." With that, Chin Big Head dragged Shi Yu by the hair into the room, tossed her beside Duan Ting, and slammed the door shut. Ding Qiuyu reached the fourth floor, gasping for air. Glancing back and seeing no sign of Chin Big Head, she breathed a sigh of relief and slowed her pace. Back to the room. "I hope Sister Duan Ting and Shi Yu won't be killed by that fat pig," Ding Qiuyu muttered to herself as she headed toward room 407. As she walked, Ding Qiuyu felt as if someone was standing motionless at the end of the corridor, seemingly staring in her direction. This terrified her. She was just a few steps from her door, fearing the figure might pounce. "Hello, beautiful." Startled, while fumbling with her keys, Ding Qiuyu jumped at the sudden greeting from the figure. "Don't come near me," she stammered, her eyes fixed on the shadow. She hurried her movements, but her panic only made the door harder to open. Zhuang Mingjia emerged from the end of the corridor, a faint smile on his face, yet Ding Qiuyu could feel his gaze fixed. "It's you." When Ding Qiuyu recognized the man as the deranged Zhuang Mingjia from the cafeteria, her face turned pale with dread. She knew all too well how dangerous he was. "Oh, you know me." Zhuang Mingjia scratched his cheek with a finger, speaking casually. "Please don't kill me." Ding Qiuyu watched him approach step by step, her legs giving way as she slumped against the door, staring at him in terror. "Don't be scared. Why would I want to kill you?" Zhuo Mingjia said with an innocent air. Ding Qiuyu couldn't believe him. She had seen him emerge from room 410, his clothes still stained with fresh blood, a clear sign of what he had done in there. Zhuo Mingjia walked up to her, picked up the keys she had dropped, inserted them into room 407's lock, and turned them effortlessly, opening the door for her. Girls should be careful. Go on in. He looked down at her, eyes narrowed, speaking calmly. Ding Qiuyu stared up at him, bewildered, unsure of his intentions. You're not going to kill me? She asked incredulously. Zhuo Mingjia paused for a few seconds, then said innocently, why would I kill you? Give me a reason. Well. Ding Qiuyu was at a loss for words. You might have misunderstood me. I'm not a demon who kills, Zhuo Mingjia said calmly. Whether you believe it or not, all those deaths were forced upon me. Acts of self-defense. You understand what I mean, don't you? If I were a bloodthirsty killer, do you think you'd still be alive? Ding Qiuyu nodded hastily, though doubt lingered in her heart. Go in. I'm leaving. Zhuo Mingjia waved at her and turned to go. Ding Qiuyu quickly slipped into the room, but lingered at the door, watching his back, lost in thought. But the moment he turned, his face darkened ominously. He had spared Ding Qiuyu only because he was injured from room 410, and having just killed, his bloodlust had subsided. He had no interest in killing again for now, but if he encountered her next time. Wait. Is something the matter? Zhuo Mingjia smiled at Ding Qiuyu, who had called him back. If it's possible. Could I go with you? Ding Qiuyu, unsure why, made this decision. Hearing this, Zhuo Mingjia was taken aback, thinking to himself, what a foolish woman. I spare your life, and you willingly walk to your death. If you're not afraid to stay with me, I have no objections. No sooner had Zhuo Mingjia spoken than Ding Qiuyu stepped out of her room and silently followed him. In room 303, Chun Dadu pulled up his trousers, gazing contentedly at Duan Ting and Shiryu. He smirked. I've had my fill. What's with those looks? Duan Ting and Shiryu huddled together on the floor, their clothes disheveled, trembling in fear as they stole frightened glances at the imposing Chun Dadu. Relax, I won't kill you. You can leave now, Chun Dadu said indifferently. Duan Ting and Shiryu exchanged astonished looks. They had expected him to finish them off after he was done, never imagining he would let them go. Don't you want to leave? Chun Dadu leered. I can't bear to kill you. Then I wouldn't be able to call on you again. Hearing this, Duan Ting and Shiryu realized his vile intentions, their faces turning ashen. Since Chun Dadu had spared them, the two women weren't foolish enough to linger. They grabbed their scattered clothes from the floor and fled the room in a panic. Chun Dadu watched their retreating backs, muttering to himself, am I really that terrifying? Weren't they enjoying it just now? You? How? Are you still alive? As Duan Ting and Shiryu burst out of the room, they saw three men emerge from the adjacent chamber, their faces bruised and swollen, looking utterly disheveled. Wang Heping, Lu Xing, and Huang Ming had been unconscious in their room for hours and had just woken up. Supporting each other, they stumbled out only to run into Duan Ting and Shiryu. Now the five of them stood in the corridor, staring wide-eyed at one another, astonished that the others were still alive. Where's that fat pig? Wang Heping asked. He's in the room. Shiryu stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the door behind them. At this, Wang Heping and the others' faces turned uglier than dirt. The memory of being beaten half to death by Chun Dadu when the three of them had ganged up on him was still vivid in their minds. To Wang Heping and his companions, Chun Dadu was an unassailable monster. He had single-handedly thrashed them like dogs. Though they were loath to admit it, the man was undeniably formidable. How did you escape? Wang Heping asked, puzzled. You won't believe it, but he let us go himself, Duan Ting replied. The five fell silent for a moment. Well, all here are we. Chun Dadu sauntered out of the room with a swagger, grinning as he spotted Wang Heping, Lu Xing, and Huang Ming. Duan Ting and Shiryu instinctively recoiled, hiding behind Wang Heping and the others. What are you hiding for? I've lost interest in you now. Besides, these three aren't a match for me either, Chun Dadu taunted, eyeing Wang Heping with disdain. You bastard. Wang Heping clenched his fists tightly, but lacked the courage to strike again. A bunch of trash, Chun Dadu sneered, wiggling his eyebrows in provocation. Lu Xing glanced past Chun Dadu and noticed Ding Qiuyu was nowhere in sight. What did you do to Ding Qiuyu? Lu Xing growled through gritted teeth. Chun Dadu's expression darkened. Damn it, if I ever catch her again, I'll make her pay, he snarled. Chun Dadu's anger flared at the thought of Ding Qiuyu escaping him. He touched the wound on his head, his face clouding over. Ding Qiuyu isn't with us. She ran off on her own, Duan Ting said, a note of resentment in her voice. Lu Xing was taken aback. So Ding Qiuyu hadn't fallen into Chun Dadu's hands. He breathed a sigh of relief. I've had my fun with these two. I'm returning them to you, Chun Dadu said, gesturing at Duan Ting and Shiryu as he addressed Wang Heping and the others. Take good care of them. Don't let anyone kill them. If I come back next time and they're dead, and I can't have my fun, they'll slaughter the three of you. Wang Heping, Lu Xing, and Huang Ming shuddered at his words. The menace in Chun Dadu's tone was unmistakably real. What do you take us for? Lu Xing retorted defiantly. In my eyes, you're less than nothing. If you've got a death wish, I can grant it right now, Chun Dadu said, narrowing his eyes. Lu Xing's bravado evaporated instantly. Seeing them stand there in silence, Chun Dadu found the whole thing tedious. I've no time to waste on you, Chun Dadu yawned. Another beautiful day. There are plenty of women waiting for me in the hotel. With that, he waved at Wang Heping and the others before turning and walking away, leaving them standing dumbfounded. They were powerless against his rampage through the hotel. I wonder where that little wench has gotten to, Chun Dadu muttered as he left the third floor, heading back to his own room, 201, for some rest. The strenuous activity had drained his energy. As he descended the stairs, Chun Dadu suddenly heard footsteps above. Clatter clatter, someone was coming down. Curiosity piqued, he stopped and turned around waiting. From the fourth floor, Ding Qiuyu had been trailing Zhuo Mingjie. Wherever he went she followed, even to other floors clinging to him. Zhuo Mingjie had assumed Ding Qiuyu was just bluffing and would eventually give up out of fear or regret. But he was wrong. She had set her mind on sticking with him. Though Zhuo Mingjie couldn't fathom her reasoning, her presence had already disrupted his plans to act alone. He had scouted other floors and found several suitable prey, but with Ding Qiuyu at his heels he hesitated and ultimately abandoned the hunt. Zhuo Mingjie had considered killing Ding Qiuyu to rid himself of the nuisance, yet for some reason he couldn't bring himself. Perhaps it was loneliness, or maybe it was the rarity of a woman unafraid of him. Zhuo Mingjie couldn't explain it, but he harbored an inexplicable reluctance to let Ding Qiuyu discover his murderous nature. As a result, he hadn't killed anyone in hours, and he decided to take her back to his room before slipping out alone to hunt. Ding Qiu's thoughts were simpler. She sensed the danger in Zhuo Mingjie and was terrified, yet amid her fear, she felt an odd sense of security and calm, a feeling that outweighed her dread. Having followed him for so long without a word exchanged, and with no sign of him wanting to harm her, Ding Qiuyu began to believe that Zhuo Mingjie might not be as dangerous as she had imagined. They walked one after the other in silence, maintaining a distance of several meters. The dynamic between them was strangely inept. Zhuo Mingjie halted abruptly on the stairway between the second and third floors. Ding Qiuyu trailing behind froze in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Chun Data's face fell with disappointment when he saw a man descending the stairs instead of a woman. He sized up Zhuo Mingjie, his expression turning grim. Zhuo Mingjie studied him, in return a hulking obese figure with a gruesome scar across his face. This was the man who had nearly beaten Li Jianhua to death on the 7th floor. Their eyes locked. Chun Data's brows furrowed, while Zhuo Mingjie's eyes narrowed. Neither spoke, and the air around them seemed to grow several degrees colder. After a moment of standoff, Chun Data, his expression stern, couldn't help but speak first. Who are you? Zhuo Mingjie gazed at him calmly, his heart undisturbed, and replied, Who am I? How should I answer that question? I'm just like you, a victim trapped in this hotel. Is there a problem? I just find it a bit surprising. Most people either flee in terror or tremble when they see me, but you're different. Is that so? What a coincidence. Others tend to give me a wide berth too, yet you dare to block my path. Zhuo Mingjie replied impassively. After their exchange, silence fell once more. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Zhuo Mingjie stepped forward, brushing past. Hey, wait up. Chun Data suddenly called out, stopping Zhuo Mingjie. Zhuo Mingjie halted, turned his head sharply, and fixed a chilling gaze on Chun Data. Is there something else? He asked coldly. Chun Data felt a knot in his stomach. The aura emanating from the man before him made him uneasy. It's nothing. Forget it. Just get lost. Chun Data's words faltered as he waved his hand dismissively at Zhuo Mingjie, a gesture meant to shoo him away. Zhuo Mingjie, unfazed, turned his head back and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Chun Data stood rooted to the spot, watching Zhuo Mingjie's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. When he came to his senses, he realized his palms were drenched in sweat. A shiver ran down his spine as he muttered, Damn it, that brat's got some strange background. Spooky as hell, radiating an eerie vibe all over. What the hell? All of this was observed by Ding Qiuyu, who was hiding at the corner of the stairwell. Her expression was one of utter astonishment, as she couldn't fathom why nothing had happened when Chun Data and Zhuo Mingjie crossed paths. Ding Qiuyu knew Chun Data's skills well. Even Wang Heping and his two companions were no match for him. Yet now the notoriously arrogant man seemed to be wary of Zhuo Mingjie. Why are you hiding up there? Aren't you coming? Zhuo Mingjie, noticing Ding Qiu's absence behind him, stopped and spoke into the empty stairwell. Chun Data, hearing this, immediately turned to look upstairs. Someone else was still up there. Ding Qiuyu dared not answer or come out, knowing that if Chun Data saw her, he wouldn't let her off easily. If you're not coming, you'll leave then, Zhuo Mingjie said indifferently. Wait, hold on, I'm coming. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Qiuyu decided to take a risk. From Chun Data's earlier behavior, it seems Zhuo Mingjie wasn't afraid of him. If Zhuo Mingjie was willing to protect her, what would she have to fear from Chun Data in the future? With that thought, Ding Qiuyu descended the stairs. After a few steps, she looked up and saw Chun Data standing right in front. Well, little lady, so here you are. I was looking for you, and you deliver yourself to me. Time to settle our score. Chun Data's eyes lit up when he saw Ding Qiuyu. He reached out and grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Ding Qiuyu struggled in panic, her heart racing. Let you go? Dream on. I'm not letting you slip away this time. Chun Data let out a lecherous chuckle, his hands roaming over Ding Qiu's body. Take your filthy hands off me, you damn fat. Help! Ding Qiuyu screamed. Stop shouting. No one's coming to save you. Just come back to the room with me, let me have my fun, and I'll let you go. Chun Data said. If you want to live, let her go. Just as Chun Data was reveling in his triumph, Zhuo Mingjie's icy voice came from behind. Chun Data turned his head in bewilderment, only to see Zhuo Mingjie's face darken to a frightening degree, his brows furrowed in obvious anger. Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you to get lost? Chun Data said, his smile fading. Zhuo Mingjie raised his head, locking eyes with Chun Data. I said take your hands off her. Chun Data was taken aback. He glanced at Ding Qiuyu in his arms, then back at Zhuo Mingjie, puzzled. What? Got your eye on this woman. What's your relationship? No relationship. Zhuo Mingjie replied. Then why the hell are you? You think I'm afraid of you? This little bitch hurt me before. No matter what, I'm not letting her off today. Chun Data glared angry. Zhuo Mingjie said nothing, lowered his head, and retraced his steps back up the stairs. Chun Data watched him approach. Zhuo Mingjie stopped right in front of Chun Data, their faces inches apart. In the next moment, Zhuo Mingjia snapped his head up, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Let her go or not? You say let go, and I just do it. Who the hell do you think you are? Shin Data's tone hardened. I won't let go. What are you Then today, either you die or I live. With that, the two men, one tall and one short, locked eyes on the verge of a fine you've got guts, kid. After a moment of silence, Chen Datu relented, pulling Ding Xiuyu from his embrace and shoving her towards Zhuo Mingjia. Chen Datu sensed the stench of death on Zhuo Mingjia. Though the man looked ordinary and didn't seem like a fighter, Chen Datu wasn't entirely confident in a life-or-death struggle. In all his time in this hotel, he had encountered many men, but none had ever fazed him. This time, however, Zhuo Mingjia sent a chill down his spine, forcing him to take the man seriously. His sixth sense told him that this person was worthy of being his adversary. For a woman who means nothing to you, why go this far? Chen Data said. Ding Xiuyu rushed to Zhuo Mingjia's side and immediately hid behind him. Zhuo Mingjia's expression shifted instantly, replacing his previous coldness with his trademark harmless smile. Even if it's worthless junk, I won't give it up if I want it. Zhuo Mingjia replied calmly. Kid'll let it slide this time. But don't let me see you again, or I won't be so nice. Chen Data threatened. Oh, then thanks. Zhuo Mingjia responded nonchalantly. Don't get too cocky. Stick with him, and you won't even know how you die. Chen Datu snorted, glancing at Ding Xiuyu behind Zhuo Mingjia. Ding Xiuyu made a face at Chen Datu in response. Let's go. Zhuo Mingjia took Ding Qia's hand and walked openly past Chen Datu. Damn it, I'll have to be careful around that kid from now on. Today's just weird. Chen Datu watched them leave, his heart filled with resentment. Zhuo Mingjia kept pulling Ding Xiuyu downstairs. Let go of me. When they reached the first floor, Ding Xiuyu broke free from his grip, stopped in her tracks, and refused to move. Zhuo Mingjia turned to her in confusion. Are you going to kill me? Ding Xiuyu mustered her courage to ask, unable to shake off Chen Data's words from her mind. What nonsense are you talking about? If I wanted to kill you, why would I save you? Zhuo Mingjia said with a smile. But that fat pig just said. Before Ding Xiuyu could finish, her mouth was sealed by Zhuo Mingjia. In the corridor, Zhuo Mingjia pressed her against the wall and cornered her. Ding Qia's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and secret joy. Even though she was trapped in the hotel amidst harsh surroundings, Ding Qia's maiden heart was stirred by Zhuo Mingjia's gesture, finding it incredibly romantic. They kissed passionately for a long time, until Ding Xiuyu, breathless, reluctantly reached out to gently push Zhuo Mingjia away. You really won't kill me? Ding Xiuyu gazed at Zhuo Mingjia with tender affection. What do you think? Zhuo Mingjia replied with a question instead of a direct answer. If you're going to kill me, do it now, and don't be so kind to me. Ding Xiuyu said earnestly. My intuition tells me you're dangerous. So what? Don't you want to stay with me? Zhuo Mingjia's expression shifted as he spoke. Ding Xiuyu shook her head and said, I feel like I'm falling in love with you. Do you believe me? Zhuo Mingjia was taken aback, searching Ding Qia's face for any sign of deceit, but found none. Ding Xiuyu didn't know if Zhuo Mingjia believed her, but her feelings for him were incredibly complex. They had known each other for less than a few hours, yet perhaps due to her prolonged captivity, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him at first sight. Even knowing he was dangerous, she was willing to risk her life to follow him, a morbid sentiment that entranced her beyond reason, like a moth drawn to a flame. Zhuo Mingjia reached out, pinched her chin, lifted her head, and squinted at her. I feel like I'm falling for you too. Do you believe me? Ding Xiuyu was stunned, never expecting such a reply. I don't know. She averted her gaze timidly, unable to meet Zhuo Mingjia's eyes, her mind in a turmoil. Since you're uncertain, I'll have to prove it to you. With that, Zhuo Mingjia pulled Ding Xiuyu into his room. The moment the door slammed shut, he pressed her delicate body against it, saying nothing as he buried his face in hers, his hands roaming unrestrainedly over her form. Ding Xiuyu keenly felt the burning intensity in Zhuo Mingjia's eyes, staring at him in disbelief. Seeing the tenderness in his gaze, her defenses crumbled. She offered no resistance, willingly closing her eyes, anticipating. Yes, he must be the one I'm looking for. Ding Xiuyu thought to herself, opening her heart to Zhuo Mingjia, adopting a submissive demeanor as she willingly surrendered her being to him. Zhuo Mingjia sensed her passion and dropped all pretense. Why refuse a meal served at one's lips? Without hesitation, he began unbuttoning his shirt. Kneel down. Zhuo Mingjia placed a hand on Ding Qia's head. Ding Xiuyu instantly understood what he wanted. Blushing, she followed his instruction, lowering herself and parting her lips. Soon the room echoed with the symphony of their intimacy. Meanwhile, Wu Han and his group had reached the 5th floor. As fate would have it, when Zhuo Mingjia and Ding Xiuyu were on the 4th floor, Wu Han's party happened to pass by and head upstairs. They noticed 2 figures and heard a woman's cries for help, but Wu Han chose not to intervene. Such incidents had become routine in the hotel, and with Zhou Qian's death weighing heavily on his mind, he had no heart to concern himself with others. Thus, Zhuo Mingjia and Wu Han crossed paths on the 4th floor without meeting. We're on the 5th floor. Are you all right? Zhao Shan, seeing the grim silence of Wu Han's group after they left the cafeteria, asked with concern. Since he lived in room 505 on the 5th floor, he had been following them along the way. Brother Zhao, we're fine. Thanks for protecting Dr. Su. Who knows what else might have happened without you? Wu Han forced a faint smile. Don't mention it, it was nothing. Zhao Shan replied. Yuanba, hand me 1 bag of food. Wu Han turned to Xie Yuanba, who was carrying 7 sacks of provisions. In total, Wu Han had secured 7 bags of food from the cafeteria. Xie Yuanba had earned 2 bags from the game's rules, bought one with all his prize money, and Su Manny had received 2 bags for treating others. That made 5 bags. The remaining 2 bags came at the cost of Zhou Qian's life. For just 2 bags of grain, a living person was gone. Wu Han looked at the food, uncertain if it was worth it. No, this food is Yuanba. I can't give it to you. Xie Yuanba stepped back, clutching the provisions, his face twisted with greed and reluctance. Yuanba, are you disobeying me? This time Wu Han didn't coax him, his tone was icy. Sensing Wu Han's anger, Xie Yuanba showed fear. Without even glancing at Alicia, he slowly pulled 1 sack from his load and reluctantly placed it before Wu Han. Brother, here you go. Yuanba can only give you 1. Xie Yuanba lowered his head timidly, not daring to meet Wu Han. Seeing Xie Yuanba like this, Alicia, Su Manny, and Zhao Shan were astonished, wondering why he was so terrified of Wu Han. Wu Han took the sack and placed it before Zhao Shan. Brother Zhao, I promised you earlier, half of the food you earned for protecting Dr. Su. This is yours. Zhao Shan was taken aback, eyeing the full sack. Is this too much? It's enough to feed me for a month. I didn't do much in the cafeteria, just stood around. I can't accept all this. Brother Zhao, don't be modest. This is what you deserve. Without you keeping order, Dr. Su and I would have been in danger, and she couldn't have treated others or collected those 2 sacks of food. Seeing Zhao Shan's hesitation, Wu Han continued, Brother Zhao, you're in room 505, and we're in 510, same floor. We don't know how long we'll be trapped here. You don't kill, so where would you get food? You can't starve. We need to survive together, so don't be polite. Hearing this, Zhao Shan stopped refusing. You're a stand-up guy? You make a good point. I'll take it. If you ever run into trouble, as long as it doesn't cross the line, I'll help if I can. Wu Han nodded. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Zhao Shan was a decent man, but too soft-hearted. It was his gun that Wu Han truly coveted. Do you all think I'm being too generous? Wu Han watched Zhao Shan enter room 505 with food and close the door, then turned to look at Aligu Ba and Su Manny. You must have your reasons for doing this. Aligu Ba felt a pang of bitterness as she looked at the remaining food on Xie Yuan. I'm glad you understand. Wu Han guessed what was on Aligu Ba's mind and said, Zhou Qian gave her life for this food. We must cherish it and survive. Upon hearing this, Aligu Ba closed her eyes in low spirits, feeling guilty about Zhou Qian's death. Guba, it's in the past. I believe Sister Qian won't blame you. Don't be too hard on yourself. Su Manny comforted her. Let's go back to the room. Tong Tong and Kier are waiting for us. Aligu Ba said resolutely. The 3 nodded. Wu Han knocked on the door and called out, we're back. The door opened immediately. Inside, Zhou Tongtong, Zhou Qingqing, and Jie Kier stood behind it, their faces filled with deep concern. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. You were gone so long I thought you. Zhou Qingqing ran out of the room, threw her arms around Wu Han, and buried her head in his chest, unable to hold back her tears. Thought I was dead. No way, I'm like a cockroach that can't be killed. Wu Han patted Zhou Qingqing's head to comfort her, while looking at Zhou Tongtong and whispering, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Zhou Tongtong's eyes were red, and she held back her joy. Her personality wasn't as open as Zhou Qingqing's, but Wu Han could feel her deep concern from her gaze. Guba Manny, you're finally back. Jie Kier hopped happily over to Aligu Ba, and Su Manny linked her arms with theirs and pouted. It was so boring waiting in the room without you. I was worried sick that something might have happened. It must have been such a hardship for you, little clever one, to stay put and wait for us. Aligu Ba smiled and playfully tapped the tip of Jie Kier's nose. What goodies did you bring back this time? Jie Kier said with a mischievous grin, always able to infect those around. In the depths of this abyss, Jie Kier was like a ray of light, illuminating everyone's hearts. See for yourself. You won't go hungry from now on. Aligu Ba said with a smile. Where is it? Jie Kier excitedly let go of their arms and walked toward the door. Is it all with Sister Qian? I want to see how much food Sister Qian brought back that took so long. Upon hearing this, Wu Han, Aligu Ba, and Su Manny's faces turned ashen and their spirits plummeted. Sensing the anomaly in Wu Han's embrace, Zhou Qingqing noticed the grim expressions on the 3 and followed Jie Kier. What happened? Zhou Tongtong asked anxiously. Wu Han and the others hung their heads in silence. Jie Kier and Zhou Qingqing stepped out of the room and stood in the corridor looking around. They saw Xie Yuanba sitting on the floor against the wall, eating with 6 full sacks of all kinds of food beside him. They felt a surge of joy but didn't see Zhou Qian. Where's Sister Qian? Why isn't she outside? Jie Kier asked. Zhou Qingqing seemed to understand something, her expression turning heavy. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why isn't anyone answering? Seeing no one respond, Jie Kier bent down and smiled at Xie Yuanba, who was eating, asking, Yuanba, can you tell me where the other pretty sister who was with you went? Xie Yuanba looked up at her, shook his head as he struggled to think, then suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide, and said, Yuanba knows. That pretty sister is dead. Killed by brother. At that moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. Xie Yuanba, you idiot, stop lying. How could my brother-in-law kill Sister Qian? Zhou Qingqing pointed at him angrily. Yuanba isn't lying. Yuanba isn't deceiving you. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Guba. Yuanba is a good boy, I don't tell lies. Seeing his earnest expression, Zhou Tongtong, Zhou Qingqing, and Jie Kier looked at Wu Han in disbelief, waiting for an explanation. Don't misunderstand. Wu Han isn't the killer. Aligu Ba quickly explained. The truth isn't what Yuanba said. The one who really caused Sister Qian's death is me. What exactly happened? Jie Kier's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by seriousness. Zhou Qian did die by my hand. Blame me if you must. Wu Han offered no excuses. All right, stop arguing. Let me tell them. Seeing Aligu Ba and Wu Han going back and forth without clarifying the truth, Su Manny held her forehead in exasperation. The usually quiet Su Manny had spoken, so Wu Han and Aligu Ba fell silent. They returned to the room and sat down where Su Manny recounted the full story of what had happened to Zhou Qian. This, sigh. After learning the truth, Jie here felt dejected. She couldn't accept that Zhou Qian had been killed by Zhuo Mingjia. I knew my brother-in-law couldn't have harmed Sister Qian, Zhou Qingqing said firmly. Sorry for almost misunderstanding you earlier. Jie here felt remorse for her hasty accusation. No need to apologize. After all, it was my bullet that killed Zhou Qian. Wu Han spoke the truth. Brother-in-law, we know the truth now. Don't blame yourself. You carry too much weight. I'm afraid you'll collapse one day. Zhou Qingqing said. Qingqing is right. It's not your fault. You've already been through so much. Zhou Tongtong stood up, walked over to Wu Han, and gently pulled his head into her embrace. We won't blame you, and Sister Qian wouldn't either. So you must find your way out of this guilt. We need you. She looked at the other women who all nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wu Han wanted nothing more than to cry freely in Zhou Tongtong's arms. Imprisoned here for over a month, Wu Han had put on a strong front every day, pretending not to care, but only he knew how battered and scarred his heart had become. The image of Zhou Qian begging him before her death haunted his mind, and the guilt tormented him without cease. Seeing Wu Han struggling so hard to hold on, all the women felt a pang of sympathy. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward and embraced him. Alagu Ba quietly joined the embrace. Su Manny silently drew his head to her chest to comfort him. Even the ever-optimistic Jie here couldn't help but want to hold him. In room 510, or at that very moment, 5 women gently enveloped Wu Han in their arms, not a word spoken. After a brief adjustment, Wu Han returned to his normal state. Let's put Zhou Qian's matter to rest. We must not let her goodwill go to waste. We have to survive and get out together. Wu Han declared with conviction. The others nodded. Bring the food from outside. With these provisions, I believe that if we work together and share the same boat, we can overcome any hardship. Wu Han encouraged them. Upon hearing this, the 5 women rarely showed relieved smiles. Without further ado, Wu Han pulled Zhou Tongtong to help him move the 6 sacks of food into the room. Meanwhile, on the same floor, many residents looked toward Wu Han's room, their eyes filled with envy at the sight of so much food. I'm exhausted. Jie here finally dragged a sack of food into the room, panting heavily. The 6 sacks were moved in just one trip by the group. Looking at the bountiful food piled in the hall, Wu Han felt a sense of relief. So much food will last us for a while, Zhou Qingqing said. Yes, if we just stay behind closed doors and eat through these supplies before making any moves, by then not many people in this hotel will still be alive, and we can leave. Jie here said. That makes sense. Iligiba, Zhou Tongtong, and Su Manny nodded in agreement. In truth, not only Jie here, but Wu Han also harbored the same plan in his mind. Yet for some reason he felt uneasy. No matter how well laid the plan, change was inevitable. Suddenly everyone's phone rang, the sound piercingly sharp. Usually an incoming message meant trouble. Though reluctant, they all took out their phones to read the text. Welfare notice: to enrich the game's excitement, a special entertainment activity has been added. A welfare activity, they claim. Who are they fooling? It's bound to be bad news. Jie here pouted gloomily. Zhou Qingqing, curious, swiped her finger across the screen to reveal the content below. Find the 100 million cash voucher hidden in a hotel room. What does that mean? Wu Han continued reading. A 100 million cash voucher is hidden in one of the hotel rooms, usable for transactions or redeemable for cash if you survive. The finder of this voucher gets to keep it. Good luck and enjoy the game. Silence fell upon the room as everyone finished reading. How could they do this? Sending out such a notice is a death sentence for us. A 100 million voucher hidden among 100 rooms will drive those lunatics to tear the entire hotel apart. Jie here said with a mix of charm and worry. Wu Han pinched the bridge of his nose. Jie here's words echoed his own concerns. This is truly deadly. Wu Han's expression turned grave. Once this notice is out, there will be no privacy in the hotel. Those hiding in their rooms for safety will inevitably fall victim to others. Then what if someone breaks in and steals all our food? Aligiba asked. No need to worry too much about that. Let Yuan Bao keep a close watch. I doubt many will dare to force their way into our room, Wu Han said. Brother-in-law, do you think that 100 million cash voucher might be hidden in this very room? Zhou Qingqing asked with a hint of anticipation. You're daydreaming. I've already searched this room thoroughly. Oh, it can't be here. Wu Han sighed. If it were here, finding it would be a good bargaining chip, even a life-saving talisman. It might not be here, but it could be hidden in each of our rooms, Zhou Qingqing said, making a funny face at Wu Han. That's possible. I haven't really searched my room since being trapped here, so even if it were there I wouldn't know, Aligiba said. Kir, what about you? Zhou Qingqing asked. Me? I couldn't even find the walkie-talkie hidden in my room at first, let alone that voucher. It's just not meant for me, Jekir joked. Now that you mention it, my sister and I found walkie-talkies in our rooms too, but they were so hard to locate. I have no idea where they were hidden. Zhou Qingqing complained indignantly. Actually, don't overthink it. No one knows where that voucher is, Zhou Tongtong said. Even if it were hidden in one of our rooms, we didn't find it before, and now it's even more dangerous to go back and look for it. 100 million is tempting, but life comes first. Jekir patted her chest. Exactly. With this notice out, countless people outside will be killing each other, bashing their heads bloody for that money. Zhou Qingqing chimed in. All right, there's nothing more to discuss about this. Wu Han paused as the women looked at him. If we find it, great, but actively searching for it isn't worth the risk. Our goal is to stay safe and get out alive, not for money no matter the amount. The women agreed with Wu Han and had no other objections. Wu Han had grown accustomed to the puppeteer's tricks. The welfare activity was a ruse. The real aim was to incite the survivors to slaughter each other. He wouldn't be foolish enough to be led by the nose. While Wuhan thought this Chindatu in room 201 on the second floor had a different idea. This welfare activity is quite generous. I like it. Chun Data lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone with one hand, the corners of his mouth curling upward as joy bloomed in his heart. He was already scheming how to get his hands on that voucher, dreaming of the women he could indulge in once he escaped. In room 101, Zhuo Mingjie was deeply engrossed with Ding Qiuyu. When his phone rang, he didn't stop his actions, but reached down to grab it and glanced at the screen. This place is truly paradise. Money, women, and the freedom to kill without restraint. Zhuo Mingjie thought to himself, letting out a cold sneer. What are you smirking about? Ding Qiuyu turned her head, panting. Good news. See for yourself. Zhuo Mingjie placed the phone in front of Ding Qiuyu. Filled with curiosity, she was shocked when she saw the content. Wow, 100 million. If I could get that, we could emigrate and spend our lives together abroad. Ding Qiuyu said, unaware that Zhuo Mingjie's eyes had turned cold. Who do you think you are coveting this 100 million? Zhuo Mingjie cursed inwardly, venting his displeasure toward Ding Qiuyu through his rough actions. On the 10th floor in room 1002. Brother Fan, that little girl has been gone to the cafeteria for so long. Wu Lifan and Lin Lili were feasting and drinking heartily in the room. After belching contentedly, they sat on the floor resting in utter comfort. Probably not. Wu Lifan replied nonchalantly, his tone indifferent. Once that man has had his fun, he should let her go. Earlier, Lin Lili had not accompanied Wu Lifan and Che Binglu to the cafeteria, feigning a stomachache to stay in Wu Lifan's room. She had no desire to risk her life for a spectacle. Che Binglu, however, had to go to the cafeteria to claim her food reward. Wu Lifan had no intention of descending to the cafeteria himself, but Che Binglu refused to go alone, forcing him to accompany her. After collecting the food, Wu Lifan planned to return to the room with Che Binglu, but happened to see Zhuo Mingjie offering a heavy reward for a female companion. Seeing this, Wu Lifan rejoiced inwardly and pushed Che Binglu forward. Since she had already claimed her share of food, letting her entertain Zhuo Mingjie would earn them an extra bag of provisions, a win-win situation. In Wu Lifan's eyes, Che Binglu had outlived her usefulness. This was the perfect opportunity to rid himself of her. Wu Lifan felt that Che Binglu staying in the same room had become an obstacle. He wished to get closer to Lin Lili, but Che Binglu was always in the way. He had long planned to abandon her. Pawning her off to Zhuo Mingjie was the best solution. He cared not whether she lived or died. Back in the room, he ate and drank with Lin Lili, completely forgetting Che Binglu's existence. It's better that she's gone. Lin Lili leaned closer to Wu Lifan, her voice laden with implication. Yes, she nags me every day, clamoring to marry me. It's gotten so tiresome, I've heard it all before. Wu Lifan furrowed his brows, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Since you're so annoyed, let me cheer you up. With that, Lin Lili seductively reached out and wrapped her arm around Wu Lifan's neck, her eyes brimming with allure. What are you? Wu Lifan was taken aback by her boldness, never expecting Lin Lili to be so forward. You know what I mean? Lin Lili hinted, then leaned close to his ear, breathing warm air. This is too sudden, Wu Lifan said, though his heart was racing with excitement. I've been this forward and you still haven't made a move. Lin Lili slowly slipped a finger into her mouth, gently swirling it before his eyes in a tantalizing gesture, curling it to beckon him. Wu Lifan's heart fluttered instantly, a faint smile curling at his lips. They exchanged a brief gaze, and in the next moment they ignited like dry tinder meeting a flame. Little did they know Che Binglu had already escaped from Zhuo Mingjie. Now, her clothes stained with blood, she was laboriously dragging several sacks of food up the stairs. Che Binglu was fortunate. After leaving Zhuo Mingjie's room, she encountered no one along the way, allowing her to successfully haul the food to the 10th floor. Bringing back so much food will surely make Appa happy. He'll praise me, and then I'll have him throw that wretched woman out. Che Binglu felt a surge of smug satisfaction, imagining Wu Lifan's approving expression. At the thought, she was invigorated like a shot of adrenaline, gritting her teeth as she dragged the food all the way to the 10th floor. As soon as she reached the corridor, Che Binglu could hardly wait to see Wu Lifan. Standing at the door of room 1002, she was about to knock when she suddenly heard a woman's moans from inside, piercing and unmistakable. Her once joyful expression darkened instantly, and her hand raised to knock froze in midair. This can't be true. Che Binglu stood at the doorway, trembling with rage, her fists clenched tightly as she fought to suppress her fury, unwilling to believe what she was hearing. Inside the room, Wu Lifan and Lin Lili had never imagined Che Binglu would return alive. They were lost in the throes of passion, indulging in carnal pleasure. Wu Lifan, fearing they might attract unwanted attention, spoke with some concern. Lin Lili replied, "Don't worry." Wu Lifan chuckled in response. Lin Lili wriggled her delicate body as she spoke, and Wu Lifan closed his eyes, utterly captivated. Seeing Wu Lifan so entranced by her, Lin Lili felt a secret thrill and said, "You are completely mine." Startled, Wu Lifan reached out and pinched her nose playfully. "You little minx." Lin Lili's face flushed with rosy excitement, her expression overflowing with ecstasy. At her words, Wu Lifan was stirred. The two of them lost themselves in a frenzy. Suddenly, a thunderous crash rang out. Che Binglu, in a fit of rage, kicked the door open. She had heard every word they exchanged inside the room. "Who's there?" Wu Lifan and Lin Lili jolted in shock, their movements freezing as they turned toward the door. There stood Che Binglu, her brows furrowed, eyes icy cold, face pale as death. Her hands were clenched into fists, trembling uncontrollably with barely contained fury. "Binglu, how are you back?" Wu Lifen's face went pale. He never expected Che Binglu to return alive. Appa, what are you doing with this woman? Che Binglu fixed her gaze on Wu Lifan, demanding an answer with seething anger. This. Wu Lifan quickly pushed Lin Lili away shamelessly, saying, I was just bored, and since you weren't here, I needed some entertainment. Sorry you're not mad, are you? Lin Lili was shocked to see Che Binglu at first, but despite being caught red-handed, she felt a secret glee. Since the deed was done having Che Binglu witness, it was even better. It would surely infuriate the little girl. With that thought, Lin Lili turned and grabbed Wu Lifen's arm, pressing her alluring body against his as she cooed seductively. Che Binglu's eyes locked onto Lin Lili, watching her flaunt and cling to Wu Lifan in blatant provocation. She wished she could tear her apart 1,000 times over. An apology is not enough. After betraying me like this, you're nothing but a scumbag worse than a beast. Che Binglu screamed hysterically, her face twisted with rage. She had thought that bringing so much food would earn his praise, but instead she was met with betrayal. Wu Lifan frowned in displeasure at her reaction, his face stern as he spoke coldly. What do you want then? Are you suggesting we break up? Though it is indeed a bit ridiculous that we started dating and broke up in less than a month. Che Binglu saw Wu Lifen's indifferent expression, and tears of sorrow silently streamed down from the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with disappointment. Seeing Che Binglu silent, Wu Lifan assumed she couldn't bear to leave him. He deliberately pressed further. If you really want to break up, I have no objections. I'll grant your wish. Che Binglu's heart was tormented by his words. For her, Wu Lifan meant everything. She had worked so hard to transform from a fan into his girlfriend. How could she bear to give that up? The shift in Che Binglu's expression did not escape Wu Lifen's notice. If you really break up with me, you'll have to navigate this hotel alone from now on. If you run into a rapist or a murderer, whatever happens to you will be your own business. Wu Lifan said this calmly, yet his words were laced with menace. Lin Lili secretly rejoiced upon hearing this, casting a pitying glance at Che Binglu. Fanga, don't bother with this girl. Let's continue. I have some new tricks that will definitely interest you, Lin Lili said, caressing Wu Lifen's chest. Really? You're not lying to me. Wu Lifan chuckled, pinching Lin Lili's cheek. If you don't believe me, just try it, Lin Lili said with feigned shyness. You're such a tease. Bring on whatever tricks you have, I'm sure I can handle them. Che Binglu stood by helplessly watching Wu Lifan and Lin Lili flirt right in front of her. The feeling of being ignored gnawed at her heart. Do you have something else to say? Wu Lifan suddenly turned his head to look at Che Binglu, his tone icy. If not, don't just. Che Binglu was stunned. She never expected Wu Lifan to drive her away. What are you hanging around here for, you little girl? Lin Lili said with disgust. Appa, you can't treat me like this. Che Binglu couldn't help but roar out her grievance, but Wu Lifan showed no concern for her feelings. A triumphant smile curled on Lin Lili's lips. With Che Binglu driven away, Wu Lifan would belong only to. But to her surprise, in the next second, Che Binglu's clenched fist suddenly relaxed. She lowered her head, threw herself onto Wu Lifan, and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Appa, I love you so much. I can't live without you. Che Binglu pleaded. I don't want to break up. I want to be with you no matter what. Hearing this, a hint of a smile played at the corners of Wu Lifen's mouth. Che Binglu's decision was exactly what he had expected. So you forgive me? Wu Lifan asked lightly. Che Binglu's heart was heavy, but in the end she nodded. That's right. I only like obedient, Wu Lifan said with satisfaction, reaching out to stroke Che Binglu's hair. Though resentment churned within her, Che Binglu had no choice but to submit before him. Lin Lili frowned. This was not the outcome she had wanted, but since things had come to this, she could say no more. After all, she knew she was the one who had stolen him away, while Che Binglu was the rightful partner. Since Che Binglu could accept this complicated three-way relationship, Lin Lili had no choice but to accept it too, however unwilling she was. Binglu, since you've been so good, I'll give you a reward. Take off your clothes. Wu Lifan groped Lin Lili with one hand, while leering mischievously at Che Binglu. This? Che Binglu saw the naked desire in Wu Lifen's eyes and knew exactly what he was thinking. She tugged at the hem of her clothes, feeling embarrassed. What? Unwilling? Wu Lifan said displeasedly. It's not that. I only want. Fan, go look how reluctant this little girl is. Why force her? Che Binglu's words were cut off by Lin Lili. Appa, I'm not unwilling. I'll take them off right now. Seeing Lin Lili fanning the flames from the sidelines, Che Binglu grew anxious. Without further hesitation, she complied with Wu Lifen's demand. Haha. Wu Lifan couldn't help but laugh out loud at the seductive figures of Lin Lili and Che Binglu. Before long, sounds unfit for children emanated from room 1002. Meanwhile, on the third floor, in Lu Xing's room, 301, Wang Heping and his group were sitting on the floor discussing something. What are everyone's plans next? Should we search other floors and rooms for that 100 million prize voucher? Huang Ming asked the others after glancing at the notification on his phone. Do we even need to ask? 100 million? That's no small sum. With such a generous welfare event, why wouldn't we participate? Duan Ting said excitedly. The reason Duan Ting said this was because she was drowning in debt outside. If not for that, she wouldn't have become a bar girl. Now a windfall of 100 million had fallen from the sky. If she found the money, she could not only clear her debts, but also live comfortably for the rest of her life. But we're not the only ones looking for this money. Others are searching too, Huang Ming said. So what? That means aside from us, even that fat bastard might join this event. Huang Ming paused before continuing. And there may even be dangerous people we don't know about participating. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. At the mention of Chun Dadu, Wang Heping and the others looked as deflated as eggplants hit by frost. The memory of Chun Dada's domineering and tyrannical behavior had cast a shadow over their hearts, plunging the group into a brief silence. I think that fat bastard, though he's a scumbag who spends his days trying to rape women and committing violence everywhere, probably wouldn't kill anyone. Duan Ting recalled how Chun Dadu had let her go twice and shared her speculation. Now that you mention it, that seems true. I didn't see him in the cafeteria before either, sure you recalled. There are people in this hotel more dangerous than that fat bastard, Huang Ming said. Aside from that fat bastard, I can't think of anyone else, Wang Heping asked. Yeah, for now that fat bastard is our biggest problem. We haven't run into any other tough nuts yet, Lu Xing chimed in. Have you all forgotten someone? Huang Ming looked at the others seriously. Who? The others looked puzzled, unable to think of anyone. Are you talking about that team with the big star Ila Kaba? Wang Heping scratched his head, racking his brains until he remembered Wu Han and his group. Huang Ming shook his head. No. That team you mentioned is powerful, but they're all decent people. They wouldn't harm others casually. Alright, I can see you really can't remember. They'll tell you then. Huang Ming looked at the bewildered group and uttered a name, Zhuo Ming. Oh, it's him. Hearing this, Wang Heping and the others suddenly recalled the deranged Zhuo Mingjia from the cafeteria. Thinking back, that man was truly insane and extremely dangerous. Huang Ming, while Zhuo Mingjia is dangerous, we've never crossed paths. Compared to him, I think Chun Dadu is more peerless. No, Zhuo Mingjia is no saint. The number of lives he's taken reveals how cold-blooded he truly is. Huang Ming continued, but Chun Dadu is different. If he were truly a ruthless killer who wouldn't blink at murder when Wang Ge, Lu Xing and I teamed up against him before, he wouldn't have just knocked us out. He'd have killed us outright. Lu Xing felt uneasy upon hearing this. That was an accident. We'd all been drinking so. Wang Heping remained silent, unusually refraining from arguing. A loss was a loss and he accepted it. So are you all saying you're ready to give up this golden opportunity to claim the 100 million prize voucher? Duan Ting asked, indifferent to everyone else's concerns, her mind fixed solely on the prize money. Duan Ting, don't you understand yet? If we join this event, we'll have to search other floors for that 100 million prize voucher. It's a risk, one that might end with all of us dead. Wang Heping pleaded earnestly. Do you all feel the same way? Duan Ting looked at the others, who remained silent and motionless. Frowning with displeasure, she said, since none of you want to look for the 100 million, I'll go alone. I'm heading to the other floors. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Duan Ting's obsession with money to run so deep. As she resolutely turned and walked away, the rest exchanged bewildered glances. Duan Ting, don't be impulsive. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Despite his injuries, Wang Heping couldn't bear to let her go alone. He rose and quickly followed. Lu Xing also stood up. I want to search for Ding Qiuyu on my own. Are you sure? Huang Ming was astonished by Lu Xing's decision, never imagining the guy could be so devoted. We discussed it earlier. After that fat pig fled, we'd return to our rooms on the 4th floor. If you want to find Qiuyu, you can try your luck in her room, but there's no guarantee she hasn't hidden herself on another floor, sure, you kindly reminded him. Thanks. Lu Xing expressed his gratitude and left the room. Huang Ming watched him go without attempting to stop him. Initially, the six had planned to stick together as a team until the end, but Chun Dada's intrusion had shattered their unity. With everyone harboring different thoughts, Huang Ming knew he couldn't stop them. Now only Huang Ming and Sure Yu remained in the room. They've all left. What are you planning, Huang Ming? Sure Yu asked. Huang Ming's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, he said helplessly, I've decided to follow Brother Wang and the others. No matter what, going solo is too dangerous. There's safety in numbers. What about you? Then I'll join you all as well. With that, the two stood up and left room 301. Huang Ming's speculation was correct. The 100 million prize voucher had indeed spurred many in the hotel into action. A new wave of slaughter was about to begin. Room 1002. Wu Lifan lay comfortably on the bed, savoring the company of Che Binglu and Lin Lili, who snuggled up to him on either side. A smug contentment filled his heart. Binglu, you've brought back quite a haul of food this time. Wu Lifan praised, reaching out to pat Che Binglu. Our clever and capable Binglu. You've worked hard. Hearing Wu Lifan's praise, Che Binglu's heart swelled with sweetness. She shot a smug glance at Lin Lili as if flaunting her victory. Lin Lili rolled her eyes and turned her head away, fuming silently. Appa, are you hungry? Che Binglu asked with eager attentiveness. Not hungry, just a bit thirsty, Wu Lifan replied. They'll get some water right away. Che Binglu quickly hopped off the bed, retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the sack Shed brought from the living room, and returned to the bedroom. Appa, here. Che Binglu twisted open the bottle and handed it to Wu Lifan. Watching him drink greedily, Lin Lili felt her own mouth go dry. After the prolonged ordeal, she was parched. Che Binglu noticed this and deliberately held out the remaining bottle of mineral water in front of Lin Lili. Lin Lili was taken aback, surprised. Thanks, Lin Lili said, reaching out to take it, only for Che Binglu to snatch her hand back the next moment. Lin Lili instantly realized she had been toyed with. Frowning, she glared at Che Binglu. What's your game, Che Binglu smirked triumphantly. Thirsty, are you? Want some water? Go find your own. The food I brought back is only for Appa and me. As for you, you get nothing. You. Lin Lili was so furious she felt like spitting blood. What about me? I risked my life for this food. You didn't lift a finger. What makes you think you deserve to eat or drink? Che Binglu twisted open the bottle and took a few deliberate sips in front of Lin Lili. So sweet. Not thirsty at all anymore. Fangu. You need to control this girl. How can she treat me like this? Lin Lily wrapped her arm around Wu Lifan's, shaking him coquettishly. Fan Gu, I'm thirsty. I want some water too. All right. Thirsty are you? Here, take mine. Unable to resist Lin Lily's cajoling, Wu Lifan handed her the half-full bottle from his hand. Lin Lily took the bottle, shot a defiant look at Che Binglu, and took small deliberate sips. Appa, how could you? You're so biased. Che Binglu was fuming. We're all family here. It's just a bit of water. Don't be so petty, Wu Lifan said, shooting her a glare. Seeing Che Binglu's indignation, Lin Lily secretly flashed a victory sign at her. Wu Lifan ignored the two women's silent feud. Bored, he fished his phone out from under the pillow and noticed a notification. He tapped to open it. Huh. Just as Che Binglu and Lin Lily were exchanging dirty looks, Wu Lifan burst into sudden laughter. Appa, what's on your phone that's got you so happy? Che Binglu asked. You'll see for yourselves. Wu Lifan sat up and held the phone in front of the two women. Che Binglu and Lin Lily exchanged puzzled glances, then leaned in curiously to look at the screen. 100 million. Lin Lily gasped in shock. What a fuss over nothing. A country bumpkin who's never seen the world. A mere 100 million. Appa's worth several hundred million. He wouldn't bat an eye at such chump change, Che Binglu sneered, looking down at Lin Lily. Wu Lifan's expression turned awkward at her words. As a major domestic celebrity, his fame had brought in endorsement deals, film and TV roles, and entertainment gigs over the years. On the surface, his net worth appeared to be in the hundreds of millions, but the actual amount in his hands was pitifully small. The entertainment industry was riddled with behind-the-scenes dealings. Behind every superstar often lay a crowd of capitalist tycoons who had bankrolled their rise. To those capitalists, it was just an investment. Selecting the right candidate and spending money to make them famous was considered a successful venture. Once they gained fame and became stars, they turned into steady cash cows. Any commercial partnership that came their way was snapped up, and the profits were divvied up among those capitalist bigwigs. Wu Lifan had been in the entertainment circle for years, well aware that his fame was useless. The money he earned all went into others' pockets. To outsiders, he seemed glamorous, but in truth, he was nothing more than a high-level wage earner for the capitalists. To put it bluntly, he was like an obedient dog. I'm not exactly strapped for cash, but no one ever complains about having more money, Wu Lifan said nonchalantly. Appa, are you interested in this sum? Che Binglu asked, somewhat surprised. That's 100 million, for crying out loud. Who in their right mind wouldn't be interested? Lin Lily retorted, eyeing Che Binglu as if she were a fool. Seeing that much money, don't you feel even a flicker of temptation? 100 million is a lot, but all I want is to be with Appa. Nothing else matters. I don't care how much money it is, unlike you. Che Binglu's words carried a sharp edge. I don't believe that for a second, Lin Lily said. Believe what you will, you shallow woman. Che Binglu retorted relentlessly. Both of you stop it. Why are you suddenly bickering? What's there to fight about? Che Binglu and Lin Lily saw Wu Lifan's furrowed brow and displeasure and quickly fell silent. Do you think this 100 million prize voucher is hidden in someone's room? Wu Lifan pondered seriously. Finding it won't, Lin Lily said. Hidden in one of 100 rooms. To find this prize voucher, would have to search every single room until we find it. There's no other way. Che Binglu said. Isn't that too difficult? There are plenty of others out there who are probably after this voucher too. Even if we find it, unexpected trouble could arise. Lin Lily, though tempted by the money, would rather give up than risk her life. Regardless, I want to try and find it. Wu Lifan had made up his mind. No matter how dangerous it was outside, he would take the risk this time. Appa will search. Che Binglu quickly declared her stance. I'm not going. He'll just stay in my room. Lin Lily had no desire to wade into this muddy water. Old woman, are you scared? Che Binglu said unkindly. Don't tell me you're planning to stay in your room and reap the rewards without lifting a finger. What did you say? Isn't that what you are? Seeing Lin Lily angered, Che Binglu felt a surge of satisfaction. This time the three of us will search for the 100 million prize voucher together. If we find it, we split it 3 ways. How about that? Wu Lifan said with a smile, but in his heart he had already decided that if they actually found it, he wouldn't give a single cent to either woman and would keep it all for himself. Wu Lifan said this simply because he didn't want to act alone with more people. If something went wrong, they could look out for each other. I have no objections. If we really find it, Appa, you don't have to give me my share. What's mine is yours. Che Binglu said earnestly. Binglu, you're so understanding. Wu Lifan reached out and pinched Che Binglu's cheek in praise while inwardly cursing her for being a foolish woman. Lin Lily watched Che Binglu's subservience to Wu Lifan and sighed inwardly with regret. This woman was too far gone beyond saving. Are you really not coming? Wu Lifan's gaze turned to Lin Lily. Fan Gus, since you've decided it'll do as you say. Lin Lily had no choice. From Wu Lifan's tone just now, she sensed his growing dissatisfaction with her. She had no option but to go along with his wishes for now and take things one step at a time. All right, it's settled then. Let's start by searching our own rooms to see if the prize voucher is hidden there. If not, we'll check other floors and Wu Lifan said, we'll take a laid-back approach. No conflict with anyone. Lin Lily was speechless. She had thought Wu Lifan was planning to break into other guests' rooms, but his method was so passive it was almost comical. Finding it this way would be a miracle. Still, it was better this way. No need to make enemies relatively safer. Once Wu Lifan tired himself out, he would give up and return to his room obediently. Looks like it's not here. Let's go to other floors and see if anyone has found it. Wu Lifan searched his own room, Che Binglu's room, and the room of the deceased old man next door, room 1003, but found no trace of the 100 million prize voucher. The other guests on the 10th floor had their doors tightly shut. Wu Lifan couldn't force his way in, nor did he have the strength. Let's go. If we don't find it after one round, we'll call it quits. Wu Lifan was growing impatient. He was exhausted and losing his resolve. Besides, if he survived to the end, he would still get the 100 million enough to live comfortably for a while. The three left the room with Wu Lifan leading the way, Che Binglu and Lin Lili flanking him on either side. Not a word was spoken. Che Binglu and Lin Lili exchanged glances, glaring at each other with mutual disdain. Lin Lili quickened her pace, caught up with Wu Lifan, and hooked her arm through her face, brimming with provocation. Old woman. Che Binglu cursed under her breath, unwilling to be outdone, and also stepped forward to take Wu Lifan's other arm. Little girl, you're still green. As the two women silently vied for position, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Stop right there. A man's voice came from behind. All three were startled, turning around in alarm. Behind them stood a burly, scar-faced man with a menacing glare fixed on them. How did he move without a sound? Who is he? Lin Lili was terrified, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. After receiving the notification on his phone, Shindadu had been roaming the hotel. He hadn't found the 100 million voucher yet, but he spotted two attractive women descending the stairs with a pretty boy. His interest piqued, he quietly followed them. Damn, these pretty boys have it easy with two women tagging along. Shindadu said with a scowl, his tone laced with jealousy. Che Binglu and Lin Lili snapped back to reality and hurriedly hid behind Wu Lifan, their bodies trembling with fear. Shindadu stepped forward scowling and leaned in to get a closer look at Wu Lifan. Seeing the man's towering stature and fierce appearance, Wu Lifan instantly lost his nerve. He swallowed hard, involuntarily forcing a calm smile. These two chicks of yours aren't bad. That body of hers would be wasted if she's not a model. And this one's not bad either. Looks young, full of life. I've never had anyone so young. Shindadu leered at Lin Lili and Che Binglu behind Wu Lifan, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Little sister, you're so cute. How about playing with uncle for a while? Shindadu's eyes roamed over Che Binglu. As for Lin Lili, Shindadu wasn't entirely uninterested, but he had been with too many women with great figures and looks lately, and the novelty had worn off. Now he craved the taste of a younger woman. Lin Lili saw that Shindadu's target was Che Binglu and quickly turned away, breathing a sigh of relief. The man before her was greasy and disgusting. Being targeted by him could only mean trouble. Lin Lili felt nothing. Big brother, is there something you need? Wu Lifan asked nervously, trying to appear unafraid. Shindadu tilted his head, fixing his wolf-like gaze on him. Seeing a pretty boy like you walking around with two beautiful women really pisses me off. Hand one of them over for me to have some fun with, and you can go. Shun Bighead leered at the delicate Che Binglu cowering behind Wu Lifan, a disgusting drool of saliva forming at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the wolfish gleam in Shun Bighead's eyes as he stared at her, Che Binglu's heart shuddered with dread, her face turning stiff and pale. Meanwhile, Lin Lili inwardly rejoiced, a smirk of schadenfreude curling at the corners of her lips. Under Chin Bighead's oppressive aura, Wu Lifan fared no better. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, and his legs trembled uncontrollably on the verge of giving way. What's your decision? Chin Bighead grinned lecherously at Wu Lifan. Brother, isn't this a bit too unscrupulous? Wu Lifan forced himself to speak, suppressing his inner terror. And you, a pretty boy hogging two women, is that unscrupulous? Chin Bighead said with displeasure. Cut the crap, pretty boy. They'll ask you straight, do you want to die or not? If not, leave. With that, Chin Bighead pointed a finger at Che Binglu behind him. This? Wu Lifan cowered, daring not to provoke Chin Bighead further. Sensing the danger, Che Binglu tugged at Wu Lifan's arm, her voice trembling with fear and anxiety. Oh, Appa, you're not really going to hand me over, are you? You wouldn't do that, right? You said you'd always protect me, didn't you? Wu Lifan closed his eyes helplessly. He didn't want to do this either, but with Chin Bighead looming before him, what choice did he have? His heart was filled with resignation. Appa, you can't do this to me. I've given you my all. Seeing Wu Lifan's silence and his grim expression, Che Binglu's heart sank in panic. Binglu, don't get so worked up. Listen to me. Wu Lifan turned, gripping her shoulders. You've been with Swamingja before. What's one more time with this big brother? It won't. No, Appa, I'm your girlfriend. You can't just toss me to another man like this. Have you ever considered my feelings? Despair engulfed Che Binglu. Facing repeated betrayals from the one she loved, and forgiving him only to end up like this was unbearable. I promise you, as long as we get out of here alive, I'll marry you. Wu Lifan once again used sweet words to cloud Che. Can I still trust you? Che Binglu's expression wavered, her heart torn and conflicted, unsure whether to believe. Why all the chatter? What are you waiting for? Hand over the girl so I can have a taste. Chin Bighead's patience wore thin. He raised his chin, his face contorted with menace as he towered over Wu Lifan and Che Binglu. Brother, don't be angry. We're just discussing it. Facing Chin Bighead's urging, Wu Lifan lowered himself, ingratiatingly apologizing. Discuss my ass. Chin Bighead snarled, clenching his fist and slamming it into the corridor wall. The impact left a dent in the surface. Fango, what are you hesitating for? Just hand over this troublesome little girl to him. You were getting annoyed with her anyway, weren't you? Without her, you still have me, right? Lin Lili spitefully added fuel to the fire. You old hag, what are you saying? Why don't you go with him instead of making me go? Che Binglu, furious at Lin Lili for exacerbating the crisis, hated her deeply. You're more charming than me. This big brother has his eye on you, not me. You should be grateful and secretly pleased. Lin Lili fanned the flames, eager to escalate the situation. You damn vixen, are those human words? Then what do you suggest? Rather than letting Fango get killed and all of us trapped here, it's better to just hand you over. Enough. Both of you shut up. Wu Lifan, irritated by the squabbling women, finally spoke. Brother, let me ask you something. If I'm not mistaken, you're also here for that 100 million prize voucher, aren't you? If you take Binglu away now, someone else might find that voucher first. Wouldn't that be a loss? Facing Chen Bighead's threat, Wu Lifan made an excuse to divert his attention. Chen Bighead pondered, finding some truth in Wu Lifan's words, and scratched his bald head in contemplation. But Chen Bighead wasn't foolish. He said bluntly, "Haha, you're trying to trick me, boy. Playing clever won't work on me. Am I wrong?" Wu Lifan retorted. "Now I have to admit you're not entirely wrong. Finding that 100 million voucher is the top priority now. As for this little sister, as long as she's still in this hotel, I can have my way with her anytime I want in the days to come." Che Binglu shuddered at his words, feeling as though she were being stalked by a snake, a chill running down her spine. "Am I right, little?" Chen Bighead leered at Che Binglu with a lascivious grin. "What a pity. Until we meet again. Wait for me, huh?" Chen Bighead brushed past Wu Lifan, Che Binglu, and Lin Lily with a smug laugh, swaggering away. The three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief once he was gone. Che Binglu threw herself into Wu Lifan's arms, clutching his collar tightly, as she buried her face in his chest, sobbing, "Boo-hoo. Appa, thank you. I was so scared you'd hand me over to him. Thanks to you we escaped this time." Che Binglu spoke with gratitude, her earlier distrust of Wu Lifan vanishing. This incident made her foolishly believe that Wu Lifan truly loved her. Lin Lily, standing nearby, looked grim and muttered under her breath, "Fangirl, why keep this little girl around? You should have just handed her over to that fat pig." "You wretched woman, what did you say? If it were you, I'd like to see if you could still say that. Easy for you to talk." Che Binglu snapped, standing upright and glaring at Lin Lily. Lin Lily crossed her arms and retorted rudely, "You little brat, how dare you curse at me?" "I'm cursing you, you wretched old hag," Che Binglu shouted, venting her anger. "You?" Lin Lily was always sensitive about being called an old hag. Compared to Che Binglu, she was indeed a few years older, which was why Chen Bighead had set his sights on Che Binglu instead of her. "Can you two shut up? Why are you always fighting?" The incessant bickering of the two women grated on Wu Lifan's nerve. "Fangirl, this little girl started it. You have to stand up for me," Lin Lily whined. "Appa, this woman is insufferable. Just kick her out before she causes more trouble." Che Binglu shot back defiantly. "See, Fangirl, she dares to be rude to me right in front of you. She doesn't respect you," Lin Lily said. "You?" Che Binglu was about to retort when Wu Lifan interrupted her. "Enough, both of you. Save the arguing for the room. Right now we need to find that money." Wu Lifan quickly intervened as the two women were about to start another quarrel. "Oomph." Che Binglu and Lin Lily glared at each other, then turned their backs with a snort. Room 710A, the innermost room on the 7th floor corridor. Zhu Yunyun lay leisurely on the bed, scrolling through her phone. "This money is too hot to handle. It's nothing good. Better to pass it on to someone else. Those blinded by greed will soon be heading this way, won't they?" Zhu Yunyun, age 22, a brilliant scholar with an IQ of 160, blessed with a devilish figure and stunning beauty. At this moment, Zhu Yunyun was deeply troubled, her delicate face etched with worry. Her gaze fell upon a slip resembling a check lying beside her pillow, inscribed with the words 100 million prize voucher. Though tempted by the prize voucher worth 100 million, Zhu Yunyun knew that keeping it would inevitably invite disaster and threaten her life. The wise move was to silently give it away to ensure her own safety. "I had planned to quietly hide in my room and survive until the end, even going to great lengths to stockpile food. But now it seems impossible." Zhu Yunyun muttered to herself, "These people just won't let me go. How annoying. They'll give this money to the next room and switch to another to lie low." Having made up her mind, Zhu Yunyun leaped off the bed. She, who always preferred sleeping in the nude, quickly threw on a few clothes, carefully opened the door, and seeing the corridor empty, tiptoed to room 709. Crouching down, she slipped the 100 million prize voucher through the gap under the door. Relieved, she immediately returned to her room. After a brief rest, Zhu Yunyun began packing her belongings. She slung on her backpack and opened the window where a rope was already secured, her mode of transport safe and convenient. By this rope, she could reach any floor undetected. It was through this method that Zhu Yunyun had survived for over a month, frequently changing rooms like a cuckoo taking over nests. "I hope this time luck will be better and I can find a relatively safe room to weather this dangerous event." Zhu Yunyun silently prayed. Room 709. "I must not be dreaming. This event has 100 million prize voucher. If I find it, think of how many anime figurines I could buy." Hu Jun grew more excited as he thought, clutching his phone tightly, hardly daring to believe it was true. Hu Jun was a hopeless anime addict, around 35 or 36, unemployed, and without a girlfriend. His mind was consumed day and night by anime heroines lost in the world of 2D, unable to extricate himself. "I must find that 100 million prize voucher." Slightly overweight, Hu Jun pushed up his glasses and began searching his room thoroughly, thinking he might be the lucky one to stumble upon the prize. Hu Jun searched with vigor, sweating profusely, turning the room upside down, but finding nothing. Just as he was sinking into disappointment, he happened to look up and noticed a slip of paper had been pushed under the door. Startled, Hu Jun picked it up out of curiosity. His eyes widened and he rubbed them vigorously, unable to believe what he found. It. Haha, the 100 million prize voucher. Hu Jun was overjoyed, not bothering to think about who had slipped it, but as he reveled in his delight, danger loomed. He scratched off the redemption code on the voucher, and instantly a notification was sent to everyone's phones in the hotel. Chen Dado had been searching for the money, toiling for most of the day, without a clue, growing increasingly irritable. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly his phone rang with another notification. How annoying. What trickery is this now? Dado opened it impatiently. One glance and his eyes sharpened, his face darkening with fury as rage ignited within him. The search for the 100 million prize voucher is over. Congratulations to Jun from room 709 for finding the voucher hidden in the hotel. Damn it, that little bastard found it. Jun is it? I'm coming for you right now. Dado suppressed his rage and hurried toward the 7th floor. Room 709, huh? On the other side, Mingjia also received the message, letting out a cold, sinister laugh as he read the content on his phone. Mingjia, it seems the 100 million prize voucher isn't hidden in our room. Should we search others? Ding Qiyu had lost her phone earlier on the 3rd floor while fleeing from Dado, so she was unaware of the message. Huh, where is he? Mingjia, where are you? Strange, he was just here. Actively helping Mingjia search for the money in the room, Ding Qiyu searched for a long time without success. Turning around, she realized Mingjia, who had been standing behind her, was now gone. Not seeing Mingjia, Ding Qiyu panicked, fearing he had abandoned her. With this thought, Ding Qiyu rushed out of the room into the corridor, looking left and right. Hearing footsteps ascending the stairs, she hurried to take a look and caught a glimpse of Mingjia's hurried figure going up. Where is he going? Ding Qiyu muttered to herself as she watched Mingjia climb the stairs. Without a second thought, she followed. On the 5th floor, Wuhan and his group also saw the message. The 100 million prize voucher has been found by a man named Jun on the 7th floor, Zhou Qingqing said. How did he step in dog poop? What luck? Why couldn't I have found that voucher? Jiek here said enviously. What's there to envy? Finding it is one thing, but having the life to spend it is another, Wuhan said, his face solemn as he looked at his phone. This notification has been sent to everyone. Whoever finds that voucher will attract deadly danger. Who knows how many are already heading to him, all wanting to snatch it. That man might end up torn to pieces. Oh my god, is it that terrifying? Good thing baby didn't find the money. Praise be to protect Jiek here. Jiek here said cheerfully. The mastermind deliberately revealed the finder's identity to everyone, aiming to make all the hotel guests fight and kill each other over the money, Wuhan explained to the group. Since we know who found it, shouldn't we get in on the action? Aligiba asked. Better not. Wuhan just said many are after the money and they're all heading to the 7th floor now. It's too dangerous. Let's not get involved, Jiek here said. I think we can go upstairs to check the situation, Wuhan said after serious thought. With everyone focused on Jun, the surroundings might be safer. We can fish in troubled waters and maybe stumble upon an unexpected gang. You decide. Well, follow your lead, the women said. Then let's go. Mingjia must be there too. I still have a score to settle with him over Zhou Qian. The women were taken aback, all sensing the chill in Wuhan's tone. As everyone in the hotel was focused on the whereabouts of the 100 million prize voucher, the door to room 1010 on the 10th floor swung open. Two people emerged, a man and a woman. The man was advanced in years, appearing to be over 60, yet his complexion and vigor were still robust and lively. The woman was quite young, with a head of slightly wavy coffee-colored hair. She wore a white blouse paired with a black skirt and stockings, her features alluring and captivating. Her attire suggested she was a high-level white-collar worker, likely a secretary. The man was Lu Jianping, the chairman of the domestic Wanqing Group, a real estate magnate, whose business empire spanned the nation and overseas. He was a figure known far and wide. The woman was Zhao Shiqing, Lu Jianping's private secretary. There existed a subtle and secret relationship between them. As for why they were imprisoned in this hotel, they had no idea. The two had been on a business trip abroad. They dozed off on the plane, and upon waking found themselves lying on the beds in rooms 1009 and 1010 respectively. Lu Jianping, a man of the world, initially thought they had been kidnapped, but he soon realized that was not the case. He learned the survival rules of this hotel, and unlike the others, did not panic. Instead, he remained composed and unfazed. Lu Jianping's fearlessness stemmed from his wealth. He was exceptionally rich. When first imprisoned, he had nothing but the items on his person. But now he had no worries about food, for someone had already made a private deal with him. Li Jianping didn't even need to leave his room. Someone would knock on his door and deliver food. All he had to do was write a check that was impossible to refuse. Money might be useless here, but it all depended on the amount you offered. Few would be tempted by a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 in such a predicament. But what about tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Could anyone resist such temptation? Just like this game, the 100 million prize voucher drove others to risk their lives for it. Everyone feared death, but under a heavy reward, there would always be brave souls. What drove them was not that money was worthless, but that the sum offered was substantial. Lu Jianping could casually write a check for tens of millions. If they survived, they could immediately cash it at the bank. In a way, the checks he offered were even more reliable and tangible than the game's prize. Thus, though imprisoned in this hotel, Lu Jianping lived like a tyrant. He had food, women, and henchmen. As long as the money was right, nothing was a problem. Zhao Shiqing, seeing this, had stayed by Lu Jianping's side since being locked and serving him diligently and obediently. Mr. Lu, this isn't good. Let's go back to the room. It's not proper for others to see us like this out here, Zhao Shiqing said. Her clothes had already been stripped off by Lu Jianping, and they stood in the hallway of the 10th floor. Turn around and press your hands against the wall. Don't worry so much. Everyone else is busy on the 7th floor scrambling for that 100 million prize voucher. They have no time for us. Lu Jianping, gazing at Zhao Shiqing's seductive figure, grew aroused. Excited and thrilled, his face flushed red, displaying a vigor that belied his age. Mr. Lu is right. They must all be on the 7th floor, Zhao Shiqing thought, relaxing a little. She allowed Lu Jianping's hands to roam and caress her body. I've been cooped up in the room, almost suffocating. Let's take this rare chance to have some excitement in the hallway, and breathes. Lu Jianping let out a wicked grin. Mr. Lu, you're so naughty. I'm so shy, Jiao Shiqing said, striking a coquettish pose to please him. Let them kill each other over a mere 100 million. How pathetic and pitiful. The more that die, the better. Lu Jianping vented all his pent-up anger and frustration on Jiao Shiqing. I wonder which lunatic locked me in this hotel to play this boring money game. If I could ID pay $1 billion to get out. Who cares about the paltry prize money in this game? Being locked in here with a bunch of paupers is beneath my status. As expected of Mr. Lu, a mere $1 billion means nothing to you. How embarrassing that would be for others to know, Jiao Shiqing flattered. In this hotel, just serve me well. I won't treat you poorly. Once we get out, I'll give you whatever money you want, Lu Jianping said. Of course, Mr. Lu. You're so good to me. Don't worry, you'll stay by your side and keep you from getting bored. Jiao Shiqing continued. During this time we're locked in, Mr. Lu, you can just think of it as a vacation for yourself. Isn't it? Shiqing, your words are so sweet, they make my heart itch. Lu Jianping looked at Jiao Shiqing's delicate little mouth, his words carrying a double meaning. Jiao Shiqing immediately understood and quickly knelt down. In room 709 on the 7th floor. So it's real? I'm not dreaming. This really is the 100 million prize voucher. Hu Jun held the voucher in both hands, extremely excited and elated. Hu Jun cherished the voucher as if it were a precious treasure, carefully placing it in a box and clutching it to his chest, stroking it while grinning. If I can survive to be the last person, I'll get another 100 million. That means when I leave, I'll have 200 million. Haha, when I get out, I'm going to buy every anime model in the entire country. At this thought, Hu Jun's heart blossomed with joy, lost in his own fantasies. Creak. Just then the sound of a door opening came from behind him. Your plan might be ruined. Thank you for this. Hu Jun's heart suddenly jolted. He spun around and saw the door open with a smiling man standing in the doorway. Who are you? Why thank me? And why would my plan be ruined? Hu Jun grew wary, the earlier joy vanishing from it. You found that 100 million prize voucher for me, so naturally I have to thank you. Zhuang Mingjie said with a smile. As for why your plan will be ruined, it's because you're about to hand that voucher over to me. What are you talking about? This money is mine. You can't take it. Hu Jun's face changed abruptly, and he clutched the box tightly to his chest. Take my advice. This money isn't yours. Hand over the 100 million prize voucher obediently, and it'll spare your life. Zhuang Mingjie said, stepping closer to Hu Jun. Stop joking. Get out. Get out of my room. You're not welcome here. Hu Jun, annoyed, rudely ordered him to leave. But Hu Jun hadn't expected that as soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Mingjie would suddenly reach out a cold hand and without warning grab him by the throat. Soon Hu Jun found it hard to breathe, on the verge of suffocation. Cough. Cough. Hu Jun desperately clawed at Zhuang Mingjie, but his pudgy frame and short arms failed to reach him. If you don't hand it over obediently, you'll lose your life. I'm not joking. Zhuang Mingjie's smile faded, replaced by a cold, merciless expression. Cough. Don't joke around. Hu Jun clung to his money as if his life depended on it. Heh. Zhuang Mingjie sneered coldly. Very well. With that, Zhuang Mingjie tightened his grip on Hu Jun's neck. In that critical moment, Hu Jun panicked, kicked Zhuang Mingjie's shin with all his might, and managed to break free. He charged into Zhuang Mingjie, and while he was off balance, fled in terror. Zhuang Mingjie quickly recovered, pulled out a dagger, chased after Hu Jun, and slashed at the back of his head. Ugh. Ah. Hu Jun felt a chill at the back of his head, followed by searing pain. Blood spurted from the wound and splattered onto the ground. Soon Hu Jun's head grew dizzy, and he collapsed to the floor. Dagger in hand, Zhuang Mingjie approached him step by step, his killing intent already ignited, with no intention of showing mercy. His face grew increasingly ferocious. Hu Jun had already passed out on the ground. Gazing at the defenseless prey, a satisfied smirk curled at the corner of Zhuang Mingjie's mouth. Tisk tisk tsk. Look at this guy. He doesn't have a shred of humanity. Just as Zhuang Mingjie was about to finish Hu Jun off with a final stab, a stranger's voice rang out from behind. Zhuang Mingjie's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the figure behind him. He turned around abruptly, his face expressionless, as he looked at Chun Dadu, who stood at the door watching the scene unfold. It's you. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Zhuang Mingjie's heart was calm as he raised his head and fixed his gaze on the other man. Chun Dada's smile vanished. He took a couple of steps into the room, looked at Hu Jun bleeding from the back of his head on the floor, furrowed his brow, and turned to Zhuang Mingjie, saying, I get it now. The one who's been killing people in this hotel all this time. It's been you. So what? Zhuang Mingjie replied with a nonchalant tone. Your killing spree pisses me off. Chun Dadu lifted his chin, arrogantly looking down at Zhuang Mingjie as he continued, add that to the woman you snatched from me before. How are we going to settle the score? Hearing this, Zhuang Mingjie shrugged his shoulders and replied calmly, you want to kill me? I'm not like you, but don't think I'm afraid. Don't push me into killing you. You know damn well that in front of me you're no match. Seeing no change in Zhuang Mingjie's expression, Chun Dadu tried a conciliatory tone. He'll spare your life. Put the money down and get the hell out of this room quietly. And if I say no? Zhuang Mingjie showed no sign of backing down. A faint smile played on his lips, devoid of any. Chun Dada's brow furrowed in displeasure. His facial muscles tightened, and his eyes fixed on Zhuang Mingjie with a sharp glare. If that's your choice, then he'll have to send you to the afterlife. As the words fell, their eyes met. Just like their first encounter, a brief silence fell, making the atmosphere unsettlingly strange. Gotta be careful with this kid. He gives off a dangerous vibe. He's short and looks completely harmless. So why does he give me such a sinister feeling? Chen Dada thought to himself, not daring to let his guard down as he watched Zhuo Mingjia's every move. Zhuo Mingjia stared at Chen Dadu for a few seconds, then suddenly turned his back to him, gripping the dagger tightly. What kind of trick are you pulling? Are you leaving or not? Chen Dadu asked, casually unsure of Zhuo Mingjia's game. In that split second, Zhuo Mingjia spun around, raised his hand, and thrust the blade straight at Chen Dadu. Chen Dada's heart jolted. He instantly sensed something was wrong. Seeing the sharp dagger, he quickly stepped back and twisted his body to dodge. But he was still a fraction too slow. Although it missed a vital spot, the blade grazed the surface of his neck. With a whoosh, blood began to flow from the wound. Chen Dada's anger flared. He hadn't expected Zhuo Mingjia to launch such a sneak attack. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have died under Zhuo Mingjia's blade. His face twisted in rage. Chen Dada clenched his teeth and threw a punch at Zhuo Mingjia without hesitation. Zhuo Mingjia, though he looked frail, was quite agile and deftly dodged the oncoming fist. Tisk tisk tsk. Too bad. I missed. Zhuo Mingjia had intended to catch Chen Dadu off guard and sever his carotid artery, but the result was not as had hoped. Damn it. You dare to ambush me. He'll kill you. Chen Dadu was thoroughly enraged, throwing heavy punches wildly. Zhuo Mingjia was cunning. He didn't confront Chen Dadu head-on. He dodged whenever possible and struck with his dagger whenever an opening appeared. Chen Dadu was helpless against Zhuo Mingjia's tactics. He was caught off guard once again, and a slash cut across his thigh, instantly staining his pants with blood. This bastard is so insidious. First the neck, now the thigh. He's aiming right for the major arteries, the fatal spots. Chen Dada's face was pale with pain and fury. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were wide with rage. Fuck this sly bastard. Can't get hot-headed. Facing such a dangerous opponent, this is no time for recklessness. Chen Dadu realized that Zhuo Mingjia was agile, armed with a dagger, and always aimed for fatal points that could kill him instantly. He couldn't act rashly anymore. He had to get serious. With that thought, Chen Dadu immediately created distance between them, stepping back a few paces. He held the wound on his neck, steadied his mind, and a hint of excited smile appeared on his lips as he said, I really underestimated you before. I thought you were just bluffing, but you've got some real skill. You're way better than the other riffraff in this hotel. I have to admit, you're strong. You're worthy of being my opponent. Hearing these words, Zhuo Mingjia's expression remained unchanged. He held the dagger before his chest, maintaining a steady breath, and did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Chen Dada flexed his muscles, clenched, and unclenched his fists a few times, then assumed a fighting stance, saying to Zhuo Mingjia, you better watch out. I'm getting serious now. Zhuo Mingjia was taken aback. He could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Chen Dadu had completely changed. This time Chen Dadu was rational and decisive. To maintain the distance between them, he struck out with his foot first. The plan was that when Zhuo Mingjia dodged by turning and bending over, he would take the chance to land a heavy punch on his head, knocking him out or killing him. But when the kick came, Zhuo Mingjia didn't dodge. Instead, he took the blow head-on. It seemed as though Chen Dada's thoughts were already an open book to Zhuo Mingjia. A triumphant, malicious grin spread across his face. Chen Dada was stunned. It's over. Zhuo Mingjia cleanly and swiftly drove the dagger into Chen Dada's neck. The next second, the sound of blood dripping onto the floor echoed through the room. Zhuo Mingjia was confident in that strike, certain he had pierced Chen Dadu. Just as his vigilance waned, a sudden unease struck him. Chen Dadu had not fallen after all this time. Lifting his head for a closer look, his expression darkened. Had trying to kill me in one move. Wishful thinking. Zhuo Mingjia's blade had not struck Chen Dada's carotid artery, but had pierced through his palm. In that critical moment, Chen Dadu had raised his hand to shield his neck, thereby saving his life from Zhuo Mingjia's strike. One could not deny that Chen Dadu was a ruthless man. Witnessing this, the ever-composed Zhuo Mingjia could not help but break out in a cold sweat. This time he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. You are dead. Zhuo Mingjia saw Chen Dada's other hand move and knew trouble was afoot. He took a heavy punch from Chen Dadu, his entire body sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Ugh! Zhuo Mingjia clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. That bastard had nearly killed him. Chen Dada had no intention of stopping there. He walked over to Zhuo Mingjia, lifted his foot, and stomped hard on his chest. Guh. With that stomp, Zhuo Mingjia's chest bore immense pressure, a suffocating sensation engulfing his entire being. He'll crush you. Chen Dada, still unsatisfied, stomped down repeatedly. Seeing the pained expression on Zhuo Mingjia's face on the ground brought him relief. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Mingjia coughed incessantly, his hands trying to shield his body. Seeing Zhuo Mingjia still struggling, Chen Dada stomped on his neck and said darkly, you liked aiming for my carotid artery, didn't you? It'll make you taste what it's like to have your neck broken. Say goodbye to this world, have a safe journey. Stop. In that critical moment, a hard object struck Chen Dada's head, making him shake his head vigorously. Damn woman, it's you. How dare you show your face before me? Aren't you afraid of death? Chen Dada saw that his attacker was Ding Qiuyu and flew into a rage. Mingjia, are you alright? Ding Qiuyu saw Zhuo Mingjia injured, ignored Chen Dadu, and hurried over to help him up her heart. This time, who do you think can protect you? I've lost interest in you now. This time I won't just toy with you, I want you dead. Chen Dada glared at Ding Qiuyu with knitted brows. Hearing this, Ding Qiuyu knew things were dire. Her eyes scanned the ground, spotting the dagger that had fallen from Zhuo Mingjia's hand. She quickly crouched, picked it up, and gripped it tightly. If you take one step closer, he'll fight you to the death. Ding Qiuyu stood trembling before Chen Dada, her body shaking uncontrollably. Damn it, even a woman like you dares to threaten me with a knife. Do you take me for a sick cat? Chun Dada was utterly unimpressed by Ding Qia's threat. If he couldn't handle a woman, how could he Chun Dada maintain his standing in this hotel? He would be laughed to death. Come on, even if I die, I'll make sure you suffer. Ding Qiayu gradually became numb to fear. This time for Mingjia's sake, she had to fight. She had already mentally prepared herself for death. I don't regret this. Chun Dada let out a cold laugh and stepped toward Ding Qiayu. Is this really the end? Am I going to die at the hands of this fat pig? Ding Qiayu looked at the unconscious Mingjia leaning on her shoulder, gritted her teeth, but ultimately couldn't bear to abandon him and flee. Here I come. Damn woman. Chun Dada stared at Ding Qiayu like a wolf. Huh, what's happening? Why is this woman turning into two? Just as Chun Dada was about to deal with Ding Qiayu, his vision grew increasingly blurry, everything before his eyes becoming hazy. Sensing something amiss, he quickly halted, not daring to approach Ding Qiayu rashly. Looking down, he realized what was happening. Chun Dada pressed his hand over the wound on his thigh, whereas Mingjia had stabbed him, blood was still flowing. It turned out he had lost too much blood. If this continued, he would be in danger. Damn it. Chun Dada couldn't help cursing. He lifted his head, his face dark as he glared at Ding Qiayu, eyeing the gleaming dagger in her hand. Hesitating, he ultimately chose not to take the risk. You got lucky this time, but none of you will leave this hotel alive. Chun Dada snarled ferociously, then clenched his fists in frustration and turned to leave. What's going on? Why is that fat pig leaving? Ding Qiayu was utterly bewildered, unable to understand why Chun Dada, who had just sworn to kill her, had let her go. Though puzzled, Ding Qiayu breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Chun Dada had truly left. She reached out to check Mingjia's breath, and was relieved to find he was still alive. Not far from her lay a bespectacled fat man, the back of his head covered in blood, likely dead. Ding Qiayu noticed a small box pressed against his chest, and curious reached over to pick it up. Opening it, Ding Qiayu was overjoyed, for inside was the very 100 million prize voucher she and Mingjia had been searching for. It had come without any effort. I'd better hide this money first. Seeing that Mingjia was still unconscious, Ding Qia's selfish motive stirred. She took the 100 million prize voucher from the box, carefully folded it, and hid it in her shoe. As for the box, she tossed it out the window with a wave of her hand. Cough, cough. At that moment, Mingjia groggily opened his eyes. Finding himself supported by Ding Qiayu, he asked, How did you get here? I was worried, so I followed you. When I entered the room, I found you lying unconscious on the floor. Ding Qiayu hugged Mingjia and said, Mingjia, you're all right, thank goodness. I thought you were. She began to sob. Mingjia scanned the room, but didn't see Chun Dada. He asked, Where's Chun Dada? He left. Left? Where did he go? I don't know. He just left the room. Seeing Mingjia's puzzled expression, Ding Qiayu quickly explained, Just now, when he was about to kill you, I picked up the knife from the ground to fight him. But then for some reason he started shaking his head violently and walked away. Probably from blood loss. That's the only reason we managed to escape with our lives. Mingjia said calmly. Didn't you see the blood gushing from the wound on his thigh? He must have realized the situation was against him and left. I see. They'll chase him down now and kill him. It dawned on Ding Qiayu. Remembering the harsh words Chun Dada had left behind, she didn't want to miss this perfect opportunity. She wanted to pursue him and eliminate this threat, for if he recovered, she would be the next to die. Forget it. A man like him is a true monster. Even wounded, he's still dangerous. If you want to kill him, wait for a better chance. Mingjia advised. All right. They'll listen to you. Ding Qiayu nodded in reply. Chun Dada leaving is one thing, but what matters is where is the 100 million prize voucher now? Mingjia weakly glanced at Hu Jun on the ground, then turned back to Ding Qiayu. What 100 million prize voucher? I didn't see it. Ding Qia's heart pounded with anxiety. She forced composure, feigning ignorance to prevent Mingjia from detecting her guilt. Did Chun Dada take it? Did he take anything when he left? Mingjia frowned, speculating. Afraid that Mingjia would continue questioning, Ding Qiayu quickly said, That fat pig took a box from the fat man before leaving. As for the 100 million prize voucher, I didn't see it. Damn it. The 100 million prize voucher was in that box. Mingjia said bitterly. I can't believe it ended up in Chun Dada's hands. He'll remember this debt. Next time I'll make him spit it out. Seeing Mingjia's twisted expression, Ding Qiayu dared not even breathe, loudly terrified that he might discover she had secretly hidden the money. Noticing something amiss on the 7th floor, Zhu Yunyun cautiously climbed up from outside the window. Fortunately, she had been exercising regularly and possessed enough stamina for the ascent. This is the 10th floor, the topmost level. It should be relatively safe. Zhu Yunyun leaped through the window of the 10th floor corridor, surveyed her surroundings, and found nothing unusual, heaving a sigh of relief. Let's find a room to hide in. With that, Zhu Yunyun proceeded along the corridor. Spotting room 1003 open, she rejoiced and quickly tiptoed inside. Upon entering the living room, she was stunned. An old man's corpse lay there with bloodstains all over the sofa. Zhu Yunyun had grown immune to the dead and wasn't overly bothered. Sometimes staying with a corpse was the safest option. Yet she chose not to hide in this room. It was too filthy with blood everywhere, which she found unbearable. Forced to leave, she decided to search for a more suitable room on the same floor. As she walked, she suddenly sensed something unusual at the end of the corridor. Upon closer inspection, she saw a man and a woman openly engaging in an unspeakable act. Lu Jia in pain and Zhao Shirqing, deeply engrossed, were startled to see someone in the corridor. President Lu, it looks like someone's coming. What should we do? Zhao Shirqing turned and asked. Impossible. Everyone else should be on the 7th floor fighting for that 100 million prize voucher. Who could it be? Lu Jianping wondered with suspicion. Zhu Yunyun curiously stepped forward a few paces and was shocked to discover the two naked engaged in that act. Her face flushed crimson. "Oh, what are you two doing?" Zhu Yunyun screamed, covering her eyes with both hands. Lu Jianping also recognized the newcomer and was mesmerized by her stunning beauty. Seeing Lu Jianping's reaction, Jiao Shiqing pouted, angrily glaring at Zhu Yunyun. "Sorry to interrupt. They'll leave now." Embarrassed, Zhu Yunyun turned and fled. "Who is that woman? She's so alluring. If only." "President Lu, what are you staring at? She's gone." Jiao Shiqing noticed Lu Jianping drooling and spoke with displeasure. "My little Qingqing, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it. Her sudden appearance just startled me." Lu Jianping said hypocritically, "Let's continue. Being caught in the act is thrilling. I feel full of energy." "President Lu, you're so naughty." Jiao Shiqing didn't press further, speaking in a coquettish tone. At that moment, Lu Jianping fantasized Jiao Shiqing as Zhu Yunyun, his blood boiling with inexplicable excitement, which he vented on Jiao Shiqing. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, shortly after Ding Qiuyu helped Zhuo Mingjia leave, the entire floor was packed with people. Wuhan Ilicuba and Xie Yuanba were among them. Not only them, but Wang Heping, Huang Ming, Duan Ting, and Sure you were also at the entrance of room 709. "Is he dead?" Someone in the crowd, seeing Hu Jun lying motionless on the floor of room 709 with a head, "He's probably dead. There's a pool of blood on the floor from him. No idea who did it. Who did it doesn't matter. Looks like the 100 million voucher on him has been snatched. Damn, a wasted trip. Everyone disperse. The man's dead and the money's gone." Voices in the crowd murmured, some regretful, others cursing, until they reluctantly left. "Looks like we were too slow. We didn't seize Mingjia or Qindatu. The 100 million prize voucher must have been taken by one of them." Duan Ting scanned room 709. As expected, either of them would seize that money. It's no surprise it led to a death. Wang Heping remarked, glancing at Hu Jun on the floor. "Since the money's gone, let's leave. It's crowded and dangerous here." Huang Ming suggested. "Let's go then." The four left the 7th floor. Judging by the blood on the floor, there was a struggle. "I wonder who got hurt." Wuhan speculated about the blood on the floor, wondering if it belonged to Zhuo Mingjia or Qindatu. "Everyone's gone. Let's head back to our room." Ilicuba said. "This trip was a waste. Got nothing, didn't even seize Zhuo Mingjia. Lucky bastard." Wuhan frowned, turned, and descended the stairs with Ilicuba and Xie Yuanba. Within 10 minutes, the 7th floor corridor was empty, everyone having dispersed. But no one expected that in room 709, Hu Jun, whom everyone thought dead, twitched his fingers. "Ah, I'm not dead." He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head. "Where's my money?" The first thing Hu Jun did upon regaining consciousness was to check his chest. It was empty. The box containing the 100 million prize voucher had vanished. Hu Jun recalled everything before he passed out, and Zhuo Mingjia's face appeared in his mind. That bastard must have stolen. Hu Jun touched the back of his head and fumed. "He even ambushed me. Next time I see him, I'll kill him." He resolved to avenge this humiliation, unable to swallow his anger. Hu Jun knew he had narrowly escaped death at Zhuo Mingjia's hands. With his current strength, he was no match for him. To take revenge, he had to change himself, train his body, and become strong enough to fight. But for now, recovering from his injuries was paramount. His head felt heavy and dizzy, he needed rest. Struggling, he closed the door and laid down on the bed in his room. Wu Lifan wearily climbed to the 10th floor and entered his own room 1002. Exhausted. All that trouble for nothing. Didn't even catch a glimpse of the money. Once inside, Wu Lifan collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. He had been to the 7th floor earlier, seen that the money was taken and a man was dead, and left immediately. "I'll forget about the money. If we survive to the end, we'll still get 100 million. He'll give you my share then. Don't worry about that voucher." Che Binglu comforted him. "I just can't figure out who ended up with that money." Wu Lifan said. "Isn't it obvious? That fat pig must have it. Who else in this hotel can stand against him?" Lin Lily, also lying on the sofa, felt relieved to be back safely despite the fruitless search. "True." Wu Lifan stopped dwelling on it. "Don't mention that fat pig. He's terrifying. Just thinking about him." Che Binglu recalled her encounter with Chun Data earlier and tearfully said to Wu Lifan, "Appa, if you hadn't protected me, I'd have fallen into that fat pig's hands. I'd never see you again." "Thank you. Binglu, don't say that. You're my girlfriend, it's my duty to protect you," Wu Lifan said insincerely. Hearing the word girlfriend from Wu Lifan, Che Binglu felt warmth in her heart, never doubting whether his feelings were genuine. Lin Lily felt extremely displeased seeing Che Binglu feigning pitifulness before Wu Lifan. A grown woman still crying and whimpering. Truly just a little girl scared out of her wits by the slightest trouble. Lin Lily sneered. "What did you say, old hag? I almost died just now, don't you know that?" Che Binglu retorted. "Oh my, how dangerous indeed," Lin Lily said with innuendo. "You must be joking. You've killed before, yet you're afraid of Chin Big Head. Playing innocent. I think you just want Brother Fan to hover around you. You cunning fox, you're really getting out of line. Believe me, he'll kill you right now." Che Binglu stared at Lin Lily with icy eyes. "Brother Fan, did you hear that? This little girl says she'll kill me. I'm so scared. Such a dangerous person should be kicked." Lin Lily nestled against Wu Lifan, acting coquettishly. "Sigh. Why are you two fighting again?" Wu Lifan scratched his head in exasperation, his face full of drowsiness. "We've been searching for that 100 million prize voucher all day, and now I'm dead tired. I'm going back to bed to rest." Wu Lifan stood up, yawned a few times, and walked toward the bedroom. "I'm going to sleep first." You two can rest too once. Seeing that Wu Lifan didn't want to engage with them, Che Binglu and Lin Lili exchanged a glare. Appa, wait for me. I'm not wasting time arguing with that old hag. I want to sleep too. Che Binglu said, waving at Lin Lili. Seeing Che Binglu dismiss her, stomped her feet in frustration, her brows furrowed with displeasure. Wu Lifan entered the bedroom, got into bed, and pulled the covers over himself. Che Binglu also climbed into bed. Soon both of them fell asleep, leaving Lin Lili alone in the living room. Sitting on the sofa, she watched Che Binglu embrace Wu Lifan in bed, and jealousy surged within her. Little girl, you're still too green to compete with me for a man. Lin Lili entered the room, glanced disdainfully at the sleeping Che Binglu, then quietly walked over to Wu Lifan's side, lifted the covers, and slipped in. Wu Lifan was drowsy, but the sensation. What are you doing? Wu Lifan opened his eyes. Brother Fan, what do you think? Lin Lili giggled under the covers. You're so mischievous, hungry already. If Binglu wakes up, we'll be in big trouble. Wu Lifan said casually. What trouble? It's not like we haven't done this before. If she wakes up, she can watch the show. Lin Lili said with a wicked smile. Come on, Brother Fan, what are you waiting for? After resting his eyes for a while, Wu Lifan felt his strength returning. He glanced at Che Binglu lying beside him. Seeing her facing away, apparently asleep, he let down his guard. Lin Lili deliberately moaned loudly. Off. Lin Lili lifted her head slightly, her face full of displeasure. What's so good about that little girl? Brother Fan, ditch her. Let's just go together, just the two of us. Isn't that fine? Keep your voice down. Be careful Binglu doesn't hear you, or she'll make a huge scene again. Wu Lifan reached out to cover Lin Lili. Lin Lili immediately turned her head to dodge. What does it matter? Brother Fan, I'm asking you straight, will you be with only me? Lily, let's talk about this another time, okay? Wu Lifan didn't want to answer. Che Binglu, though annoying, was obedient and might still be useful to keep around. Unbeknownst to Lin Lili, Che Binglu, lying beside them, had long been awake. She was listening to their conversation with eyes wide open. Hearing Lin Lili egging Wu Lifan to abandon her, the hatred in her heart could no longer be contained. Brother Fan, think it over. If you agree to get rid of that girl, just like this. Lin Lili closed her eyes and leaned in to passionately kiss Wu Lifan. Meanwhile, Che Binglu quietly slipped out of bed, picked up a wine bottle from the messy floor, gripped it in her hand, and walked step by step behind Lin Lili. Lin Lili felt something strange behind her. Just as she turned to look, a wine bottle smashed directly onto her head. A loud crash rang out. The wine bottle shattered into two halves upon impact, and Lin Lili's facial muscles twisted in agony. She saw blood dripping onto the bedsheet from her head and screamed in terror. Wu Lifan was startled, his eyes snapping open. He saw Che Binglu standing silently beside him, clutching a jagged broken bottle in her right hand, the blood on it glaringly bright. Che Binglu's face was terrifyingly twisted, her head slightly lowered, her entire visage dark and menacing. Binglu, what are you doing? Wu Lifan felt a chill run down his spine, not knowing what this foolish woman intended. He asked cautiously, You? Damn brat. They'll fucking kill you. You're asking for death. Blood streaming from her forehead, Lin Lili spun around furiously. Che Binglu, seeing Lin Lili's vicious expression for the first time, panicked momentarily. Lin Lili stood up from the bed, grabbed Che Binglu by the hair, yanked her up, and then kicked her to the ground. Che Binglu lost her balance, her body toppling backward. The half-broken bottle slipped from her hand and rolled across the floor. Damn girl, today is your death day? They'll kill you. Now thoroughly enraged, Lin Lili's eyes turned red. She leaped off the bed, pinned Che Binglu to the ground, straddled her, and with one hand choking Che Binglu's neck, she slapped her face repeatedly with the other. Watching Lin Lili brutally beat Che Binglu, Wu Lifan realized that at this rate Che Binglu might be beaten to death. Lili, calm down. Let's talk things out. Don't cause a death. Wu Lifan quickly got out of bed, bent down, and grabbed Lin Lili's arm to stop her. How can we talk? This crazy brat just tried to kill me. How can I calm down? I'm going to beat her to death today. Lin Lili continued slapping Che Binglu's face as she spoke. Seeing Che Binglu still alive, she clenched her fist and pounded her stomach relentlessly. Ugh. Che Binglu felt as if her stomach acid was being forced out, retching dryly. Seeing Lin Lili lose her mind, Wu Lifan dared not intervene further. If Che Binglu died, so be it. At least they'd get food, and it would be Lin Lili's doing. Is she dead? Lin Lili noticed that Che Binglu beneath her had stopped struggling and was motionless. Panic seized her. Lin Lili quickly regained some composure. She didn't really want to kill anyone. Trembling, she reached out a finger to Che Binglu's nose. Feeling breath, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thought you were tougher. Can't even take a beating, just passed out. Lucky you. Lin Lili gritted her teeth, holding her bleeding. Feel better now? Wu Lifan watched her stop smiling. Lin Lili nodded. They'll let her off this time. How I thought you were going to kill her. Wu Lifan said calmly, sitting to the side with narrowed eyes. Just as everyone in the hotel assumed the hunt for the 100 million bonus voucher had concluded, the speakers in every corridor suddenly blared to life. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. A notification to all survivors in the hotel. A new announcement will be made at 8 o'clock tonight. Everyone is requested to assemble in the hotel conference hall at 8 o'clock tonight. Repeating, tonight at 8 o'clock. The resounding voice permeated every corner of the entire hotel. At that moment, everyone pricked up their ears, listening intently to the broadcast. Attendance at the 8 o'clock assembly is not mandatory, but we urge everyone to be present if possible. Please proceed to the conference hall via the green passage on the second floor tonight at 8. Furthermore, for the next 24 hours, until noon tomorrow, all acts causing harm or damage to others are strictly prohibited. I repeat, for the next 24 hours, any behavior endangering others is forbidden. Violators will face severe punishment. Lin Lily, upon hearing the broadcast, breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Wu Lifan, she said, "Fan, let's not stay cooped up in the room. Let's go out for some air and head to the announcement at 8. Besides, we won't have to worry about that fat pig attacking us." Wu Lifan, who had also heard the broadcast, glanced at the unconscious Che Binglu on the floor. "What about Binglu if we leave?" Lin Lily replied coldly, "Forget about her. She won't die. She'll get up on her own after lying in the room long enough." But Wu Lifan felt a pang of guilt. "Oh, Fan, don't worry. The mastermind who trapped us here said we can relax for the next 24 hours. Nothing will happen." "All right then." Wu Lifan pondered for a moment, finding Lin Lily's reasoning sound, and nodded. Lin Lily quickly dressed, then linked arms with him as they left room 1002. Before leaving, she deliberately left the door ajar, casting a sinister glance at Che Binglu, who was sprawled on the bedroom floor, a chilling smile curling at her lips. Meanwhile, Wang Heping, Duan Ting, Huang Ming, and Shi Yu had left the 7th floor and arrived at the 4th. The rooms of Wang Heping and Huang Ming on the 3rd floor had been invaded by Chun Dadu, rendering them uninhabitable. Thus, the two had to go to the 4th floor, staying in Duan Ting's and Shi Yu's rooms respectively. Under the pressure of this confined environment, the four of them were now passionately entwined in the rooms, seeking to release their inner tension and relax. "Brother Wang, did you catch the broadcast?" Shi Yu asked, pinned beneath Wang Heping. Beside them, Duan Ting and Huang Ming were together. "This assembly for everyone wonder what they're up to." "Who cares what it is? At least violence is banned for 24 hours. That's better than yesterday's 7-hour no-call rule," Wang Heping panted. "I'm a bit scared. We might run into that fat pig again." At Shi Yu's words, Wang Heping, Huang Ming, and Duan Ting froze, their movements abruptly halting. Chun Dada's brutality had left a deep shadow over their hearts. "Wait, should we go at 8? Shi Yu asked amidst the fervor. "It's not mandatory, just voluntary. We can go or not," Duan Ting replied while accommodating Huang Ming. "We probably should go. Didn't they say there's an important announcement?" Huang Ming mused. "If it weren't for the short message notification, the matter must be significant." "Then let's go. But first let's unwind a bit," Wang Heping said. The four exchanged glances, lewd smiles spreading across their faces. Time quickly slipped by to 8 o'clock in the evening. Wu Han and Xie Yuanba went to room 505 to fetch Xiao Shan. Then, along with Zhou Tongtong, Ali Cuba, and the other 3 women, they descended the stairs, heading for the green passage on the 2nd floor toward the hotel conference hall. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Wu Han took special note of the so-called green passage. It was clearly a hidden door. Wu Han hadn't noticed it before. If not for this announcement, he wouldn't have known a door connected to another space existed here. "This hotel is truly eerie. Who knows how many secret rooms like this there are?" Zhao Shan remarked. "What kind of force would go to such lengths to build a secret murder hotel?" "Brother Zhao, let's not dwell on that now. Let's enter the conference hall and see what's happening," Wu Han said with a heavy heart. Zhao Shan nodded, and the next moment the 8 of them stepped in an orderly fashion across the threshold, dividing light and shadow. Upon entering the conference hall, the dazzling light momentarily blinded them. Wu Han gradually adjusted, slowly opening his eyes to see the hall already packed with people. The layout of the conference hall resembled a university classroom, complete with a podium, neatly arranged rows of desks and chairs beneath it, and a projector hanging behind the podium, all meticulously prepared. Click-clack, click-clack. Footsteps echoed as a fat, greasy man walked into the hall. Instantly, nearly everyone in the room fixed their gazes on him, teeth clenched, itching to kill him. "Oh, why are you all staring at me like that?" "No need for such a warm welcome," Chun Dadu said, a smug grin plastered across his pudgy face. Having clashed with Chun Dadu before, Wu Han noticed the 5 women growing uneasy at his presence. Some of them even had trembling hands. "Don't be afraid. It's fine. With brother Zhao Yuanba and me here, Chun Dadu won't dare act recklessly." "Strange, why do I feel a chill down my back?" Sensing something amiss behind him, Chun Dadu turned around. In the dim corridor, 2 figures slowly emerged, a man and a woman. Ding Qiuyu, Zuomingji, Wang Heping, and the others in the hall gaped at the arrivals, their faces filled with astonishment. They couldn't fathom why Ding Qiuyu was with Zuomingji. Was she courting death? "You? Still alive?" Chun Dada's eyes turned icy as he glared at Zuomingji. "How we meet again?" Zuomingji narrowed his eyes, standing calmly before Chun Dadu. One tall, one short, they locked eyes in a silent confrontation, the surrounding air seeming to drop a few degrees. "Kid, you're lucky to be alive. Our score isn't settled yet." Chun Dadu snorted. "Indeed, I haven't forgotten," Zuomingji replied coldly. Qiuyu over here. Come quickly." Shi Yu, seeing Ding Qiuyu alive, eagerly waved her hand, beckoning her over. "You know them?" Zuomingji glanced at Wang Heping and the others, inquiring. Ding Qiuyu shook her head, turning away to, "What's wrong with Qiuyu? Why isn't she coming?" Shi Yu grumbled. "Forget it. Don't call her. Can't you see she's with Zuomingji?" Huang Ming dissuaded her. "She's found a patron now. Why would she bother with us?" "What? That little girl is such an ingrate," Shi Yu said, a mix of anger and envy in her voice. "Where's Lu Xing? Didn't he go looking for Ding Qiuyu?" Wang Heping scanned the conference hall. "Probably dead," Duan Ting said coldly. The others fell silent, a tacit understanding dawning on them. At this assembly in the conference hall, nearly all the survivors in the hotel had gathered. The atmosphere in the hall was eerily tense. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, eyeing each other with mutual disdain. Grievances simmered beneath the surface. If not for the strict prohibition of violence, within 24 hours the hall would have already been a bloodbath littered with corpses. Testing. Suddenly the projector behind the podium flickered to life, and on the wall screen appeared a black-clad figure wearing a clown mask. "We meet again, my pitiful little lab rats." The figure greeted, and the hall instantly erupted into chaos and uproar. "Today I've gathered you all to explain the details regarding virtual accounts and monetary transactions." The figure ignored the crowd's agitation, speaking calmly. "Virtual accounts." Wuhan was filled with confusion, wondering what new scheme the black-clad figure was about to unveil. Seeing the puzzled expressions through the screen, the figure chuckled and said, "I'm sure you all remember me saying that the last 10 people alive in this hotel would each receive 100 million in prize money and walk out alive, right? Well, the rules have changed. To boost your motivation, every single person still alive in this hotel will be rewarded with 100 million. And that sum has already been deposited into each of your virtual accounts." "Such a good deal," as someone in the crowd muttered. An app called Hunger Games Bank has been automatically installed on your phones. It has a scanning function allowing you to conduct monetary transactions with one another during your stay in the hotel. Hearing this, everyone pulled out their phones and checked. Without their knowledge, a new app named Hunger Games had appeared on their home screens, installed without their awareness. Staring at the 8-digit prize sum displayed inside, each person felt as though they were dreaming, unable to believe their eyes. One more crucial reminder: after the game ends, the remaining balance in your virtual accounts will be converted into cash and given to you. The figure paused, lowering his tone ominously. "In other words, if you engage in no transactions, you'll walk away with the full 100 million. But if you trade or have money stolen, that amount will be deducted from your sum and transferred to the other party's balance." As soon as the figure finished speaking, everyone in the room was stunned, fully understanding the implication. This wasn't a prize, it was a death warrant. "Damn it, do we even dare to take this money?" Wang Heping's face was twisted with anger. He was deeply resentful. According to the figure, the prize was handed out in advance to every participant. If someone stole it during the game, even if he survived to be among the last 10, he would leave with nothing, reaping no benefit. Paying no heed to the crowd's displeasure, the figure continued, "Moreover, transactions aren't limited to phones. ATMs are set up on every floor of the hotel. You can scan the fingerprint of your right thumb to conduct transactions." "You're not fooling us, are you? We saw the ATMs when we came in." Someone in the crowd spoke up. The figure chuckled. "You'll find them in place once you return to your rooms." "So fast? How is that possible?" "That's not your concern. Your task is to survive until only 10 remain." The figure refused to answer. This is getting more and more interesting." Chun Data's face darkened, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. Seeing his expression, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They all understood exactly what he was thinking. "All right, let me summarize everything for you." The figure fiddled with a laptop on screen, saying, "Every participant has been assigned a virtual account, each containing 100 million in prize money. Go ahead and check your phones. The last 10 lucky survivors will receive the entire balance in their accounts as cash." Upon hearing this, everyone checked their phones again, anxious to confirm that their 100 million had been deposited. Lu Jianping glanced dismissively at the others fumbling with their phones, let out a contemptuous sigh, and said to Zhao Shiqing, who was clinging to his arm, "I thought it was something important. Honestly, they dragged me all the way down from upstairs for this paltry sum. Look at these people getting excited over pocket change. How pathetically pitiful. Don't be upset, Mr. Lu. How could they ever compare to you? They're just a bunch of penniless country bumpkins who've never seen the world." Zhao Shiqing flattered him with a syrupy smile. Additionally, the Hunger Games app functions like an online bank, managing each person's virtual account. I'm sure you've all seen it on your phone screens. The figure elaborated. Through this app, you can make face-to-face transfers or scan codes for transactions. The ATMs can be used by scanning your fingerprints. The final amount each of the last 10 survivors can take home will be determined by the monetary transactions conducted through the app or ATMs. The figure stared at the crowd from behind the screen. It could be billions, tens of billions, or nothing at all. Of course, how you use the app and ATMs is entirely your choice. Chen Data, now fully understanding the rules, couldn't help but let out a sly snicker. This concludes today's announcement. Enjoy the game. Just as the figure was about to shut down the screen, he suddenly remembered something and added, "One more thing I must emphasize: until noon tomorrow, all acts of violence, killing, or any behavior that could harm others are strictly prohibited. This safety measure is in place to ensure everyone here can feel at ease. I urge you all to cooperate. Any violator will face severe punishment. Keep that in mind." Hearing this, many in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Data, however, was visibly displeased. He raised his head arrogantly and challenged the figure on screen. "What if we violate? It's not like you'll kill us, right?" The moment he spoke, even through the screen, everyone could sense the murderous glint in the figure's eyes. A wave of fear washed over Chen Datu, and he dared not speak another word. "All right, that concludes today's announcements. Best of luck to you all." No sooner had the figure finished than the projector went. At that moment, the conference hall fell into a spine-chilling silence. Zhuo Mingjie leaned against the back wall, letting out a cold laugh. He cast a glance at the others, said nothing, turned, and walked away. Ding Qiu hurriedly followed the two of them, leaving first. Seeing Zhuo Mingjie leave, Chen Data turned to the crowd, fixing his gaze on Wu Han and the others. "Everyone, by noon tomorrow, you'd better have your last wills ready." With that, he shot a venomous glare at Wang Heping and his group, then turned and strode away, radiating killing intent. Those remaining in the hall had all clashed with Chen Data before. His warning left their faces etched with worry, though everyone knew Datu was a ruthless tyrant in the hotel. Within less than half an hour, most of the people in the conference hall had left. As Wuhan stepped out of the conference hall, he noticed the ATM machine standing in the corridor on the second floor. In such a short time, he wondered who could have installed it there. Could there be a mole within this hotel? The night grew deeper. Wuhan had no time to ponder further. He called the women to return to their rooms immediately. Although all violence was strictly prohibited for 20 hours, unease still gnawed at him. If an accident occurred, regret would be futile. In room 101, Zhuo Mingjie sat on the sofa, his hands clasped tightly together, resting on his knees, his eyes slightly closed, lost in thought. Ding Qiyu, seeing him in such a state, dared not disturb him and sat quietly across from him. I need to go out for a while, Zhuo Mingjie suddenly said, rising to his feet. It's so late, where are you going? Ding Qiyu stood up, as well, her expression tense and filled with worry. Are you meddling too much? Just stay in the room and wait for me to return, Zhuo Mingjie said with displeasure. Ding Qiyu was taken aback. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly embraced him from behind, her voice full of concern. Are you going out to kill again? Mingjie, you're still injured. Can't you hold back? Zhuo Mingjie stood still, astonished that Ding Qiyu would show such concern for him. It's nothing, just minor wounds. They're mostly healed now. Oh, I won't die, Zhuo Mingjie said, gently prying her arms away and turning around. His tone softened unexpectedly as he added, all violence is forbidden for 24 hours. How could I kill anyone? You worry too much. I'm just going out to handle some business. He'll be back soon. Really? Ding Qiyu asked, half doubtful and still uneasy. Can't I come along? What would you do there? Don't bother me. Zhuo Mingjie frowned, showing irritation toward her. Ding Qiyu sensed the chill in his gaze and dared not say another word to stop him. Come back soon, she said, helplessly, watching him turn and open the door to leave. Returning to the room, she sat on the sofa, her mind suddenly wandering. The next second, she stood up, quickly walked to the door and poked her head out. She saw Zhuo Mingjie heading upstairs, though she had no idea what he was doing. Seeing no one else on the first floor, Ding Qiu's gaze fell upon the ATM machine flickering faintly in the corridor. Her eyes darted as she pondered for a moment. Then, crouching down, she removed her shoes and retrieved the 100 million bonus voucher hidden in the sole. This money was a stroke of luck she had stumbled upon during the chaos on the 7th floor, taking it from Hu Jun while Zhuo Mingjie was unconscious. Gripping the 100 million bonus voucher tightly, Ding Qiyu quietly opened the door and crept toward the ATM under the dim corridor light. Seeing no one around, she unfolded the voucher, smoothly inserted it into the ATM's deposit slot, and pressed her. With a beep, the ATM swallowed the 100 million bonus voucher. The screen flickered for a moment. Transaction successful, 100 yuan deposited. Current balance 200 yuan. Ding Qiu's heart swelled with elation as she stared at the numbers. She had only tried on a whim, never expecting it to actually. Earlier, during the intrusion by Datu on the 3rd floor, she had lost her phone in the chaos and had been troubled by the inability to use it. She never imagined she could deposit the money through the ATM instead. Carrying the 100 million bonus voucher had kept her on edge every day, terrified that Zhuo Mingjie might discover it. Now that the money was safely in her account, her worries melted away. This way, Mingjie will never find out I took the 100 million bonus voucher, ha. With this money, I can do whatever I want once we get out. Ding Qiyu laughed uncontrollably in front of the ATM. Under the strict prohibition of all violence, the entire hotel was unusually quiet tonight, allowing everyone to. Yet no one could imagine that a figure was stealthily moving through the hotel in the darkness, clutching a dagger, searching for something unknown. That figure was none other than Zhuo Mingjie. He was now checking room after room, searching for those with dead bodies inside. The door to room 808 had been kicked open by someone. Zhuo Mingjie pushed it gently, and it swung open. He walked into the room with a calm expression. In the dim light illuminated by the moon, he saw a corpse sprawled on the hall table, its head covered by clothing. A stench of decay assaulted his senses. Looks like luck is on my side tonight. This corpse hasn't completely rotted yet. Zhuo Mingjie approached the body, reached out, and lifted the cloth covering its head. His heart was steady, his gaze sharp as he inspected it. Hell, woman. What a pity. If the body weren't decaying, I could have some fun to pass the time, he muttered to himself. Since you're already dead, let me make use of your last bit of value. With that, Zhuo Mingjie placed the corpse's right hand flat on the table, pulled out his dagger, raised it high, and brought it down repeatedly on the joint of her arm. A series of cracking sounds echoed through the room. Whether due to the decay weakening the tendons, it took only a few strikes before the right hand was severed, falling to the floor. Sigh, even in death you're troublesome. Zhuo Mingjie's expression remained utterly indifferent as he bent down, picked up the severed hand, and clutched it in his grip. Thank you. Sweet dreams. Zhuo Mingjie addressed the corpse draped over the table casually. Whether it was because the corpse resented having its hand taken, or if it had been that way all along, her eyes were now wide open, glaring at him, a chilling sight to behold. What are you looking at? Got a problem? Zhuo Mingjie, utterly unfazed, kicked her over. Then, holding the severed hand, he turned and left the room. Exiting the room, Zhuo Mingjie spotted the glowing ATM on the 8th floor corridor and walked over slowly. Pressing the corpse's hand to the scanner, the screen flickered, displaying a balance of 100 yuan in her account. A surge of glee filled Zhuo Mingjie's heart as he used the severed hand to perform a series of operations on the ATM. Beeps sounded repeatedly from the machine. Identity confirmed. Account holder Lin Eileen, room 808. Transaction successful, 100 yuan transferred to Zhuo Mingjie's account. Lin Ailen's balance 0 yuan. Another profit, Mingja muttered, discarding the severed hand like trash on the corridor floor. Staring at the balance on the ATM, he said excitedly, "This method works perfectly. While no one else has thought of it, he'll find a few more lucky charms to get rich." With that, Mingja vanished into the dark corridor. Che Binglu groggily opened her eyes, finding the room empty with no sign of Wu Lifan or Lin Lili. Che Binglu struggled to her feet, recalling in her mind how Lin Lili had kicked and punched her earlier. A seed of hatred sprouted within her, and she gritted her teeth, snarling venomously, "I will kill you." Having said that, Che Binglu, with a deathly pale face, walked out of the room, her mind made up to take revenge on Lin Lili. Meanwhile, Wu Lifan and Lin Lili, after leaving the conference hall, had found a secluded corner to secretly embrace. "Fango, my legs are so tired standing. You're too vigorous, let's rest a while, shall we?" Lin Lili said, her hands braced against the wall, her back turned to Wu Lifan. "What are you saying?" "I'm still so aroused." Wu Lifan didn't let go. "Aroused doesn't mean, oh, my legs have no strength," Lin Lili pleaded. "Hold on a little longer," Wu Lifan said. "All right then." Lin Lili could only endure a bit longer. Just as she turned her head back, she felt a rush of wind past her ear. Before her eyes, a figure grabbed a bottle and swung it unexpectedly towards her head. Lin Lili reacted swiftly, withdrawing her hands in an instant and leaning her entire body back against Wu Lifan. "Binglu, why are you here?" Wu Lifan, recognizing the newcomer as Che Binglu, was filled with astonishment. Che Binglu didn't reply. Her focus was entirely on Lin Lili. Seeing her dodge, Che Binglu raised the bottle again and smashed it towards Lin Lili's head. "Die, you filthy old woman." Che Binglu cursed venomously, her face twisted in malice. "You crazy girl, what are you up?" This woman was trying to fight to the death. Lin Lili, terrified, panicked and wanted to flee, but before she could react, she was struck by Che Binglu. "You can't kill me," Lin Lili hastily cried out. "Scared now, are you? When you wanted me dead earlier, didn't you think you'd end up like this?" Che Binglu's eyes blazed, her killing intent firm. "It's too late for words. I want you dead." With that, she shattered the bottle and, sneering, lunged at Lin Lili. Suddenly, the speakers in the corridor emitted a piercing screech. "Rule violation! Rule violation!" A mechanical voice then came from the speakers. Hearing this, Wu Lifan, Lin Lili, and Che Binglu all froze. Number 1001, a Che Binglu rule violation. The speakers announced violation of the 24-hour prohibition. Che Binglu, hearing her name, stopped her assault on Lin Lili. Confused, she looked at Wu Lifan and asked, What does this mean? What rule did I break? Isn't this hotel lawless, whether it's murder or anything else?" Seeing Che Binglu's complete ignorance, Wu Lifan scratched his head and explained kindly, "Binglu, you just woke up, so you don't know what's been happening. Just a while ago in the conference hall, it was announced that all violence is strictly prohibited for 24 hours. No one can harm anyone." How could this be? A sense of dread washed over Che Binglu. Her face pale with fear, she asked, "What happens if you break?" "I don't know either," Wu Lifan replied. As his words fell, a drone flew down the corridor, its lights flashing, buzzing over Che Binglu's head. A beam of harsh light shone upon her. "What is this thing?" Che Binglu couldn't open her eyes under the intense light. She shielded her face with one hand, turned sideways, and looked up at the drone. As the three wondered what the drone intended, it moved in the air a few times, then extended a pitch-black gun barrel aiming at Che. Before Che Binglu could even cry for help, her body was riddled with bullets. With a thud, Che Binglu's eyes flew wide open an instant later as she collapsed to the ground, dying with her eyes wide open in indignation. A massive pool of blood quickly formed beneath her. Wu Lifan and Lin Lili, stunned by the sudden turn of events, stood rooted to the spot, horrified by Che Binglu's gruesome. The news of Che Binglu's execution for violating the game's rules was instantly sent to everyone else's phones in the hotel as a warning. Shindata scrolled through his phone, saw the photo of Che Binglu's dead body, and immediately became docile. He had been thinking of finding a woman to have some fun with, but now he decided to strictly follow the rules to stay alive, not daring to act recklessly. Isn't this the woman who was with that pretty boy? Damn, she's dead now. He'll never get to enjoy such a young woman again. What a way. Shindata cursed inwardly in frustration. After Che Binglu's death, the hotel was quiet and uneventful for the night. The next day at noon, 12 o'clock. Attention all. The 24 hours have passed. The prohibition is lifted. With this announcement from the speakers, the hotel once again returned to a state of complete lawlessness and disorder. It's already 12 o'clock. Why hasn't Mingjie come back? Ding Qiuyu paced restlessly in the room. She hadn't seen Zhuo Mingjie all night and had no idea where he had gone. The door creaked open and Zhuo Mingjie walked in. "Mingjie, you're finally back. Where did you go? I was so worried." Ding Qiuyu hurried over, linked her arm through his, and asked with concern. "Went out to look for something," Zhuo Mingjie replied flat. "Look for something? What were you looking for so late?" Ding Qiuyu was puzzled. "Oh, I went to the 7th floor to see if I could find that 100 million prize voucher," Zhuo Mingjie said casually. Ding Qia's heart skipped a beat. A pang of guilt made her expression change. She swallowed hard and said, "Wasn't that money taken by that fat pig?" "Yeah, I know." Hearing his answer, Ding Qiuyu was momentarily speechless. Could it be that he suspected she had taken the 100 million prize voucher? Ding Qiuyu thought to herself, feeling uneasy. "Qiuyu, can you transfer all the money in your account to me?" "Zhuo Mingjie?" Ding Qiuyu was startled. "Sure, but I lost my phone. I told you that before." Zhuo Mingjie stroked his chin, recalling that she had indeed mentioned losing her phone. "Then there's no way around it. It's okay, even without the phone, I can go to an ATM later and transfer the 100 million under," Ding Qiuyu said with a smile. "That's great." Zhuo Mingjie smiled in satisfaction. The reason Ding Qiuyu said this was because she had seen the bloodstains on the dagger at Zhuo Mingjie's waist. She was afraid of what might happen if she didn't voluntarily hand over the money. However, Ding Qiuyu had also made up her mind. Even if she transferred 100 million to Zhuo Mingjie, she still had another 100 million. As long as Zhuo Mingjie didn't find out, she would be content. In room 807, Guo Xiangfei sat quietly in the living room, tapping on his laptop. This Hunger Games software application can be used even without a password. As long as the software's key is cracked, the 100 million prize can be altered at will. Guo Xiangfei spoke calmly, staring at the computer screen. Guo Xiangfei, aged 25, top-tier programmer, suffers from severe asthma. Guo Xiangfei grabbed an inhaler from the table and sprayed it into his open mouth. But the prerequisite is to connect to the server behind this software. Let's see if I can hack in. As he spoke, he continued cracking the software. Before long, a smug smile spread across Guo Xiangfei's lips as he looked at the results on the screen. I didn't expect it to be this easy. It's a piece of cake. Strange, the server has no defenses. Anyone with basic programming skills could crack it. Guo Xiangfei felt a pang of disappointment. It lacked any technical challenge whatsoever. Unable to fathom it, he decided not to dwell on it, and instead looked to see what useful intel the Hunger Games backend held. With that thought, Guo Xiangfei swiped his fingers across the keyboard and suddenly accessed the identity information of the 100 people imprisoned here. This is a treasure. Let's open it. Curious, Guo Xiangfei clicked on the folder, and a page with detailed information about the others appeared before him. This guy is a sociopath. Isn't that extremely dangerous? As he scrolled, he came across Zhuo Mingjie's profile and paused his mouse. No. 101 Zhuo Mingjie, age 24, sociopath, insane. Dropped out of high school, but earned a bachelor's degree through self-study. Raised in a single-parent family devoid of human warmth. Guo Xiangfei stared at the screen and gasped. This person is insane. I must be cautious of him. Is there nothing else useful on this server? As he pondered, he clicked the mouse and the screen shifted to reveal a surveillance video feed within the server. What is this? Real-time surveillance feeds. Camera 1, Camera 2. Drone 1, Drone 2. Guo Xiangfei muttered to himself. Are all these monitoring us? Just as I thought. Cameras are installed everywhere in this hotel along with drones secretly watching us. Guo Xiangfei said, glancing around the room. I wonder what the others in the hotel are doing right now. Filled with curiosity, a voyeuristic urge rose within him, and he couldn't resist clicking on one of the camera feeds. The screen flickered, replaced by an English logo, now loading. What's this? I have to wait for it to load. As Guo Xiangfei grumbled, the screen lit up and the real-time surveillance feed finished loading. Camera 3, location room 806. Guo Xiangfei looked at the label on the surveillance window and muttered to himself. He was in room 807, so room 806 under surveillance was right next door. Blonde hair, white skin. Is that a foreign woman? Guo Xiangfei stared at the computer screen where a foreign woman with blonde hair, fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and stunning looks was being monitored. She exuded an exotic allure. Holy crap, they're huge. Her underwear is about to burst. Seeing the blonde woman clad only in her underwear, Guo Xiangfei felt a stir of restlessness. His breathing quickened and a lecherous grin spread across his face. How thrilling. Why not watch? It's not like she'll find out. Guo Xiangfei fixed his gaze on the woman on the screen. She was lying on the bed in the bedroom. What's she doing? Can't she do something more exciting? Growing bored as the woman remained still, Guo Xiangfei sighed. The blonde woman on the screen seemed to know what he wanted to see. The next moment, she stirred on the bed. What does she want to do? Could she be? Guo Xiangfei saw the blonde woman slowly move one hand and guessed her intention. He was suddenly electrified, not wanting to miss a single frame. The blonde woman lay flat on the bed, her breathing slightly rapid. Guo Xiangfei was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the person living next door was a beautiful foreign woman, nor that she would be so open as to indulge herself alone in the room. Oh, this still won't satisfy me. I need a man. Samara sighed in loneliness, stripping off all her clothes and lying. At that moment, Guo Xiangfei, watching the insatiable Samara through the computer, could no longer bear the stimulation. Zhuo Mingjie had spent the night searching through all the corpses in the hotel and was now drowsy, so he returned to the bedroom to rest for a while. When he opened his eyes, he found Ding Qiuyu sleeping beside him. Mingjie, you're awake. Ding Qiuyu lay on her side, staring at the newly awakened Zhuo Mingjie with wide eyes. Zhuo Mingjie smiled faintly at her. Mingjie, can you promise not to disappear alone from now on? I worry about you. Ding Qiuyu moved closer to Zhuo Mingjie, touching his chest. Thinking back to how that fat pig on the 7th floor wanted to kill you still sends chills down my spine. Why does that fat pig have to mess with us? It's disgusting. Ding Qiuyu cursed incessantly. And he took away the 100 million prize voucher you wanted. How annoying. Zhuo Mingjie replied indifferently. Yeah, that's 100 million after all. Mingjie, get some rest and let your wounds heal. Then we'll get our revenge. Ding Qiuyu clenched her fist in a cheering gesture. Zhuo Mingjie was speechless, suddenly finding Ding Qiuyu unbearably talkative and annoying. He slowly reached for his dagger, intending to kill her, and seized the money in her account. Oblivious to Zhuo Mingjie's thoughts, Ding Qiuyu sat up, cupped his face in her hands, and said with concern, let me see. Zhuo Mingjie lowered his head, his face grim. Good, they've healed. Ding Qiuyu checked his injuries, inadvertently removing most of his clothes. Now bare-chested, Zhuo Mingjie, though not tall, revealed 8-pack abs that would captivate any woman. Ding Qiu's girlish heart stirred again. Staring at his abs, her face flushed, her heartbeat quickened, and she felt a strange restlessness swallowing hard. Mingjie. Ding Qiuyu gazed at Zhuo Mingjie with a dazed expression. The next moment she extended a delicate hand to gently caress his abdomen while her other hand slowly slid down along his body. Seeing that Zhuo Mingjie did not refuse, Ding Qiuyu took the initiative to undo his trousers. Zhuo Mingjie watched her, the icy murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. He quietly withdrew the dagger hidden behind his back, lay flat on the bed, and remained still. Meanwhile, in another room on the same floor, room 108, a figure knelt in the living room holding a clean cloth in one hand while polishing a samurai sword raised in the other. After carefully finishing the polishing, the person retrieved a set of clean Taoist robes from the safe in the bedroom. I didn't expect to find Taoist robes in the safe. They seem to be my size too. The person placed the robes on the bed with both hands, then removed their own clothes. In the dim light, a curvaceous silhouette picked up the Taoist robes from the bed and changed into them. How fortunate. They fit perfectly. The person adjusted the robes on their body, quite satisfied. It feels as if everything was meticulously prepared for me. Huh. The shadowy figure swung the samurai sword through the air, murmuring to themselves. Now this feels like a true samurai. Time to find someone to practice with. With that, the shadowy figure opened the door and stepped out of room 108. Passing by room 101, they heard a woman's loud, pleasurable moans from within. Frowning, they muttered a curse about the shameless couple and angrily headed upstairs. The moans came from Ding Qiuyu in the room. At that moment, sweat beaded on her forehead. She looked up at Zhuo Mingjie, her face smudged, and asked. Zhuo Mingjie did not reply. After satisfying his physical desires, he found Ding Qiuyu even more displeasing to the eye. Qiuyu, I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep a little more, Zhuo Mingjie said. Hearing this, Ding Qiuyu smiled and replied, all right, I'm feeling quite sleepy too. Let's sleep together. No, I want to sleep alone. Zhuo Mingjie's face darkened, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he whispered, I'm going to kill you. With that, Zhuo Mingjie turned his back to Ding Qiuyu, retrieved the dagger from under the blanket, and gripped it tightly. Mingjie, why aren't you asleep yet? Ding Qiuyu noticed Zhuo Mingjie lying on his side smiling at her, and asked, completely unaware of the dagger in his hand behind. Just as Zhuo Mingjie was about to strike, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his forehead. Ding Qiuyu wrapped her hands around his neck, raised her head, and kissed him tenderly on the forehead. Zhuo Mingjie was stunned, momentarily lost. Thank you, Mingjie, for staying by my side in such a dangerous place. Ding Qiuyu buried her head in Zhuo Mingjie's chest, speaking warmly. Mingjie, you're a good person, kind-hearted. Hearing her words, Zhuo Mingjie's grip on the dagger behind him loosened slightly, and he inexplicably sank into his own memories. Zhuo Mingjie recalled his childhood when he was about 5 or 6 years old, the first time his mother took him to see a psychiatrist. The doctor said he was different from other children, unable to experience or understand others' emotions. But upon hearing the diagnosis, Zhuo Mingjie's mother was horrified and hastily asked the doctor what her child would ultimately become. Zhuo Mingjie still remembered the doctor's answer. The doctor said it would be difficult for him to live an ordinary life like most people. Zhuo Mingjie was too young at the time to understand what the doctor meant. He only knew that his mother's face turned pale. She struggled to accept it, and her eyes, as she looked at him, were filled with complexity and despair. The condition Zhuo Mingjie suffered from, described in terms unfamiliar to most, was medically known as psychopathic personality, commonly referred to as antisocial personality disorder, a complete lack of empathy. He took pleasure in torturing and killing stray animals, found it difficult to interact with people, and feelings like kindness, love, or tenderness were utterly absent in him, beyond even consideration. You're the first person to call me kind-hearted. Zhuo Mingjie looked up at the ceiling, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. He withdrew the dagger hidden behind him and decided not to kill Ding Qiuyu this time. Zhuo Mingjie turned over and pinned Ding Qiuyu beneath him. Her pretty face flushed crimson as she saw the intense desire in his eyes staring straight at her. She shyly turned her head away and whispered, didn't we just finish? You want more? Can't help it. You're just too enchanting. Zhuo Mingjie said with a smile on his face. How annoying. Ding Qiuyu covered her face. No sooner had the words been spoken than they began another round of intense passion. Ding Qiuyu, unaware, had narrowly escaped death at Zhuo Mingjie's hands, but Zhu Yunyun was not so fortunate. Earlier, Zhu Yunyun had bumped into Li Jianping and Zhao Shiqing on the 10th floor and fled in panic to other floors. She had intended to return to her previous room on the 7th floor, but upon hearing the broadcast, she went to the conference hall for the assembly. After the meeting ended, she saw that everyone else had left. Zhu Yunyun decided to hide in the conference hall, believing that the most dangerous place was the safest. No one would think anyone bold enough to conceal themselves in a public space with no security. But Zhu Yunyun overlooked one thing. She was simply too beautiful. With her figure, looks, and temperament, she possessed everything a woman could want, making her the perfect woman in the eyes of men. Because of this, when Zhu Yunyun inadvertently showed her face in front of others at the assembly in the conference hall, she caught someone's attention. That someone was none other than the audacious Chen Datu. From the moment everyone gathered in the conference hall yesterday, Chen Datu had noticed Zhu Yunyun, whose aura set her apart from other women. Although he left the hall openly after the meeting, he had actually been watching her movements all along. Chen Datu discovered that Zhu Yunyun had stayed behind in the conference hall. It was a godsend. If not for the 24-hour ban on all violence yesterday, he would have taken her last night. Finally, enduring until noon today when the ban was lifted, Chen Datu could no longer contain the burning desire within him. Only a fool would let a bird in hand slip away. In the conference hall, Chen Datu cornered Zhu Yunyun, leering at her with a malicious grin. Zhu Yunyun's pretty face was streaked with tears, and she wept in despair. Faced with the burly and ferocious Chun Data, she knew escaping his grasp was impossible. She never imagined she would end up in his hands, especially after being so careful. Stop crying. You won't look pretty with a tear-streaked face. Chun Data reached out his massive hand to gently wipe the tears from the corner of Zhu Yunyun's eye. Seeing the trembling woman before him for the first time, he felt a sense of tenderness. Boo-hoo. Please, uncle, let me go. Zhu Yunyun pleaded tearfully. Look at you trembling in fear. Am I really that terrifying? Chun Data said with a lecherous grin, don't look at me like that. Blame yourself for being too beautiful. A gorgeous woman like you alone in a hotel is asking for trouble. So why not behave, submit to me, and stay by my side from now on? Zhu Yunyun slapped away Chun Data's reaching hands, resisting with all her might. Annoyed, Chun Data roughly yanked at her pants, his vicious and lecherous face twisted as he growled. Let me strip you down and see just how slutty you really look. If you dare resist again, I'll kill you. Tears streamed down Zhu Yunyun's face. She shut her eyes tightly, abandoning all hope of rescue. Seeing her surrender, Chun Data smirked in triumph. He crouched slowly before her, licking his lips, and pulled her pants down to her ankles. Let me see if you're ripe yet, haha. As Chun Data reveled in teasing Zhu Yunyun, a chill ran down his spine. He spun around to see a shadowy figure wielding a sharp katana charging at him. Damn it, who's attacking me? Chun Data dodged sideways and looked up. The shadow, having missed its strike, immediately swung the katana in a horizontal arc. Chun Data hastily kicked backward to create distance. Had the blade connected, his head would have been severed. Who? Chun Data landed clumsily on the ground, staring up at the black-haired woman in a dark Taoist robe. No. 108, Miyamoto Yoshiko, age 25, a sword master of the Wa Kingdom, heir to the Kobe Hitenryu swordsmanship. Miyamoto Yoshiko pointed her katana at Chun Data, glancing at Zhu Yunyun, who stood nearby, in only her underwear. What are you waiting for? She said coolly. Run. Zhu Yunyun, never having witnessed such a scene, trembled uncontrollably. If you don't flee now, you'll lose your chance. At Miyamoto Yoshiko's urging, Zhu Yunyun snapped back to reality. She bent down, pulled up her pants, and looked toward the exit of the meeting hall, ready to escape. Where do you think you're going? Chun Data moved swiftly, grabbing the fleeing Zhu Yunyun and yanking her back. Let me go. Zhu Yunyun stared in terror at Chun Data's leering face. A gust of wind swept past him. Miyamoto Yoshiko raised her katana and aimed at Chun Data's hand, gripping Zhu Yunyun. Sensing danger, he quickly released her and retracted his hand. Miyamoto Yoshiko's blade struck the ground with a clang, nearly severing Chun Data's hand. Freed, Zhu Yunyun bolted away, turning back to thank her rescuer. Thank you. He'll repay you. With those words, Zhu Yunyun vanished from the hall. You damned woman. I endured all night for that taste. And Chun Data's anger blazed. His brow-furrowed face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Since you ruined my fun, I'll take care of you first. Facing his threat, Miyamoto Yoshiko remained calm, her eyes sharp as she retorted, Try it, you fat pig. How with that pleading tone? You must be desperate for me to have you. Chun Data taunted, deliberately provoking her. Watch your filthy mouth, you fat pig. Bitch. Wa Kingdom whore. Begging to be screwed. I'll curse you all I want. Chun Data cursed nonchalantly. Hell, cut out your tongue, you fat pig. Miyamoto Yoshiko let out a cold laugh, her face darkening with a hint of excitement. Her aura shifted entirely, unsettling Chun Data, who wondered what she was up to. You whore, do you enjoy being cursed at like this, eh? Miyamoto Yoshiko looked up, sneering disdainfully. You think you're tough, don't you? Feeling manly. Please take a piss and look at yourself. See what kind of toad you are. Chun Data's face darkened, instantly turning terrifying. Her words seemed to strike at his pride. With that ugly mug, you force yourself on women. Clearly you've never had a proper relationship, so you go around raping to soothe your pathetic inferiority complex. Miyamoto Yoshiko mocked. Shut up, you bitch. Chun Data glared. Look at you, frantic like a cornered dog. I hit the mark, didn't I, eh? No matter how you pretend, you can't hide that you're a failure. You damned woman. Veins bulged on Chun Data's forehead. Miyamoto Yoshiko had enraged him completely. What? Did I touch a nerve? Ashamed. Seeing Chun Data gnash his teeth in hatred, Miyamoto Yoshiko smirked triumphantly. Fuck. He'll kill you. Blinded by fury, he lunged at her. Miyamoto Yoshiko gripped her katana tightly, not daring to be careless. Huh. She swung the blade forward, her face dark and menacing. Chun Data halted mid-charge, staring at the sharp tip. He stepped back. Damn, I almost fell for her provocation. He thought to himself, in a bare-handed brawl he feared no one, but this woman had a weapon. One wrong move, and head be dead. What's wrong? Scared to come forward. Lost your nerve. Miyamoto Yoshiko taunted. I'm not stupid. At first I underestimated you because you're a woman, but now I see you handle that blade well. Your swordsmanship must be impressive. Chun Data said, regaining some composure. Miyamoto Yoshiko was taken aback. This fat pig had some brains and was highly alert. Her taunts were no longer working. Enough talk. Come at me if you dare, and I'll chop off your pig head, Miyamoto Yoshiko challenged. Chun Data bounced on his feet, fists clenched, poised to strike. You can try to take my head, but I doubt you have the skill, Chun Data said with a sinister grin. If you fail, I'll screw you to death. On the 8th floor, Guo Xiangfei was staring at the screen, lost in self-indulgence over Samara. In the end, he could only relieve himself with his own hand, panting heavily as he sat before the computer. Why is this camera flashing? Guo Xiangfei curiously opened another feed. Subject Zhu Yunyun. This woman is absolutely exquisite. She's exactly my ideal type. Guo Xiangfei watched as Zhu Yunyun's tight athletic wear accentuated her curvaceous figure on the screen. At that moment, Zhu Yunyun on the computer screen was running down the corridor in panic and terror, and Guo Xiangfei could tell she was fleeing from someone's pursuit. This woman seems to be in trouble. She's on the second floor now, and it looks like she's heading upstairs. I wonder if she'll come. Guo Xiangfei swallowed hard, watching Zhu Yunyun's devilish figure on the screen, a restless itch stirring within him, a temptation to commit a crime. There are no laws in this hotel anyway. Why not go find her? Even if I force myself on her, no one would care. Guo Xiangfei wrestled with the dark thought in his mind. In the conference hall, Chen Datu was dodging Miyamoto Yumiko's attacks, barely keeping up. Take this one/strike. Miyamoto Yumiko hadn't expected Chen Datu, despite his bulky frame, to be so agile. This caught her completely off. Chen Datu swiftly leaned backward to evade her lethal strike. A tearing sound followed as the fabric over his chest was slashed by her katana, nearly drawing blood. Kobe Flying Stream 8th Form Thunder Flash. Seeing Chen Datu finally expose a weakness, Miyamoto Yumiko unleashed a swift horizontal slash aimed at his arm. Damn it. Chen Datu had just straightened up when he saw the blade coming. He had to lean back again, but this time he was a fraction. The katana sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Drops of blood fell to the floor one after another. Fuck. Chen Datu cursed loudly, quickly retreating to create distance. He covered his bleeding nose with one hand, enduring the searing pain. I missed his head. Miyamoto Yumiko froze in shock, her face filled with disbelief. In the next second, Chen Datu seized the opening and lunged at her, swinging his palm toward her hand in an attempt to knock the... Miyamoto Yumiko, hailing from a prestigious sword-fighting family in the land of harmony, had a naturally robust physique. She quickly sensed the danger and stepped back, sidestepping to evade. A tearing sound filled the air as fabric ripped apart. Chen Datu failed to knock the katana from her grasp. She dodged, but his fingers caught her robe. With immense force, he tore the fabric off her right shoulder, exposing a large expanse of pale skin. And just like they say, women from the land of harmony are so slutty. Going commando under that robe, huh? Not bad at all. I'd love to feel how that is. Chen Datu's face twisted with lecherous surprise as he saw her exposed assets. He hadn't expected her to be so bold, wearing nothing beneath her robe, igniting a flood of fantasies. While Chen Datu spoke, Miyamoto Yumiko focused her mind, striving to maintain inner calm, paying no heed to how she appeared in his eyes. Her gaze sharpened, and as he grew slightly careless, she suddenly swung her blade again. Chen Datu's sixth sense screamed danger, and he instinctively leaped back, denying her any chance for a surprise attack. This fat pig may be huge, but his speed and strength are faster and greater than I imagined. If those big hands catch me, it's over. Miyamoto Yumiko thought to herself, a chill of dread creeping in at the thought of being stripped and violated by him. She must not lose. But Chen Datu was cunning, maintaining a safe distance of 2 meters. Even though Miyamoto Yumiko was confident in her swordsmanship, she dared not charge recklessly. Chen Datu's thoughts mirrored hers. If he could just close the gap past her blade's reach, dealing with her would be as easy as crushing an ant. With that in mind, Chen Datu slowly shifted his body, inching toward her with extreme caution. Seeing that she hadn't struck for a while, he readied himself and threw a punch. His fist struck the hilt of her katana. The sudden decisive move caught Miyamoto Yumiko off guard, and she leaned back, narrowly avoiding his grasp as they brushed past each other. The evasive maneuver was so wide that her short hair flew up. Chen Datu saw his chance and reached out with his large hand to grab her hair. Miyamoto Yumiko spun around swiftly, her katana whistling through the air as she aimed at his reaching hand. Did he die? She muttered to herself. Damn it. Chen Datu realized had been tricked. She had deliberately exposed that weakness. With a sharp sound, a gash about 10 centimeters long suddenly appeared on Chen Datu's arm. Screw this, I'll fight you to the death. Chen Datu's eyes bulged, his facial muscles contorted in fury. Seeing him wounded, Miyamoto Yumiko seized the moment and raised her katana to slash at his thigh. If that blow landed, Chen Datu would either die or lose a leg. Without hesitation, driven by rage and losing all reason, Chen Datu lunged forward at the critical moment, grabbing the descending katana with his bare hand in a dramatic display of catching a blade barehanded. Miyamoto Yumiko was stunned, terror flooding her heart. This monster was terrifying, ruthless to others, but even more so to himself. He'll kill you. Chen Datu held the katana fast, and despite using all her strength, Miyamoto Yumiko couldn't pull it free from his grip. Seeing his other hand clench into a fist and swing at her, Miyamoto Yumiko quickly ducked and crouched, causing his heavy punch to miss. In desperation, she stomped hard on his toes, a last resort. Aunt! A sharp cry of pain escaped Chen. You women have no martial honor, resorting to dirty tricks. Chen Datu ground his teeth. Seeing him loosen his grip, Miyamoto Yumiko immediately yanked her katana back. This fat pig is a real monster. He's taken so many hits and still won't fall. They'll find another chance to kill him. Miyamoto Yumiko thought to herself, watching him hop on one foot, then turned and fled. That woman ran away. Chen Datu stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at her retreating figure. Damn it, who the hell? If I ever get my hands on her again, I'll cut her into pieces. Arg. This is driving me insane. Chen Datu tilted his head back and roared in fury. After fleeing the conference hall, Zhu Yunyun dared not stop for a moment, casting fearful glances over her shoulder at Chen Datu chasing behind her. Before she knew it, she had climbed to the 8th floor. Finding the surroundings eerily silent, a wave of relief washed over her. Having just escaped danger, her body relaxed, and she suddenly felt the need to relieve herself. She pressed her hands against her lower abdomen, her body twisting uncomfortably. Seeing no one around, she nervously pulled down her pants and crouched in a corner of the 8th floor stairwell, closing her eyes as she hurriedly answered nature's call. A soft sigh escaped her lips as a look of contentment spread across her face, savoring the brief moment of relief. In room 807, Guo Xiangfei sat before his computer, having witnessed everything. Unable to endure any longer, he rose, opened the door, and strode toward the 8th floor stairwell where Zhu Yunyun was. Having finished, Zhu Yunyun slowly opened her eyes and suddenly noticed a shadow moving beside her. She jerked her head around to see a gaunt young man staring intently at her. Caught in the act of urinating in public, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she trembled with fear, unsure what to do. You, don't look, she stammered. Seeing Zhu Yunyun in the flesh filled Guo Xiangfei with immense excitement. The sight of her crouched on the ground, back turned to him, was an irresistible temptation luring him toward transgression. You? Hello. Guo Xiangfei swallowed hard, his throat parched with desire. Go away. Don't come near me. Zhu Yunyun keenly sensed the lust in Guo Xiangfei's eyes and squeezed her own shut, shouting loudly. Seeing her flailing blindly defenseless as a frightened kitten, his lecherous courage surged. In the next instant, Guo Xiangfei lunged at Zhu Yunyun, seizing her shoulders and pinning her to the ground. Get off me. Zhu Yunyun clawed at Guo Xiangfei's face with her nails, struggling desperately to fend him off. Be still and obey. It'll be better for both of us. Guo Xiangfei pried her hands away from his face. Stop joking. Let me go, you perverted scumbag. Guo Xiangfei was not particularly burly, so Zhu Yunyun still had a fighting chance. She raised her foot and kicked him. Caught off guard, Guo Xiangfei staggered backward and fell. By the time he regained his senses, Zhu Yunyun had scrambled to her feet and stumbled several meters away. Guo Xiangfei gave chase, leaping forward and grabbing her ankle. Aunt! Zhu Yunyun crashed headlong to the ground before she could escape far. Let me go. Zhu Yunyun kicked wildly at Guo Xiangfei's head, screaming, Help! Someone help! Wu Lifan and Lin Lily happened to be passing through the 8th floor on their way back to the 10th. Hearing the cries for help, they paused and turned their gaze toward Zhu Yunyun. Hey, please save me. Zhu Yunyun sobbed as she spotted a man and woman at the stairwell. That woman seems... Wu Lifan noticed Zhu Yunyun being seized by Guo Xiangfei in the 8th floor corridor. Fange, let's go. Pretend we... Lin Lily glanced at Zhu Yunyun, then urged Wu Lifan. In this hotel, it's best not to meddle. Wu Lifan found her words reasonable and nodded. Fange, hurry. Lin Lily hooked her arm through Wu Lifan's as they ascended the stairs, vanishing callously from Zhu Yunyun's sight. This can't be. Zhu Yunyun was consumed by despair, unable to accept such cold indifference. Seeing the couple leave, Guo Xiangfei breathed a sigh of relief. Their apathy only emboldened his lecherous intent. No use screaming. No one's coming to save you. Why keep up the act? Be obedient or I'll strangle you right now. Guo Xiangfei threatened with a stern face. No sooner had he finished than a fist slammed into his face. Ugh! He was knocked off Zhu Yunyun and sent sprawling to the ground. Zhu Yunyun felt the weight lift from her and slowly opened her eyes, bewildered. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. A large burly figure loomed before her. Looking up, she saw Chen Dadu standing with clenched fists, his eyes narrowed as he stared at her. Seeing that it was Chen Dadu, Zhu Yunyun, already plunged into despair, sank even deeper into hopelessness. She couldn't fathom why Chen Dadu was here. Had the short-haired woman who saved her in the conference hall been killed by him? At that thought, a surge of courage propelled Zhu Yunyun to her feet, and she turned to flee. Still trying to run. Where do you think? Chen Dadu roughly grabbed her flowing hair, yanking her back and forcing her to the ground, pinning her down. Bending down, he seized the fabric of her upper garment and tore it away with a single sweep. Shreds of cloth lay scattered everywhere. Chen Dadu picked up several strips, binding her hands and feet together, rendering her utterly immobile, like a hog trussed up for slaughter. Terrified beyond words, Zhu Yunyun's face turned deathly pale. Her brows furrowed in anguish as her entire body trembled, uncontrollably unsure of what Chen Dadu intended to do. They'll deal with you later. Chen Bighead glanced at Zhu Yunyun and turned to walk toward Guo Xiangfei, who was lying in the corridor. Who are you? What do you want? Guo Xiangfei lifted his head, his face pale with terror as he saw Chen Bighead approaching him with a Chen Bighead stepped forward, grabbed Guo Xiangfei by the hair, and yanked him up, saying with a sinister look, You ungrateful brat, how dare you touch the woman I've set my eyes on? You've got some nerve. Guo Xiangfei's face was twisted in fear. Seeing Chen Bighead's menacing demeanor, he instantly cowered and quickly pleaded, Big brother. I was wrong. Let me off. Let you off? Do you think it's that easy? Chen Bighead lifted his foot and viciously kicked Guo Xiangfei in the stomach. Guo Xiangfei collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen and vomiting gastric acid. Guo Xiangfei painfully struggled to his knees and begged, Big brother, just spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. Chen Bighead grinned and said, Fine, I'll let you off this once. Hand over the 100 million from your account. Hearing this, Guo Xiangfei pulled out his phone from his pocket and held it out with both hands trembling. Here, big brother. Take my phone. What would I want with your phone? Just transfer the 100 million to me through the app on it, Chen Bighead said with a smile. To save his own skin, Guo Xiangfei had no choice but to follow Chen Bighead's instructions. He swiped on his phone, asked for Chen Bighead's payment details, and transferred the 100 million to him. Big brother, the money's been transferred. Please check it. Now can you let me go? Guo Xiangfei asked cautiously. Chen Bighead took out his own phone and saw the extra 100 million in his account. He smiled with satisfaction and said, You little punk. All right, you're no longer needed. Get lost. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. Hearing this, Guo Xiangfei scrambled to his feet in a panic and fled as fast as his legs could carry him. After Guo Xiangfei left, Qin Bighead walked over to Zhu Yunyun and said cheerfully, "You've been waiting long, haven't you? Don't worry, let's have some wild fun right now." Zhu Yunyun, feeling utterly despondent, could only close her eyes in despair, awaiting the nightmare to come. Damn it! Just as Qin Bighead was about to have his way with Zhu Yunyun, blood suddenly gushed from his nose. Seeing Qin Bighead in this state, Zhu Yunyun was startled and panicked, not understanding what was happening. Damn it, it's all that wretched woman's fault. In Qin Bighead's mind, he recalled how his nose had been slashed by Gong Yuanmaizi earlier, and the wound from Zhuo Mingjia's stab causing him to lose a lot of blood. His condition was now very poor. Fuck! Qin Bighead cursed under his breath. Knowing he had made too many enemies, he realized he needed to find a safe place to rest. If he continued like this, he would surely collapse and fall unconscious, which would be dangerous. With this thought, Qin Bighead cast a reluctant glance at Zhu Yunyun, who was bound hand and foot and nearly within his grasp, but ultimately turned and left. Zhu Yunyun was stunned, never expecting Qin Bighead to abandon her here. I have to break free quickly. Lying on the ground, she began to struggle with all her might, rubbing against the cloth bindings to loosen them. Although Qin Bighead had left, Zhu Yunyun was well aware that, bound as she was in this hotel filled with lecherous beasts, if any passing man, regardless of who saw her in this state, he would surely drool. Heaven knew what might happen. With this thought, Zhu Yunyun exerted every ounce of strength to break free. After what felt like an eternity, she fell into despair. No matter how hard she tried, the bindings on her hands and feet wouldn't budge. Even more terrifying, she saw a figure emerging from the stairwell, slowly walking toward her down the corridor. Zhu Yunyun closed her eyes in fear, too scared to look, silently praying that the approaching person was a woman, not a man. But her hopes were dashed. A man stood right before her. Don't come any closer. Zhu Yunyun screamed. Wu Han was startled. He had thought it was something else, but as he drew nearer, he discovered it was a woman with disheveled clothes tied up. Seeing Zhu Yunyun's alluring appearance before him, he couldn't help but swallow. This was far too tempting. Don't be afraid. Wu Han felt his nose itch, overwhelmed by the provocative scene. Seeing that Wu Han hadn't pounced on her, Zhu Yunyun breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. What are you staring at? You pervert. You lecher. As she saw Wu Han's eyes fixed on her without blinking, Zhu Yunyun blushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Rest assured, I'm not a bad person. He'll untie you right away. Wu Han coughed awkwardly and averted his gaze from Zhu Yunyun. Don't come near me. Get away. Zhu Yunyun screamed hysterically as she saw Wu Han approaching step by step. She didn't believe for a second that this man would genuinely help her. He must have ulterior motives, coveting her body. All right, I won't come closer. I really am not a bad person. Seeing Zhu Yunyun's terrified expression and extreme agitation, Wu Han stopped and withdrew his hand, which had been reaching out to untie her. Alicuba, come here and help. Wu Han called out behind him. Sister Cuba Yuanba heard brother calling you. What's all the fuss about? Let's go see. Ali Cuba and Xie Yuanba had just come up from downstairs when they heard Wu Han shout. The reason Wu Han had come to the 8th floor was to try his luck at finding suitable teammates to strengthen their group. Although Xie Yuanba was incredibly powerful in combat, he was after all a simpleton. Wu Han now had 5 women around him, and relying solely on himself and Xie Yuanba to protect them was somewhat challenging. To be safer, he needed to find new capable allies. Wu Han had already visited the 6th and 7th floors. As for the 1st through 4th floors of the hotel, he had passed through them earlier when fetching food from the cafeteria and gathering in the conference hall. He had a general idea of the situation there and found no suitable candidates. So this time Wu Han brought Ali Cuba and Xie Yuanba to the 8th floor to search, only to stumble upon Zhu Yunyun in her disheveled state. Zhu Yunyun saw 2 more figures approaching behind Wu Han and nervously looked toward them. What happened? Ali Cuba asked as she drew near. A woman. Zhu Yunyun was surprised to find a female among the 3. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with another woman present, these 2 men wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of her. This situation was very favorable to her. Who is this? Ali Cuba asked, glancing at Zhu Yunyun. I don't know. I just noticed something off here and came closer to find her like this. Wu Han scratched his head sheepishly. This big sister is shameless, not wearing clothes. Xie Yuanba said disdainfully after looking at Zhu Yunyun. An awkward silence ensued. Alicuba, you're a woman. Come and untie her. Wu Han then turned around, took off his shirt, and tossed it to Alicuba, saying, and put this on her. Don't be afraid, we're not here to harm you. He'll untie you right now. Alicuba crouched down with a gentle smile and reached out to loosen Zhu Yunyun's bonds. Wu Han pressed Xie Yuanba's oversized head and turned to look elsewhere, unwilling to make the atmosphere any more awkward. Seeing that Ali Cuba was a woman, Zhu Yunyun did not harbor much hostility in her heart. Thank you. Zhu Yunyun put on the clothes Wu Han had given her and expressed her gratitude to the trio. What just happened? Ali Cuba asked with concern. Zhu Yunyun's spirits sank at the question, a lingering fear gripping her heart. She lowered her head and said, just now, I was nearly assaulted by 2 men. 2 men. Was one of them a fat pig and the other a dead fish-faced guy? Wu Han asked in surprise. Based on his current understanding of the hotel, Qindadu and Zhuo Mingjia were the prime suspects. One of them was the fat pig you mentioned, but the other was not. He was a guest from room 807 on this floor, Zhu Yunyun said with a grimace. So it was that damned Qindadu. Wu Han gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ali Cuba asked with some confusion, We know Chindadu, but who is that guest from room 807? Wuhan took out his phone tap to check some information and said, a man named Guo Xiangfei. He's proficient in computer programming, likely a hacker, and suffers from severe asthma. A hacker? Alikuba asked. Wuhan nodded. This hotel has driven all you men completely mad, making you unable to resist violently taking women by force. Alikuba shot Wuhan an indignant glance before turning to Zhu Yunyun and continuing, fortunately you're safe. It's too dangerous for you to act alone. Would you like to stay in our room for a while? Zhu Yunyun shook her head. Thank you for saving me. I just remembered. I dropped my backpack and phone in the conference hall while fleeing. I have to go back and retrieve them. That's very risky. I advise you to give it up. If you run into ill-intentioned men on the way, you'll be in trouble, Alikuba said. Is it because of the 100 million deposit in the phone app? Zhu Yunyun sighed. No, it's not that. The phone requires a fingerprint to unlock, so the money can't be transferred out by it. But to survive in this hotel, I have to keep an eye on the game notifications at all times. Plus all my food is in the backpack. In that case, we'll go with you. Alikuba looked at Wuhan, seeking his consent. Well, all right. Wuhan hadn't wanted to meddle, but seeing how pitiful Zhu Yunyun was alone, he agreed to Alikuba's proposal. Thank you. Thank you all. Zhu Yunyun said gratefully. With Xie Yuanba leading the way, the journey was smooth, and the four arrived safely at the conference room. Are you sure your backpack and phone are in the conference hall? Zhu Yunyun nodded at Alikuba. But the hall is completely empty. Could someone have taken them? Alikuba questioned. I hid them. With that, Zhu Yunyun twisted her slender waist and ran to the podium. She crouched down and pulled out a black backpack from under the panel. I found the backpack, but in the panic, I don't know where I dropped the phone, Zhu Yunyun said, distressed. Don't worry, take your time. We'll search together. We should find it. Alikuba comforted her. Seeing Alikuba so eager to help, Wuhan couldn't say much. Might as well see it through, he thought, and crouched down to search the conference hall for Zhu Yunyun's phone. How strange. Why isn't it here? I'm sure I dropped it in the hall, Zhu Yunyun said anxiously. Wuhan spotted a phone under a desk in a corner. He reached out, pulled it from the floor, and held it up. I think I found it. Ah, really? A joyful smile lit up Zhu Yunyun's face. Overwhelmed with excitement, she threw herself at Wuhan and hugged him in gratitude. Wuhan was stunned for a moment, then felt a softness against his chest. Zhu Yunyun was wearing nothing underneath. How bold. Ahem. Alikuba shot Wuhan a scornful glance at his intoxicated expression. Thank you. I misjudged you back on the 8th floor. Zhu Yunyun looked up, her face flushed, and released her hold on. Wuhan scratched his head sheepishly. Both the backpack and the phone are found. Thank you all so much. Zhu Yunyun bowed sincerely to Wuhan and Alikuba. If I hadn't run into you, my fate would have been dreadful. We'll probably meet again in this hotel, won't we? Actually, you could stay with us for now, Alikuba said. I don't want to impose on you. Don't worry too much. I have my own ways to survive. Next time I hope I can return the favor. Zhu Yunyun politely declined. Ew, she was used to going it alone, even if it was dangerous. All right then. Be careful, Alikuba reminded her. I will. With that, Zhu Yunyun shouldered her backpack and walked out of the conference hall using her own methods to survive. I hope we'll meet again alive, Alikuba murmured with a worried expression, watching Zhu Yunyun's retreating figure. Let's go. It's not safe here, Wuhan warned. So the three left the conference hall. Room 101. Ding Qiuyu nestled in Zhuo Mingjia's arms and said, Mingjia, we've made it through another day safely. We're so lucky. Zhuo Mingjia felt that staying in the room with Ding Qiuyu had become tedious and dull, and the urge to kill slowly stirred within him. That's your thought. For me, every day I can kill is a lucky day, he mused inwardly. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Ding Qiuyu jumped in fright and looked at Zhuo Mingjia. Who is it? How should I know? Just open the door and find out, Zhuo Mingjia said calmly. What if it's that fat pig coming for us? Ding Qiuyu said fearfully. If he dares to come this time, I'll kill him for sure. Ding Qiuyu was stunned at his words. Open the door, Zhuo Mingjia commanded. In his eyes, no one in the hotel was more dangerous than himself. They were all his prey, so the notion of fearing anyone didn't exist. Although Ding Qiuyu was reluctant, she had no choice but to follow Zhuo Mingjia's orders. Seeing her get out of bed, Zhuo Mingjia also dressed and followed behind her. Why is it you? Ding Qiuyu opened the door nervously and was astonished to see a man standing upright outside, his face clearly recognizable. Lu Xing, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you. Seeing you safe now is such a relief. Overwhelmed with emotion at finding Ding Qiuyu alive, Lu Xing's face broke into a smile as he extended his arms to embrace her. Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Ding Qiuyu frowned, clearly repulsed by Lu Xing's approach. Qiuyu, what's wrong? You look so pale. Lu Xing asked with concern. I'm fine. Ding Qiuyu forced a bitter smile. Lu Xing's arrival couldn't have come at a worse time. If Zhuo Mingjia saw them, she would never be able to explain. Who is this? Zhuo Mingjia stepped out from behind Ding Qiuyu, squinting at Lu Xing standing in the doorway. Lu Xing's expression darkened upon seeing Ding Qiuyu together with Zhuo Mingjia. So it's you. Having crossed paths with Lu Xing before in the cafeteria, Zhuo Mingjia recognized him and sneered. Hey, here to get yourself killed. Lu Xing's brow furrowed, his eyes sharp and piercing as he stared at Zhuo Mingjia. Trapped between the two men, Ding Qiuyu felt the oppressive tension in the air. Forcing a smile, she said to Lu Xing, is there something you need from me? Are you doing okay? At Ding Qiu's question, Lu Xing tore his gaze away from Zhuo Mingjia, turning to look at her with a flat reply, not at all. Ding Qiuyu was taken aback. Oh, what happened? Lu Xing's face twisted with bitterness, his voice low as he said, "It's all because of you. You've made my life miserable. We drank together, played games, and even. We got along so well, didn't we? But then you suddenly disappeared without a word. Do you have any idea? I've been searching for you at the hotel, terrified that someone might have killed you. I was so worried, I wanted to protect you. But now I find you betrayed me." Ding Qi's heart tightened. Zhuo Mingjie had heard everything Lu Xing said. "Mingjie, don't misunderstand. There's nothing between us. You have to believe me." Ding Qiyu turned back to Zhuo Mingjie, trying to explain. "I am not interested in whatever happened between you two." Zhuo Mingjie let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Seeing that Zhuo Mingjie didn't seem intent on pursuing the matter, Ding Qiyu felt a wave of relief. She turned back, her face now filled with disgust, as she looked at Lu Xing. She had planned to speak gently and persuade Lu Xing to leave on his own, but the fool had blurted out everything that had happened between them. It was just one drink and some fooling around, nothing serious. But Lu Xing had clearly taken it to heart. "Go. Don't bother me anymore." Ding Qi's voice was merciless. Lu Xing stared at Ding Qiyu in disbelief. Clenching his fists in frustration, he slammed one against the wall. Lifting his head, he glared at Zhuo Mingjie inside the room and shouted, "You murderer! You stole my woman. I challenge you to a duel. Today either you die or I do." Lu Xing was willing to risk everything for Ding Qiyu. Even knowing that Zhuo Mingjie was a deranged killer, a man of extreme danger, he felt no fear in his heart at this moment. Zhuo Mingjie paused for a moment, then looked calmly at Lu Xing standing outside the door. To him, the earnest expression on Lu Xing's face made him look like nothing more than a fool. Ding Qiyu quickly turned and wrapped her arms around Zhuo Mingjie, pressing her delicate body against his arm. "Mingjie, he's just a lunatic. Don't pay him any attention. He's annoying to look at. They'll get rid of him right away." Watching Ding Qiyu act coy and submissive in front of Zhuo Mingjie, Lu Xing's heart burned with jealousy. His eyes blazed with fury. "What's wrong? Scared?" Lu Xing's voice dripped with provocation. "If you're afraid, then get out of Qi's sight right now." Before Lu Xing could finish his sentence, a sharp blade flashed before his eyes. In the next instant, a crimson wound appeared on his throat right at his Adam's apple. "Gah! You! Lu Xing clamped both hands over his neck, his face turning a deep red. The suffocation in his chest made his eyes bulge bloodshot and wild. Zhuo Mingjie had struck in an instant. Ding Qiyu stood frozen in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Lu Xing's body slowly crumpled to the ground in agony, his knees hitting the floor as blood gushed from his mouth. "You really picked the wrong time to show up." Zhuo Mingjie held a dagger in his hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he calmly watched Lu Xing's death throes before him. "Mingjie, why did you kill him?" Ding Qiyu stammered in fear. Zhuo Mingjie smiled faintly, his tone casual. "Because I felt like killing someone." Ding Qi's expression froze. Though she had mentally prepared herself for this, witnessing Zhuo Mingjie take a life with her own eyes was still unbearable. Qiyu, save me. I don't want to die." Lu Xing's eyes were filled with terror as he pleaded with Ding Qiyu for help. Ding Qiyu closed her eyes in resignation, turning her head away. "I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. You brought this on yourself. Who can you blame?" She muttered under her breath, unable to watch as Lu Xing slowly collapsed to the ground. "Didn't you want to duel with me, eh?" Zhuo Mingjie walked up to Lu Xing and said flatly, No. Please, spare me." Lu Xing gasped, his hand pressed against the gushing wound on his neck. "As sparing you isn't an option. Since you're here, you might as well leave your life behind." Zhuo Mingjie's reply was icy. Hearing this, Lu Xing was consumed by despair. His body had no strength left, the massive blood loss was sapping his energy, and his consciousness began to fade. Ding Qiyu watched everything unfold, not daring to make a move to stop Zhuo Mingjie, barely even daring to breathe. Realizing that begging was futile, Lu Xing could only try to save himself. Slowly, he began to crawl across the floor, trying to escape Zhuo Mingjie's line of sight. "Crawl. If you can make it 100 meters away from me, they'll let you go," Zhuo Mingjie taunted. Lu Xing didn't stop to question whether Zhuo Mingjie meant it. He crawled forward with all his might, leaving a trail of bloodstains along the corridor. A horrifying, heart-wrenching path. Huh. How tenacious. What a powerful will to live. You've excited me. Zhuo Mingjie threw his head back in a maniacal laugh, his face twisted in pure enjoyment. "Mingjie, what are you doing?" Seeing Zhuo Mingjie grip his dagger and stride after Lu Xing with quick steps, Ding Qiyu called. Zhuo Mingjie turned his head abruptly and shot her a glance. The icy coldness in his eyes silenced her instantly. "Ah!" A scream echoed from the corridor. It was Lu Xing's voice. There Zhuo Mingjie sat on Lu Xing's back, raising his dagger as he laughed wildly, savoring each stab into Lu Xing's back. Ding Qiyu covered her face with both hands, lacking the courage to open her eyes and witness the bloody scene. In that moment, she truly realized just how cruel and insane the Zhuo Mingjie she had been spending time with really was. Dead so soon. Zhuo Mingjie reached out and patted Lu Xing, whose eyes had already rolled back. Seeing that Lu Xing had breathed his last, Zhuo Mingjie searched him thoroughly, found his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and transferred the 100 million bonus from Lu Xing's account. "Thanks." Zhuo Mingjie stood up, chuckling as he cast a cold glance at Lu Xing's corpse on the floor. Ding Qiyu said nothing, turned and entered the room. "Aren't you afraid?" Zhuo Mingjie returned to the room and asked Ding Qiyu, whose expression remained calm. "Nothing to be afraid of. I believe you won't kill me," Ding Qiyu replied. For her, she had long been prepared, knowing that Zhuo Mingjie was a dangerous figure. As long as he didn't kill her, the life and death of others were none of her concern. Zhuang Mingjie narrowed his eyes and smiled, gazing at the woman before him, uncertain whether to call her clever or foolish. Stay quietly in the room. I'm going out for some air. With that, Zhuang Mingjie turned and left the room. This time Ding Qiuyu didn't ask where he was going, as she already had an answer in mind. This so-called fresh air was likely a hunt for prey. The more survivors Zhuang Mingjie killed in the hotel, the easier it would be for her to secure one of the final 10 survival slots. Without lifting a finger, she mused silently. Ever since the meeting hall announced that a virtual account with 100 million bonus had been opened for each person, the death toll in the hotel had skyrocketed, leaving only about 20 survivors. Driven by the desire to seize others' money, most in the hotel had lost their sanity, resorting to murder for gain and every form of depravity. At that moment, Wang Heping, Huang Ming, Duan Ting, and Shi Yu gathered in the living room of a suite, seated facing each other. What's going on? How did so many die all of a sudden? Shi Yu swiped her phone, watching the number of survivors dwindle on the screen, fear creeping into her heart. Do you even need to ask? Now that everyone has 100 million in their account, many are being killed for that huge sum. Duan Ting said. Sai, the mastermind behind this, is utterly insane. Giving each of us so much money. How could it not tempt others? It's practically encouraging us to slaughter each other. As Shi Yu spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at the other three. They exchanged looks, none knowing what the others were thinking, and an eerie silence fell. Brother Wang, if the number of survivors in this hotel ends up exceeding 10, would you kill me for that 100 million bonus? Duan Ting asked, feigning casualness. Hearing Duan Ting's words, Wang Heping, Huang Ming, and Shi Yu couldn't help but frown. She had laid bare the thought that was on. How could that be? I'd never kill you for money. Wang Heping forced a smile, his expression tense, as he quickly declared his stance to the trio. He knew well that with Lu Xing gone, he was the only one with physical prowess left among the four, making him the most vulnerable. If he mishandled the dynamics, he could easily become their target. It seems that while sticking together was safe before, that's no longer the case. Those blinded by the 100 million bonus might well kill their own companions. Huang Ming spoke impassively, a slight frown on his brow as his eyes swept over Wang Heping and the others, his mind quietly calculating. Duan Ting had been burdened with massive debts before, and she was as cunning as a fox, who knew what she might do. Wang Heping's strength and skill, though no match for Chun Dadu, were more than enough to handle others in the hotel. Partnering with him was relatively safe, but the guy was simple-minded and a lecher, likely unable to resist Duan Ting's temptations. If they teamed up, it would be dangerous. As for Shi Yu, I'm tired of her anyway. This is a good chance to ditch her. Huang Ming glanced at Shi Yu, who was clinging to his arm, and thought to himself. The four of them stared at each other, unable to fathom what was going on in one another's minds. Well, Huang Ming broke the silence first. From now on, I want to act alone. Wang Heping, Duan Ting, and Shi Yu were stunned, their faces showing shock. Why? Weren't we doing fine as a group of four? Wang Heping asked in confusion. Huang Ming scratched his head. Do I really need to spell it out? Some things we all understand, as saying them would just ruin it. Wang Heping, Duan Ting, and Shi Yu's expressions shifted, and they said no more. Huang Ming, I want to go too. I want to stick with you. Shi Yu pleaded. Huang Ming shook his head and refused outright. No, Shi Yu. I want to be alone. Brother Wang, Duan Ting. With that, Huang Ming packed a few things, slung his backpack with food, and turned to leave. Shi Yu hadn't expected him to be so heartless, leaving without a second thought, as if she meant nothing to him. How could he do this? Duan Ting noticed Shi Yu's reddened eyes and couldn't help but complain. What are your plans? Wang Heping asked Duan Ting and Shi Yu. They'll stick with you, Brother Wang. I trust you'll treat me well. As for you, Shi Yu, do as you please. With Lu Xing and Huang Ming gone, Wang Heping was the only man left in the group. Duan Ting had no choice but to cling to his not-so-reliable support. Shi Yu, what about you? Wang Heping asked. Well, Shi Yu was at a loss for words. She wanted to stay, but she could tell Duan Ting was trying to drive her away, wanting to monopolize Wang Heping's protection. How about the three of us stick together? Seeing Shi Yu's hesitation, Wang Heping suggested. Unlike Huang Ming, he didn't overthink things. Having both Shi Yu and Duan Ting around meant 2 women by his side, a pleasant prospect of having his fill. Duan Ting looked displeased at the proposal. Shi Yu wrestled with the idea internally before finally speaking. I think, Wang Heping was taken aback, and Duan Ting was equally shocked, both having assumed Shi Yu would stay. Are you sure? Duan Ting asked, concealing her glee. Shi Yu nodded. Won't you reconsider? It's very dangerous for a woman to move alone in this hotel. Wang Heping, Brother Wang, no need to persuade me. I've made up my mind. All right then. Take care. Wang Heping didn't insist further. Shi Yu wasn't his type, but Duan Ting was the one he fancied. An extra woman would just be extra baggage. Wang Heping was clear-headed on that point. The reason Shi Yu wanted to leave was precisely because she saw that the other two didn't trust her. Staying would be meaningless and might even cost her life. Under the circumstances, it was better to take the hint, leave on her own terms, and part on good terms. There were still plenty of men in the hotel. Shi Yu decided to seek out others after leaving, hoping to find someone stronger than Wang Heping who would protect her. I'm off. Shi Yu waved goodbye to the two and turned to leave. After parting ways with Wang Heping and the others, Huang Ming climbed directly to the 10th floor. He was going to find a woman. Earlier, when they gathered in the conference hall, Huang Ming had noticed a couple. The man was the famous star Wu Lifan, whom Huang Ming had known from before, and by his side was a beautiful woman with an exquisite figure that was incredibly alluring. One glance stirred desire. She had captivated Huang Ming in the conference hall, and he harbored a secret wish during their confinement in this hotel. He was determined to get that woman. Although the woman was with Wu Lifan, Huang Ming dismissed him entirely. Even without the skills of Wang Heping or Lu Xing dealing with a pretty boy like that was more than enough. Now the opportunity had come. Acting alone, he was determined to fulfill his desire. This should be the room. Huang Ming stood at the door of room 1002 on the 10th floor looking at the number, recalling the information Wu Lifan had inadvertently revealed while teasing Lin Lili in the conference hall. He was certain this was their room. A sinister smirk curled on Huang Ming's lips as he raised his hand and knocked on the door of room 1002. Inside, Wu Lifan and Lin Lili were startled by the sudden knock, wondering who could be at their door. Fan, someone's knocking. Did you hear that? Lin Lili asked Wu Lifan. Strange, Binglu is already dead. Wu Lifan also heard the knock and muttered to himself. Fanj, could it be that fat pig coming for us? Lin Lili said with a worried expression. Impossible. Go see who it is. Wu Lifan felt a pang of anxiety. If it really was Chun Dada, they would be in trouble. Lin Lili complied and walked to the door, peering through the peephole cautiously. Who's outside? Wu Lifan asked nervously. How strange. There's no one outside. Lin Lili looked through the peephole but saw no one, a flicker of unease crossing her mind. No one? That can't be right. Wu Lifan had clearly heard the knock and looked at Lin Lili with suspicion. Really, there's no one outside. Seeing Wu Lifan's disbelief, Lin Lili repeated. Let me see. Wu Lifan also approached the door and looked through the peephole cautiously. Indeed, as Lin Lili had said, there was no one in sight. Could it be a prank? Lin Lili suggested. Forget it, don't open the door. Some lunatic is probably harassing us. Wu Lifan didn't want to take the risk of opening the door, but a chill ran down his spine. His instincts told him they were being... Lin Lili agreed with Wu Lifan's reasoning and refrained from opening the door. They returned to the sofa in the living room, trying to calm themselves. Knock knock. No sooner had they sat down than the knocking resumed, startling both Wu Lifan and Lin Lili. Who's out there? Wu Lifan rushed to the door and shouted. But after the urgent knocking, an eerie silence fell as if no one had knocked at all. Fanj, do you think Binglu couldn't rest in peace and has come back as a ghost? Lin Lili said nervously. Nonsense. Che Binglu is dead. Wu Lifan scolded immediately. Then, who is knocking outside? Lin Lili asked, bewildered. There are no ghosts in this world. I believe someone is deliberately doing this, though I don't know their intention. Wu Lifan said gravely, completely dismissing Lin Lili's suggestion. Should we open the door? Lin Lili asked cautiously, noticing his dark expression. Though furious, Wu Lifan hadn't lost his senses. We can't open the door. Whoever is outside doesn't dare show their face, which means they have ulterior motives. If we open the door recklessly, we'll fall into their trap. Fanj, you're so thoughtful. As long as we stay inside and don't open the door, no matter what that person wants, they can't get in. Lin Lili agreed with Wu Lifan's plan. They calmed down again and sat on the sofa. Knock knock knock. The grating knock sounded once more. Wu Lifan frowned, but remained still. Lin Lili wisely kept quiet, sitting with him on the sofa, enduring the Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Which bastard is so disgusting, knocking endlessly. My patience is wearing thin. Wu Lifan, enraged beyond endurance, stood up, walked to the door, and turned the handle. Creak. The door slowly opened. Wu Lifan poked his head out through the crack and roared. Which bastard keeps knocking? Have you no end? Huang Ming had been hiding beside the door, extremely patient, knowing Wu Lifan and Lin Lili were cautious and wouldn't open the door easily. So he used this method of relentless harassment to provoke Wu Lifan, believing that after repeated provocations Wu Lifan would lose his temper and open the door. Don't move. Make a single move and he'll kill you. Seeing Wu Lifan open the door and crane his neck to look out, Huang Ming, who had been waiting for the opportunity, seized the moment. He gripped a piece of broken glass he had prepared and swiftly pressed it against Wu Lifan's neck. Brother, let's talk. Don't be hasty. Wu Lifan immediately raised his hands, realizing he had been tricked, but it was faced with the sharp glass at his throat. Wu Lifan chose to surrender without a hint of manly resolve. Fanj, who was Lin Lili, sensed something was wrong with Wu Lifan and stood up, heading toward the door. Don't come over. Stay right there. Wu Lifan quickly stopped her, afraid that her approach would provoke the man outside to kill him. Brother, if you spare me, I'll give you whatever. Wu Lifan asked earnestly. Really? Huh. Although Huang Ming wasn't particularly skilled, dealing with a pretty boy like Wu Lifan was easy. Really. If I can give it, I will. Wu Lifan's neck was stretched taut, afraid that a wrong word would anger the man and cost him his life. I've set my eyes on the woman by your side. I want to FK her. Are you willing to hand her over? Huang Ming got straight to the point, a sinister smirk on his face. Huh. Wu Lifan was taken aback. Brother, you're not joking with me, are you? The sharp shard of glass in Huang Ming's hand pressed tighter against Wu Lifan's throat. Do I look like I'm joking? He replied. This? A chill ran down Wu Lifan's spine, and he dared not move a muscle. If you don't want to die, hand over. Huang Ming's face darkened as he spoke. Lin Lili, standing behind Wu Lifan, naturally overheard the exchange. She hadn't expected to be the target, and panic seized her heart. Fanj, fight him, Lin Lili urged. Wu Lifan wasn't foolish. He felt a surge of exasperation and swallowed his fear. What nonsense are you talking? He's got a weapon in his hand. How am I supposed to fight him? He'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the woman, he'll kill. Huang Ming pressed. 1, 2. Fanj, you're not really going to hand me over, are you? Lin Lili's face was pale with terror, her voice trembling with pleading. 3. Wait. Wu Lifan called out hastily, extending a hand to pull Lin Lili from behind him and shove her. Lin Lili stared at Wu Lifan in despair, unable to believe this cruel reality. Fanj, you. What you? I've been tired of you for a long time. I'm not about to risk my life for you. Wu Lifan said coldly. Good, you know what's best for you. Huang Ming's gaze roamed over Lin Lili before him, her curvaceous figure, her long legs. He was certain this was the woman he was looking for. Brother, can you let me go now? Wu Lifan said with a bitter smile. Huang Ming withdrew the glass shard from his neck. Give me the room key and get lost. I'm taking this room. That's not right. You've got the key and the woman. Where am I supposed to stay? Wu Lifan said. That's your problem. If you want to die, you can stay. Huang Ming said flatly. He might not have the skills of Wang Heping or Lu Xing, but dealing with a pretty boy like Wu Lifan, all show and no substance, was more than enough. Here. Wu Lifan fished the room key from his pocket and handed it to Huang Ming. Huang Ming took the key, weighted in his hand, then raised his head and roared at Wu Lifan, get lost. Wu Lifan jumped in fright, scrambled out of the room, and fled. Fange. Fange. Don't leave me. Where are you going? Stop joking. Lin Lili called out desperately as she watched Wu Lifan's panicked, retreating figure. Save your breath. He's just a paper tiger. A pretty boy like that can't protect you. Huang Ming grabbed Lin Lili's arm tightly, afraid she might break free and run. What do you want? Lin Lili furrowed her brow and met Huang Ming's gaze. What do I want? Don't you know? A lecherous grin spread across Huang Ming's face. He pulled Lin Lili into the room, shut the door, and pinned her against it, his body slowly pressing closer. You can't do this. It's against the law, you know that, Lin Lili said bitterly. Out there maybe, but in this hotel it's perfect, Huang Ming said coldly. You're an impossible lunatic. Lin Lili cursed in frustration. Look at you, a total loser. I bet you've never touched a beautiful woman in your life. You look like a toad, pitiful and pathetic. I'd never sleep with a scumbag like you. It makes me sick. Get out of my sight if you know what's good for you. Lin Lili's words tore Huang Ming apart, leaving him utterly humiliated. He owned a KTV outside, but it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Had been with plenty of women, but they were all easy lays. Had never had a truly high-class woman. Lin Lili's taunt struck a raw nerve. Huang Ming reached out and grabbed Lin Lili by the shoulder, shoving her hard against the door. His face twisted with menace. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want me to FK you, or do you want to die by my hand? There have been plenty of deaths in this hotel the last couple of days. Killing you would just mean one less person to get out of here faster. Lin Lili looked him over, then closed her eyes and shouted in fury, Don't you dare threaten me. I'm not afraid of you. Get out of my sight. I've seen plenty of useless losers like you. You'd never have the guts to kill anyone. Huang Ming was taken aback. It was true. Trapped in this hotel, he hadn't killed a single person. Before, when he teamed up with Wang Heping and Lu Xing, he only came up with the plans. They did the dirty work while he watched. I was right. You're a coward, Lin Lili gloated. Let me go now. Get out of my sight, find some corner to hide in, and stop embarrassing yourself. Wanna FK me? Dream on in your next life. Faced with such humiliation, Huang Ming's reason began to crumble. He lowered his head, his expression dark and terrifying. Seeing him like this, Lin Lili's heart skipped a beat. She sensed a shift in his aura, something completely different from before, and fear began to creep in. What are you doing? Lin Lili's panic surged as Huang Ming suddenly lifted his head, his twisted face filling her. Huang Ming reached out, grabbed the fabric of Lin Lili's top, and yanked hard. With a tearing sound, he ripped her shirt apart. Lin Lili cursed through gritted teeth. When Huang Ming saw she still dared to talk back, he tore the rest of her top to shreds in a few quick movements. By now, Huang Ming had lost all reason. Driven by Lin Lili's seductive face and tall, slender figure, his blood boiled with restless desire. Only one thought consumed him: to make Lin Lili pay. A vengeful, violent rape. Terror finally seized Lin Lili's heart. As she watched Huang Ming do as he pleased with her, tears of unwillingness streamed from her eyes. Damn it, you slut. You throw yourself at any pretty boy practically begging to be taken. Don't act like some virtuous virgin in front of me. It makes me sick. Huang Ming's crude words fueled Lin Lili's resentment. Today I'm going to FK you to death, you hypocritical whore. With that, Huang Ming grabbed Lin Lili's hands and forced her down onto the ground, making her kneel before him. Regret flooded Lin Lili's heart. She shouldn't have provoked this madman with her words. In the end, she couldn't escape her fate at his hands. Lin Lili struggled desperately. Let go, you bastard. But he, as if possessed by madness, completely ignored her words. Lin Lili saw his hideous face and felt an inexplicable unwillingness. Gritting her teeth, she reached out a hand and viciously clawed at his face with her fingernails. He let out a scream and cursed, Damn it, you dare scratch me. Didn't I tell you to stop? Lin Lili said, her whole body trembling. He flew into a rage, reached out to touch his scratched face, which was already bleeding profusely, the entire face burning with pain. What? Upset. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Lili saw his expression change drastically and felt terrified in her. His face darkened. Seeing Lin Lili's ungrateful demeanor, he clenched his fist and punched her in the face. Ugh, you've gone mad. Lin Lili screamed hysterically. Bang, bang, bang. Having lost his reason, he relentlessly rained punches down on Lin Lili. Damn it, you won't obey me, I'll beat you to death, he said viciously. Lin Lili was beaten until her eyes rolled back, her little mouth slightly open, her face pale, lying motionless. Dead. Is she dead? Seeing Lin Lili's deathly appearance, panic seized him. He regained his senses, his whole body trembling with fear. I didn't mean to kill you. His eyes bulged, unable to believe what had happened. He never intended to kill, he had accidentally caused Lin Lili's death. In a panic, he stood up, pulled on his pants, opened the door, and fled the scene. In room 807, Guo Xiangfei watched everything unfold on his computer screen. My god, is this guy crazy? Did he really kill someone? Guo Xiangfei watched his heart pounding. From the moment the knock on the door came, he had been watching the man's actions. Initially, he didn't know what he wanted, but later understood when he saw him snatch the woman from Wu Lifan. He thought he was in for another action movie, but it turned into a horror flick. Scared, his body went limp. He grabbed the sprayer on the table and took 2 puffs to calm his nerves. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lily, who had been lying motionless on the floor of room 1002, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and gasped for air. Lin Lily opened her eyes from the shock, looking at the blurry and unfamiliar surroundings with a dazed expression. Ugh! Lin Lily held her head, recalling what had just happened. She nervously looked left and right, and upon not seeing his figure in the room, let out a sigh of relief. I'm not dead. Lucky. I thought I would be beaten to death. Lin Lily muttered to herself as she rubbed her swollen face. Seeing many fist marks on the floor, Lin Lily sneered. I knew I wasn't dead. The coward hit the ground more than he hit me. He was probably afraid of actually killing me. Lin Lily was grateful to have escaped with her life. Thinking about what he had tried to do to her, a deep resentment welled up inside her. If Wu Lifan hadn't abandoned her, how could she have ended up in this situation? Thinking of this, Lin Lily's heart was filled with hatred. If she had the chance, she would make Wu Lifan pay. She wanted revenge. Lin Lily found a blue dress in the room. Judging by the size, it was one Che Binglu had left behind. Looking at the dress in her hands, Lin Lily suddenly realized that she and Che Binglu were merely tools to Wu Lifan, tools he could discard at any time. Lin Lily put on the blue dress. Worried that he might return upon discovering she wasn't dead, she packed a few things, grabbed some food, and left room 1002. Where Lin Lily would go next, she didn't know herself. For safety, she decided to return to her own room on the 6th floor, wondering if Zhou Qian and the others were still alive. With this thought, she began to descend the stairs. Damn it, I've been wandering around for ages and haven't seen a single woman. After separating from Zhu Yunyan, Chen Dadu had returned to his room for a good rest. Now awake, he felt much better. With no major physical issues, Chen Dada's mind was on women. He climbed directly from the 2nd floor to the 8th, hoping to get lucky and find Zhu Yunyan still there. Unfortunately, Zhu Yunyan was long gone. Chen Dada hadn't seen any other women on his way up, which left him incredible. Lin Lily was coming down from the 9th floor when she heard a noise below. Startled, she stopped, cautiously poked her head out, and saw Chen Dadu standing at the stairwell on the 8th floor, unsure of what he was doing. I ran into this fat pig again. He didn't see me, did he? Lin Lily had encountered Chen Dadu before and knew he was dangerous. Terrified, she quickly hid in a corner on the 9th floor, not daring to make a sound, waiting fearfully for him to leave. Huh, did I hear the sound of a woman's high heels? Chen Dadu scratched his ear. Am I so desperate for a woman that I'm hearing things? Hearing this, Lin Lily, terrified, quickly took off her high heels, held her breath, and cowered in the corner, trembling. Lin Lily knew full well what kind of person Chen Dadu was. At the meeting in the conference hall, she had heard many people say he was a complete degenerate. So there are fewer and fewer women in this hotel. I wonder if he'll run into one today. Chen Dadu said ruefully. Enough thinking, time to take a piss. With that, Chen Dadu stood on the stairs, a look of enjoyment on his face as he relieved himself. Upstairs, Lin Lily was speechless. The disgusting sound of trickling water reached her ears, filling her with terror. She crouched down, wrapped her arms around her legs, and buried her head in her knees. The image of Wu Lifan abandoning her and running away flashed in her mind, plunging her emotions to freezing point. She felt so pitiful, so wrong, she wanted to cry. The more Lin Lily thought about it, the angrier she became. She could never forgive Wu Lifan. She decided to get revenge and make him pay a heavy price for abandoning her. Lin Lily stood up, clenched her fists, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oh, that feels good. Now if only a woman would come along to make it perfect. Chen Dadu shook himself with a satisfied expression. Huh, someone's there. Sensing someone watching him, his expression suddenly changed as he whipped his head around. You're a bold wench, not running away when you see me. Chen Dadu was slightly surprised to see a woman standing behind him. Lin Lily showed no fear, calmly descending the stairs. What do you want? Chen Dadu frowned on alert. Something was off. Seeing a woman didn't make him pounce immediately. Lin Lily slowly approached him, a seductive smile on her face. Don't you recognize me? Chen Dadu was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Lily before him, then slapped his forehead and said, Aren't you one of the 2 women who were hanging around that pretty boy? Lin Lily let out a charming laugh upon hearing this. It seems you still remember me, big brother. How could I forget? I had my eye on the other young woman with that pretty boy. Too bad she got executed for breaking the game rules. Damn, I didn't even get to. The woman Chen Dadu referred to was Che Binglu. Lin Lily's expression darkened as she heard him mention her again. Oh, Chen Dadu sighed regretfully, then raised his head to gaze at Lin Lily. She's dead and gone, but you're not bad either. Seeing the lecherous grin on Chen Dada's face, Lin Lily knew exactly what was on his mind, yet she remained remarkably calm. Finding her so calm, Chen Dadu grew suspicious and said, Woman, have you lost your mind? Coming to me of your own. As Chen Dada's pudgy face grew increasingly repulsive, Lin Lily, who had mentally prepared herself, felt a chill run down. Chen Dadu leered at her trembling form, finally letting his guard down. This was the reaction a woman should have when facing him, and her earlier calmness had been unnerving. Did that pretty boy fail to protect you, so you came running to me for shelter? Chen Dadu remarked casually. At his words, Lin Lily's mind flashed with an indifferent, ruthless face. She closed her eyes, briefly forcing down the next moment, Lin Lily spread her arms and embraced Chen Dada's greasy, thick waist. Chen Dadu was stunned, surprised by her sudden advance. What trick are you trying to pull, eh? Chen Datu said flatly. Big brother, you're right. I want to follow you from now on. Lily steeled herself. For revenge, she would have to sell her body and curry favor with. Feeling her body pressed against his chest, Chen Datu smirked wickedly. Good choice. What's so great about that pretty boy? All looks no use. Speaking of which, since you're here, where did he go? Lily buried her head in his chest, flattering him. That coward ran off at the first sign of danger. Who knows where he's hiding? And besides, only a strong, brave man like you, big brother, can make me feel like a woman. Only with you do I feel truly safe. Chen Datu reached out and grabbed her smooth, fair chin, tilting her head up. Seeing her feigned seductive and pitiful expression, his heart swelled with glee and his lecherous grin widened. Is what you said true or false? How can I trust you? Chen Datu's eyes lingered on her scant, revealing dress, his desires stirring. He reached out and tore the dress off her body, chuckling. He'll have to test you to see if you're lying. Big brother, can't you be a little gentler? Lily resisted half-heartedly. But there was no turning back now. Resigned, she let Chen Datu do as he pleased. But then again, someone like him would never know how to cherish a woman. That's just who he is. Thinking this, Lily felt a strange sense of relief. What's with that reluctant look? Chen Datu frowned, displeased with her demeanor. Lily turned her back to him, glancing over her shoulder, and forced a smile, saying insincerely. Chen Datu laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Lily found Chen Datu incredibly easy to fool. She had only said a few words, and the shameless bastard had swallowed it. Though filled with contempt, Lily forced a smile and actively catered to Chen Datu's whims. Only by doing so could she stay by his side and use this fat pig to exact her revenge. While Chen Datu and Lily were locked in their heated encounter after being forced out of the 10th floor room by Huang Ming's threats, he wandered aimlessly through the hotel. Sigh. I kind of feel bad for Lily. But that man is after her body, so he probably won't kill her, right? He muttered to himself in distress. Che Binglu is dead. Lily has been taken by another man. What rotten luck. I hate being alone, and wandering this perilous hotel by myself is downright terrifying. As he finished, a chill ran down his spine as if someone was watching him. He spun around abruptly, only to see a figure walking toward him through the dim corridor behind. Startled, his legs trembled. He stood frozen, holding his breath, his eyes fixed on the approaching silhouette. A woman. She's so tall. Her features look like she's from Ox Country or Tiger Country, not a local woman. He scrutinized the approaching woman. Her skin was yellow, suggesting she was Asian, but her features were distinctly different from local women. Less tenderness, more wildness. The woman stood over 6 feet tall, with long, unbound hair, cascading to her waist. She wore a deep black robe, her face delicate and pretty, her eyes carrying a detached calm, as if the world around her was irrelevant. His first impression of her was tall, beautiful, and mysterious. Hep. A smile tugged at his lips as he admired her tall figure and exotic beauty. He was smitten. Her looks and figure were on par with Lily's. It was a shame she wasn't a model. She was exactly his type. The long-haired woman approached, gave him a cold glance, and brushed past him with indifference. He was taken aback. With his looks, women usually approached him first. But this mysterious woman completely ignored him, dealing a heavy blow to his ego. Hey, hello there. Wu Lifan quickly greeted the woman as she was about to leave. The woman turned her head slightly, her expression calm, as she looked at Wu Lifan. Their eyes met, and the distance between them was not far. Wu Lifan realized that up close this woman was even more beautiful. He guessed she was at least over 1.8 meters tall, and her long straight legs were particularly striking and tempting. Miss, aren't you afraid of running into bad guys moving alone in this hotel? Wu Lifan said with a gentle smile. The woman glanced coldly at Wu Lifan and said, you should worry about yourself. 805 Egu Man from the Bull Kingdom, a renowned sorceress with uncanny mediumistic abilities who can see through the life and death of the living. Miss, what do you mean? Wu Lifan kept a smile on his face, trying to appear amiable in front of Gu Man. Seeing Wu Lifan's beaming smile, Gu Man simply turned around and left without another word. Wait. Wu Lifan quickly caught up, blocking Gu Man's path, and said, it's very dangerous to move alone in this hotel. How about we team up? Gu Man stared coldly at Wu Lifan and said, it seems you haven't realized you're about to die. What? Wu Lifan was stunned, his heart skipping a beat. But upon second thought, he felt this woman was just talking nonsense. He was perfectly fine now, so how could he die? He dismissed it from his mind. Seeing that Wu Lifan didn't believe her, Gu Man knew further words were useless. With an indifferent expression, she walked past him. Miss, don't rush off, wait for me. Let's go together. Wu Lifan keenly sensed that this beautiful woman's thinking was somewhat different from normal people, somewhat dull in fact. This gave him an idea and emboldened him. Gu Man wandered aimlessly through the dangerous hotel, seemingly without purpose. Since Wu Lifan's room had been taken over by Huang Ming, and he had nowhere to go, and seeing that she neither guarded against him nor told him to leave, he simply followed silently behind Gu Man. Wherever Gu Man when he followed. Who would have thought that after this whole trip dawn would break? Wu Lifan felt a surge of annoyance, cursing inwardly that this woman must be crazy. He had spent the entire night wandering the hotel with her until daybreak. Luckily, they hadn't run into dangerous figures like Chen Datu or Zhuamingjia. Miss, what exactly are you looking for? Why don't you sleep all night and just keep walking around? Wu Lifan, utterly exhausted, finally couldn't help but ask. Gu Man had known all along that Wu Lifan was following her without leaving. She neither liked nor disliked this man. Hearing his question, she replied, because there's sunlight during the day and mediumship goes more smoothly in the dark, so I basically don't sleep at night. Mediumship? What's that? Could this woman be a follower of some church? Wu Lifan was puzzled. Gu Man glanced at Wu Lifan from the corner of her eye and said, I'm going back to my room to sleep now. How long are you going to— Well. Wu Lifan looked troubled then smiled. If you don't mind, I plan to stick with you for a while. Gu Man was speechless. She looked at Wu Lifan and said, your situation is very dangerous now. In this hotel you've already made a deep enemy. Wu Lifan was shocked, his face turning grim. He racked his brain wondering who could hold such a deep grudge against him. Wu Lifan couldn't figure it out. During his time trapped in this hotel he had interacted with few people. As for grudges, there were only two people. One was Che Binglu, but she died without knowing he was using her. The other was Lin Lily, whom he had personally pushed into Huang Ming's hands, leading to her assault. Could it be her? Wu Lifan thought to himself, but in the end he felt that even if he had a grudge with Lin Lily, so what? Lin Lily was just a woman. In this hotel, women were merely playthings to be manipulated by men, posing no real threat to him. With this thought, Wu Lifan relaxed. You should be careful. That resentment will one day turn into a fire and come back to you. Gu Man kindly warned. Haha, that's for later. I'm still alive and well now. Wu Lifan quickly changed the subject, saying, so can I join you? It's a bit scary moving alone in this hotel. If we stick together, we can at least look out for each other. It's good for both of us. Gu Man didn't answer, which was taken as tacit consent. Seeing that Gu Man didn't refuse, Wu Lifan was overjoyed. Gu Man walked up to the 8th floor, opened the door, and entered room 805. Wu Lifan, with a triumphant smile, sneaked into the room before Gu Man could close the door. Come daytime, Gu Man felt utterly exhausted after wandering the hotel all night. Back in her room, she immediately went to the bedroom and lay down to sleep. Her biological clock was completely opposite to that of normal people. Seeing Gu Man lying on the bed with her eyes slightly closed, Wu Lifan's heart itched as he gazed at her tall, alluring figure. Shamelessly, he also lay down on the bed. Gu Man opened her eyes slightly and saw Wu Lifan lying on the other side of the bed, staring straight at her. She felt a wave of discomfort, frowned in confusion, and glanced at him, saying, what are you doing? Ha! Wu Lifan chuckled lightly. A man and a woman lying in the same bed. What do you think we're doing? Why ask such an obvious question? Gu Man's brows furrowed, her expression turning serious. With an arrogant tone, she said to Wu Lifan, you dare to covet me, a servant of the divine. You're truly reckless. Wu Lifan rolled over, his entire body pressing close to Gu Man's. The space between them was mere inches. He leaned in, staring into her eyes, and said with a light smile, whether you're a witch serving the gods of the Bull Kingdom or not, as long as you're a person and a woman, you have physiological needs. What must be done will be done. Nonsense. How dare you defile me, as servant of the divine? Gu Man said coldly. Wu Lifan sneered mockingly. In this hotel there are no laws to bind or punish. No one cares what you do. Why worry about the rules others impose on you? What happens here? Who knows? Who cares? Am I wrong? Gu Man was silent for a long moment. Seeing her hesitation, Wu Lifan deliberately said nonchalantly, if you don't want to, then forget it. As he made to get up, Gu Man suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Heh. Wu Lifan looked at Gu Man, who now lay flat on the bed with a somewhat stiff and shy expression. With a triumphant sneer, he reached a hand into the slit of her deep black robe, touching her thigh. Since his last defeat at Chen Data's hands, Guo Xiangfei had lost the chance to claim Zhu Yunyun, yet his obsession remained unquenched. At this moment, he sat grimacing before his computer, baffled as he scrutinized the surveillance footage of every corner of the hotel, searching for a new solitary woman to target. This woman's not bad looking. A bit older, but she's got curves. Guo Xiangfei studied Shi Yu, who was alone in the hotel, through the screen, a faint smirk curling at his lips as he locked onto his new prey. After parting ways with Wang Heping and Duan Ting, Shi Yu found herself at a loss in the hotel, a flicker of panic coloring her face. She ascended the stairs, oblivious to the fact that Guo Xiangfei had already set his sights on her. Using the surveillance feed, Guo Xiangfei pinpointed Shi Yu's location. He reached for the asthma inhaler on his desk, took 2 puffs, and rose to leave the room. Who are you? Shi Yu was climbing the stairs when, upon reaching the next floor, she spotted a thin man standing above, seemingly waiting for her. Don't be scared, miss. I'm not a bad guy. Having learned from his previous mistake, Guo Xiangfei noticed her wariness and refrained from making a move. He forced a friendly smile, striving to appear amiable. Who do you think you're fooling? In this hotel, what man is any good? Shi Yu was no fool, though she kept her eyes fixed on his. If you think him a villain, then he'll leave, Guo Xiangfei said, turning deliberately. It's too dangerous to move alone in this hotel. I was hoping to find a companion, but it seems I've picked the wrong person. Hearing this, seeing that he truly intended to leave, Shi Yu's resolve began to waver. She looked him over with a mix of doubt and curiosity. He was not particularly sturdy, with a refined appearance that suggested no martial prowess. Compared to Chen Dadu, he seemed frail and vulnerable. Could he really not be a bad guy? Was he just looking for a partner? Shi Yu started to second-guess herself. Miss, since you don't trust, I wish you the best of luck navigating this hotel on your own, Guo Xiangfei said with a smile. Shi Yu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly asked, how do you know I'm alone? Are you following me? Guo Xiangfei saw she was taking the bait and chuckled in reply. You came up from downstairs. How could I be following you? Then how do you know my whereabouts? It seems you were waiting here on purpose. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. Shi Yu furrowed her brow, waiting for his explanation. I'll look up and you'll understand. Guo Xiangfei smiled mysteriously. Curious about his game, Shi Yu lifted her head and discovered that every corridor and stairwell was equipped with 360-degree and blind spot cameras. Cameras? Shiryu exclaimed in shock. Had he not pointed it out, she would never have realized she was under constant surveillance. Don't be so surprised. Besides these visible cameras, every corner of this hotel is rigged with hidden pinhole cameras. Our every move, even the most private acts like using the restroom or sleeping, is secretly monitored by someone behind the scenes at all times. Aunt. Shiryu was deeply shaken and looked at him in confusion. How do you know all this? Well, Guo Xiangfei hesitated briefly before continuing. Fine, I'll tell you. I know because I hacked the server behind the app on my phone. That's how I discovered we've been under surveillance and why I can see everything captured by the hotel's cameras. Really? Shiryu was skeptical. Why would I lie? The fact that I knew exactly where you were and found you is proof enough, isn't it? Guo Xiangfei said with a grin. Shiryu, feeling he wasn't lying, asked uncertainly, so you're a hacker? You could say that. I'm somewhat well known in the online world. Guo Xiangfei said proudly. Hearing this, Shiryu took another. She had initially dismissed the unremarkable Guo Xiangfei as a useless burden incapable of protecting her. But it turned out he had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Though he lacked stature and fighting skills, not even a match for Chen Dadu, he was a computer expert. By hacking the app server and accessing the hotel surveillance footage, he rendered everyone's privacy null. He could anticipate others' movements, a valuable asset for ensuring safety. Miss, I've said all I need to. Since he refused to team up, farewell. Guo Xiangfei smiled and turned to leave. Wait. After a moment's thought, Shiryu called out. I think you're right. This hotel is far too dangerous. Besides, I'm a woman alone. I agree to team up with you. That's wonderful. Guo Xiangfei's face lit up with excitement, a barely perceptible smirk of cunning curling at his lips. But let me make one thing clear to avoid any misunderstanding. I'm only agreeing to be your teammate. You must not have any improper thoughts or force me into anything physical. Shiryu was aware of her own liberal views on intimacy, but Guo Xiangfei was simply not her type, sparking no interest. Guo Xiangfei sneered inwardly. You worry too much. Do I look like some kind of beast to you? Seeing his seemingly earnest demeanor, Shiryu felt relieved. Good. Together we can look out for each other and surely make it out alive. Shiryu said with a smile without overthinking. Then it's settled. Staying here is risky, we might run into others at any moment. This isn't a safe place. Guo Xiangfei scratched his head. Since we're partners, and you have nowhere to go, why not come to my room for now? You can see the footage of everyone else in the hotel. Sure. Shiryu beamed and accepted the invitation. Follow me then. Guo Xiangfei, elated that she had agreed, quickly led the way, a victorious sly grin spreading across his face. What a naive fool. Teaming up, but won't let me touch her. Thinks she's a saint. Just wait till we get to the room. From the corner of his eye, Guo Xiangfei glanced back at Shiryu, already plotting his next move. Shiryu followed Guo Xiangfei to room 807. Come in. Guo Xiangfei urged, seeing Shiryu hesitating. Is this your room? Shiryu asked. Yes, why would I lie to you? The computer inside is still on. If you're uneasy, Guo Xiangfei, seemingly aware of Shiryu's thoughts, deliberately stepped aside to make room. Shiryu peered into the room from outside, spotting a laptop on the living room table. The screen displayed numerous hotel surveillance feeds, dispelling her doubts, and she stepped inside. Guo Xiangfei quietly closed the door behind her. See, I wasn't lying. Every move of the others in this hotel is under surveillance. He puffed out his chest with pride. Hey, not bad. I'm curious what everyone else is up to. Let me have a look. Shiryu said. Sure, come here. This laptop shows live feeds from cameras all over the hotel. Amazing, isn't it? Guo Xiangfei boasted, pointing at the device. Shiryu, brimming with curiosity, leaned in and focused on the screen. Her face filled with astonishment as she covered her mouth with a hand. Oh my god, it's so clear. It's real. The screen displayed the others' every action: Wu Han resting with 5 women in a room, Wu Lifan and Gu Man engaged in bed, Chen Dao and Lin Lily walking down a corridor. Every corner of the hotel, with living souls, was secretly watched, leaving no privacy. Seeing them oblivious to it all, Shiryu shuddered. Had she not teamed up with Guo Xiangfei by chance, she would never have known that her own actions with Huang Ming and the others were being monitored. Recalling their wild deeds, she felt a wave of embarrassment and creeping terror. How twisted it was. Exciting, isn't it? Guo Xiangfei noticed her pale and flushed face and asked with interest. It's okay. Shiryu replied, tapping the screen to find feeds of Huang Ming, Wang Heping, or Duan Ting's rooms, curious about her former companions. What are you looking for? Guo Xiangfei crept close as she sat on the sofa. Nothing, just browsing. Shiryu clicked randomly and her eyes lit up. She found Wang Heping and Duan Ting's room feed. Wang Heping and Duan Ting, having just enjoyed intimacy, were cuddling in bed. Brother Wang, why did you let Shiryu go? Duan Ting whispered seductively in his ear. What do you mean? You didn't want her to leave. Wang Heping looked puzzled. Know him enough for you. Who does she think she is? Duan Ting frowned. You are my true love. With you here, why keep her? She'd only be a burden. Her leaving was for the best, Wang Heping said. Brother Wang, you fool. We could have killed her. Duan Ting blurted. What nonsense? Wang Heping startled, his face stern. Unfazed by his reaction, Duan Ting twirled her hair. Huang Ming abandoned her. Alone in this deadly hotel, she's doomed anyway. We should have killed her before she left and taken her 100 million prize. What a waste. Now it's gone to someone else. Who knows if she's dead yet? Wang Heping slapped his forehead. I was an idiot. Why didn't I think of that? Too late, now she's gone. Duan Ting sighed, lamenting the lost lamb. Little did they know Shiryu heard every word through the screen. Damn it. That pair wants me dead. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She silently thanked her decision to leave, otherwise she'd be dead by their hands. What's wrong? You look terrible. Guo Xiangfei was suddenly behind her. Oh, what are you doing? Sure you felt a touch and spun around glaring. Why are you yelling? After watching all that live action, don't you feel anything? Stop pretending. I know you want it. Guo Xiangfei assumed she was aroused by the spying. You're insane. Shut up. Sure you shouted. Don't touch me. Stay away. We agreed. You can't force me. Damn woman, enough with the crap. Guo Xiangfei lost his temper, ignoring her protests. You crazy bastard, what are you doing? Panic seized Shiryu. This is my room. No one can save you. Coughing, Guo Xiangfei fell to the floor in asthma attack, triggered by excitement. He scrambled up, grabbed an inhaler, and took 2 puffs, breathing heavily. Calm down. Stay back. Shiryu waved her hand frantically. Slap. He struck her hard across the face. Dazed and weak, she collapsed onto the sofa. Stubborn until you see the coffin. Playing hard to get, huh? Now you're more obedient. Guo Xiangfei leered, panting with excitement. No help. Shiryu struggled, fiercely screaming at the top of her lungs. Guo Xiangfei, already consumed by his primal urges, was not about to let her go easily. Seeing that her cries for help were futile, Shiryu's heart sank into despair. Her face darkened, her eyes glazed over, and her spirit wilted. Haha, stop shouting. Accept your fate. You can't escape. Guo Xiangfei let out a sinister chuckle. Can someone please save me? Anyone? Shiryu prayed inwardly. Suddenly a knock echoed at the door. The unexpected knocking startled both Shiryu and Guo Xiangfei in the room. What's going on in there? So much noise. A man's voice sounded from outside the door. Help! Shiryu snapped back to reality and screamed at the top of her voice. Realizing the trouble, Guo Xiangfei cursed under his breath and slapped Shiryu across the face. Damn it, you bitch. Your screaming has brought some nosy bastard here. Scared? Then let me go, you pathetic loser. Shiryu noticed the panic in Guo Xiangfei's eyes and stared straight at him, her gaze unwavering. Enraged by her contemptuous look, Guo Xiangfei slapped her again, his face twisted with fury. Even if someone's here, what can they do? I've locked the door. No one's getting in. Give up and do as I say. His words sent a chill through Shiryu. In a desperate gamble, she mustered all her strength and shoved him off. Caught off guard, Guo Xiangfei stumbled back a couple of steps. Quick as a flash, Shiryu aimed a vicious kick at his vulnerable groin. Guo Xiangfei let out an agonized scream, his face contorted in excruciating pain as he clutched his crotch with both hands, enduring the searing agony. You wretched woman. How dare you attack me? Guo Xiangfei gritted his teeth, his expression dark and menacing. You asked for it. Serves you right. Shiryu scrambled to her feet and dashed toward the door. Once she opened it, the man outside could come in and save her from Guo Xiangfei's assault. Bitch. Don't open the door. That man outside is dangerous. You can't let him in. Kneeling on the floor, Guo Xiangfei winced in pain. Glancing inadvertently at his laptop, which showed the surveillance feed, he recognized the man outside as Zhuo Mingjie, the very person he had marked as extremely perilous. If he entered the room, both Shiryu and he might be killed. Panicked, he stretched out his hand to stop her. But Shiryu no longer believed a word Guo Xiangfei said. She thought he was just trying to scare her. Don't open the door. Guo Xiangfei's terrified warning came too late. Shiryu had already turned the doorknob. The door creaked open. Watching the door slowly swing open, Guo Xiangfei held his breath, afraid to make the slightest sound. As the gap widened, Shiryu caught a glimpse of half the man's face through the gradually opening door. He was squinting, a smile Shiryu recognized Zhuo Mingjie instantly. Sensing something was wrong, she hurriedly tried to shut the door. But Zhuo Mingjie, who had been waiting outside all along, seized the opportunity. Seeing her attempt to close the door, he kicked it with full force. With a loud crash, the door burst open, sending Shiryu stumbling backward to the floor. Since the door's open, why close it again? Zhuo Mingjie stood upright at the entrance, his narrowed eyes surveying the scene inside. Glancing down at the terrified Shiryu on the floor, he said calmly, I heard you screaming for help. What happened? Need my help? Shiryu was stunned. She opened her mouth to speak, but fear choked her words. I'm asking you a question. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhuo Mingjie took a couple of steps into the room. You're Zhuo Mingjie. Not sure why she asked. Zhuo Mingjie nodded. I am a friend of decays. You wouldn't hurt me, would you? Seeing Zhuo Mingjie maintain a friendly smile as he entered, Shiryu mistakenly believed he wasn't as dangerous as the room. A friend of decays. You. Zhuo Mingjie paused, scrutinizing Shiryu from head to toe. You do look somewhat familiar. Yes, I'm not lying. Ding Qiuyu was with us earlier before she met you. A flicker of hope lit up Shiryu's heart. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ding Qiuyu. Oh, Zhuo Mingjie's tone turned cold. So you're Kia's friend. In that case, I should take good care of you. What trouble? Wah. A lunatic in the room tried to rape me. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief and began to sob, playing the victim. Is it that man in the room? Zhuo Mingjie's piercing gaze locked onto the dazed Guo Xiangfei. Yes, it's him. He looks like an idiot. Disgusting. Shiryu curled her lip in disdain. Oh, so it's this moron. I thought it was that fat pig. Lucky me. Zhuo Mingjie said meaningfully. Another chance to get rich. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he stepped further into the room. What do you mean? Guo Xiangfei was terrified as Zhuo Mingjie approached. Stammering, he said, Don't come any closer. You murderer. This is my room. Get out of here. Don't mess around. Scram. So you're the one who tried to rape Ding Qiu's friend? Zhuo Mingjie asked calmly. Seeing him stand up for her, Shiryu's heart swelled with joy. She never expected Zhuo Mingjie to be so easygoing. No wonder that little girl Ding Qiuyu clung to such a powerful ally. She had struck gold, Shiryu thought to herself. She decided to latch onto Zhuo Mingjie from now on. Such a perfect protector shouldn't be monopolized by Ding Qiuyu. She was determined to steal him away. He'll deal with this guy. You stay behind me for now. Qiuyu, delighted by his gentle tone, pressed her body close to his, deliberately brushing against his arm. Heh. Zhuang Mingjie sneered inwardly at her blatant advance. Damn it, you think I'm scared of you? If it comes to it, I'll take you down with me. With no way out, Guo Xiangfei had no choice but to fight, even knowing how dangerous Zhuang Mingjie was. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Seeing Guo Xiangfei ready to risk it all, Zhuang Mingjie didn't take any chances. In a flash, he pulled a sharp dagger from his waist. What? A knife? Guo Xiangfei was horrified, stumbling backward in sheer panic. Yu was also startled to see Zhuang Mingjie holding a dagger, but then thought after all the target was Guo Xiangfei, not himself. With this thought, Yu felt relieved. That guy is truly insufferable. Stabbing him once like this doesn't quell my hatred at all. Yu whispered into Zhuang Mingjie's ear, inciting him relentlessly. You are truly loquacious. Zhuang Mingjie abruptly turned his head and spun around. The dagger in his hand swept toward Yu's delicate neck. A cold gleam flashed, and the next second a bloody gash appeared on Yu's neck, spurting crimson blood. Cough, cough. Yu coughed a few times, staring in shock at the volatile Zhuang Mingjie. He never expected that the blade would be turned on him. What? Yu's pupils dilated wide. He clutched his neck with both hands, but soon lay motionless on the ground, dying, without ever understanding why he perished at Zhuang Mingjie's hands. Murder! Murderer! You madman! You killer! Guo Xiangfei was utterly terrified by the scene before him. Staring at Yu's cold corpse on the ground, facing the ruthless Zhuang Mingjie standing rigidly before him, he was at a loss. He wanted to flee, but found no escape. Well, one down. After saying this, Zhuang Mingjie cast a glance at Guo Xiangfei. A few bloodstains had accidentally splattered onto his face, making him appear like the Grim Reaper in Guo Xiangfei's eyes. Don't come near me. Seeing Zhuang Mingjie approaching step by step with a sinister smile, Guo Xiangfei's entire body was seized by terror, trembling uncontrollably. Help! Someone help! Murder! Guo Xiangfei scrambled backward in panic, shouting at the top of his lungs. Previously, Yu had been prey in his eyes, struggling desperately for help. Now he had become the prey in Zhuang Mingjie's eyes. How ironic the tables had turned. This must be what they call karma. Keep screaming. Whoever comes will kill them all. Zhuang Mingjie let out a cold laugh, caught up to Guo Xiangfei, grabbed his shoulder, and pushed him down. He pinned him, raised his dagger, and with a clean, swift motion, pierced Guo Xiangfei's throat before pulling it out. Before Guo Xiangfei could react, a bloody hole appeared in his neck. At that moment, the blood gushed from his body like a spectacular. Ugh! I don't want to die. Guo Xiangfei lay on the ground, his eyes rolling white as he struggled to utter these words. The next second, he breathed his last. Zhuang Mingjie surveyed the bloodstained room 807, kicked Guo Xiangfei's corpse, and a satisfied smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he savored his handiwork. The living have no value. Only the dead can make me rich. Zhuang Mingjie walked calmly to the deceased Yu, crouched down, and reached out to fumble for her phone. Using her fingerprint, he transferred the 100 million prize money under her name into his own account. Where's your money? Zhuang Mingjie unlocked Guo Xiangfei's phone with his fingerprint and swiped through it. Suddenly discovering that the 100 million under his name had vanished, he angrily grabbed him by the collar and demanded, all that effort for nothing, you pauper. You're driving me mad. Zhuang Mingjie stood up and kicked Guo Xiangfei's body heavily, having completely forgotten that he was already dead. A laptop. After kicking for a while, Zhuang Mingjie had vented his anger. As he paused to rest, his eyes casually swept across the room and noticed a laptop placed on the living room table. Filled with curiosity, he walked over and picked it up. Wow, this is truly a good find. At this moment, Zhuang Mingjie's attention was entirely fixed on the computer screen. Seeing the surveillance footage of other people in the hotel, his heart surged with excitement. With this, his future actions would be much more convenient. Zhuang Mingjie happily closed the laptop, tucked it under his arm, and prepared to leave. This trip had still yielded a considerable gain. Just as Zhuang Mingjie turned to leave the room, he realized that Yu's body had vanished without a trace. Only a trail of blood stretched from the room into the corridor. Could that woman still have been breathing? Zhuang Mingjie furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it as he scratched his nose with a finger and said, all right, since I'm in a good mood today, he'll let you off and won't hunt you down. After all, you're of no further use now. With that, Zhuang Mingjie left room 807. Indeed, as Zhuang Mingjie had guessed, Yu was not dead. Having her neck slashed by Zhuang Mingjie, Yu had fallen into a brief state of suspended animation. When she regained consciousness, she was shocked to find Guo Xiangfei dead beside her, while Zhuang Mingjie was absorbed in staring at the laptop, his back to her. Yu knew this was a rare opportunity. Without any hesitation, driven by a powerful will to survive, she slowly rose from the ground, stealthily slipped away, while Zhuang Mingjie was distracted. Help! The massive blood loss had left Yu extremely weak. She staggered as she walked, her consciousness growing hazier. In her panic, she stumbled down to the 7th floor and knocked randomly on a door. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Blood from the wound on Yu's neck kept dripping onto the floor. Oh, open the door. Save me, I beg you. Yu raised her hand weakly to knock on the door, her voice growing fainter. Seeing that no one answered for a long time, despair filled her heart. Creak, creak. Just as Yu was about to lose consciousness, the door opened. A blurry figure emerged from inside. It seemed to be a man or perhaps a woman, but Yu couldn't care less. Whether she could survive depended on whether this person would extend a helping hand. Life or death was now left to fate. The door Shiryu had knocked on was room 709, Jun's room. An unknown amount of time passed. Shiryu slowly opened her eyes from unconsciousness and realized she was now in a room lying on a bed. The wound on her neck had been bandaged by someone. I'm not dead. Where's this? As Shiryu gradually regained clarity, she looked around the unfamiliar room muttering, "You're awake." Suddenly, a bespectacled, slightly chubby man appeared in Shiryu's field of vision. Who? Shiryu was startled by the unfamiliar man before her. She tried to sit up in bed, only to find herself too weak to move. Don't get agitated. I won't harm you. Your injuries are severe. I advise you not to make any rash moves, and just lie down and recuperate. Jun quickly urged, fearing that Shiryu's emotional turmoil might reopen the staunched wound and cause more bleeding. Upon hearing this, Shiryu had no choice but to lie still. She carefully sized up the chubby man from the corner of her eye. He looked rather shabby, giving off a simple and slightly foolish vibe. Wasn't this the stereotypical fat otaku from urban legends? Seeing Jun keeping his distance, Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the events that had transpired. Thank you for saving my life. Remembering collapsing before Jun's door before losing consciousness, Shiryu spoke with immense gratitude. No need. I just bandaged you casually. That you survived is a testament to your own luck. Jun scratched his head awkwardly. Regardless, once I recover, I will surely repay you properly. As Shiryu said this, she deliberately cast a seductive glance at Jun, heavily hinting at something. Jun remained unmoved by the insinuations in Shiryu's words, replying, "There's no need for repayment. In this perilous hotel, who knows when death might come?" Shiryu was taken aback, clearly sensing that Jun held no interest in her. This baffled her. Could it be that even a lazy, overweight man found her figure and appearance unappealing? Tell me, how did you get so badly injured? Who wants you dead? Jun asked. Seeing his serious expression, Shiryu opened her mouth and said, I don't know if you're familiar with Zhuangmingjia. Zhuangmingjia. Before Shiryu could finish, the name instantly ignited Jun's fury. He clenched his teeth and cursed, that bastard. I will kill him. In Jun's mind, he recalled how Zhuangmingjia had once resorted to any means necessary to snatch a 100 million prize voucher from him, nearly causing his death. That grudge had never faded, and he had long resolved to take revenge when they next crossed paths. What? Do you have a conflict with him? Shiryu asked, noticing Jun's displeasure. A conflict is an understatement. He almost killed me before. There are many scores to settle between us. Jun recounted the full story of what had transpired between him and Zhuangmingjia. Also, that's how it was. You were truly fortunate to survive back then. Shiryu remarked. Jun clenched his fists. Now was not the time to seek vengeance. He had to accelerate his training, shed his obesity, and build his strength. Regardless, thank you so much this time, Shiryu said gratefully. Stay in my room to recover. Don't dwell on any— Jun waved his hand dismissively. After leaving Guoziangfei's room, Zhuangmingjia returned to his own. Pleased with his gains, he immediately engaged in a fierce encounter with Ding Qiyu. Mingjia, what's wrong? Ding Qiyu asked, noticing him suddenly pause. She lay on the bed, her eyes filled with affection. Zhuangmingjia suddenly recalled Shiryu escaping his grasp. It had seemed trivial at first, but now it gnawed at him. He had never let a prey slip away, yet this time she had gotten away. It's nothing, Zhuangmingjia said coldly. Ding Qiyu's face tensed with fear as she looked at him in alarm. Mingjia. Zhuangmingjia's lips curled into a cold smile, savoring the look of struggle on her face. Tears streamed from Ding Qiyu's eyes, whether from terror or the choking. Zhuangmingjia paused, a flicker of clarity returning. He recalled their shared memories, how she had once said he was kind-hearted. That thought stayed his hand. He had indeed considered killing Ding Qiyu at her death would bring a reward. But at this moment he hesitated. Seeing her face turn pale and her eyes roll back, Zhuangmingjia loosened his grip on her neck. Ding Qiyu trembled, collapsing onto the bed, gasping for air as if reborn. Zhuangmingjia jumped off the bed, walked to the window, and stood with his back to her. Why did I fail to kill that woman? What a miscalculation. He brooded over Shiryu's escape, frowning bitterly. But it doesn't matter. With this notebook, killing everyone else in the hotel one by one won't be difficult. Zhuangmingjia felt relieved as he looked at the laptop he had picked up from Guoxiangfei. Meanwhile, Lin Lili threw herself into Chen Data's arms. Chen Data stood up, picked his nose, and looked at Lin Lili, who was limp on the floor. Beautiful, we'll meet again. He turned to— Wait. Lin Lili was stunned. She had sacrificed so much, letting this fat pig take advantage of her only to let him walk away scot-free. Her goal was not yet achieved. With that thought, she scrambled to her feet, disheveled, and chased after him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. You can't— Chen Data stopped and turned his head. What's wrong with you, woman? Not satisfied and want more? I'm tired, I've had enough. Lin Lili hurriedly spoke. Then why are you bothering me now? Get lost. Hearing him dismiss her so coldly, Lin Lili was filled with resentment, tightening her grip around him. What the hell are you playing at? Are you crazy? Looking for death? Chen Data frowned, puzzled by her behavior. Lin Lili looked up, her voice firm. Let me come with you. What the hell? Chen Data was taken aback, not understanding her meaning. I said I'll stick with you from now on. Is that not allowed? Lin Lili stared straight at him, her fear overshadowed by resolve. Are you out of your mind? Or did I hear wrong? You want to come with me? Do you know who I am? Chen Data sneered. Yes. Knowing that you still want to follow me. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Chen Data said. Afraid? But so what? You haven't killed me yet. For revenge, Lin Lili saw no other path. You woman are impossible to reason with. Chen Data was speechless. Is it not allowed, eh? A woman as beautiful as I am is rare in this hotel. I'm throwing myself at you, and you're still not happy. What's there to hesitate about? Or are you afraid I'll do something to you? Lily taunted him deliberately. If you think I'd be afraid of you, do whatever you want. Dada snorted dismissively and walked away. Lily's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as she quickly followed Datu. Inside room 510, Wuhan and the others, sustained by an ample supply of food, had remained in their quarters, refraining from any reckless ventures. Only 20 survivors left. Zhou Qingqing remarked, swiping her phone. So many have died in these past 2 days. At this rate, we might escape this hotel alive within a week. Jiek here chimed in, it's all because of money. Wealth has shattered trust among everyone. AI Li Guba added, indeed, greed breeds chaos. Regardless, the closer we get to the end, the more perilous it becomes. We must not let our guard down, Wuhan cautioned earnestly. The women nodded in agreement. In Lu Jianping's room on the 10th floor, he was luxuriating in Jiao Shiking's attentive service. When she paused abruptly, he urged impatiently, Xiao Qingqing, why have you stopped? Continue. All right, President Lu, Jiao Shiqing responded. Annoyed by the old man's demands, she contemplated, should I kill him? That would grant me 100 million in prize money plus another 100 million from his account. 300 million in total. With 300 million, I could live lavishly for the rest of my life, find young handsome men. Why serve this old geezer? Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Lu Jianping snapped, growing impatient. Sorry, President Lu, it'll make it satisfying, Jiao Shiqing replied, resuming her task. Jiao Shiqing shook off her murderous thoughts, scolding herself for her foolishness. Staying by this old man's side, I could squeeze out not just 300 million, but perhaps billions from him. With that thought, she cast a greedy gaze at Lu Jianping, who was basking with closed eyes. Greed for money was universal, and Zhuo Mingjie was no exception. He sat alone on the living room sofa, a laptop before him, squinting as he monitored the hotel's other occupants. This laptop is a treasure. It lets me watch everything in this hotel in real time. Zhuo Mingjie sneered. Now whose 100 million should I snatch next? He tapped the computer, switching between screens. This man looks weak, a fine prey. The monitor displayed Huang Ming wandering through the hotel. Let's see if there's a more enticing target. Zhuo Mingjie smiled, clicking again. How long are you going to follow me? Dada snapped, irritated by Lily's persistent pursuit. Dada had assumed Lily was joking, but her relentless trailing had become a nuisance. Sensing his displeasure, Lily quickened her pace, linked her arm through his, and put on a pitiful expression. Don't be like that, didn't you say I could follow you? Then I'll stick with you forever. So you took me seriously. Fine, if you insist, let's go together. Dada's eyes roamed over her fair chest, a lecherous grin spreading across his plump face. This isn't so bad. Lily deliberately pressed closer, rubbing against his arm. Dada threw his head back in laughter, and the two inexplicably became partners. Watching through surveillance, Zhuo Mingjie remarked calmly, hey, even that fat pig has found a companion. The woman beside him isn't bad, but that pig is too dangerous. He'll skip them. His gaze shifted to another screen. This woman looks interesting, a Japanese one. I've never tasted that flavor. You're my next target. On the monitor, Zhuo Mingjie spotted Miyamoto Yoshiko holding a samurai sword in the conference hall, marking her as his new. Mingjie, what are you doing sitting here? Zhuo Mingjie was startled to find Ding Qiuyu suddenly beside him, her arms wrapped around. He quickly closed the laptop, unwilling to reveal its surveillance capabilities. Just browsing, nothing much. Then why are you so nervous? You hid it before I could see. Ding Qiuyu pouted. Stingy. Some things you don't need to know. Fine. If I'm not mistaken, you're secretly watching something naughty. Ding Qiuyu assumed. Zhuo Mingjie maintained a faint smile, saying nothing. I guessed right. Mingjie, if you want something, why not tell me? Or, you don't have to. I'm your woman, you can have me anytime. Ding Qiuyu cooed softly. All right, Qiuyu, I understand. Zhuo Mingjie turned, gripping her shoulders. I need to step out. As usual, stay put in. But you just got back? Where are you going now? Ding Qiuyu fumed. Zhuo Mingjie shot her a glare, and she lowered her head like a chastened child. His mind was consumed by images of Miyamoto Yoshiko's alluring figure. He couldn't afford to miss such a prize. Earlier, Miyamoto Yoshiko had rescued Zhu Yunyun from Datu in the conference hall, though she had to flee. After Datu left, she decided to return and check the situation. Finding the hall empty, she sat on the floor, relieved that the woman she saved hadn't fallen into Data's hand. Footsteps echoed behind her. Who's there? She gripped her samurai sword, whipping around to face the intruder. Zhuo Mingjie approached with hands in his pockets, a harmless smile on his face. What do you want from me? Miyamoto Yoshiko remained seated, lifting her head calmly, casting him a sidelong glance. How should I answer that? Let me think. He feigned contemplation. To be precise, I'm here for your money. Miyamoto Yoshiko froze, her gaze sharpening as she slowly rose. So you covet my 100 million prize? Yes. And if possible, I'd like you too, Zhuo Mingjie stated flatly. Her face darkened instantly. And if I refuse to give either? If that's your choice, I'll take them, even if it means killing you. Zhuo Mingjie's smile vanished, his eyes narrowing into slits as he fixed his gaze on her. What's wrong with this man? He exudes an icy aura. Miyamoto Yoshiko mused inwardly, her intuition warning her that this man was even more dangerous than that fat pig Datu. Have you made your decision? Zhuo Mingjie asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Yoshiko reached into her black robe, pulled out her phone, and tossed it in front of Zhuo Mingjie. Hey, raise my phone. No fingerprint or password. Take whatever money you want. Can we end this here? Miyamoto Yoshiko wasn't indifferent to money. She was deliberately setting a trap for Zhuo Mingjie. Hey, in this hotel you're the first to make such a rational decision. Zhuo Mingjie sneered as he bent down to pick up the phone she had thrown on the floor. Since you've wisely handed over the money, I see no need for unnecessary slaughter. You're not bad looking, so we'll let you off this time. As he reached for the phone, a sudden gust of wind rushed toward him. A sharp samurai sword was swinging at his head. Realizing the danger, Zhuo Mingjie quickly sidestepped to dodge. Seeing Zhuo Mingjie off guard while bending down, Miyamoto Yoshiko gripped her sword and swung it at him. Frustrated by the miss, she tightened her grip on the katana and assumed a dueling stance, facing off against Zhuo Mingjie. After evading her lethal ambush, Zhuo Mingjie stepped back, his expression darkening. A sinister laugh escaped his lips as he fixed a cold gaze on her. I was wrong. I take back what I said earlier. Everyone in this hotel truly is a bunch of fools. With that, he pulled a dagger from his waist, holding it firmly before his eyes. Miyamoto Yoshiko's face grew serious at the sight of the dagger. She cautiously circled him, assessing his strength, unwilling to strike rashly. They'll make you pay for your foolish actions. With a sharp glare, Zhuo Mingjie lunged forward. His movements were swift and agile. In the blink of an eye, his dagger was startled by his unexpected speed. Miyamoto Yoshiko, a seasoned warrior, reacted instantly. She stepped back and leaned her entire body backward. With a swift slash, the dagger grazed past her eyes, finally tearing through the robe on her arm. Careless. Zhuo Mingjie inwardly cursed, realizing that this woman from the Harmonious Kingdom was highly skilled. It was too late to retreat. Momentum forced him to stay. Reacting swiftly, Miyamoto Yoshiko steadied herself, spun 360 degrees, and delivered a heavy kick aimed at Zhuo Mingjie's neck. With a sharp crack, Zhuo Mingjie gritted his teeth. Unable to evade, he took the full force of the kick and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Miyamoto Yoshiko did not relent. Knowing Zhuo Mingjie was a dangerous man who must be eliminated, she seized the moment and swung her katana down at him without hesitation. Shaking his head to clear his vision, Zhuo Mingjie looked up to see the gleaming blade descending. Terrified, he rolled aside. Damn, I underestimated you. You've got some skills. Letting out a relieved breath, Zhuo Mingjie knelt on one knee and said, Hey, you almost killed me. I have to admit you're quite impressive. Miyamoto Yoshiko smirked. Since you know you're at a disadvantage, why not just leave? From now on, well, stay out of each other's way. Isn't that better? Hey, that puts me in a tough spot. Zhuo Mingjie, who usually kept his eyes half closed, finally opened them to look at her. I want to slice you to pieces and then rape you. Facing his threat, Miyamoto Yoshiko let out a cold laugh. When I'm willing to let you go, you'd better take the chance and leave, or you'll regret it. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Mingjie lunged at her with his dagger. You're quite the snake, she said, easily dodging. Seeing his attack fail, Zhuo Mingjie's face lit up with excitement. You can dodge that. This is getting more interesting. A woman as strong as you. Just imagining stripping you naked, pinning you down, and making you gasp with pleasure gets me excited. Are you looking forward to it? You twisted pervert. Enraged, Miyamoto Yoshiko gripped her katana, took a deep breath to steady herself, and then swung it fiercely at him. Lightning flash. Her strike was incredibly fast. Even though Zhuo Mingjie dodged in time, the blade grazed his thigh, drawing blood. Damn, this woman is tougher than I thought. Zhuo Mingjie cursed inwardly, his face contorted with rage. What's wrong? Can't handle it. Looks like you're all talk, you scumbag. Without giving him a moment to rest, Miyamoto Yoshiko pressed her advantage and swung her katana at his head. Knowing he couldn't avoid the blows, Zhuo Mingjie tilted his head, and the sharp blade sliced into his left shoulder. Agony shot through his body from the wound. Gritting his teeth, Zhuo Mingjie raised his dagger and deflected her sword with a forceful upward strike, then rolled backward to create distance. I never thought besides that fat pig Chindata this hotel would have someone as troublesome as you. Zhuo Mingjie said, his face pale. Die, you lunatic. Miyamoto Yoshiko gave him no respite, swinging her katana at him. Zhuo Mingjie quickly blocked with his dagger. Hey, you think that's it? I'm going to kill you today. Seeing him frantically dodging and struggling to keep up, Miyamoto Yoshiko let her guard down and grew impatient, attacking recklessly. How long can you hold out? Is that so? Zhuo Mingjie retorted coldly. Lying on the ground, he propped himself up and struck her head with the hilt of his dagger. How is this possible? Miyamoto Yoshiko's eyes widened in disbelief. Her head grew heavy, her eyelids drooped, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor. What a bitch. I was holding back on purpose to lure you in. Zhuo Mingjie slowly stood up, a smug look on his face as he gazed at the unconscious Miyamoto Yoshiko. His eyes roamed over her alluring figure, filled with greed. Huang Ming paced the hotel for a long while before finally arriving at the 5th floor. As soon as he reached the end of the corridor, he spotted a massive figure crouching behind the door of the room at the very end. Huang Ming was startled, but upon closer inspection, he realized he actually recognized the figure. This giant infant was one of the group that had followed the female celebrity in the cafeteria earlier. Huang Ming slowly walked forward, glanced at the room number 510, and formed a plan in his mind. Huang Ming had previously crossed paths with Wu Han and his group. Back in the cafeteria, he had noticed that Wu Han's team was filled with beautiful women and possessed formidable strength. Now, with nowhere to go, he thought he might try to join them, bide his time, and find the right opportunity to kill Wu Han, thereby claiming all the women around him as his own. Huang Ming was shrewd and had long recognized Wu Han as the soul and leader of the team. He secretly plotted to join the group, then covertly eliminate Wu Han to seize his position. However, Huang Ming was now troubled by a headache. How could he gain the trust of Wu Han and his people to enter the room? Even the mere sight of Xie Yuanba guarding the door sent chills down his spine. Huang Ming pondered with a grim face, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. He turned, picked up a sharp piece of glass from the ground, clutched it in his hand, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes briefly before opening them again with a look of utter resolve. The next moment, he slashed the glass fiercely across his left arm, and blood instantly dripped down onto the floor. Enduring the searing pain, Huang Ming sprinted frantically toward room 510, shouting for help. Hearing the commotion, Xie Yuanba slowly rose his massive frame and blocked Huang Ming's path. "This is Sister Kuba's room. Big brother said no outsiders are allowed near." "Go away," Xie Yuanba said, seriously staring at Huang Ming with his large eyes. Up close, Huang Ming was intimidated by Xie Yuanba's oppressive presence, feeling a chill down his spine. Yet he keenly sensed that the monster before him was mentally impaired, so he steeled himself and stood his ground, choosing not to retreat. "Little brother, am being chased. Could you please be kind and save me?" Huang Ming put on a terrified and pitiful expression. "Yuanba doesn't understand what you're saying." Xie Yuanba scratched his head in confusion. Huang Ming was speechless, silently cursing the fool in his mind. "If you don't leave, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." Xie Yuanba picked his nose nonchalantly. "Sister Kuba doesn't allow Yuanba to kill, but if you don't listen to Yuanba, then I can kill you." Huang Ming was stunned. He didn't think Xie Yuanba was joking. With Xie Yuanba blocking his way, there was no chance for Huang Ming to approach Wu Han and his group. Frustrated, Huang Ming risked his life by shouting for help in front of Xie Yuanba, hoping that someone inside room 510 would hear the noise and come out. Only then could he have a chance to communicate normally with them. Talking to this fool was like casting pearls before swine, utterly pointless. Huang Ming shouted loudly, and despite the room's good soundproofing, a faint sound could be heard. "Qingqing, did you hear someone calling for help outside?" Jiek here thought she might have misheard and turned to look at Zhou Qingqing. "Is there a?" Prompted by Jiek here, Zhou Qingqing quickly pricked up her ears. "No, you didn't hear Yuanba snoring outside, did you?" Zhou Qingqing teased. "How could that be? I clearly heard someone calling for help just now. How about you come with me to open the door and see what's happening out?" Jiek here said worriedly. "Here, don't be silly. Brother-in-law told us not to open the door casually." Seeing Jiek here's uneasy expression, Zhou Qingqing quickly comforted her. "Don't overthink it. Yuanba is guarding the door. If something really happened outside, Yuanba would knock." Hearing this, Jiek here thought Zhou Qingqing made sense and assumed she was just being overly nervous, so she dropped the matter. Meanwhile, outside the door, Huang Ming had fallen into Xie Yuanba's grasp. His neck was tightly gripped by Xie Yuanba's large hand, his entire body lifted into the air, his face twisted in agony. "Why didn't you listen to Yuanba? Sister Kuba is sleeping in the room, and you were so loud you'd wake her," Xie Yuanba said angrily, clearly provoked by Huang Ming's actions. You fool. Let go. Going to die." Huang Ming felt he was about to suffocate, clawing desperately with both hands at Xie Yuanba's massive hand, choking him. "Yuanba is no fool. You're the fool. Your whole family are fools." Xie Yuanba looked at him calmly. "Big brother said any outsider approaching will be killed without mercy. If I kill you now, Sister Kuba won't be angry." Panicking, Huang Ming fumbled in his pocket for the hidden piece of glass, and without hesitation, slashed Xie Yuanba's wrist. The sharp pain made Xie Yuanba release his grip instantly, and Huang Ming fell to the ground. "Ouch! Blood! Yuanba is bleeding." Xie Yuanba stared in horror at his bleeding wrist. "Hey, you forced me to do this, you idiot. Now you know who's boss, don't you? Get lost, I don't have time for you," Huang Ming said smugly. For this plan, Huang Ming had gone to great lengths, even using self-inflicted injury. How could he let this fool ruin everything and return empty-handed? "Arg, he'll kill you. Yuanba will kill you," Xie Yuanba roared. Huang Ming had no idea that his reckless act had fully enraged him. Seeing Xie Yuanba's contorted face and fierce eyes, Huang Ming was terrified. He hadn't expected the fool to be so hot-tempered, and now he was in for a world of trouble. Discretion is the better part of valor. Huang Ming wanted to flee now. He had no intention of dying so easily at the hands of a fool. All plans were forgotten, survival was paramount. "Monster!" Huang Ming cursed, then turned and bolted. A gust of wind swept through the corridor, and in less than 3 seconds, Xie Yuanba caught up from behind, reaching out a huge hand to grab his head. Huang Ming closed his eyes in sheer terror, running with all his might. Suddenly, he felt his feet dangling in the air. Opening his eyes, he realized Xie Yuanba had grabbed his head and lifted him high. "Big brother, spare me." Huang Ming was terrified and immediately begged for mercy, his earlier arrogance gone. "Yuanba is going to smash you into pulp." "Huh?" Xie Yuanba laughed joyfully like a child finding an amusing toy. No. You can't kill me." Huang Ming was now filled with regret. How could he have been so foolish as to target Wu Han and his group? Even one of his underlings, a fool, could easily kill him. "Yuanba, stop." The door to room 510 opened, and a voice from inside ordered him to halt. Xie Yuanba's furious roar startled everyone in the room. Eligua stepped out, saw Huang Ming's life hanging by a thread in Xie Yuanba's grip, and hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Sister Kuba." Xie Yuanba turned back, his face full of surprise at seeing Eligua. "Yuanba, let go." "No." Xie Yuanba refused with a petulant tantrum. "Yuanba, want you listen to me." Eligua frowned in displeasure. Seeing Eligua truly angry, Xie Yuanba shook his head in panic, but his enormous hand still refused to release. "Yuanba, what happened? Tell us." Wu Han stepped out from behind. Eligua raised his head to look at Xie Yuanba, his brother. "This man disobeyed me. He refused to leave the room no matter what, and he scratched my hand with something. Looks so much blood. It hurts so much I want to crush him into pulp." Xie Yuanba said aggrievedly. Everyone was stunned looking at the bloody wound on Xie Yuanba's wrist. It was clear The next moment, Wu Han's gaze fell on Huang Ming, awaiting an explanation. Huang Ming, sensing trouble, quickly shouted, "Injustice! I didn't mean to hurt him." Yuanba, put him down first. Brother will seek justice for you. Wu Han commanded. Xie Yuanba scratched his head, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally dropped Huang Ming to the ground with reluctance. Ouch, it hurt so much. Huang Ming landed hard on his back, curled up on the ground, and frantically rubbed his sore body. Wu Han scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "Who are you? What's your purpose here?" Facing Wu Han's inquiry, Huang Ming scrambled to his feet and said, "My name is Huang Ming. I was just chased by someone, fled to the 5th floor in desperation, saw figures here, and came to seek help. That's how I accidentally had a misunderstanding with this brother." Huang Ming glanced at Xie Yuanba beside him. "Chased?" Wu Han frowned skeptically. "Who wants to kill you?" Huang Ming feigned a victim's demeanor. "It's Zhuo Mingjie. He killed my companion and wants to kill me too. Look, the wound on my arm is from him. Can you save me? I don't want to die." Zhuo Mingjie. At the name, Wu Han and the others' faces changed. It was he who had harmed Zhou Qian. Wu Han carefully observed Huang Ming's expression, searching for deceit. His manner didn't seem like a lie. "What's your Wu Han probed, not fully trusting Huang Ming. "This?" Huang Ming paused, surprised by Wu Han's high vigilance. If his lie was exposed, his life would be in danger. "What? Don't even know your own companion's name?" Wu Han said with a dark expression. "Lu Xing. His name is Lu Xing. Why do you ask?" Huang Ming feigned ignorance. Wu Han looked him in the eye. "Just asking. We've dealt with Zhuo Mingjie before. If what you say is true, your companion Lu Xing is likely in grave danger at Zhuo Mingjie's hands." "Oh, impossible, he's quite skilled." Huang Ming pretended to be shocked, his face showing concern. Huang Ming's reaction seemed normal, but Wu Han remained uneasy. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Qingqing Zhou Qingqing understood immediately. Wu Han's phone was in her care. She turned her back to Huang Ming, swiped through the phone, opened the file of the 100 people imprisoned in the hotel, quickly found Lu Xing's profile, and saw his avatar was gray, indicating death. Brother-in-law, he probably isn't lying. Lu Xing is indeed dead. Zhou Qingqing whispered into Wu Han's ear. Wu Han withdrew his gaze from Huang Ming, looked at Lu Xing's gray avatar on the phone, and began to believe Huang Ming's story a little more. Huang Ming stood still, barely daring to breathe, wondering what Wu Han was doing with the phone. He had mentioned Lu Xing's name because Lu Xing had long since separated from him, Wang Heping and the others, and his fate was unknown. When Wu Han asked who his companion was at Zhuo Mingjie's hands, Huang Ming thought carefully and finally uttered Lu Xing's name. Huang Ming sensed that Wu Han knew something, but he wasn't sure, so he named Lu Xing instead of Wang Heping to further dispel Wu Han's suspicions. How it really was a misunderstanding. Wu Han smiled. "You can go." Huang Ming was stunned, never expecting Wu Han's sudden change in attitude. "No, Yuanba wants him dead. He bullied Yuanba." Xie Yuanba was displeased when he heard Wu Han's words. "Brother, I didn't mean to hurt you. Can I apologize?" Huang Ming said with a bitter smile. "What's an apology?" Xie Yuanba asked innocently. "This?" Huang Ming was speechless. Reasoning with a fool was impossible. "Yuanba don't make trouble. Let him go." Wu Han glared at Xie Yuanba. Seeing this, Xie Yuanba lost his temper. He had long begun to obey Wu Han's commands from the heart. "Why aren't you leaving?" Wu Han noticed Huang Ming still standing there. "Can't you help me?" Huang Ming pleaded. "Help you? On what grounds?" Wu Han asked coldly. Having risked his life to get close to Wu Han, Huang Ming couldn't abandon his plan now. He was just one step away from staying. "It seems you also have a grudge against Zhuo Mingjie. Since he's our common enemy, why not let me join you to fight him together?" Huang Ming deliberately said this when Wu Han tried to send him away, not trusting him. "I harbor deep hatred for Zhuo Mingjie and have old scores to settle, but your feud is your affair. My reckoning with him will come, just not now, because I don't trust you." Wu Han replied flatly, laying his cards on the table. Even if everything Huang Ming said was plausible, Wu Han's instinct told him this man wasn't trustworthy. "How is that so?" Huang Ming sneered. "What must I do for you to trust me?" "Leave. No matter what you do, I want," Wu Han said ruthlessly. "Not even a chance." Huang Ming didn't give up, staring at Wu Han with righteous indignation. "I never thought you'd be so cold-blooded. I always believed you were a good person. This hotel is perilous beyond words. Driving me away like this, I'll surely die at Zhuo Mingjie's hands, and you'll be an accomplice. Indirect murder. So what?" Wu Han remained unmoved. Huang Ming hadn't expected Wu Han to be so guarded against him. "Let's go, it's unsafe out here. Everyone back to their rooms," Wu Han said to the women. Seeing Wu Han's group about to leave, Huang Ming grew anxious. "Don't go, please, have mercy." Huang Ming dropped to his knees with a thud, his face streaked with tears and snot as he pleaded pitifully. "I will repay you, I'll serve you like a beast of burden, no matter the cost." Wu Han and the others were taken aback, not expecting Huang Ming's dramatic act. "What are you doing?" Wu Han frowned. Huang Ming didn't reply, desperately knocking his head on the ground. "Maybe we should let him stay for now." Eligwa said, her heart. "He looks so pitiful. If we leave him alone on the 5th floor and he runs into Zhuo Mingjie again with his injuries, he might really die at his hands." Zhou Qingqing couldn't bear it, either, feeling a stir of compassion. "Wu Han, maybe you should reconsider." Jie Qi added. Wu Han's expression darkened. He looked at the women and said, "So you all want him to stay, eh?" The 5 women remained silent, which was as good as a confirmation. Seeing their reaction, Wu Han understood. "A stranger suddenly shows up at our door. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Doesn't it raise any suspicion in your minds?" Wu Han questioned. Didn't he say he was being hunted here by Zhuo Mingjia? Jiekir pouted. That's just his side of the story. We didn't see it ourselves. What if it's all a lie? Wu Han said angrily. If he's lying to get close to us, what's his motive? There has to be a reason, Jiekir retorted defiantly. I think you're just paranoid and suspicious of everyone. You. Wu Han was so furious at Jiekir's rebuttal, he felt like spitting blood. Zhou Tongtong then stepped forward, taking Wu Han's arm and whispering, don't be angry. Why not let Huang Ming join us for now? We can keep an eye on him. If he's good or bad, time will tell. Yeah, brother-in-law, we got his info from the phone. He's just an ordinary KTV owner, not some dangerous criminal. There's no need to worry so much, Zhou Qingqing said. Seeing that none of the women trusted his judgment, Wu Han shook his head, a sense of unease settling in his heart. An ordinary KTV owner who's managed to survive this long. How ordinary could he really be? Though Wu Han was extremely reluctant to accept Huang Ming, he eventually gave in to the women's persistent coaxing and agreed. Please, let me stay. Huang Ming begged, continuing to kowtow. Wu Han turned slightly, looking at Huang Ming. They'll let you stay, but not as a member of our team. It's only temporary shelter. Once you're healed, you leave on your own. This? Huang Ming's face fell. What? If you don't agree, you can leave now. This was the furthest Wu Han would compromise, and only for the sake of the 5 women. I agree. Thank you. Huang Ming quickly responded with gratitude. Huang Ming's original plan had been to join Wu Han's team and proceed from there. But now Wu Han was highly wary of him agreeing only to temporary shelter. Though it deviated from his plan, it was no major setback. As long as he could get close to Wu Han, he'd find a chance to kill him. The end result would be the same. With Wu Han dead, as the only normal man in the group, the remaining women would have no choice but to obey him. At this thought, a sinister smirk flickered across Huang Ming's lips. Seeing Wu Han finally agree, Jiekir walked over to Huang Ming, extended her delicate hand, and helped him up from the ground. Don't mind him. Our master here is just stubborn like that. A sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't take it personally. Not at all. I'm already so grateful you're taking me in, Huang Ming said, flattered. Wu Han was speechless. Since when had he become their master? I have one thing to warn you about in advance, Wu Han said, his face stern and voice icy. Huang Ming's heart raced, and he swallowed nervously. Brother, whatever you command, just say it. I've agreed to let you stay temporarily, but you need to watch yourself. Don't even think of playing any tricks. If I catch you, don't blame me for being harsh. Wu Han warned. I wouldn't dare. Rest assured, big brother, I just want to survive. I wouldn't try any tricks in front of you, Huang Ming said, bowing and scraping. That's best. Wu Han replied coldly. Don't mind him, he's cold to everyone. Jiekir said, patting Huang Ming's shoulder reassuringly before ushering him into room 510. Standing in the corridor, Wu Han watched Huang Ming's retreating figure. A strange, unsettling feeling gnawed at him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Brother-in-law, what are you standing there for? Come back to the room, Zhou Qingqing urged from behind. Let's go. Don't overthink it. Well, be careful. Wu Han replied softly. Zhou Tongtong gently took his arm and led him into the room. Xie Yuanbao stood there wide-eyed and scratching his head, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. At that moment, in room 709 on the 7th floor, Shi Yu lay on the bed, while Hu Jun sat beside her, carefully untying the bandage around her neck. Bear with it. He'll wrap it with clean cloth to prevent infection, Hu Jun said earnestly. Shi Yu nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on him. You've been helping me for so long, and I still don't know your name. Hu Jun. And you? Shi Yu. Thank you for everything you've done. You're a good man, Shi Yu said gratefully. Don't mention it, Hu Jun said as he finished rebandaging her neck. All done. Looking at Hu Jun, who resembled a fat pig, Shi Yu felt an inexplicable sense of peace. She recalled that since being imprisoned in this hotel, every day had been fraught with fear. Everyone she met had been despicable, but Hu Jun seemed more genuine in her eyes. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Hu Jun noticed her low spirits and asked with concern. Shi Yu shook her head, staring at the ceiling. I always thought that in this hotel men only wanted to rape women and kill for money. It made me believe all men here were scum. Hu Jun didn't know how to respond. But you seem different from them. You're not interested in women at all. Are you gay? Shi Yu looked at Hu Jun meaningfully. You misunderstand. I'm not gay. Hu Jun raised his hand to push up the glasses on his nose. I'm only interested in women from the 2D world, so I would never do something like assaulting a woman. Oh, that's quite unexpected. This is the first time I've met a man with such a peculiar hobby. You're rather adorable. Shi Yu chuckled softly, realizing she had guessed correctly earlier. Hu Jun was a complete otaku. I feel like you're mocking. Hu Jun sensed the strange look in Shi Yu's eyes. No, you're too sensitive. I don't look down on you. Everyone has different interests, I'm just curious. Shi Yu quickly explained. Hu Jun nodded at her words, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. Were you serious earlier about seeking revenge on Zhuo Mingjia? Shi Yu asked. Of course. Don't judge me by my appearance. I am determined to take revenge on that lunatic Zhuo Mingjia. Hu Jun's gaze fell upon Shi Yu's prone figure as he continued. Are you willing to let that bastard harm you without retaliation? This. Shi Yu was at a loss for words. She was astonished that this otaku had the courage to oppose Zhuo Mingjia. It was clearly like a moth flying into a flame, utterly reckless. Shi Yu didn't know whether to call Hu Jun brave or foolish. Zhuo Mingjia, I'm going to teach that lunatic a harsh lesson. Hu Jun gritted his teeth. I hope you can help me. All right, I believe you can do it. Shi Yu encouraged him with a smile. Given the situation, she had to agree to Hu Jun's request for now and take things one step at a time. If he truly went looking for Zhuo Mingjia, she would have to slip away. We'll talk about this after you've recovered from your injuries. For now, just get some rest. As Jun turned to leave the bedroom, he suddenly felt a soft pressure against his back and a pair of small hands wrapped around. Jun was startled, craning his neck to see Yes' face pressed against his shoulder. At such close proximity, he could clearly feel her rapid breaths and see her enticingly flushed cheeks. What are you doing? Jun froze, too tense to move, his face filled with shock. You slightly opened her eyes and whispered hotly into his ear, "What do you think I'm doing? I just want to thank you. I don't know how to repay you. Don't go." As she spoke, Jun distinctly felt her hand slide down from his chest, exploring further. Wait. Hold on. Jun panicked as her restless hand invaded his lower body. You flashed a sly smile and continued her efforts, but Jun's expression gradually calmed, becoming indifferent. Huh, how strange. Are you even a man? Why is there no reaction at all? You was utterly baffled. Jun glanced at her from the corner of his eye and said seriously, "Didn't I just tell you? Didn't you hear me clearly? I truly have no interest in women who aren't from the 2D world." You was left speechless and disheartened. This wasn't just an ordinary otaku, he had reached the highest level of mastery. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu Lifan and Gu-man were enjoying intimate pleasures in the room. "Stop right now." Gu-man felt a sense of foreboding and quickly called for a halt. "Isn't it pleasant? Why stop?" Wu Lifan paused in confusion, ignoring Gu-man's protests as he continued, "The deity is coming." Gu-man's face turned pale. "A deity? Are you joking with me? Are all you Neo Kingdom shamans so paranoid? There are no such things as ghosts or gods in this world. Those are just feudal superstitions from the old era," Wu Lifan said dismissively, refusing to believe in any deities. "How dare you? You're courting death. How can you disrespect the deity?" Gu-man frowned sternly, her expression severe. "Don't be so serious, you're making me laugh." Seeing Gu-man's anger, Wu Lifan waved his hands with a bitter smile. All right, I'll stop talking nonsense." Wu Lifan looked down at Gu-man beneath him. Though she always carried a gloomy, neurotic aura, no matter how he looked at her, she was entirely to his taste. "Why aren't you getting off me yet?" Gu-man urged. "Why should I? If your deity is coming, let it see how wanton you are right now." Wu Lifan grinned mischievously. "No, this will lead to disaster." Gu-man said seriously. "What disaster could happen? Could the deity you worship devour me?" Huh. No sooner had Wu Lifan spoken than a jolt of electricity surged through him. His mind went blank, his eyes nearly rolled back, and he stared upward in a daze. "What's wrong with you?" Gu-man noticed his twisted expression and asked with concern. Within 10 seconds, Wu Lifan's state returned to normal, but his head buzzed, his mind seemingly stimulated, leaving him. "What just happened?" I felt a sinister chill flash through my mind. Wu Lifan shook his head to clear it. Could it be an illusion from exhaustion? Gu-man was astonished. "Do you feel any discomfort in your body now?" Wu Lifan didn't understand why she asked. "A bit. Since just now I felt strange, as if I'm unusually weak, like I'm not myself." "Hemp." Gu-man let out a sudden cold laugh. "It seems the deity has descended upon you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Lifan's face darkened with displeasure. This woman must be insane, constantly talking about deities, making him feel. Losing his mood, Wu Lifan climbed out of bed. As he stood up, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. Clenching his teeth, Wu Lifan clutched his head in agony. At that moment, he felt as if his skull was about to burst and What is happening? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in his mind, Chun Dadu and Lin Lily. He saw Chun Dadu grabbing him by the collar, punching him viciously until he lay on the ground, barely alive. Then Lin Lily, holding a stone, approached with a grim expression and mercilessly smashed his face, killing him. Wu Lifan snapped, his eyes open in terror, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he gasped for air. The vision of being killed by Chun Dadu and Lin Lily was so vivid that it sent a chill through his heart. Wu Lifan, still shaken, reached out to touch the back of his head and asked, "What exactly happened? What were those visions I just saw in my mind?" "A divine omen." Gu-man suddenly sat up on the bed and uttered coldly. Wu Lifan's face instantly darkened as he cast his gaze toward Gu-man and said, "Can you give me an explanation?" Gu-man glanced at Wu Lifan and replied in a calm tone, "Because you became intimate with me, the divine spirit that was originally upon me has now transferred to you." "What?" Wu Lifan stood frozen, utterly incredulous. "Everything you saw in your mind just now was the divine spirit foretelling future events and transmitting them to you." Gu-man continued, "Is what you're saying true?" Wu Lifan was greatly startled. He had not believed Gu-man's talk of gods and spirits before, but now he had no choice but to believe, having personally experienced such an unbelievable occurrence. Everything the divine spirit conveys to you will inevitably come true in reality. Gu-man declared with conviction. "It's over." In that moment, Wu Lifan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, because the information conveyed by what Gu-man called the divine spirit was ominous. He would die at the hands of Chun Dadu and Lin Lily. "It seems you have foreseen your own impending doom," Gu-man said calmly. "I don't want to die yet. Is there any way you can say?" Wu Lifan rushed to Gu-man, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her vigorously, his voice tinged with both fear and "I can do nothing about this, but you don't need to worry too much. Since the divine spirit has revealed the outcome of your future to you, it indirectly reminds you to be cautious. Only by doing so can you escape death." "Really? If I do as you say, can I survive this calamity?" Wu Lifan saw Gu-man nod, and a wave of relief washed over him, filling him with unexpected joy. "Then I must be wary of Chun Dadu and Lin Lily." As long as I don't fall into their hands, I want die at their hands as foreseen. Wu Lifan said earnestly, his mind now filled with caution toward Chen Datu and Lin Lily. As the sky gradually darkened before they knew it, it was late night again. At this moment in the pitch-black room, 510, a shadowy figure stirred. Huang Ming carefully rose from the sofa in the living room, gazing at the 5 women sleeping soundly in the bedroom bed, swallowing his saliva with desire. After half a day of interaction, Huang Ming realized that the 5 women around Wu Han were all beauties, each with their own unique charm. Outside, any one of them would be a goddess in the eyes of most men. Huang Ming felt an intense jealousy toward Wu Han. Why could he alone possess 5 women, each obedient to his every word? This thought stirred a deep sense of injustice within him. He stealthily crept into the bedroom and approached Ali Guba, gazing at the sleeping, alluring celebrity, his heart pounding with agitation. A celebrity really is different. Those perky, tempting buttocks. If I hadn't seen them with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe they were. Huang Ming felt his heart racing. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, she's even more enticing in person. Perhaps Ali Guba sensed someone nearby and slept restlessly. Huang Ming was startled when she suddenly turned over. It seems everyone else in the room is asleep. Huang Ming looked around guiltily. Seeing that Wu Han asleep on the living room sofa showed no signs of stirring, he breathed a slight sigh of relief and grew bolder. Huang Ming had been pondering how to kill Wu Han, and the thought kept him awake. So he sneaked into the bedroom to feast his eyes on the 5 beauties. The more I look, the more I want to touch. I can't stand it. I just want to touch once, just once. It must be so firm. Huang Ming stared at Ali Guba's buttocks, muttering to himself, just a second, just 1 second of touching. She probably won't wake up. Huang Ming's mind was tangled with hesitation, fearing that a careless move might startle Ali Guba from her sleep, which would be disastrous. Better forget it. Once I kill Wu Han, these women will have to obey me anyway, and I can do whatever I want with them. Huang Ming dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind and turned his head to look at Wu Han sleeping on the living room sofa, his gaze gradually turning cold. Huang Ming was well aware that Wu Han did not trust him at all. He might even be kicked out of the room the next day. Worried that delays would lead to complications, he decided to kill Wu Han that very night. With this in mind, Huang Ming returned from the bedroom to the living room. He did not act hastily, but sat quietly on the sofa, observing Wu Han to see if he was truly asleep or just pretending. After about half an hour, Huang Ming sensed no abnormality in Wu Han, and his surging murderous intent could no longer be restrained. Wu Han, wake up. Huang Ming approached, cautiously testing the waters by reaching out and shaking Wu Han. What are you up to, not sleeping so late? Wu Han, drowsy and irritable, casually waved his hand, turned over, and continued sleeping. Seeing this, Huang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He slowly pulled out a sharp piece of glass he had hidden, carefully gripping it in his hand as he moved it toward Wu Han's neck. This is a rare opportunity. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for having too much. I have to kill you so the food and women in this room become mine. Huang Ming murmured softly, die in peace. In the dark room the next second, his face twisted into a ferocious and terrifying grimace as he raised the sharp weapon and stabbed without hesitation at Wu Han's neck. Ugh! A pained groan suddenly echoed through the quiet room. You were pretending to sleep. How is this possible? Huang Ming stammered, blood gushing from his mouth. Wu Han, who had been lying on the sofa, had somehow turned around, his eyes wide open, staring at the agonized Huang Ming. Just as Huang Ming's sharp glass shard was about to pierce his neck, Wu Han felt a sudden pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a cold fruit knife plunged into his heart. Killing me isn't that easy, Wu Han said calmly as he watched Huang Ming's entire body slide to the ground before his eyes. Huang Ming, unwilling to give up, reached out a trembling hand and grabbed Wu Han's pant leg. So, you have been wary of me all along, deliberately showing weakness. If I hadn't, would you have shown your true colors so soon? Wu Han said coldly. I sensed earlier that you were deliberately getting close to us. Your real intention is to kill me. You are quite impatient, daring to make a move on the very first night. But it doesn't matter. This saves me from having to be on guard against you day and night. Wu Han lay feigning sleep on the sofa, his eyes keenly tracking every move Huang Ming made in the room. Had it not been for this vigilance, he would have already met his demise at Huang Ming's hands. Please, don't kill me. Huang Ming curled up on the floor, begging for mercy. I warned you explicitly before, yet you paid no heed, harboring sinister intentions. From the moment you resolved to kill me, you should have anticipated falling into my hands. Now you beg for leniency. Don't you find it absurd? Wu Han's voice was icy. At this moment, terror gripped Huang Ming's heart. He yearned to flee, but with a knife wound in his chest, his entire body was drained of strength. Help! Someone! Murder! Huang Ming crawled desperately toward the bedroom, screaming hysterically, hoping his cries would rouse the 5 women sleeping inside. Only if they pleaded for him before Wu Han could he possibly cling to life. What's going on? The 5 women in the bedroom, stirred by the commotion in the living room, woke from their slumber. They exchanged bewildered, anxious glances, uncertain who was crying out in the dead of night. Shut up. Utter another sound, and he'll cut out your tongue. Wu Han leaped off the sofa, caught up to Huang Ming in a few strides, and stomped on his neck. Help! Huang Ming knew that even if Wu Han would sever his tongue the next second, he still screamed in a hoarse voice. In his eyes, the 5 women in the bedroom were his last lifeline. If he didn't gamble death at Wu Han's hands, was merely a matter of time. What happened? Huang Ming heard a woman's voice from the bedroom, and elation surged within him. It seemed his cries had a... Wu Han looked up to see the 5 women standing at the bedroom doorway hesitating to come out. Their gazes shifted from the severely wounded Huang Ming writhing on the floor to Wu Han, who held a fruit knife. Their faces turned deathly pale expressions fraught with panic. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing out here? Wu Han stared at the 5 women, speaking indifferently. We heard noises in the living room and came out to check. Alikiba said cautiously. What are you two doing? Brother-in-law, the way you look right now terrifies me. Zhou Qingqing, her delicate frame hidden behind Alikiba, peeked out timidly. Save me. He's a madman, he wants to kill me. Huang Ming clutched his bleeding chest wound, feigning a pitiful demeanor. I was sleeping soundly, and he suddenly stabbed me. The women stared at Wu Han in astonishment, awaiting an explanation. Seeing their reaction, Wu Han tilted his head back, exhaled, and suppressed the fury within. Do you believe what he said? Well, the women were at a loss, lowering their heads, uneasily, unable to meet Wu Han's gaze. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed Huang Ming's words, yet the evidence was right before them. With a single statement from Wu Han and no further explanation, it was difficult to convince the 5 women to accept him killing a man before them without discerning right from wrong. Seeing the situation, Huang Ming secretly gloated. As long as he stubbornly denied everything and played the fool, these 5 women would never allow Wu Han to kill him outright. Since you don't trust me, words are futile. Think what you will. With that, Wu Han tightened his grip on the fruit knife and bent down to... Panic seized Huang Ming. He hadn't expected Wu Han to act so decisively. His face twisted in terror, pupils dilated as he shouted, See. Now do you believe me? He's a murderer bold enough to strike even in your presence. Wu Han, stop. Alikiba rushed out of the bedroom, pushing Wu Han away from Huang Ming with both hands. Cough, cough. Huang Ming coughed incessantly as Alikiba helped him to his feet. Wu Han staggered back a few steps to steady himself, then looked up at Alikiba, his face dark and brooding. So you all believe his one-sided story? Wu Han's heart sank into disappointment, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Wu Han, don't be impulsive. I know you're unhappy about us letting Huang Ming stay temporarily, and you don't trust him, but that's no reason to kill him. Jia Karen and the other women stepped forward, gathering around Huang Ming, showering him with concern. Hep. Wu Han let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. So this is how you see me. Wu Han, calm down. The way you are now feels so foreign to us. Alikiba said. Zhou Tongtong, are you afraid of me too? Wu Han's eyes, filled with helplessness, turned to Zhou Tongtong. I am not afraid. Zhou Tongtong's face was pale, her words stammered and forced. Seeing her like this, Wu Han's spirits sank, disappointment flooding his heart. He shook his head. I never imagined you'd rather trust an outsider than me. How ridiculous. Don't play the victim. Don't put on an innocent act. Everyone saw you try to kill me just now. No matter how you quibble, you can't hide the fact that you're a murderer. Huang Ming, seeing the 5 women on his side, seized the chance to strike back, determined to blacken Wu Han's image in their eyes. Shut up. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward, glaring at Huang Ming, then turned a complex gaze to Wu Han. Wu Han, what really? Can't you at least give us an explanation? How else do you expect us to believe you? Jiek here, said her voice, trembling with emotion. Would you believe me if I told you? You only believe what you want to believe. Wu Han said flatly. Brother-in-law, speak. No matter what others think, my sister and I will trust you. Zhou Qingqing's eyes held worry, her tone pleading. We really don't want to see you lose yourself to killing again. Wu Han paused, looked at the 5 women's grave expressions and sighed. I may not trust Huang Ming, but I wouldn't kill him for that reason alone. I've always believed in not offending unless offended. The reason I wanted to kill him is because he intended to kill me. If I hadn't noticed in time, I'd be a cold corpse by now. The 5 women were stunned, their faces shifting to shock. They turned to look at Huang Ming with strange eyes. You're slandering me. Huang Ming's face showed panic as he defended himself. Don't believe him. This is just a flimsy excuse he made up to avoid your blame after failing to kill me and silence me. I've said all I need to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Wu Han cast a sharp glance at Huang Ming and said coldly, no matter how much you spout lies, you will die tonight. No one can save you. See how arrogant he is. His words can't be trusted. Even now he still wants to kill me. With 5 women shielding him, Huang Ming remained calm and confident, convinced that Wu Han wouldn't dare act recklessly. The women looked at Huang Ming, then at Wu Han, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Wu Han gripped the fruit knife tightly and stepped closer to Huang Ming, who was hiding behind the women. I won't say more. If you choose to believe me, step aside. He must die. The women were taken aback, seeing the stern expression on Wu Han's face. He was clearly not joking. You have to believe me. He's lying. In the real victim. You can't stand by and do nothing, abetting the wicked. A wave of unease swept over Huang Ming. Although the 5 women were still protecting him, he could sense their wavering. Whom should we listen to? Jiek here asked, looking at Ali Guba. This. Ali Guba was also torn. If what Wu Han said was true, then Huang Ming was indeed treacherous and dangerous, someone not to be kept around. Brother-in-law, my sister, and I believe you. Anyone who dares to harm my brother-in-law, I will never protect. Prepare to die. Zhou Qingqing cast a meaningful glance at Huang Ming, then pulled Zhou Tongtong aside, clearing a path for Wu Han. You? Huang Ming panicked. Only then did he realize that in the eyes of these women, Wu Han was always more trusted. A profound sense of threat welled up within him. Seeing Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Tongtong's actions, Ali Guba, Su Mani, and Jiekir also chose to trust Wu Han, without further hesitation, stepping aside of their own accord. How can you do this? If him killed, you're all accomplices. It'll haunt you even as a ghost. With the path now clear before him, Huang Ming watched Wu Han approach with the sharp fruit knife. A chill ran down his spine, and his expression twisted into something ugly. Stop struggling. I told you tonight you must die. Wu Han raised his head, his gaze cold and merciless fixed on Huang Ming. You might have forgotten, but this hotel operates outside the law. Killing you here will go unnoticed, just like when you tried to kill me earlier. You know that well, don't you? You? Don't come any closer. Huang Ming raised a hand in defiance. Seeing that further pretense was futile, he relented. I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and had wicked thoughts. I shouldn't have tried to assassinate you. Please be magnanimous and spare a petty man like me. Ill obey, you work like a dog, go through fire and water for you. Just let me live. Hey, you wish. Do you deserve it? Wu Han sneered coldly. Sparing you would be cruelty to myself. One day you might kill me. Rather than letting a tiger return to the mountain, it's safer to kill you. The exchange between Wu Han and Huang Ming was heard clearly by the 5 women standing nearby. All their doubts dissipated like smoke. So Wu Han had been telling the truth all along. It was Huang Ming who had first tried to kill Wu Han, and it was he who had been lying to them. They had wronged Wu Han. The women felt a pang of guilt remembering how fiercely they had defended Huang Ming. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. We Zhou Qingqing mumbled, her head lowered. Wu Han, enough, all of you stop. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. This lesson will teach you that in this hotel you can't trust everyone's words. Ali Guba and the others wanted to apologize, but Wu Han quickly interrupted. We kindly took Huang Ming in to heal his wounds, never expecting his wolfish ambition to kill me. Now I have only one thought: he tried to kill me, but failed, so I want him dead. Do you have any objections? The 5 women remained silent, their silence serving as tacit consent. Seeing that no one opposed, Huang Ming fell to his knees with a thud before Wu Han, kowtowing desperately, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big brother, have mercy. Let me go. I don't want to die. Wu Han kicked him mercilessly. Too late. Since you won't spare me, you'll fight you. Realizing that begging was useless, Huang Ming's eyes turned red with desperation. He lunged at Wu Han's leg like a madman, grabbing his ankle and biting down hard. Ah! Wu Han screamed in pain and kicked Huang Ming away. Huang Ming rolled twice on the ground, bared his teeth at Wu Han, spat, then scrambled to his feet and rushed toward the 5 women. What are you doing? Wu Han, enduring the pain, realized too late that Huang Ming had already circled behind the women, a ferocious look on his face. Ah! The women screamed and scattered in panic. Hey, you think you can kill me so easily? Huang Ming held a sharp piece of glass behind Zhou Tongtong, one arm locked tightly around her neck, the shard pressed against her. Don't be rash. Seeing Zhou Tongtong in Huang Ming's grasp, Wu Han tensed up, cautiously reaching out a hand. Don't come any closer. One more step and he'll kill this woman. Huang Ming warned, pulling Zhou Tongtong back a step or two, tightening his grip. The sharp glass had already cut into the tender skin of her neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Don't do anything reckless. Let her go. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Wu Han stopped in his tracks, afraid to move even an inch lest he provoke Huang Ming into harming Zhou Tongtong. I take it out on you. I'm not that stupid. Letting this woman go would mean certain death. I'm badly injured. How could I? Huang Ming let out a faint, cold laugh. I didn't expect that with all the women around you, you'd actually care about this one. Could it be that your relationship is more than it seems? I warn you, if anything happens to her, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Wu Han's face darkened, his eyes turning icy and deep as he stared at Huang Ming. Quite the big talk. Don't forget, your woman is in my hands. If you anger me, I might accidentally end her life. Huang Ming's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Let her go and I'll let you walk away. I won't harm you. Zhou Tongtong was held hostage by Huang Ming, her life hanging by a thread. Wu Han, consumed by anxiety, had no choice but to compromise. Haha, you're so naive. Huang Ming let out a loud laugh. I've already figured it out. This woman is your weakness. With such a good bargaining chip in my hands, why should I fear you? What exactly do you want? Wu Han's face instantly darkened. His hands clenched tightly, yet he dared not make a rap. What I want is simple. I want you dead. Only with you gone will these women obey me. Rest assured, I'll take good care of them, letting them enjoy the bliss of having a man every day. Huang Ming let out a lecherous sneer. The others turned pale with fright, never imagining Huang Ming could be so despicable. Brother-in-law, you must not listen to him. Zhou Qingqing's face was ashen with urgency. Wu Han, we can surely think of a better way. Don't do anything foolish. Ilicuba, seeing Wu Han with his head lowered as if making a decision, tried to dissuade him. You despicable wretch. We kindly took you in to nurse your wounds, and you repay kindness with enmity, plotting to kill us. Have you no conscience? Jiek here pointed at Huang Ming, speaking with fury. Haha, let me tell you something. Actually, the wound on my arm wasn't caused by Zhuo Mingjia. I cut it myself on purpose. Huang Ming stared at the others, laughing maniacally. Thanks to your naive kindness, I was able to get close to you with my ruse of self-injury. Otherwise, I'd never have had the chance. Foolish women. The women were stunned for a moment, then gnashed their teeth in anger. So all of this was part of Huang Ming's insidious Don't look at me like that. You're making me embarrassed. Huang Ming turned to Wu Han and said, Hey, have you made up your mind? If you end your own life, I'll let this woman go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Tongtong's pretty face was filled with terror, and her eyes were rimmed with red. Wu Han, don't worry about me. I shouldn't have doubted you before. You can't die. Everyone still needs you. As she spoke, tears streamed down her delicate face. Please don't do anything foolish. Falling into his hands is my punishment for not trusting you. I'm not worth your life. Sis. Zhou Qingqing called out helplessly, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Stop with the sentimentality. My patience is wearing thin. Huang Ming tightened his grip, the sharp glass shard embedding into the skin of Zhou Tongtong's neck. Just kill me. If I die, you won't escape either. Zhou Tongtong had made up her mind. She gently closed her eyes, awaiting. Damn it, woman, are you crazy? Seeing Zhou Tongtong's resolute, death-defying demeanor, Huang Ming felt a pang of panic. He had no real intention of killing her. If she died, his own fate would be sealed. Only by keeping her alive could she serve as leverage to force Wuhan to comply. It seems you don't really care whether this woman lives or dies. Fine, since you all want me dead, I'll take someone down with me. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Huang Ming's eyes. Seeing Wuhan unmoved, he decided to gamble his own life. Wuhan quickly interjected to stop him. He slowly straightened up, raised his head, and looked at Huang Ming. I can agree. At these words, everyone present was stunned, never expecting Wuhan would truly be willing to sacrifice his life to save Zhou Tongtong. Are you serious? Huang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with delight. Zhou Tongtong opened her eyes, gazing at Wuhan with tender affection. She sobbed, why would you do this? How could you be so impulsive? A smile spread across Wuhan's face, his eyes filled with adoration as he looked at her. Because I care about you, I love you. How could I let you die before me? You're so foolish. Zhou Tongtong was deeply moved, her eyes misty as she chided. Even if you meet his demands, he won't let us go in the end. I only wanted to save you. I didn't think about anything else. Wuhan replied with a squinting smile. These women are already foolish enough. I never expected you to be even more fool to exchange your life for a woman's. In this hotel, life is paramount. After you're dead, who will care about what you've done? The woman you treasure will still fall into my hands. How utterly ridiculous. Huang Ming taunted. Let her go. Wuhan pressed a fruit knife against his own neck. If you want me to let her go, why are you still dawdling? Go ahead and die. Huang Ming roared with a twisted expression. Wuhan, don't do anything stupid. Ilikiba cried out in alarm, trying to brother-in-law. You can't die. Zhou Qingqing crouched on the ground in despair, weeping. Wuhan, I won't allow you. At this moment, Zhou Tongtong realized that this man was willing to give up his life for her. Driven by this realization, she struggled, desperately heedless of the glass shard in Huang Ming's hand that could cut her neck. You crazy woman, stop moving. Huang Ming roared in anger. If you're a real man, kill me now, you coward. Zhou Tongtong bit her lip and said, say that again, and I swear I'll kill you. Huang Ming, provoked by her words, do you dare? Zhou Tongtong said coldly, a coward who only threatens women. How pathetic. You. Huang Ming was furious and was about to kill her, but then he calmed down. He had almost fallen for her trick. If she died, he would not escape death either. Hey, I'm not foolish enough to fall for your provocation. You want to die so badly. He'll make sure you don't. Huang Ming grinned with, coward. Ignoring her curses, Huang Ming looked up at Wuhan. He'll count to 3. If you don't kill yourself by then, I'll kill this noisy bitch. 1, 2. Wuhan gently placed the fruit knife against his neck and slowly began to draw it across. Wuhan whispered softly, 3. Huang Ming watched with a triumphant sneer as Wuhan prepared to slit his throat. But the next moment, he saw Wuhan lower the knife and stare blankly at him. Frowning, he roared in fury. What's the meaning of this? The one who's going to die is not me, but you. Wuhan fixed his gaze on him and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Before he could turn his head, a sharp object pierced his back and a searing pain engulfed his entire body. What happened? Huang Ming finally twisted his neck to look behind him. At some point, a woman had appeared at his back. That woman was none other than Su Manny. Su Manny was usually a woman of few words, which made her presence barely noticeable among the group. It was precisely because of this that Huang Ming had failed to realize she had quietly circled behind him earlier. Wuhan had deliberately been stalling for time, allowing Su Manny to get close to Huang Ming. You wretched woman, you ambushed me. Huang Ming roared in frustration, reaching a hand back to touch his back. He felt his shirt soaked through a cold scalpel embedded in his flesh, blood drenching his entire back. With a clatter, Huang Ming's body felt utterly limp and powerless. The shard of glass slipped from his hand, and seeing this, Wuhan quickly reached out and pulled Zhou Tongtong from his side into his embrace. Sob. Wuhan, I thought I'd never see you again. Zhou Tongtong sobbed loudly in Wuhan's arms, her pitiful appearance truly heart-wrenching. We're going to escape this hotel alive. How could we die here? Wuhan stroked her hair to comfort her. Brother-in-law, you scared me to death. Zhou Qingqing also threw herself at him, pounding his back with her small fists. Manny, well done. That despicable man almost got away with it. Jiek here, praised Su Manny. Su Manny smiled in response, saying nothing more. That was a close call. If not for Manny, something terrible would have happened, said Iliguba. Huang Ming, having taken a knife to the chest from Wuhan and another to the back from Su Manny, lay on the ground gasping for breath and utterly defenseless. Judging by his condition, he's lost too much blood. He'll likely die within half an hour, Su Manny said calmly, looking. What should we do with him? Iliguba asked. Letting him die so easily is too good for him. It still doesn't satisfy me. Jiek here said discontentedly. Wuhan gently pushed Zhou Tongtong and Zhou Qingqing aside, gripped the fruit knife, and walked step by step toward Huang Ming. You must be thrilled. You. 1. Huang Ming knew he couldn't escape death and stopped struggling, resigned to his fate. Lying on the ground, his eyes still glinted with malice. He was so close, just one step away from killing Wuhan, only to be betrayed by a woman. You brought this upon yourself, Wuhan said coldly. From the moment you set your sights on me, your choice was wrong. You had quite the plan, playing your tricks of sowing discord and self-inflicted wounds. Killing me would have gotten you what you wanted, but alas, you underestimated the trust between us. It's not something an outsider like you can easily shake. Why all the pointless talk? If you're going to kill me, just do it. Death is nothing. He'll come back as a ghost to haunt you, Huang Ming said with a defiant, unrepentant air. Fine, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. But I won't let you die comfortably, Wu Han said with a sinister tone. What are you planning? Huang Ming sensed that Wu Han's gaze had changed completely from before. An inexplicable dread. You all go back to the bedroom, and remember to close the door. Leave him to me. Since he dared to lay hands on my people, letting him die, without a proper lesson, would be letting him off too easy. Wu Han looked up and said to the women, won't that be too cruel? I let you but didn't know what Wu Han intended to do, but sending everyone else away while Huang Ming was at his mercy, the outcome was bound to be bloody. Cruel? Was it not cruel when he tried to kill me? Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Wu Han said. Hearing this, the women looked at Huang Ming, who still lay on the ground unrepentant. They sighed inwardly, turned, and went into the bedroom together without another word. Through this ordeal, they understood one thing: Huang Ming had managed to get close to them by exploiting their kindness and soft hearts, leading to the current disaster. Had they listened to Wu Han, Huang Ming would never have had the chance. Seeing the 5 women actually enter the room, Huang Ming deflated, staring in terror at Wu Han standing before him. Since everyone's gone, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Wu Han stepped on Huang Ming's face. I'm not afraid of death, so why would I fear you? Huang Ming said recklessly. I know you're not afraid of death, but the thing is you're not dead yet. So there's still some fun to be had. Wu Han let out a sinister chuckle. Even on the brink of death, Huang Ming couldn't help but swallow in fear at the sight of Wu Han's expression. Earlier you said that after killing me you'd go after my women. Quite the fantasy you had. Wu Han crouched down, holding the fruit knife, its cold blade pressed against Huang Ming's pale face. Don't do anything rash. If you've got the guts, just stab me to death. Huang Ming seemed to guess what Wu Han intended, growing extremely agitated and flailing wildly. Wu Han slowly moved the tip of the fruit knife from Huang Ming's face down toward his groin, taking great satisfaction in Huang Ming's helpless, terrified gaze. No. Huang Ming let out a scream. Consider yourself neutered. That's the price for coveting my women. Wu Han's fruit knife stabbed straight into Huang Ming's crotch. Whether Huang Ming had wet himself in fear before the knife struck, or it was blood soaking through his pants, were already drenched. Kill me. Please. I beg you. The agony in his lower body twisted Huang Ming's face in pain, his entire body trembling as he begged for death. The accounts aren't settled yet, and you're already scared, Wu Han said coldly. This is the price for taking Zhou Tong. With that, Wu Han raised the fruit knife and stabbed each of Huang Ming's wrists. Barring a miracle, both hands were now useless. This is the price for trying to assassinate me. Now our accounts are settled, Wu Han said, leaning in and patting Huang Ming. Thank you. Huang Ming had thought Wu Han would continue torturing him. Though he knew he wouldn't live much longer, at least he could die without further suffering. That was enough. How a despicable worm like you actually says thank you. If you'd known this would happen, why do it in the first place? Wu Han said with a bitter laugh. Now, can you give me a quick death? Huang Ming pleaded. Wu Han grabbed his ankle, stood up, and dragged Huang Ming to open the door. Brother Yuanba heard someone screaming for help in the room. What happened? Xie Yuanba asked, dully, seeing Wu Han emerge from the room. Nothing, a rat got into the room. I've killed it now. Wu Han replied. I see. So why did brother come out of the room? Xie Yuanba asked. Yuanba, do you remember the man who hurt you before? I said I'd make it right for you. Now I'm handing him over. Do whatever you— Wu Han then dragged Huang Ming out of the room and kicked him towards Xie Yuanba. Xie Yuanba looked down at Huang Ming, recognized him, and said joyfully, Brother, is this man really for Yuanba? Yuanba will twist his head off and kick it like a ball. He's yours. As long as Yuanba is happy, it doesn't matter if he lives or dies. All right. As Wu Han turned to go back into the room, Huang Ming's dying voice asked in confusion, what? Our accounts are settled, but you still owe Yuanba an explanation. This is the bitter fruit of deceiving our kindness. With that, Wu Han closed the door, leaving only the sound of Xie Yuanba laughter and Huang Ming's screams echoing from. Every survivor in this hotel was striving to adapt to their new life, each in their own way. Yet just as everyone believed that as time passed the number of survivors would dwindle to 10, and the hope of walking out of this hotel was within reach, none could foresee the immense upheaval about to unfold. A jarring noise crackled through the hotel speakers, followed by the clear voice of the man in black. Attention, all survivors in the hotel. Please assemble in the conference hall 1 hour from now. I repeat. The announcement echoed 3 times through the speakers, reaching every corner of the hotel. Chen Dadu was in the midst of his own endeavors with Lin Lily beneath him when the announcement jolted him. He paused, lifting his head with a scowl. Damn it, another assembly. Such a hassle. Why can't I just enjoy my time here with you in peace? Chen Dadu let out a lecherous chuckle, lowering his gaze to Lin Lily beneath him. Lin Lily was drenched in sweat, exhausted from Chen Dadu's rough handling, her face smudged and weary. His words stirred memories within her. The violent assault by Huang Mingqiang that nearly cost her life, and Wu Lifen's cold abandonment. Her eyes darkened with a sinister resolve. Those damned bastards. If I ever get my hands on them, I'll kill them, smash their heads to pulp. Lin Lily thought venomously. What's wrong with you? You can't be distracted when serving me. Perform well. With a grin, Chen Dadu reached out and lifted Lin Lily's leg. She wore a numb expression, resigned to his whims, letting him do as he pleased. Big head bro, Lin Lily cooed sweetly, then continued, if I asked you to kill someone in this hotel, would you do it for me? Chin Dadu paused, looking up at her with a smug expression. Don't joke around. Why would I do something like that? Can't you help me? For the sake of how well I've served you. Lin Lily pleaded, her body pressing against him invitingly. It's not that I don't want to, but it's too much trouble. I hate complications. Chin Dadu replied. Disappointed, Lin Lily murmured. Right, why would you ever get involved? Final announcement. All hotel residents must gather in the conference hall within 1 hour. Also note, as with the previous assembly, causing harm to others is strictly prohibited until midnight. Remember this. The speakers blared a warning. Lin Lily's face paled as she silently lamented the missed opportunity. If only she could harm others now, she would crush Wu Life and skull. In Zhuo Mingjia's room, Ding Qiuyu lay on the bed, her back to him. Ugh, so annoying. What's the reason for this assembly this time? Things are getting more interesting. Zhuo Mingjia sat up, opened his laptop, and clicked on the surveillance feed, coldly observing the Ding Qiuyu turned slightly. Mingjia, why are you always glued to that laptop? What are you looking at? Zhuo Mingjia snapped the laptop shut with a click, narrowing his eyes at her. Nothing. So stingy. Ding Qi. Meanwhile, Wang Heping and Duan Ting were also moving together. Hearing the announcement, they set off for the conference hall. What's this? They call us here, but the door's locked. Standing outside the locked conference hall, Duan Ting grumbled, maybe we're too early. It's not time yet. Why is no one else around? Wang Heping glanced around, seeing only the two of them. It's you, my former teammates. They heard footsteps behind them, and a woman's voice greeted them. You're still alive. Wang Heping and Duan Ting were stunned to see Shiryu. Shiryu, you know them? Hu Jun stepped forward to ask. Of course I do, my former good teammates. Shiryu said with a loaded tone. I see you've gotten along well since I left. Wang Heping and Duan Ting were taken aback, puzzled by Shiryu's hostility. Shiryu, it's good you're alive. Duan Ting forced a smile. Shiryu let out a cold laugh. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm alive. Lucky I chose to leave the group and act alone, or I might have ended up at someone's hands. Shiryu fixed her gaze on them. For 100 million in prize money, some despicable couple would do anything. Shiryu, what nonsense are you talking? What's with the insinuations? Duan Ting frowned. You know exactly what I mean, Shiryu retorted. If not for the secret conversation between Wang Heping and Duan Ting shed glimpsed in Guoziangfei's room, sure, you would have been overjoyed to see them alive. But once the truth was known, their bond could never be restored. Oomph. Duan Ting snorted, hooking her arm through Wang Heping's without another word, inwardly baffled at how Shiryu had uncovered her earlier murderous intent. As time passed, more people gathered outside the conference hall. Wu Han and his group descended from the 5th floor, and at the entrance he spotted a familiar figure. Wu Han hurried over and tapped her shoulder. Zhu Yunyun. You're alive. That's wonderful. Zhu Yunyun turned around, looked up at Wu Han, and smiled. Thanks to your help last time, I wouldn't have made it. It was nothing hardly worth mentioning. Faced with the beautiful Zhu Yunyun's gratitude, Wu Han scratched his head awkwardly. The women behind Wu Han grew sullen, casting jealous glances at Zhu Yunyun. You all seem fine too. That's a relief. Sensing the unwelcome vibe from the women around Wu Han, Zhu Yunyun forced a wry smile. I'll go check what's happening up front. With a wave, she walked away. Brother-in-law, stop staring. She's gone. Your eyes are about to pop out, Zhou Qingqing complained. What nonsense are you talking, little girl? I saved her before I was just saying hello. What do you take me for? Wu Han muttered helplessly. Am I the kind of man who judges by looks? Yes, the women chorused in unison. Wu Han had no mind to jest with them, for at that moment, he looked up and saw Zhuo Mingjia and Ding Qiuyu approaching from the corridor. Zhuo Mingjia walked with his hands in his pockets, while Ding Qiuyu followed behind with her hands clasped behind her back. The moment Wu Han and the 5 women saw Zhuo Mingjia, their expressions instantly shifted. As for Hu Jun, his plump face was brimming with fury. Meanwhile, Shiryu, standing nearby, recoiled like a mouse, seeing a cat at the sight of Zhuo Mingjia again, too timid to meet his gaze. Mingjia, why do they all look at you so strangely? Ding Qiuyu, sensing the peculiar glances cast their way, asked with bewilderment. Zhuo Mingjia pursed his lips and chuckled lightly. Don't mind them. It seems everyone knows me now, and am not exactly welcome. Hearing this, Ding Qiuyu recalled Zhuo Mingjia's past deeds and seemed to grasp the situation, choosing not to press further. Haha, looks like everyone's here. Suddenly, a rough and hearty voice echoed into everyone's ears. Had quite a few old acquaintances here. Chin Big Head emerged from the dim corridor, grinning fiercely as he scanned the crowd. Wu Han couldn't help but frown, casting an annoyed glance at Chin Big Head. Lin Lily followed closely behind Chin Big Head, her eyes darting around as if searching for someone. Chin Big Head strode up to Zhuo Mingjia and said, Didn't expect you to still be alive. That's fine. Our accounts can be settled properly later. Zhuo Mingjia lifted his head, locking cold eyes with Chin Big Head. Funny, I was thinking the same. A demon and a villain, they faced off as if no one else existed, suffocating those around them. Creak. At that moment, the long-locked door to the conference hall suddenly swung open. Everyone turned to look inside, startled to see numerous figures within. What's going on? Why are there so many people inside? Who are these people? Why are they all strangers? This isn't some— As the crowd saw many silhouettes in the conference hall, they were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what the mastermind was planning. Chin Big Head was equally astonished, peering curiously at the crowd inside. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face, sending a chill through his heart. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face twisted in terror. Wu Han, observing Chin Big Head's demeanor, was filled with surprise, wondering who could frighten this fat pig so. Chin Big Head, his face stern and tense, shouted at a figure inside the hall. Be Big brother. Everyone present stared blankly at Chin Big Head, their curiosity piqued as they looked toward the hall. At that moment, the lights in the conference hall suddenly blazed on. Inside, many people lay on the floor, while others stood, both men and women among them. What's happening? Where's this? A short-haired woman awoke from her daze, opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, her face etched with worry. The short-haired woman, seeing many unconscious others beside her, gasped in shock. She quickly stood up, looking around anxiously. Who are these people? What happened? Why am I here? No sooner had she spoken than the remaining unconscious people in the hall gradually regained consciousness. Soon the entire conference hall erupted into chaos and clamor, every face etched with confusion, unaware of their. Among them, a burly man with a missing left eye wearing an eye patch stepped forward. He bellowed in fury, veins bulging on his hands and forehead, his countenance ferocious. Who did this? Which reckless fool dared to knock me out? The eye patch man, as if triggered, was abnormally agitated. He spread his arms, clenching his fists, and roared skyward. After a few roars, no one responded. Why are there so many people here? What the hell? The eye patch man calmed down a bit, realizing he was surrounded by strangers, all unfamiliar faces. He looked at a woman beside him and asked, "Hey, do you know where this is, eh?" The woman, still frightened by his earlier outburst, broke into a cold sweat and stammered, I don't know either. Have I been kidnapped? What the hell is this place? No idea. I was napping at home and woke up here. Did I time travel? I'm so scared. Right, I should call the police. The conference hall descended into utter disarray, with everyone saying and doing different things. Yet they shared one thing: their faces were pale and terrified, utterly lost. Hello, hello. Suddenly the projector on the stage lit up, casting a beam of light on the wall. A strange figure in black, wearing a clown mask, appeared on the screen. Who is that? Everyone in the hall jumped, their gazes fixed on the man in black in the projection. Everyone awake. The man in black in the projection looked toward the crowd and continued, "Welcome, you are about to enjoy it. Where did this guy come from?" The eye patch man straightened up, pointing at the figure on the screen. "Hey, you're the one who locked me here, aren't you?" Facing the eye patch man's accusation, the man in black let out a sinister laugh. "The place you are all in is a mysterious hotel beyond the reach of any outside interference." "What did you say? Why am I here? You damn bastard. Come out and he'll kill you." The eye patch man trembled with, Why are we in this hotel?" The short-haired woman asked timidly. "Simple. Everyone here is a participant selected for the Hunger Game." The man in black said flatly, Hunger Game. I never signed up for this." The man in black chuckled. "The selection was conducted by us." "What? That's absurd. This is illegal imprisonment and kidnapping." Many in the crowd protested. "Your protests are futile. Here you are not bound by law, so there is no legality or illegality." The man in black, seeing the crowd quiet down, continued, "What you need to do is simple: survive in this hotel for 1 month. Are you joking? Who would stay in this godforsaken place for a month? Let me out," the eye patch man roared. "That's not the only way out is what I've told you," the man in black said coldly. "After 1 month, you will not only gain your freedom, but also 100 million in prize money." The crowd in the hall was stunned. If what the man in black said was true, 100 million was enough to drive them wild. The man in black saw the greed in everyone's eyes and continued with satisfaction, "Now each of you has a special phone. Open it, and you'll find the Hunger Game app installed. Every account has been credited with 100 million in prize money. If you can leave this hotel alive after 1 month, the money will be converted to cash and distributed to you. Participants may freely trade and utilize funds, and you can also use the hotel's exclusive ATMs." "Is this a dream? Will they really give us 100 million? Many present asked in disbelief. "Yes, that's correct. But there's one thing you must all remember." The man in black paused, let out a cold laugh, and said, "This hotel does not belong to any country's territory, and within these walls there is no law. In other words, murder, rape, arson, or any criminal act committed here will go unpunished." Everyone in the hall was stunned into silence upon hearing this. Their faces were filled with shock, and for a moment no one reacted. The entire room fell into a dead hush. "All right, that's all the explanation you need. Each of you has been assigned a room number in the hotel. You may head to your rooms now. I wish the 30 prey here a successful survival from the old prey's pursuit in the hotel for the next month." The man in black let out a sinister chuckle. "Wait, I don't need this money. I don't want to be locked up here. Let me go." A slender man among the crowd, sensitive to the words prey and pursuit, sensed danger. "No one can leave this hotel before the 1-month period is up." The man in black continued in a hoarse voice, "Lastly, I must remind you of something important. In this hotel there are other participants who arrived over a month earlier, the old players I mentioned." Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, swallowed hard, and instinctively looked toward the hall's entrance. At that moment, the hall's doors suddenly swung open with a creak. As the doors gradually parted, a crowd of people stood outside, all staring inside. The two groups, one inside, one outside, sized each other up. What's going on here?" The man with the eye patch, already irritable, was venting his frustration when he heard someone outside call him Big Brother. The voice sounded oddly familiar. The eye patch man whipped his head around and locked eyes with Chindadu. They stared at each other, recognition dawning, both frozen in shock, unable to speak. They couldn't fathom meeting an acquaintance here. The dozens of people in the hall were dead silent. But the next second, as they regained their senses, chaos erupted. Zhuo Mingjia walked into the hall with a squinting smile, his eyes scanning the newcomers. The corners of his mouth curled up, his expression eerily excited as he muttered, "This is fantastic. The new prey looks delicious." Ding Xiaoyu, following behind Zhuo Mingjia, felt a chill run down her spine and managed a bitter smile. Wu Han and his group also entered the hall. Frowning, he realized that with so many newcomers, the man in black didn't intend to end the game anytime soon. Wu Han counted carefully. There were 30 newcomers, 70 fewer than the 100 who had been imprisoned with him initially. The rules for these 30 newcomers differed from those for Wu Han's group. Wu Han's group only needed 10 survivors to win, but these newcomers merely had to stay in the hotel for a month. It sounded simple, but in reality, they were lab rats for the old players to hunt. It was a brutal game. Wu Han, what's going on? Who are these people? Alicia asked, seeing the hall full of strangers. Wu Han shook his head. Just then a short-haired woman nearby looked at him and asked, "You were the ones locked in here before. Explain things properly so we know what's happening." The famous Alicia? The short-haired woman recognized her expression, full of surprise. Alicia smiled politely and was about to explain the situation when the man in black spoke. "Don't be so surprised to see familiar faces. As you can see, these will be your future roommates. They're old players who've survived in the hotel for over a month. Newcomers, if you want to avoid an early death, learn from them." "What do you mean? Are you locking all of us here just to have us kill each other?" someone among the newcomers asked. The man in black smiled mysteriously, avoiding a direct answer. "New participants, apart from having different rules from the old players, all other conditions are the same. Alright, that's all for now. Good luck, participants." With that, he grinned. The projector beam went black and he vanished from sight. The next second, the hall erupted in uneasy chatter. "Sigh. I just got used to life in this hotel, and now who knows what new trouble is brewing." Duan Ting complained, standing beside Wang Heping. "Ha, that's hilarious." Sure, you standing nearby couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Duan Ting. She glanced at her with contempt and mocked, "A slut who uses her body to seduce men for protection. What does she need to adapt to? Heh, what did you say, you crazy woman? Watch your mouth. You're no different. Don't act like a saint." Duan Ting shot back, her eyes darting to Hu Jun. Hu Jun stood there scratching his head blankly. "You cheap whore, how dare you talk back?" "Sure," you retorted angrily. "Even that fat pig Chen Dada can't stand you, you trash." Chen Dada frowned, displeased. Those two shrews could curse all they wanted, but why drag him into it? He was catching stray. "Say that again." "I said it. You trash." Sure, you and Duan Ting, who had once coexisted, now traded insults as if no one else was around. Wang Heping quickly reached out to restrain Duan Ting, fearing the women might come to blows, and gently advised her to let it go. "So there's no love lost among the people in this hotel." Jie Kier sighed as she witnessed the scene. "Why are relations here so tense? What's going on? Is everything that man in black said true?" The short-haired woman trembling asked. Wu Han closed his eyes briefly and replied helplessly, "Yes. Though the truth is cruel, it's all real. We've been trapped in this hotel for over a month, living in constant fear each day like a year, enduring a living hell." Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman's face turned as pale as paper, and she asked tremblingly, "So, murder or rape? Those things are real?" Wu Han let out a helpless sigh as he faced the newcomer who had just been brought in from outside, and replied, "Yes. That's what's really happened over the past month or so, and many have lost their lives because of it." These words reached the ears of many newcomers present, their faces filled with shock. "But if we can get 100 million in prize money after just 1 month, that doesn't sound so bad, does it?" Some naive newcomer said, "That's right." Chen Dada then raised his head, arrogantly glancing at that person. He stretched out his hand, pulling the graceful and charming Lin Lily, who stood beside him, into his embrace. A smug smile spread across his chubby face as he said, "As long as you're as strong as I am, you can do whatever you want. Whether it's money or women, you can have it all, hee hee." Lin Lily lay in Chen Dada's arms, putting on a fake act, forcing a captivating and enchanting smile onto her face. Many women present turned pale at his words. Chen Dada's fat, fleshy face bore a scar, and it was clear at a glance that he was no good person. Chen Datu, indifferent to others' gazes, grinned and said, "Since we can't lay a hand on other participants today, there's nothing. You fresh little beauties, I'll have the chance to pamper you properly later." Hee hee. "Hey, Chen Datu." The man with the eye patch suddenly called out to him. Chen Datu paused, lowered his head, and glanced back at him, his expression far from friendly. "You kid, your name's Chen Datu, right?" The man with the eye patch smirked and said, "Hey, you little brat, you've grown some nerve. Back outside you were still my little lackey, weren't you? And now you're the big shot ruling this place." Chen Data fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at the eye patch man, his face darkening as he frowned, and said, "That was years ago. Why bring up old rotten stuff like that? Haven't seen you in years, but looking closely you've aged quite a bit since you were the boss back then. Oh, got a temper now. Who do you think you're looking down on?" The eye patch man said coolly. "If you want to survive safely in this hotel, you'd better not make me angry." Chen Data warned with displeasure. After speaking, he turned and left, fondling Lin Lily, completely ignoring the eye patch. This kid really doesn't know his place. The eye patch man, new to the place, was irritated by his former subordinate Chen Datu, but held back his temper, deciding to first understand the hotel situation before settling the score. How can he be like that? He looks so scary. Has he killed before? As soon as Chen Datu left, many newcomers in the meeting hall buzzed with gossip about him. Seeing this, Wu Han turned and gestured to Xie Yuanba and the 5 women to follow. "Let's all go back to our rooms. We can't help these newcomers. If they want to survive, they have to rely on themselves," Wu Han said calmly. The group of newcomers, not quite understanding his words, chattered aimlessly. As Wu Han and the others ascended to the 5th floor, Jie Kuer complained dejectedly, "So annoying. I don't get why more people keep joining. Who knows when this twisted game will ever end?" Sigh, I wonder if any of these newcomers are dangerous types like Swammingjia or Chun Data mixed in among them. Zhou Qingqing sighed softly, her tone still worried. Wuhan was silent for a few seconds before speaking. With 30 people arriving at once, it's not hard to guess that there's a good chance a few crazy ones are among them. But as long as we stay as alert as we are now, we'll be fine. The 6 of us will act together. Unless we have no choice but to go out, we'll stay in our rooms as much as possible. So don't overthink it. Let's just head back to our rooms and tough it out. Jiakura resigned herself. Please wait. Suddenly a voice called out from behind the 6 of them. Hey. Hey. Wait. Wuhan and the others turned curiously to see who was chasing after them. Huff. Huff. Hello. The newcomer was a short-haired girl in a loose purple dress with a very innocent appearance. She was panting heavily from running. Zhao Yiting, age 22, college student with questionable sexual orientation. From the meeting hall, Zhao Yiting had noticed that Wuhan and his group seemed much friendlier and more approachable than the other veteran players, so she immediately chased after them to get a clearer picture of what was going on in the hotel. Little sister, you're so adorable. Jiakura complimented sincerely. Zhao Yiting smiled sweetly and replied politely, you flatter me, sister. I can't compare to you. Little sister, you're not only beautiful, but also sweet-tongued. You're really likable, Jiakura said happily. Wuhan's face darkened with exasperation at Jiakura's cheerful mood. Ignoring the foolish woman, he looked up at Zhao Yiting and asked, you're a newcomer to this hotel, right? Is there something you want from us? Zhao Yiting nodded and said, actually, it's nothing much. I appreciated your kind explanation back in the meeting hall, but I'm still curious about a few things. Curious about what? Wuhan asked. I wanted to ask about the secrets to surviving here, especially what to watch out for. Zhao Yiting looked, what? Secrets? Wuhan was taken aback, not expecting such a question. Seeing him dazed, Jiakura enthusiastically jumped in and replied, this big sister knows. Let me tell you. Really? Then please, beautiful sister, go ahead, Zhao Yiting said gratefully. The first thing to do when you get here is to find like-minded people to team up with as soon as possible. It's safer than being alone. Also, everyone has their own room in this hotel. If there's nothing to do, lock your door and stay inside. Jiakura rattled on. Is that all? Zhao Yiting said. Let me think, is there anything else to watch out for? Jiakura suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, oh right. Never lose your phone. It's one of the key ways to get important information in the hotel. That's all I can think of. I hope it helps. Thank you for the reminder. I'll make sure to keep my phone safe. Zhao Yiting bowed gratefully. Seeing that Jiakura had rambled on without hitting the key points, Wuhan decided to kindly supplement since the young lady seemed polite, and it would be a pity if she were killed young. Besides what was just said, you need to be especially careful of that scarred fat pig you saw in the meeting hall and that sly-eyed harmless-looking young man. If you ever run into them, run first. Otherwise, if you fall into their hands, you might meet a terrible end. Oh, Zhao Yiting's face turned pale as she carefully recalled the 2 dangerous men Wuhan had mentioned. So, will this hotel really witness violence? Or even murder? Zhao Yiting asked, her voice trembling. Wuhan's face hardened as he said sternly, as I said in the meeting hall just now, anything could happen here. That's terrifying. Seeing Zhao Yiting's skepticism, Wuhan kindly warned, more than 1 or 2 people have tragically died here before. For the next 3 hours until midnight, the rule against harming others is still in effect, so it's relatively safe for now. After that, you'll see the hotel's true face. I see. Zhao Yiting pondered for a moment, then looked up at Wuhan and the others. Thank you for telling me all this. Don't worry, you'll protect myself. I'm going back to my room now. See you later. With that, Zhao Yiting waved gracefully at them and turned to leave. I'm really worried about that girl. She doesn't seem to grasp the danger of being trapped here. Jiek here said, watching Zhao Yiting's retreating figure with concern. That's out of our hands. Life and death are up to fate. Let's just hope she's lucky enough not to run into any dangerous people. The women nodded at Wuhan's words. Everyone was trapped here, unable to even save themselves, let alone help others. Lu Jianping and Jiao Shiqing had returned to their room immediately after the meeting ended. Back in the meeting hall, Lu Jianping had noticed many alluring women and his mind was now restless. He was passionately entangled with Jiao Shiqing, fantasizing that she was one of the other desirable women. Jiao Shiqing's thoughts were similar. Among the newcomers were many young handsome men, and just a few glances had stirred her heart. Looking at the old man Lu Jianping before her, Jiao Shiqing felt conflicted. She thought to herself, this old man is a top billionaire, sure, but with so many young handsome men around, it'd be a waste not to flirt. Should I dump this old geezer and seduce another? Little Qingqing, what are you thinking? You don't seem very enthusiastic. Lu Jianping's voice interrupted her thoughts. President Lu, you're overthinking. Jiao Shiqing forced a bitter smile. Watching Lu Jianping close his eyes in enjoyment, she felt a surge of resentment. Ugh, this old man is so tiresome. He doesn't spark any interest at all. I've had enough. Letting him freeload like this every day and him not getting any immediate benefits. I don't even know if he'll give me money once we get out. If only I knew what this old man was thinking. Jiao Shiqing reached out and gently stroked Lu Jianping's chest, going along with him while harboring these secret thoughts. Time passed quickly, and soon it was midnight. A piercing screech came from the corridor's speakers. Attention, all participants. From this moment on, the rule prohibiting harm to others is lifted. The speakers repeated, announcement repeated. From this moment on, the rule prohibiting harm to others is lifted. Enjoy the game, everyone. Finally, freedom. Chun Data squeezed Lin Lily, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Sigh, this damn twisted game has started again. Sure, you sat beside Hu Jun, his face grim. With the hotel's rule lifted, some rejoiced while others worried. For the newcomers, would they face slaughter or crime? After parting ways with Wu Han and the others, Zhao Yiting returned to her assigned room. She noticed it had been renovated, but a careful inspection revealed bloodstains on the walls that hadn't been cleaned, suggesting the previous occupant had died. Zhao Yiting wasn't surprised, as she had already been mentally prepared by Wu Han's words. So it's finally begun. As midnight passed, Zhao Yiting, driven by curiosity, left her room and began wandering through. Zhao Yiting was still quite nervous, looking around cautiously. Click-clack, click-clack. Suddenly a door opened and a slender figure slowly emerged. Someone there. Zhao Yiting's gaze met hers as she walked closer. They looked at each other, and both faces were filled with surprise. I saw you in the meeting hall. You're a newcomer too, right? Zhao Yiting said to the short-haired woman in sportswear. Ko Jiangxue eyed Zhao Yiting warily and asked, are you one too? Zhao Yiting smiled warmly. Yeah, I have no idea what this place is. Being locked up here is creepy, and I didn't dare stay alone in my room. Ko Jiangxue, finding her friendly, let her guard down and said with empathy, I feel the same. When I heard from the veteran players in the meeting hall that all forms of violence are allowed here, I was too scared to leave my room. Zhao Yiting smiled slightly and suggested, since we've met by chance, why don't we team up? We can look out for each other if. Ko Jiangxue hesitated, thought for a moment, and seeing that Zhao Yiting was also a woman, finally nodded. Sure, I was just wishing for a companion. It's safer to move together. Seeing her agree, Zhao Yiting said warmly, my room isn't on this floor. Can I come into yours? Of course. Ko Jiangxue didn't hesitate at all. It was exactly what she wanted. Zhao Yiting's room was on another floor, and she didn't want to. Thank you. Don't mention it. The rules are lifted now, and it's dangerous outside. You might run into some ill-intentioned man. Come on in. Ko Jiangxue said as she opened the door wider. Zhao Yiting nodded, said nothing more, and stepped into Ko Jiangxue's room. I'm telling you, this hotel is really shabby. The light in the room is broken, and with the door closed, it's pitch black. I was so scared alone, but now I have you to keep me company. Ko Jiangxue complained as she turned and walked deeper into the room, leaving Zhao Yiting to close the door. How I agree. Zhao Yiting let out a cold laugh, staring at Ko Jiangxue's unsuspecting back. But that's perfect. Makes it easier to strike. Ko Jiangxue froze at the words, sensing something wrong. She spun around, her face contorted in terror. What did you say? Then came a sharp smack. As Ko Jiangxue turned, she saw Zhao Yiting raising something in her hand, swinging it down hard toward her head. Before Ko Jiangxue could even react, her head was smashed and bloodied in the next second. Have you lost your mind? Ko Jiangxue lowered her head, one hand covering the wound on her forehead, gritting her teeth to endure the pain, her expression filled with bewilderment. Seeing her like this, Zhao Yiting lifted her chin in satisfaction, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Damn, are you sick? What? Why did you suddenly attack me? Ko Jiangxue glanced at her with displeasure. Weren't we supposed to act together? Why are you attacking me? Zhao Yiting stood still, the weapon in her hand stained with blood, her heart utterly calm, as she said flatly, isn't this hotel free from the law? So I was just curious and wanted to try something I've always dreamed of doing. For instance, I've always wanted to smash someone's skull. Ko Jiangxue froze for a moment, staring at Zhao Yiting in disbelief, frowning as she said angrily, do you even know what you're saying? Have you lost your mind? Hey, really? I think so too. But the thrill is just too addictive. With that, Zhao Yiting raised the weapon again and slammed it viciously at Ko Jiangxue's head. Sensing the danger, Ko Jiangxue immediately stepped back with one foot and swiftly dodged sideways. A whoosh sounded. Zhao Yiting missed, and Ko Jiangxue seized the moment, clenching her fist, her face darkening as she threw a punch. Zhao Yiting looked up to see the fist coming straight at her and hastily ducked in a panic. Damn it! Blood is flowing into my eyes, I can't see clearly. No sooner had Ko Jiangxue spoken than a heavy blow struck her head. With a loud bang, Zhao Yiting swung the weapon fiercely, hitting Ko Jiangxue square on the forehead. This time it was Ko Jiangxue felt a ringing in her ears as blood streamed down her forehead, her entire face now a ghastly sight. So dizzy. It hurt so much. Ko Jiangxue felt her eyelids grow unbearably heavy, and with a wave of dizziness, she collapsed to the ground, losing all strength to resist. That was close, I almost missed. Zhao Yiting stood upright before Ko Jiangxue, a sinister grin spreading across her face, her figure looming eerily in the darkness. Zhao Yiting had no intention of stopping there. She quickly sat on Ko Jiangxue's back, pressing down on her shoulders to prevent any movement. Now pinned down, Ko Jiangxue's face was pressed against the floor. She struggled to open her eyes slightly, tilting her head to glance at Zhao Yiting as she whispered weakly, you're a woman too. Why are you doing this? Zhao Yiting didn't answer. Instead, she gazed at the young woman with her fine figure, her eyes filled with greed, her breathing growing rapid. Rip. Ko Jiangxue felt her clothes being torn by Zhao Yiting. Wah. What's going on? What exactly do you want to do to me? Zhao Yiting let out a cold laugh in response. Haha, this is something I've always wanted to do, but never dared. With that, Zhao Yiting bent down, flipped the barely conscious Ko Jiangxue over, and recklessly began caressing her smooth, fair cheek, with one hand, her voice dripping with malice. I may be a woman, but oddly enough, I prefer women over men. Do you understand what I mean? But in the real world outside, I can't do this. I can't let anyone know this secret. Zhao Yiting's face lit up with anticipation as she murmured to herself, but in this hotel, I can do whatever I want. It's absolutely wonderful. You? Insane. Crazy woman. Get off me. Ko Jiangxue resisted with all her might, her face full of revulsion. What are you saying? Now that you're in my hands, do you think I'd let you go so easily? Zhao Yiting said with a smirk, starting to grope Ko Jiangxue. You lunatic. Ko Jiangxue cursed under her breath in frustration, watching helplessly as Zhao Yiting did as she pleased. But thankfully she felt her consciousness slowly returning. Hey, I'm so happy. I'm sure we'll get along great. Zhao Yiting's excitement was indescribable. The impulses usually suppressed by reason had finally broken free from their restraints. Seeing Zhao Yiting utterly carried away, Ko Jiangxue, now clear-headed, knew her chance had come. She immediately extended her arms, pushed her upper body up, and once balanced struck Zhao Yiting on the back of the head with her palm. The sudden attack caught Zhao Yiting completely off guard. The blow to her head caused her eyes to roll back, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Phew. Ko Jiangxue quickly shoved Zhao Yiting off her, stood up, and took a deep breath, cursing, what terrible luck running into a maniac like this. After resting for a moment, while Zhao Yiting was still unconscious, Ko Jiangxue bent down, grabbed her by the ankle, and dragged her to the door. Seeing nothing unusual outside, she kicked Zhao Yiting out of the room. Zhao Yiting rolled a few times before lying flat on the corridor floor. Despite her anger at having her head bashed in, Ko Jiangxue didn't lose her reason. She wouldn't kill Zhao Yiting while she was unconscious. Murder was against the law, and that was absolutely out of the question. So she simply threw Zhao Yiting out of her room. What happened to her afterward was none of her concern. Feeling somewhat relieved, Ko Jiangxue's face turned cold as she turned around, walked back into the room, and closed the door tightly. Unbeknownst to her, the commotion had already alerted the neighbor. The door next door slowly creaked open. A man with a fairly refined appearance stepped out, sneaking a glance at Ko Jiangxue's closed door before looking down at Zhao Yiting, who lay unconscious in the hallway. The man cautiously approached Zhao Yiting, crouched down, and gently nudged her a few times. Hey, wake up. Are you okay? But Zhao Yiting showed no response. Thinking she might be dead, the man brushed the hair from her face and was about to check for breath when he saw her innocent, delicate features up close. His heart raced, and he froze for a moment. She's alive and not injured. It seems the blood on her clothes isn't hers. The man felt her breath and sighed in relief upon realizing she was still alive. He reached out to help her up, but accidentally touched something soft. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, afraid she might. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The man kept bowing and apologizing to Zhao Yiting before realizing she was still unconscious. Even if he did something to her now, she wouldn't know. At that thought, the man's gaze at Zhao Yiting gradually turned greedy. The man swallowed hard, his face flushed crimson, his heart racing with a tumultuous mix of excitement and trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively extended a hand toward Zhao Yiting's chest. She looks petite, but there's more to her than meets the eye. He squeezed once and found it irresistible, his mind wandering with lascivious thoughts. Having brazenly taken advantage, he noticed Zhao Yiting's eyes remained tightly shut, showing no reaction, which emboldened him further. He lowered his head, greedily inhaling her scent. I'm not doing anything wrong. A woman lies defenseless in the hallway. What man could simply ignore her? He desperately rationalized his crime. Women are all the same. They date around, and in the end it's all about money and betrayal. I gave everything only to be cuckolded time and again. In this hotel there are no laws to fear. Why not? This is the perfect chance to teach these wretched women a lesson. With that thought, the man who had worn a veneer of gentility now revealed his true ugly nature. His hands roamed freely, sliding under Zhao Yiting's clothes. Zhao Yiting felt an uncomfortable sensation all over, as if something was touching her. The man's grip grew tighter, jolting her from her stupor. She slowly opened her eyes, her head still foggy and heavy. After a few moments, Zhao Yiting shook her head several times and regained full consciousness. She propped herself up on her hands, lifting her upper body, and looked down to see a man buried against her. Who are you? What are you doing? She stared at him, her voice cold. Startled by her sudden question, the man realized she was awake. He jumped back in alarm, sitting upright on the ground, his face pale with guilt and tension as he looked up at her. While I was unconscious, what were you trying to do to me, eh? Zhao Yiting, far from panicking, pressed on with a calm, yet indignant. Her aggressive demeanor and the contempt in her eyes stung his pride. His attitude did an abrupt 180, his face darkening as he revealed his true vicious nature. Damn it. Since you've caught me, what do you plan to do? In this hotel, I can do whatever I want. You are just a fragile woman. Do you think you can resist a man like me? If you have any sense, don't bother with futile resistance. Just obey me quietly and do as I say. Seeing the man's fury turn to agitation, his face twisted in terrifying rage, Zhao Yiting knew that confronting him head-on would only lead to trouble. It was not a wise move. Don't be rash. I wasn't planning to resist anyway. Zhao Yiting feigned surrender, putting on a submissive act. Since things have come to this, there's no point in being coy. Why not just enjoy ourselves? The man breathed a sigh of relief, a grin spreading across his face. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. Good. Since we're in this together, it's better for both of us to loosen up. Knowing what the man wanted, Zhao Yiting said no more. She leaned in, lowering her head. Have you never had a... The man was curious about her apparent inexperience. Zhao Yiting stammered, You're the first man I've been with. Really? Then I'm incredibly lucky. How about you be my girlfriend? We can stick together in this hotel. What do you say? The man was thoroughly pleased, never imagining that a pure and charming young woman like Zhao Yiting had never been with another man. It was like finding a hidden treasure. Stick together. Sure, Zhao Yiting replied. Then it's settled. But for now, let me enjoy myself. The man closed his eyes, a look of blissful satisfaction spreading across his face. Zhao Yiting lifted her head, her eyes fixed on his every move. Seeing his eyes shut, she knew he had let down his guard. The moment she had been waiting for had arrived. A cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth, her face dark and chilling. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck with ruthless precision. Aya! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the corridor. You, bit it off. The man's face was ashen, his eyes squeezed shut in agony, tears streaming from the corners. The excruciating pain rendered his speech slurred, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his groin with both hands, blood seeping between his legs and staining the floor. His mind reeled, unable to accept the reality, teetering on the edge of madness. He never imagined that this seemingly harmless little girl could be so vicious, so utterly treacherous. Tui. Zhao Yiting sprang to her feet, her lips stained with blood. She spat out the filth from her mouth with a look of utter disgust. Why? Why did you do this to me? The man curled up on the ground, trembling as he endured the searing pain. Hey, you brought— Zhao Yiting's face twisted into a morbid grin. I have absolutely no interest in men. The very sight of you makes me sick. Why does this world even need men? Damn it. You're a freak. The man was consumed by regret. He never expected to encounter a monster in human skin the moment he arrived here. Truly, lust is a blade that cuts deep. You seem to be in a lot of pain. So, let me send you to the afterlife. Zhang Yiting sneered. Bon voyage. With that, she picked up a glass bottle from the floor, gripping it firmly, and strode toward him. No, please. I don't want to die. No. The man looked up in terror, only to see Zhang Yiting's dark, menacing face, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She held the bottle high, her gaze as cold as death itself. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, Zhao Yiting seemed to transform into a demon. Ignoring his desperate pleas, she mechanically and mercilessly brought the bottle down on his head again and again. Soon the man's cries for help fell silent. He lay sprawled on the ground, face down, motionless. Blood splattered everywhere, and his head was a mangled mess. The once living man had become a gruesome cold corpse. With a clatter, the bottle slipped from Zhang Yiting's hand and shattered on the floor. She wiped the blood from her face, straightened her clothes, and wore an expression of utter calm, as if nothing had happened, as if it had nothing to do with her. Oh, what a pity. I didn't get that beauty after all. Zhang Yiting glanced at Ko Jiangshu's door, her heart filled with discontent. She complained, dealing with that damn bastard took so much effort, and now I'm starving. I have no idea where to find food. Zhang Yiting thought of the phone in her pocket. Wu Han and the others had told her that the phone was one of the ways to obtain information in this hotel. Zhang Yiting took out her phone and opened the app. She discovered that her account held a reward of 100 million yuan. Scrolling through the message history, she was shocked to find that killing a person rewarded 100 million yuan and a week's worth of food rations, though these had to be collected from the cafeteria. The man in black did say that transactions between participants could be done freely through the app or an ATM. Does that mean I can transfer money via phone? With this thought, Zhang Yiting's gaze fell upon the dead man on the floor. A faint smile curled on her lips as she crouched down and reached out to search his pockets for his phone. Found it. Need a fingerprint to unlock. Zhang Yiting held the man's phone in one hand and pressed his thumb against the sensor with the other. The next second, the screen unlocked. Zhang Yiting nodded in satisfaction and opened his account. Seeing that he also had a deposit of 100 million yuan, her excitement surged. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the man's hand and used it to operate the phone, transferring all the money into her own account. Transaction result: account transfer of 100 million yuan to Zhang Yiting's account. Transaction successful. Haha, I never thought this would actually work. This money is way too easy to come by. Killing one bastard nets me 100 million in my account. If I go to the cafeteria to claim the reward, it'll have 300 million. How thrilling. I should find a few more bastards to take down. Zhang Yiting stared at the astronomical figure in her phone, ecstatic. Ding Xiaoyu had just woken up from a short nap in bed. Opening her eyes, she saw Zhuo Mingjie leaning against the headboard, fiddling with the laptop in his hands, wearing a mysterious smile as he chuckled to himself. Zhuo Mingjie was monitoring the hotel situation through his laptop. He had witnessed everything Zhang Yiting had done. Mingjie, what are you looking at? Lately you've been glued to that laptop, laughing so happily every time. You've been ignoring me. Ding Xiaoyu complained, displeased. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought that among the new participants there must be some interesting characters. Zhuo Mingjie replied casually, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yiting on the laptop screen. They're all naive newcomers. They have no idea how dangerous this hotel is. They'll probably be dead in a few days. Ding Xiaoyu said dismissively. Have fresh prey, full of vitality. They won't disappoint me. Let's wait and see. Ding Xiaoyu was startled by Zhuo Mingjie's cold-blooded remark and dared not say another word. Zhuo Mingjie's attention was entirely on the newcomers, unaware that after this meeting he had already caught someone's eye. The one targeting him was not Wu Han, but the unremarkable otaku, Hu Jun. 97, 98, 99, 100. Hu Jun was doing push-ups in his room, training his body with all his might. Meanwhile, Shiyu lay naked on the bed beside him, finding it cool and comfortable, completely unconcerned that Hu Jun could see her. Beep, beep, beep. In the quiet room, both of them suddenly heard their phones ring. Their expressions changed. Hu Jun stopped his exercise and stood up from the floor. Shiryu startled sat up abruptly on the bed. They both knew that when the phone rang it meant a message had arrived, and it was usually bad news. I wonder what notification the phone will send us this time. Shiryu pulled her phone from under the pillow, unlocked the screen, and Hu Jun glanced at her and said awkwardly, "Before anything else, could you please put some clothes on? I'm still a man after all. Can you at least be a little cautious around me? It makes me very uncomfortable." Shiryu looked up at him and said indifferently, "It's my habit. Sleeping with clothes on gives me insomnia and affects my sleep quality. Besides, aren't you only into 2D women? Why do you care so much?" Hu Jun was speechless as if she had a point. Ever since Shiryu escaped from Zhuomingjia and was rescued by Hu Jun, she had been sticking with him. "What is it?" Seeing the message on her phone, Shiryu trembled, all over her expression, filled with shock and horror. "Well, what's wrong? What did the phone send you that got you so worked up?" Hu Jun asked uneasily. "Death report newcomers, Du Man Lin Tao. And 5 others have been killed. From now on, the death status of the 30 newcomers will be sent to your phones in real time. It's only been a few hours since the midnight ban was lifted, and already several newcomers have died." Shiryu put down her phone and steadied her nerves. Was it Zhuomingjia? Hu Jun stroked his chin in speculation. "It's possible, but not certain. No one can guarantee that newcomers won't kill each other. After all, anything goes here." Shiryu said. "Sigh, I wonder when this game will end. I've had enough." Hu Jun shook his head helplessly. Hu Jun was tired of this life, but Chun Datu was the complete opposite. For instance, right now Chun Datu was groping Lin Lily as he swaggered through the hotel, doing whatever he pleased. "It's the middle of the night. Shouldn't we stay in our room? The phone just sent a message saying several newcomers have died. The hotel isn't safe right now." Lin Lily grimaced helplessly, enduring Chun Datu's roaming hands. "What's there to be afraid of? Those greenhorns let them die. Are you worried they might target us? I'd like to see them try. In this hotel I'm the king. No one can beat me." Chun Datu said with a grin. "Staying in the room is so boring. It's the perfect time to get some fresh air and change the scenery. Don't you want that?" Lin Lily saw the lecherous grin on Chun Datu's face and knew exactly what was on that fat pig's mind. "Brother Datu, let's go back to the room. I'm a bit tired today. I don't want to stand." Duan Ting said. "Tired my ass. Isn't this great? So thrilling. Look at your expression, you're loving it. Stop pretending." With that, Chun Datu ignored Lin Lily's objections and roughly pulled down her pants with his big hands. "Brother Datu, you're so annoying." Seeing Lin Lily play hard to get, Chun Datu got even more excited. He turned her around to face away from him, unable to contain his eagerness. "Hey, Chun Datu." Just as Chun Datu was about to make his move, a sudden call came from behind him. "Who?" Chun Datu abruptly turned his head to look. A burly one-eyed man stood behind him. "I thought it was someone else." "So it's Brother Wang Peng. Weren't you locked up for life?" Chun Datu tilted his head, picking his nose arrogantly. Wang Peng, hands in his pockets, wore a smile and said calmly, "You used to be my underling, but now you've grown wings, and you dare to show me attitude. Datu, it seems your big brother needs to teach you a lesson, so you'll never dare to step on my head." Wang Peng was the one-eyed man who had crossed paths with Chun Datu in the meeting hall earlier. In his younger days, he had gathered a gang, bullied the innocent, and committed every evil until the state cracked down and sent him to reflect on his misdeeds. "Hey, old man, why cling to old tales?" Chun Datu frowned in displeasure. "You're past your prime. A tiger without fangs is just a cat. Don't overestimate yourself. Lost a few teeth, but even without fangs, a tiger is still a tiger. More than enough to handle a wild boar." At these words, they glared at each other, grinning coldly as the atmosphere grew tense. Lin Lily quickly dressed herself, standing helplessly between the two dangerous men, not daring to speak. From Chun Datu's stern expression, she knew Wang Peng was no ordinary man. If they fought, the outcome was uncertain. She hadn't expected that after all these years, despite his age, he still exuded such sharpness. No wonder he was once the top dog. Just standing face to face, his presence was intimidating. Chun Datu's face was grim as he thought to himself, his clenched fists sweating. Wang Peng gave him a sense of imminent danger. "Good for you, Chun Datu. After so long, you've really grown, not the scrawny kid you used to be." Seeing that Chun Datu hadn't backed down, as before, Wang Peng laughed casually. "How does saying that mean you're afraid to spar with?" "Ha, you brat, since when did you learn to joke?" "Afraid of you? Who do you think you are?" Wang Peng said with ease. "Brother, you talk a lot more nonsense than before," Chun Datu retorted. Lin Lily watched them bicker, their relationship swinging from hot to cold, yet they didn't fight. She couldn't make sense of it. If you two know each other, you could sit down and talk," Lin Lily said weakly. Wang Peng turned to look her over. This woman was tempting in both figure and face. "Data, who is this woman? Is she your plaything?" Lin Lily felt disgusted by his lecherous gaze and disrespectful words. "She's my woman. Pretty, huh? Jealous?" Chun Datu replied triumphantly. "Hell with your sorry state, she didn't come to you willingly, did she?" Wang Peng seemed to see through everything, sneering. Chun Datu's anger flared. "Damn it. Your contemptuous face hasn't changed a bit, but you'll be disappointed. She came to me, said she was infatuated, and kept pestering." Lin Lily was speechless at his narcissism. Well, if being impressed by his strength counted as infatuation, then maybe, she thought silently. Seeing Wang Peng's mocking doubt, Chun Datu, enraged, pulled Lin Lily into his arms and tore open her clothes, revealing her fair skin. "If I told her to die, she'd be willing." "Oh, big brother Datu, you're so bad." Lin Lily played along, not refusing. "See, hey." Chun Datu nodded in satisfaction, groping her openly in front of Wang Peng. "Ptah, you're hilarious." Wang Peng laughed heartily, unbothered by Chun Datu's show of force. Chen Data frowned, irritated by Wang Peng's condescending look. What kind of man are you? I know you too well. Stop pretending. Once I knock you down, this woman is mine. You don't mind, do you? Wang Peng said with a light smile. Lin Lily's face paled, recalling how Wu Lifan had betrayed her to Huang Ming. She loathed Wang Peng and feared Chen Data might abandon her too. Chen Data sneered, haha, dreaming are you? At your age you still think you can compete with me for a woman. Even if I gave you one, could you handle it? What? Afraid to fight me? Wang Peng smiled confidently. Enough talk. If you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Chen Data gently pushed Lin Lily behind him, stood tall, and roared at Wang Peng. Then come on. With that he clenched his fist and threw a fast punch at Wang Peng's face. Wang Peng, unhurried, a sneer on his lips, leaned back slightly and dodged easily. Missing, Chen Data followed with an uppercut, but Wang Peng still didn't strike, swiftly sidestepping. Data, I expected more from you. With those slow punches you dare challenge me? Wang Peng taunted coldly. Damn bastard. Enraged, Chen Datu withdrew his fist and swung backward. Bang! As he turned, Wang Peng's iron fist met his face. The blow was powerful, sending Chen Data stumbling and crashing to the ground. Ugh! He lay face down, nose. Data, see. This is how you throw a punch. Wang Peng stood over him. You were so cocky just now. Get up. Get up and learn a few moves from your long-lost big brother. Chen Data trembled with rage. Lin Lily watched in disbelief. She never imagined that Chen Data, who ruled the hotel unchallenged, would be felled by one punch. Her heart raced with fear. Would she really fall into Wang Peng's hands? Big brother Data, hold on. You can't fall like this. Pale-faced Lin Lily cheered him on. Damn it. Chen Data muttered under his breath, his condition somewhat recovered as he struggled to rise from the ground. Hey, you wet behind fierce brat. Even if I'm old, I've been training every day inside. My fists are still plenty hard. A little punk like you dares to show off before me. You're asking for trouble. Wang Peng said smugly. Chen Data furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that while he had heard Wang Peng was exceptionally skilled in combat, and few could match him, he had thought it an exaggeration. Now actually crossing fists with him, he realized the man's strength far exceeded his imagination. Chen Data clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to accept defeat. He considered himself the king of this hotel. How could he lose so easily? If so, everything he had built would be taken by Wang Peng. What a joke. What's wrong? Keep going. Or, are you scared? Wang Peng taunted, lifting his chin arrogantly when Chen Data hesitated to strike back. It's not decided yet, whole win. Don't get cocky. Chen Data spread his legs, crouched slightly, and spread his arms, assuming a stance ready to attack. Why so stubborn? Just admit defeat and keep being my lackey. Wouldn't that be nice? Wang Peng said casually. Dream on. Take this. Chen Data threw a punch at Wang Peng again, faster than before. Is that all you've got? Still too slow. Wang Peng dodged with a smirk. Watch out for this one. Chen Data raised his arm, straightened his fingers, and gathered all his strength to chop at Wang Peng's arm. Wang Peng frowned at this move, knowing he couldn't take it. His expression turned serious as he sidestepped nimbly. Chen Data's strike missed, and the two were now inches apart. Wang Peng seized the moment, bent his elbow, and slammed it hard into Chen Data's chest. Cough, cough. Chen Data felt a suffocating pain in his chest, all his strength draining away. His bulky body stumbled back 2 steps, barely managing to stay upright, his chest burning with agony. Chen Data didn't stop. Seeing Wang Peng slightly off guard, he gritted his teeth and swung his fists at Wang Peng again. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of fists colliding echoed as they exchanged 6 or 7 blows in seconds. That's enough. Don't force it. I'm done playing with you. Wang Peng said coldly. Since Chen Data was younger, continuing this heated fight would drain his stamina. So Wang Peng decided to end it quickly. He clenched a fist, gathered all his strength, ducked swiftly to evade Chen Data's attack, and in that gap bent low and punched hard into Chen Data's beer belly. Thanks to the thick layer of fat from his beer belly, Chen Data withstood the punch without falling. He was utterly enraged, his eyes blazing with fury, his face twisted in a terrifying scowl. He'll kill you. He'll fight you to the death. Chen Datu, ignoring the searing pain, lost all reason and charged at Wang Peng like a madman, fists raised. Perfect timing. You're at the end of your rope. Wang Peng, seeing Chen Data's frenzied state, remained utterly calm. He seized the right moment and threw a lightning-fast punch straight into Chen Data's face as he drew near. Bang! Wang Peng's heavy blow sent Chen Data flying to the ground, where he writhed in pain, unable to get up. At that moment, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Lin Lily covered her mouth in shock. Had Chen Data actually lost? It's over. Being my lackey isn't so bad. Why ask for death? Wang Peng looked down at Chen Data coldly, then abruptly turned to Lin Lily standing nearby, and said with a lecherous grin, if you don't want to die, just stand there and wait for me. Once I'm done with this guy, it'll be your turn to taste my flavor. Lin Lily felt both anger and fear. She clenched her fists in resentment, but under Wang Peng's oppressive gaze, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. I'm not dead yet. And you're already eyeing my woman. Chen Data staggered to his feet with great difficulty, his face covered in blood, brows furrowed, eyes locked onto Wang Peng. Oh, beaten like this, and you can still stand. Wang Peng said, somewhat surprised. Data, looks like your flab isn't entirely useless after all. At least it makes you tough enough to take a beating. Chen Data gritted his teeth, drawing on some unknown reserve of strength. He refused to give in easily and threw a punch at Wang Peng in a desperate gamble. Having expended much of his stamina, Wang Peng couldn't dodge Chun Data's next attack easily, and had to block it with his arms. The sound of several punches echoed as Lin Lili, an outsider witnessing their renewed clash, noticed Chun Data now gaining the upper hand. Wang Peng had both arms guarding his head, focused solely on defense. The tide was turning in Chun Data's favor. Hey, you can't dodge as fast as before. You're running out of steam, huh? Chun Data's chubby face broke into a grin. Didn't I tell you? At your age, don't dream of being the boss. Too busy putting on airs, and now I've found your weakness again, you brat. Seeing Chun Data's cockiness, Wang Peng stealthily reached out a hand, suddenly gripping Chun Data's neck with force, while his other fist wound up to strike Chun Data's forehead. You're still too green, kid. As the saying goes, older ginger is hotter. All right, time for you to die. Wang Peng sneered, and without hesitation brought his fist down. This is it. Chun Data thought as the fist came at him. Bang! A loud crash. A scream of agony. Chun Data had braced himself for death, but Wang Peng's fist never landed. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes, a puzzled look on his face. Before him, Wang Peng's face was contorted in pain, his eyes nearly rolling back, and the hand that had gripped Chun Data's neck had already loosened. Chun Data had no idea what was happening. You damned woman. How dare you? Ambush me. Wang Peng felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, his body suddenly losing all strength. Chun Data looked behind Wang Peng and saw a figure standing there. Lin Lili was holding the high heel she had used to smash the back of Wang Peng's head. Go to hell. Lin Lili frowned, her expression shifting from her usual demeanor to one of ruthless cruelty. In the next second, she kicked Wang Peng hard between the legs. Ugh! Wang Peng curled up in pain, clutching himself. Lin Lili, without a word, shoved him to the ground. Chun Data quickly reacted, leaping onto Wang Peng, straddling him, and pounding his fists into Wang Peng's face. After a few punches, Wang Peng had lost all ability to fight back. Wang Peng's consciousness grew increasingly hazy as he lay on the ground, enduring the relentless kicks and punches from Chun Data. Is he already unconscious? Chun Data noticed Wang Peng had stopped moving, slowly rose to his feet, and gasped for air. How dare you covet me? You're asking for death. Lin Lili coldly glanced at Wang Peng and cursed. Chun Data, startled by Lin Lili's intense emotions, froze for a moment, then looked up at her and asked, What were you doing back there? Suddenly stepping in. Do you think I couldn't have beaten him? Wasn't that obvious? He had nearly been killed by Wang Peng. If she hadn't intervened in time, Chun Data would be the one lying on the ground now. Lin Lili thought to herself, but seeing Chun Data's stern, grim expression, she dared not voice these thoughts, knowing how much he valued his pride. No, big head, you're incredibly mighty. How could you possibly lose? I just couldn't stand that guy. Wasn't he constantly saying he wanted to? I couldn't swallow that anger. I had to make him understand that not all women can be bullied. Lin Lili said indignantly, pointing angrily at Wang Peng. Chun Data was left speechless. Indeed, when a woman turns ruthless, she can be terrifyingly fierce. Despite his words, Chun Data was secretly grateful that Lin Lili had stepped in at the critical moment. Otherwise, with Wang Peng's grip around his neck, he might have been done for. After this incident, without Lin Lili even realizing it, Chun Data began to regard her with more importance, no longer treating her as a mere toy to alleviate his boredom. Big head, what should we do with him now? This guy seems extremely dangerous. If we let him go, we'll be the ones to suffer later. It's better to kill him while he's unconscious. That's the safest option. Lin Lili said, her voice filled with anxiety. Well, Chun Data found her reasoning somewhat sound. He frowned, staring at Wang Peng, and scratched his head in contemplation. Big head, don't hesitate. Kill him. Only then will there be no future troubles. Lin Lili urged. All right. Chun Data took 2 steps toward Wang Peng, crouched down, and placed his hands around Wang Peng's neck. A little force would snap it, but for some reason Lin Lili noticed he hesitated, unable to follow through. The reason Chun Data couldn't bring himself to do it was that he remembered his early days in society, homeless and alone, constantly bullied and beaten by thugs. They always outnumbered him, leaving him bloodied and bruised, often on the verge of death. What left the deepest impression on Chun Data was when his girlfriend had an affair with the leader of a small gang. He was cuckolded, losing all face. Unable to swallow the humiliation, he confronted the man, only to be beaten half to death by his underlings without so much as a scratch on the rival. Just as they were about to cripple him, Wang Peng and his brothers happened to pass by the alley and witnessed everything. They drove off the thugs, rescuing the barely breathing Chun Data, and declared that from then on Chun Data was their brother under Wang Peng's protection. Anyone who dared touch Chun Data would face their wrath. From that day forward, Chun Data followed Wang Peng as his underling, living a prosperous life until the national crackdown on criminal elements landed Wang Peng in prison. By then, Chun Data had already established himself in society and could stand on his own. Regardless, Chun Data was self-aware enough to know that he owed his survival to Wang Peng's initial kindness and patronage. Time flew by, and over a decade had passed. He never imagined he would cross paths with Wang Peng again in this hotel under such circumstances. Truly a case of things changing and people moving on. Big head, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you doing it? Lin Lili furrowed her brows and urged him. The next moment, Chun Data gradually loosened his grip around Wang Peng's neck, stood up straight, turned to glance at Lin Lili, and dropped a single sentence. Let's go. Back to the room. Huh? What's going on? Wait. Hold on. What about this guy? Are we just leaving him here? Lin Lili was shocked and bewildered, her expression showing displeasure. Chun Data glanced at Wang Peng on the ground, then quietly turned away with a sigh. Just leave him here. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. So you mean you're letting him go? Lin Lili pressed. Yeah, considering our past bond, consider this debt settled. Shindata noticed her discontent, but didn't take offense. And honestly, I only beat him with your help. It's not a fair victory, and it's pretty embarrassing for me. Lin Lily was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to fathom Shindata's logic. In her eyes, letting Wang Peng go was incredibly foolish, no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountains. What if he comes back for revenge? Lin Lily asked uneasily, seeing that Shindata had made up his mind. So what? If I hadn't let my guard down, I wouldn't have lost. If he dares to show up, I'll fight him properly and take him down for good. Shindata said with a hint of seriousness. All right, I'll go along with you. Since you're not worried, I'll keep my mouth shut. Lin Lily sighed inwardly and wisely fell silent. Let's get back to the room quickly. Let me show you some affection. With the crisis gone, Shindata's attention shifted to Lin Lily's curvaceous figure, a lecherous grin spreading across it. Oh, big head, you're so annoying. Lin Lily found his behavior unusual and asked, why are you suddenly so gentle with me? You used to be so impatient. That was before. Now you're different in my eyes. What do you mean? Lin Lily didn't understand his words. I always thought you were sticking with me just to survive in this hotel, relying on my strength for protection. Shindata roughly touched her soft, smooth cheek and continued, but I never expected that when I was in danger you'd risk so much to help me. I thought you'd run away, or after I died choose to follow Wang Peng. Lin Lily was startled. She hadn't thought much when she saved him. She simply felt Shindata had more potential than Wang Peng, who was a newcomer she didn't know or trust. So, big head, how are you going to reward me? Lin Lily asked with a flirtatious smile. Shindata pinched her nose, scooped her up in his arms, and said with a sly grin, you'll find out when we get to the room. From that moment on, a subtle shift occurred in their relationship. The arrival of 30 newcomers enriched the daily lives of everyone in this hotel. Besides Zhao Yiting and Wang Peng, who reveled in the hotel's brutal game rules, there were others who shared their sentiments. Take Yin Dandan, for instance, a lonely woman on the cusp of 30, consumed by an insatiable craving for carnal pleasures to the point of addiction. Yin Dandan lay on the bed in her room, eyes closed, indulging in self-gratification. The unfamiliar surroundings did not unsettle her in the least. How lonely it is. Why am I trapped in this hotel? She sat up, eyes half closed, murmuring with a dreamy expression, an island teeming with strange men. This situation is so thrilling. Sigh, being alone in my room is so boring. I long to find a man and have some fun. Yin Dandan's mind wandered to the men from the earlier meeting hall. Upon reflection, a few seemed decent, but none left a deeper impression than a young male doctor in a white coat, imposing, tall, with clear brows and a noble air, exuding the aura of a successful man. Such a talented and handsome gentleman was a dream come true for any woman seeking pleasure. If only I could encounter him by chance. A sly smile crept across her lips. She mused to herself, should I step out and take a look? Who knows, there might be a delightful surprise. With that thought, Yin Dandan leaped out of bed, slipped into a thin nightgown from her backpack, opened the door, and strolled fearlessly through the hotel. Why is there no one in the hallway? Is everyone locked in their rooms? What am I to do? Where can I find a man? Yin Dandan frowned in bewilderment. Should I use the process of elimination and knock on every door? Such a move was risky, but for a woman with a twisted psyche like hers it was nothing. Soon the corridor echoed with sharp knocks. In the dim hallway, a woman's silhouette darted about. Not all newcomers were as audacious as Yin Dandan. Most, gripped by fear at being imprisoned in the hotel, chose to stay hidden indoors. When they heard the knocking, none dared to answer. This held true not only for the newcomers, but also for many veteran players who had been trapped from the start. Everyone lived cautiously. Thus, Yin Dandan knocked on several doors without a single one opening, leaving her deeply disheartened. What in the world is going on? Yin Dandan complained, standing in the hallway. What kind of hotel is this? No exit, such terrible conditions. Is this fit for human habitation? Suddenly, she heard footsteps from the stairwell, followed by a pleasant male voice grumbling. A man. Yin Dandan's spirits soared, and she perked up, moving toward the sound. Who are you? The man was startled to see a woman standing before him, and quickly asked. Yin Dandan approached him, her seductive eyes scanning his figure. A white coat, strikingly handsome features. She exclaimed joyfully, it's you. What luck! I was just looking for you. Li Zizhen was utterly baffled. He studied Yin Dandan in return, and said, puzzled. You know me. But we've never— Oh, come on. Forget so quickly. We're both from the new batch brought here. I remember you well from the meeting hall. Didn't you notice me there? Yin Dandan's face showed a hint of disappointment. I don't recall. Li Zizhen tilted his head, straining to remember, but coming up blank. No memory. No matter. He'll make sure you remember me. As she spoke, Yin Dandan began to slip off her nightgown. Li Zizhen glanced at her and realized something was amiss. He quickly said, what are you doing? Your clothes. How? Huh. Don't mind it. Isn't this how I make you remember me? Yin Dandan replied nonchalantly, as if it were nothing. This isn't right. Li Zizhen's face flushed crimson. He couldn't fathom why this woman was so forward. Why are you wandering around here alone? Yin Dandan changed the subject. I don't want to stay here. I'm trying to find the hotel's exit. But I've had no luck. All escape routes are sealed. Li Zizhen sighed helplessly. Don't bother looking. Isn't it fine here? No laws to bind us. We can do whatever we want. Yin Dandan said excitedly. Hearing this, Li Zizhen found her mindset bizarre, but remained polite. Let's not dwell on that. Did you need something from me? Look at me now. What do you think I need from you? Yin Dandan's face flushed with a hint of shyness, yet her expression was alluring as she stepped closer to Li Zizhen. This isn't proper. Though a thrill stirred within him, Li Zizhan felt a strange fear of Yin Dandan. Why are you backing away? Embarrassed? Don't you want this? Stop pretending. On this island, nothing matters. Yin Dandan was bold, leaning close to his ear and whispering softly, don't hold back. Come on. Every man has a wandering eye. With that, her restless hand made a sudden, unexpected move toward Li Zizhan. Li Zizhan did not lose his composure. Agitated, he quickly reached out and pushed Yin Dandan away, his face stern. I don't know what game you're playing, but stay away from me. Without another word, he turned away, his expression almost disdainful. TCH, just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can throw attitude at me. Who do you think you are? Yin Dandan, annoyed, placed a hand on her hip, frowning as she stared at Li Zizhan's retreating back, plotting something in her. This hotel is utterly filthy. A woman with no self-respect stooping to such. Sigh, thank goodness I'm a man of integrity. How could I be entangled by someone like her? She should take a good look at herself. What kind of trash is she to deserve me? Li Zizhan fumed, feeling humiliated. Clearly Yin Dandan was not his type. Upon hearing this, Yin Dandan's face turned ashen. She clenched her fists in fury, but her rage refused to subside. Damn it, you think you're something special? Don't blame me for being harsh. Yin Dandan's face twisted with malice as she glared at Li Zizhan, her voice icy. Yin Dandan stealthily caught up to Li Zizhan, hooking her arm around his neck from behind. You. What? Li Zizhan suddenly felt a tremendous force constricting his neck, his face turning deathly pale as he struggled to breathe. Instinctively, he reached out with both hands, trying desperately to pry Yin Dandan's arm away. Yin Dandan pressed her delicate body tightly against Li Zizhan, leaning close to his ear with a cold, amused whisper. Hey, resistance is futile, you know. Handsome with your fair and tender skin, it's best to just obey. ITLL, save you a lot of pain. Li Zizhan felt the strength in Yin Dandan's arm intensifying. A suffocating pain gripped his chest, his face flushing crimson, his expression twisted in agony. You? Crazy woman. How? Are you so strong? Li Zizhan cursed. Hee, I don't know either. It's real. Yin Dandan murmured softly. Whenever I see a handsome guy, I can't help but get excited, and my strength inexplicably becomes superhuman. I guess I'm just built differently. Psycho. Let go. I'm dying. Li Zizhan cursed and begged at once. I can let go, but you have to behave. Do whatever I say. While we're in this hotel, we stick together. He'll treat you well. Protecting a man like you gives me a real sense of accomplishment. All you have to do is act like a cute little pet dog that pleases me. Yin Dandan said with a giggle. A person, not a pet. Don't you dare. Yin Dandan's demand deeply insulted Li Zizhan's pride. How could he, always so arrogant, ever agree? Are you sure? You're already in my hands, yet you still put on airs in front of me. But I love this stubbornness of yours. Yin Dandan muttered to herself. This place is simply perfect. I can completely let myself go without pretending. No rules, no restraints. This place is hell. Only a crazy freak like you would think it's heaven. Li Zizhan retorted. Haha, maybe. But regardless, I love this place. Yin Dandan said cheerfully, back in the outside world, I had to suppress all my inner desires which bored me to death. But here. Hey. What the hell? I'm pouring my heart out to you, and you faint this quickly. Did I use too much force? Just as Yin Dandan was getting into her speech, Li Zizhan, unable to bear the chokehold any longer, rolled his eyes back, his head drooping, his entire body going limp and slumping to the floor like a deflated balloon. Seeing this, Yin Dandan had to release her arm. She looked down at the collapsed Li Zizhan with a smug grin. Didn't expect you to be so weak. From now on, let big sister protect you. Yin Dandan crouched down, reached out, and helped Li Zizhan up, walking step by step toward her own room. Having finally found her prey, Yin Dandan didn't want anyone to disturb her. She planned to take Li Zizhan back to her room and enjoy him in private. Li Zizhan wasn't completely unconscious. He could feel Yin Dandan supporting him somewhere and wanted to struggle and escape the madwoman's grip, but his body had no strength left. Helplessly, he could only watch as she dragged him into her room. After bringing Li Zizhan into the room, Yin Dandan quickly shut the door. Then she tossed him onto the living room sofa and rested for a moment. So heavy, you're killing me. But seeing how tall and sturdy you are, you must have a mouth-watering physique. I can't wait to verify it. With that, Yin Dandan's face broke into a morbidly sweet smile. The next moment, she walked over to Li Zizhan, bent down, and deftly stripped off every piece of his clothing. Li Zizhan felt a sudden chill all over his body, but he couldn't open his eyes to see what Yin Dandan was up to. Clothes littered the floor, and Yin Dandan smiled in satisfaction. Handsome, I'm afraid you might misbehave later, so we'll have to put you through a little hardship. Yin Dandan picked up Li Zizhan's shirt from the floor, tore it into strips, then propped him up, moved behind him, and tightly bound his hands and feet with the long cloth strips. All right, that should do it. Now then. Yin Dandan's eyes were filled with desire. Unusually excited, a smug smile graced her face as her breath quickened. She licked her dry lips and slowly inched her delicate body closer to Li Zizhan. What's going on? After an unknown amount of time, Li Zizhan's consciousness gradually returned. Opening his eyes, he found his hands and feet tightly bound, unable to move an inch. You, crazy woman. What are you doing? Li Zizhan looked up and saw Yin Dandan sitting on top of him. Oh, you're awake already. Yin Dandan said with an infatuated grin. Since you're awake, aren't you just asking the obvious about what we're doing? Get off me. Li Zizhan fumed. He never imagined he'd end up in the hands of a woman enduring such humiliation. At that moment, he wished he were dead, his entire reputation ruined. The rice is already cooked. Why are you still so prudish and aloof? Yin Dandan reached out her slender hand to caress Li Zizin's handsome face, sneering. Resistance is useless. You might as well accept your fate. Big sister, please let me go. Li Zizin, now like a lamb to the slaughter before Yin Dandan, quickly begged. I'm about to get married. I can't do anything to betray my fiancé. Hearing this, Yin Dandan's expression soured. She said coldly, so you really love your fiancé, huh? Looks like you're truly a good man. That makes me even more reluctant to let you go. Li Zizin was stunned, a massive shadow looming over his heart. He began to question life itself. Was it wrong to want to be a good man? Why do you look so conflicted? What happens here? Your fiancé outside will never know. Why can't you just let it go? Yin Dandan tried to console him. No. Even if my fiancé doesn't know, I can't betray my own conscience. This is wrong, Li Zizin said with grave seriousness. Seeing that Li Zizin clearly looked down on her and was being ungrateful, Yin Dandan's brow furrowed. Rage suddenly flared within her, and her face twisted with fury as she broke down and shouted, I don't care. You belong to me now. Why do good men always belong to someone else? They should all be mine. Only I deserve to have them. Other women aren't worthy. Li Zizin, seeing Yin Dandan's deranged state, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare breathe too loudly, let alone say another word, terrified of provoking her further. Li Zizin was terrified by Yin Dandan's manic state. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he didn't dare breathe loudly, let alone speak another word, afraid of provoking her further. Yin Dandan's state of mania persisted for a moment, then she lowered her head, her eyes coldly fixed on Li Zizin, as she said in a frosty tone, If you don't behave and anger me again, I'll kill you. Since I can't have you, no other woman will either. I not only want your body, but also your heart. Don't you think I'm quite greedy? Li Zizin stood frozen in shock, his face pale with terror as he stammered, Sister, please don't act rashly. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Since you don't want to die, you should know what to do next, shouldn't you? Yin Dandan curled her lips into a cold smirk and warned, I advise you not to play any tricks or attempt to escape. Any man I set my sights on can never slip through my fingers. Li Zizin nodded vigorously, genuinely terrified by the psychologically twisted woman before him. From her tone, he could tell she wasn't joking at all. Haha, that's right. Don't be afraid. If you obey, I'll treat you well. Yin Dandan gently caressed Li Zizin's face with one hand, while softly stroking his hair with the other, as if soothing a beloved pet. Li Zizin had lost all his earlier defiance, docile as a kitten before Yin Dandan. All right, let's continue. Yin Dandan placed both hands on his firm chest, smiling. All of this was being monitored by hidden cameras in the hotel. In his own room, Zhuo Mingjie sat calmly watching his lap. After several hours of observation, Zhuo Mingjie noticed that among the 30 newcomers, a few were particularly intriguing. One was Zhao Yiting, another was Wang Peng, and the last was Yin Dandan, currently on the laptop screen. With a sharp Zhuo Mingjie abruptly closed the laptop. Since he had gathered enough information, he couldn't afford to remain passive. It was time to go out and hunt. Who should I go after? Zhuo Mingjie stood up, murmuring to himself, while stroking his chin in thought. Among the newcomers, aside from these three, the rest are nothing to fear. Of the three, the biggest threat to me is Wang Peng. Someone who can go toe-to-toe with that fat pig is no ordinary man. Now that he's unconscious, it's a rare opportunity. If I don't kill him first, he'll become a major problem. If he and the fat pig join forces, he'll be in a very passive position. It's not impossible since those two knew each other outside. After careful analysis, Zhuo Mingjie made up his mind. His first target was Wang Peng, whose existence posed too great a threat and had upset the balance of power in the hotel. Zhuo Mingjie glanced back at the bedroom where Ding Xiuyu was sound asleep. Without waking her, he opened the door, grabbed his gear, and headed toward where Wang Peng lay unconscious. Sometimes fate plays cruel tricks. Just as Zhuo Mingjie stepped out of his room, Wang Peng, who had been knocked unconscious by Chun Datu and Lin Lili, began to stir. Ugh, my head hurts. Wang Peng opened his single eye, his consciousness slowly returning. He pushed himself up, swaying unsteadily, clutching his head with a furrowed brow, his face twisted in pain. Where is this? How did I end up passed out here? The newly awakened Wang Peng was dazed, struggling to recall. The next moment, images of Chun Datu and Lin Lili flashed through his mind, and he remembered what had happened. Damn woman. Chun Datu cursed, inwardly thinking of Lin Lili's ruthless attack. That kid Chun Datu. Wang Peng wasn't foolish. The fact that he was still alive told him that Chun Datu had spared his life. Though he didn't know why, he now owed Chun Datu a debt of gratitude. All this complicates things. He'll have to be more polite to that kid from now on. Wang Peng smiled bitterly. He was a man of the underworld, ruthless and merciless as the world labeled him. And indeed he was. But because of that, he valued loyalty and gratitude more than ordinary people. In Wang Peng's view, Chun Datu could have easily killed him while he was unconscious, but he chose to spare him. That favor would be. Wang Peng valued brotherhood, and Chun Datu was no different. In the underworld, it wasn't just about being tough, though it was about saving face and understanding the nuances of human relationships. Only those who walked the path truly understood its ways. The sharp sound of footsteps broke Wang Peng's train of thought. Someone. Wang Peng turned his head curiously and saw a young man approaching, hands in his pockets. A college student. Wang Peng sized up the newcomer, young with a frail build that seemed weak and defenseless. Doubt filled his mind. Seeing that Wang Peng had already regained consciousness, Zhuo Mingjie approached leisurely, a calm smile on his face. As the distance between them closed, Wang Peng's solitary eye scrutinized Zhuo Mingjie, who met his gaze with narrowed eye. At first, Wang Peng thought the newcomer was just an ordinary college student. But when the man drew near, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from him, causing him to frown and become wary. "Hello," Zhuang Mingjie greeted with an unchanging smile. Wang Peng raised his head, looking down at him, and replied, "Do I know you? What do you want?" Zhuang Mingjie's smile faded as he squinted at Wang Peng and said calmly, "We didn't know each other before, but now we do. Don't look at me like that. I mean no harm. Since we'll be living in this hotel together from now on, I just wanted to say hello." Wang Peng was taken aback, unsure of Zhuang Mingjie's intentions, and remained silent. "You know this hotel is full of dangerous people. If you have nothing to do, it's best to stay in your room, or you might lose your life," Zhuang Mingjie said as he circled behind Wang Peng. With a sidelong glance, he stealthily drew a sharp dagger from his waist, lowering his head with a smirk as he whispered coldly, "Otherwise you might as well lie here forever." As the words left his mouth, Zhuang Mingjie spun around and lunged at Wang Peng with the dagger. But Wang Peng, sensing something amiss, had remained vigilant all along. Seeing the blade coming, he swiftly dodged to the side. With a sharp whoosh, Zhuang Mingjie missed. He quickly regained his balance, crouching low, his right hand gripping the dagger as he fixed his eyes on Wang Peng. Wang Peng lifted his head, seeing Zhuang Mingjie in this posture, and stood still with clenched fists, saying, "Who are you? Are you out of your mind?" Zhuang Mingjie raised the dagger in his hand, holding it before him, his eyes fixed on Wang Peng as he said coldly, "I just think you are a dangerous person." "What gives you that idea?" Wang Peng looked surprised. "How could someone who can match Chen Dada not be dangerous?" Zhuang Mingjie replied, "How do you know? Were you hiding nearby when I fought Chen Dada? That doesn't make sense. If you were there, you would have killed me while I was unconscious, not waited until now." Wang Peng frowned in confusion. "That was indeed my plan, but I was too slow." Zhuang Mingjie sneered. "I intended to eliminate you before you could let your guard. I should have killed you here before you regained consciousness. Man proposes, heaven disposes." Wang Peng's face hardened, darkening with anger as he radiated hostility. "Damn it, you really are a madman." "Thanks for the compliment," Zhuang Mingjie sneered. "But how did you know about my sneak attack? You had your back to me. How did you see?" Wang Peng grinned contemptuously. "Oof. Kid, you're too green to kill me. I've faced countless life and death moments and lived on the edge every day. I can sense the killing intent from scum like you even in my sleep. So that's it. I was right. You're even more dangerous." Zhuang Mingjie's smile vanished, his tone turning grave and serious. Wang Peng reached out to rub his itchy nose, then turned to face Zhuang Mingjie directly, saying with a smile, "You brat, since you dared to come after me, you must be prepared to die, right?" Zhuang Mingjie could sense that Wang Peng had developed murderous intent toward him. It seemed killing him this time was impossible, and Zhuang Mingjie had no desire to fight to the death. That would be utterly unwise. "What's wrong? Scared? Why are you standing there silent?" Wang Peng stepped forward, unwilling to let the matter drop. Seeing Wang Peng approach, Zhuang Mingjie knew escape was no longer an option. It seemed a fight was inevitable. After a few steps, Wang Peng felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He frowned, realizing the injury from Lin Weiner's high heel was worse than he thought, his head throbbing. Wang Peng knew he couldn't recklessly approach Zhuang Mingjie in this state, especially since the latter was armed. One wrong move, and he might get stabbed. Zhuang Mingjie didn't understand why Wang Peng had stopped, nor did he notice any weakness or opening. Having missed the chance for a sneak attack, confronting a battle-ready Wang Peng Heiden was not a rational choice. With this in mind, Zhuang Mingjie's expression darkened as he quietly stepped back, putting distance between them. He decided to retreat for now and find another opportunity to eliminate this threat later. Wang Peng had long noticed Zhuang Mingjie's retreat, but felt puzzled and didn't pursue. Both harbored their own thoughts. Once Zhuang Mingjie was over 10 meters away, certain he was out of danger, he relaxed his guard, straightened up, sheathed the dagger at his waist, and turned back with a smile in his eyes. "Too bad I couldn't draw blood today, but there will be other chances. Let's call it a day. Consider it us getting acquainted." With that, Zhuang Mingjie turned and left. Wang Peng watched his lean figure, his stern face softening into a smile as he murmured to himself, "This place is more interesting than I imagined." Under the quiet night, many things happened in the hotel. With the sudden arrival of newcomers, both veterans and fresh faces found the long night a torment for most. But some were different. Ever since Wu Lifan had set his eyes on Gu Man's beauty, he had pestered her shamelessly. With sweet words, he effortlessly won her over, sleeping with her, and by chance one of the spirits that had possessed Gu Man transferred to him. In the room, Gu Man and Wu Lifan were wildly wrestling. "All right, let's stop here for tonight," Gu Man said wearily, lying flat on the bed, too exhausted to move, gasping softly. "How many times in one night? Isn't that enough? Aren't you tired?" Wu Lifan sat up reluctantly, seeing Gu Man's pleading look, which filled him with a sense of achievement and conquest. He grinned smugly. "Good question. I don't know why, but I don't feel like sleeping at all, and I've been full of energy all night." Gu Man fell silent, lost in thought. After a pause, Wu Lifan continued, "But one thing's strange. I'm wide awake at night, but come dawn I suddenly feel incredibly sleepy. I'm becoming more like you, and I don't know why. Just as I thought. One of the spirits that possessed me has transferred to you," Gu Man said softly. "Huh. No way. Are you overthinking this?" Though Wu Lifan had suddenly seen flashes of his own death in his mind, he wasn't entirely convinced by Gu Man's words, preferring to believe it was a hidden human instinct warning him in dangerous situations. Seeing his disbelief, Gu Man said no more, but then Wu Lifan suddenly clutched his head, tightly frowning in pain. "What's wrong?" Gu Man propped herself up on the bed, looking at him. I think I saw something again. It's me dying." Seconds later, the pain subsided, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his expression grim as he recalled the vision. "Now do you believe me? You've been possessed by a spirit." Gu Man met his eyes. This? Fine. Wu Lifan closed his eyes in resignation, fully believing her now, and asked worriedly, the visions I see after being possessed, are those what you call the spirit's prophecies? How accurate are they? Gu Man paused for a moment, then replied gravely, what you see can almost be taken as what's a— What do you mean? Wu Lifan froze. If you see yourself dying, then you will die. Gu Man sighed helplessly. Wu Lifan was stunned, his face contorted with disbelief as he stammered SS. I'm going to die. Gu Man closed his eyes slightly and remained silent, offering no reply. I saw myself being killed by Chun Datu and Lin Lily. If I just avoid those two, it won't happen, right? Even that won't work. Wu Lifan asked, his heart racing with anxiety. Gu Man shook his head. It's impossible. Then tell me there must be some way to survive, isn't there? Is there any way to prevent everything I saw from becoming reality? Wu Lifan was now extremely agitated, nearly losing his composure. The fear of death consumed him. Gu Man said helplessly, even I can't give you a definite answer. All I can say is be careful in everything. Perhaps there's still a— This is too absurd. How could I die? I don't believe a word you say. Wu Lifan clearly couldn't accept it. Refusing to concede, he believed his fate was his own to control and didn't want to dwell on the topic with Gu Man. Seeing his reaction, Gu Man wisely fell silent and continued lying in bed with his eyes closed, resting. Zhu Yunyan, acting alone, spent the entire night on edge. With so many newcomers arriving, the hotel had become even more dangerous and vacant rooms were scarcer. She couldn't find a suitable hiding spot, but time was of the essence. She had to find an empty room before daybreak to hole up for a while, otherwise being discovered would— Zhu Yunyan thought to herself, her petite frame leaping gracefully from the 6th floor's stairwell window, landing effortless. Upon reaching this floor, Zhu Yunyan noticed an eerie silence. Many room doors were wide open, as if few survivors remained on this level. Treading carefully, Zhu Yunyan searched for a suitable room. Soon she found a decent hiding spot that was fairly clean. Lucky break. I'll just stay in this room for the day. Zhu Yunyan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly slipped. Once inside, she breathed a sigh of relief, letting her guard down. As she reached to close the door, a chilling sensation crept up her spine, as if unseen eyes were boring into her from the darkness. Someone there? Zhu Yunyan spun around, abruptly peering into the dark corner of the living room. There, shrouded in gloom, lurked a massive shadow. Her heart leaped into her throat, and she cried out in terror, "Who's there?" The shadow responded with an icy chuckle. Zhu Yunyan dared not even breathe, her eyes fixed on the figure. "Hello there, beautiful." The person crouching in the corner stood up and greeted her. A woman. Hearing the voice was female, Zhu Yunyan felt a wave of relief. If it had been a man, he might have had improper intentions, and falling into his hands would have spelled doom. "Sorry, I didn't know this room was occupied. I saw the door open. It's too dangerous outside, so I wanted to hide in here," Zhu Yunyan explained to the woman. "No problem. I was getting bored alone in here anyway." Zhao Yiting stepped out of the dark corner as she spoke. "You can stay." Zhu Yunyan sized up the girl before her. She seemed harmless and smiled warmly. "Really? Thank you so much." Zhao Yiting gave a sweet, charming smile and nodded. Earlier, after being driven out of her room by Ko Jiangxue, she had killed a man who tried to take advantage of her and then returned to her room, forgetting to close the door. Now prey had delivered itself. Zhao Yiting was thoroughly pleased with Zhu Yunyan's appearance. Her beauty stirred jealousy, even in another woman. Zhao Yiting slowly approached Zhu Yunyan. With her first experience behind her, she was more patient this time, afraid of letting her catch slip away. She asked warmly, "Sister, when did you arrive at this hotel? Are you from the second batch like me? Or are you an ultimer from the first batch?" Faced with Zhao Yiting's rapid-fire questions, Zhu Yunyan sensed nothing amiss and replied, "I've been trapped here for over a—" Zhao Yiting nodded. Seeing that Zhu Yunyan seemed unsuspecting and defenseless, she grew impatient. Dropping her mask, she let out a cold laugh and tilted her head slightly. "So you're an ultimer? How's it been here? I've had enough. It's a living hell," Zhu Yunyan complained. "Oh, why do you think that?" "I don't. Don't you think it's wonderful in this hotel?" Zhu Yunyan was taken aback by Zhao Yiting's sudden chilling remark. A wave of unease washed over her, and she furrowed her brows, suddenly on guard as she looked at the girl before her. Recalling how she had been violated by strange men several times in this hotel, Zhu Yunyan clenched her teeth in anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? Rapists are everywhere here, and murderers too. If you're not careful, falling into their hands is worse than death." "Oh, how terrifying. I only now realize this is such a dangerous hotel." Zhao Yiting feigned shock, a sly grin playing on her lips. She looked up at Zhu Yunyan. "One thing puzzles me, sister. If this hotel is so dangerous, why are you acting alone?" Zhu Yunyan spread her hands and sighed helplessly. "That's because I'm used to being alone. More importantly, you can't trust anyone here. Sometimes moving alone is actually safer." "I see." Zhao Yiting continued, "Speaking of which, without any law in this hotel, isn't it a paradise for rapists?" I suppose so." Zhu Yunyan didn't know why Zhao Yiting was asking, but she replied anyway. "Sister, can I ask you another question?" Zhao Yiting's face darkened, but in the dim room, Zhu Yunyan didn't notice. "Go ahead. If I know, I'll tell you." Zhao Yiting let out a cold laugh. "Sister, you've always been alone. Why are you willing to trust me now and stay in this room with me? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? A rapist too?" Zhu Yunyan was momentarily stunned, then forced a bitter smile. "Stop joking. A little girl like you couldn't be like those." Clearly, Zhu Yunyan hadn't pondered the deeper meaning behind Zhao Yiting's words. She harbored no suspicion toward the seemingly harmless girl. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, sister." Zhao Yiting reached out and grabbed an ashtray from the nearby table, hiding it. "Stop messing around. Zhu Yunyun was getting irritated finding the girl a bit odd. Actually, this hotel is paradise to me. Zhao Yiting walked behind Zhu Yunyun, raised the ashtray, and swung it at her head with a dark expression. What? Zhu Yunyun's heart skipped a beat. Before she could turn around, she felt a sharp blow to the back of her head and her ears began. Why? Zhu Yunyun's face was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Zhao Yiting would do this. Sister, you're so naive. Because I'm exactly the kind of person you were talking about. Zhao Yiting threw her head back and laughed maniacally. In Zhu Yunyun's eyes, she was nothing short of a madwoman. Before Zhu Yunyun could resist, Zhao Yiting struck her heavily on the head with an ashtray, causing her to collapse to the ground. Ugh! Zhao Yiting stood over her looking down with a cold, ruthless expression as she writhed in agony. Who are you? Zhu Yunyun asked through the pain furrowing her brow as she lifted her head slightly to look at me. Zhao Yiting let out a cold laugh. I suppose I'm something of a rapist. Haha. Zhu Yunyun couldn't fathom whether Zhao Yiting was insane or mentally disturbed. Both were women. Could she be a sister? Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being so stunningly beautiful that you captivated me beyond control, igniting desires I couldn't suppress. With those words, Zhao Yiting crouched down and reached out to tear at Zhu Yunyun's clothes. Stop. Don't touch me. Zhu Yunyun struggled fiercely, her heart now confirming her earlier suspicion. Zhao Yiting was indeed a lesbian. Fear consumed her as she never imagined she would fall into the hands of a young girl and suffer such humiliation. Sister, be obedient. With a sharp rip, Zhao Yiting roughly tore Zhu Yunyun's top apart. Don't you dare. Zhu Yunyun fought back, straining to lift herself and clenching her fists to strike. Seeing her uncooperative, Zhao Yiting grew irritated and swung the ashtray, striking Zhu Yunyun on the head with a loud ugh. Zhu Yunyun cried out in pain, froze for a few seconds, then collapsed unconscious to the floor. A delighted smile spread across Zhao Yiting's face as she saw Zhu Yunyun lose her ability to resist. Meanwhile, the room door remained open since Zhu Yunyun had forgotten to close it when she entered in fright. In the corridor outside, a shadowy figure peeked half his body into the room, observing the two women's every move. Huang Xinghe watched the scene, feeling his nose itch and his mouth go dry. He couldn't help swallowing hard. This thrilling spectacle was too much to bear, and a restless agitation began to stir within him. Inside the room, Zhao Yiting was so focused on Zhu Yunyun that she failed to notice someone spying on her from outside the door. Huang Xinghe was also one of the 30 newcomers, naturally timid and cautious. Had it been any other man, he would have already succumbed to his impulses and stormed into the room to join in. But Huang Xinghe dared not. His heart was torn. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by such a spectacle, yet he clung to a shred of reason. That very shred kept him standing outside watching passively, without daring to act. Until Zhao Yiting inadvertently turned her back to him. Huang Xinghe took one look and his blood boiled. At that moment, the scene ignited him, shattering his defenses as desire overpowered reason. Earlier in the meeting hall, someone said this hotel is beyond the law. So maybe I can do things I wouldn't dare outside, since no. Besides, isn't that woman right now assaulting someone else? Sweat trickling down his forehead, Huang Xinghe stared intently at Zhao Yiting's actions toward Zhu Yunyun, muttering to himself. His hesitation vanished. Action spoke louder than words. In that second, unable to contain his urges, he mustered his courage and silently crept into the room, moving without a sound as he slowly approached Zhao Yiting. Inside the room, Zhao Yiting was entranced by Zhu Yunyun, greedily claiming everything from her. As she closed her eyes, lost in ecstasy, she suddenly snapped them open in shock. What the? Zhao Yiting's face filled with astonishment as she whipped around in fury, only to find that at some point a man had his hands firmly gripping her waist, his head lowered and teeth clenched as he thrust vigorously. Oh, what the hell? Zhao Yiting shrieked, twisting sideways and lifting her head to glare at Huang Xinghe. What are you doing? Huang Xinghe, seeing that Zhao Yiting had noticed him, did not retreat. Ignoring her fury, he panted excitedly. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhao Yiting could only watch helplessly as Huang Xinghe ravaged her without mercy. Frowning, she twisted back and reached out a hand to claw at his face, shouting, "Get away from me, you bastard! Let go, you crazy woman!" Huang Xing's face was scratched by Zhao Yiting, the skin burning with pain. Zhao Yiting was not about to give up easily. She grabbed the flesh of his face and twisted it viciously, distorting his features into a grimace. "I said let go. Didn't you hear me?" Huang Xinghe couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his fist and swung it, landing a heavy punch on Zhao Yiting's face. With a sharp slap, Zhao Yiting, though twisted and perverse, was still an ordinary woman and no match for Huang Xinghe. After taking his punch, she went limp, collapsing to the ground, motionless and unconscious. "There, now you're quiet. You asked for it. Dare to hurt me," Huang Xinghe muttered with annoyance. His gaze then drifted to Zhu Yunyun, lying on the floor nearby. He studied her carefully, noting that her figure and face were no less stunning than Zhao Yiting's. Each had their own charm, and in some ways, she even surpassed her. Compared to Zhao Yiting, Huang Xinghe found Zhu Yunyun more to his taste. Just looking at her made his blood surge. Seems like the one beside her is even more tempting. Huang Xinghe swallowed hard, sat up, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. At this moment, the unconscious Zhu Yunyun had no idea what was about to unfold. Huang Xinghe, having lost interest in Zhao Yiting, pounced on Zhu Yunyun and began to savage her. His current state was a stark contrast to his former self. Having tasted the sweetness of crime, there was no way he would easily stop now. Ugh! Whether it was due to Huang Xing's rough movements, a faint moan escaped Zhu Yunyun's lips as she lay unconscious. Guilty as charged, Huang Xing's heart instinctively leaped with fright. His expression tense, he stared intently at Zhu Yunyun to see if she was waking up. After observing for a good while, Huang Xinghe saw that Zhu Yunyun remained unconscious and breathed a sigh of relief. His courage swelled and his hands roamed over her body with even more audacity. But this time the unconscious Zhu Yunyun sensed something amiss with her body, as if someone was nearby, and her consciousness gradually returned. The next second she groggily opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. Suddenly she saw a strange man with his eyes shut, a lecherous look on his face as he leaned in to kiss her. Instinctively she was terrified. Aunt! Zhu Yunyun let out a piercing scream, her pretty face filled with terror. She quickly raised her hands to push the strange man away. Huang Xinghe reacted swiftly, grabbing her hands. His eyes, burning with desire, stared straight into hers as he said, "You're awake. Why scream like that? You scared me. Who are you? Get away from me." Zhu Yunyun shouted, her emotions in turmoil. "Locked in here, does it even matter who we are? All you need to know is that right now you are my prey. Want me to leave? Not a chance. Give up that hope," Huang Xinghe declared, lifting his chin with a sinister look. "You? What do you want?" Zhu Yunyun's heart was filled with despair. Since being imprisoned in this hotel, she hadn't known a single day of peace. As a weak woman, she had been repeatedly violated by men. "Hey, don't you know what I want?" Huang Xinghe sneered, revealing his ugly true colors. "No, please let me go." Zhu Yunyun closed her eyes in fear, pushing with all her might against the weight of Huang Xinghe on top of her. Even in her weakness, she had to resist, determined not to let him succeed. "Shut your mouth. If you scream again, I'll choke you to death," Huang Xinghe snarled, leaning menacingly close to her face. "Wah!" Zhu Yunyun sobbed, intimidated by his threats. She dared not cry out loudly anymore, only closing her lips in grievance, looking on in despair at the smug smile on Huang Xing's face. "That's better. Be good, and I'll let you off when it's done. I'm big, so bear with it, I won't hurt you." Huang Xinghe reached out a hand to caress her exquisite face. "Is there anyone who can save me?" Zhu Yunyun prayed silently, hoping for a miracle. Seeing that she had completely given up resisting, Huang Xinghe, who had long lost his patience, eagerly prepared to take her by force. But he didn't notice that her heart-wrenching cry had just woken Zhao Yiting, who was lying unconscious nearby. Huang Xing's attention was entirely on Zhu Yunyun, unaware that Zhao Yiting had already stood up, silently picked up the ashtray that had fallen on the floor, and was now creeping up behind him, the ashtray clutched tightly in her hand. "Hey!" Zhao Yiting stood right behind Huang Xinghe, close enough to touch, and called out coldly. Startled, Huang Xinghe instinctively turned his head back, only to see Zhao Yiting raising the ashtray to strike him. "This woman is my prey. Get lost." With those words, Zhao Yiting's face darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, she smashed the ashtray onto Huang Xing's forehead with a loud thud. Suddenly, Huang Xing's head rang with a deafening roar, his mind going blank. Then a wave of dizziness blurred his vision, and he couldn't help shaking his head a few times. Zhu Yunyun, lying on the ground, heard the sounds of struggle and opened her eyes. She saw the dangerous woman who had knocked her out earlier glancing between Huang Xinghe and Zhao Yiting. Faced with these two people who had ill intentions towards her, a chill ran down her spine. Her eyes wide with terror, she scrambled up in panic and crawled towards a corner, crossing her arms over her chest, curling up and shivering uncontrollably. Huang Xinghe was lucky. Although Zhao Yiting's blow had hit his forehead, it hadn't knocked him out. The brief dizziness faded, and he quickly got to his feet, lunging at her with his hands outstretched to strangle her. His face twisted with rage as he roared, "You damned bitch! How dare you attack me? Cough! Let me go, bastard!" Zhao Yiting delivered a swift, clean kick between Huang Xing's leg. "Oh, my family jewels." Huang Xinghe hopped around, clutching his groin, his face a comical mix of pain, pallor, and "Filthy man, I'll kick you to death." Zhao Yiting cursed triumphantly. "Damn it! You bitch, I'll kill you." Enraged, Huang Xing's eyes turned bloodshot. He clenched his fists and swung a punch at Zhao Yiting. Though a woman, she refused to back down, fighting back with all her strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunyun, hiding in the corner, saw the two locked in a brawl, their attention elsewhere. She breathed a sigh of relief and realized that staying in the room was not a solution. Once they finished fighting and a victor emerged, she would inevitably face a grim fate. Zhu Yunyun didn't want to fall into the hands of either of them, as they were both rapists. Her only chance was to escape now while they were distracted. If she missed this opportunity, it would be gone. With this in mind, Zhu Yunyun didn't hesitate. She got up and sprinted towards the door. Though terrified, she decided to take the road. Zhao Yiting was in the thick of the brawl with Huang Xinghe, but her sharp eyes caught Zhu Yunyun trying to sneak away. "Where do you think you're going? Don't you dare leave," she shouted. Startled by Zhao Yiting's gaze, Zhu Yunyun didn't stop to acknowledge her. She only cast a glance and hurried to... Zhu Yunyun was a hard-won prize. Letting her escape would be unbearable. For a moment, Zhao Yiting was distracted by her frustration, forgetting about Huang Xinghe still grappling with her. Frustrated by Zhao Yiting's entanglement, Huang Xinghe finally saw an opening. He seized the moment, and without mercy landed a punch to the back of her head. Ugh! Zhao Yiting took the blow, letting out a cold grunt. Her eyes nearly rolled back, and her mouth hung slightly open on the verge of passing out. "What's wrong with you?" Huang Xinghe was shocked, unable to understand why she was still standing after a blow to the back of her head. A sense of unease crept into his heart. "Are you ready to die?" Zhao Yiting's face was terrifyingly dark, her voice icy and devoid of any emotion. "You? What do you want?" Huang Xinghe saw her transformation as if she had become a different person. His heart quivered with fear, and he stammered, cowering. Smack! Before Huang Xinghe could react, a heavy blow from the ashtray struck his head. Instantly, he lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Ugh! Seeing Huang Xinghe on the floor clutching his head and moaning in pain, Zhao Yiting walked over to him. Raising the ashtray, she bent down and smashed it into his face. Once, twice, 3 times. She didn't stop until his face was a bloody, unrecognizable mess. By then she seemed to have snapped, her expression dark and terrifying as she stared at his mangled corpse, her heart utterly unmoved. If it weren't for this man, Zhu Yunyun would never have escaped from her grasp. This filled Zhao Yiting with a burning rage, and she felt that only by making Huang Xinghe pay with his life could she slightly quell the fury within her. He deserved to die. Zhao Yiting snorted coldly, casually wiping the blood spatters from her face with her clothes. Then she turned and walked out of the room in search of Zhao Yiting. The sky had just begun to lighten when Ding Qiuyu stirred uneasily from her sleep. Lying in bed, she opened her eyes and turned over only to find that Zhuo Mingjie, who had been sleeping beside her, was gone. Ding Qiuyu sat up abruptly and scanned the room, but still saw no trace of Zhuo Mingjie. Why hasn't Mingjie come back yet? Where did he go? She jumped out of bed, stood there blankly, and muttered with a bitter expression, I don't know what's on his mind. Lately when he's with me, he's always staring at his laptop. He's so cold. Has he lost his feelings for me? Feeling down, Ding Qiuyu paced back and forth in the room. She accidentally noticed the laptop left on the living room table that Zhuo Mingjie had forgotten to put away, and a wave of curiosity washed over her. Since I've got nothing to do anyway, I might as well play with the computer and see what's in there that interests Mingjie so much. Muttering to herself, she walked over to the laptop, hesitated for a moment, then sat down on the sofa, reached out, opened the device, and tapped a few keys. The next second, the laptop screen, which had been in standby mode, flickered and lit up. Ding Qiuyu leaned in slightly, her eyes casually scanning the contents of the computer. A single glance left her stunned. Her face filled with shock, and she murmured in confusion, what are all these? Videos of the other participants in the hotel. Pondering curiously for a moment, she realized that the images on the laptop were the hotel surveillance feeds. Swiping her finger to tap, she suddenly spotted Zhuo Mingjie in the footage. That's Mingjie. What's he doing there? Ding Qiuyu watched as Zhuo Mingjie strolled through the hotel with his hands in his pockets, looking carefree and uninhibited. This is perfect. Now I can see every move Mingjie makes outside. He'll finally see what he's always up to. After speaking, Ding Qiuyu sat up straight, her eyes fixed intently on Zhuo Mingjie in the video. Zhuo Mingjie's previous attempt to assassinate Wang Peng had failed, leaving him in a foul mood. Instead of returning to his room, he sought other prey to vent his frustration. His luck was quite good. After parting ways with Wang Peng, he spotted a fashionably dressed, beautiful woman in the conference hall. Moreover, Zhuo Mingjie recognized her. In fact, no one else in the hotel would be unfamiliar with her. This woman was the popular singer Su Zizi. Zhuo Mingjie had seen her before on the variety show, I Am a Singer. With her original song, Irony, she captivated all the audience behind the screen with her heavenly voice, coupled with a devilish figure and a fresh, refined appearance that even women envied. Overnight, she gained countless fans, skyrocketed to fame, and became one of the rare top-tier pop stars of the new generation. Before, as a man with a psyche somewhat different from ordinary people's, Zhuo Mingjie had been deeply drawn to Su Zizi's voice and appearance after hearing her song, Irony. He had even fantasized like other men about having an encounter with her. Never did he imagine that Su Zizi would be among the new batch of arrivals. It seemed like a gift from heaven, fulfilling his wish. After all, anyone trapped here was nothing but prey in his eyes, someone he could do whatever he wanted with. Su Zizi, having been brought here for no reason, felt utterly lost and disoriented. She couldn't believe what was happening, as if it were a dream. Still in shock, she remained alone in the conference hall after the meeting ended, praying that she would wake up and return to her normal life, or that this was just a prank waiting to end. Seeing Su Zizi sitting in the conference hall in a daze, Zhuo Mingjie curled the corners of his mouth slightly and quietly approached her step by step. Mingjie, what is he going to do? In the room, watching the surveillance footage on the screen, Ding Qiuyu saw Zhuo Mingjie walking towards Su Zizi. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her face showed displeasure, as if she had guessed Zhuo Mingjie's intention. Hey, what's going on? A whole night has passed, dawn is here, why won't they let me out? After waiting all night, and still no one came to take her out of the hotel, Su Zizi's heart began to panic. What's wrong with my manager? Doesn't she know I'm missing? Why hasn't she called the police to find me? When I get back, I'm definitely firing her. Su Zizi frowned, her expression dark, and in her fear, she began to complain about her manager. When can I leave this damn place? There's a concert tonight. If I don't show up, my fans will be so disappointed. After venting her complaints, Su Zizi let out a helpless sigh, her mind preoccupied with the thought of whether she would stand up her fans at tonight's concert. The mere thought made her mood even worse. Hello there, Su Zizi. By now, Zhuo Mingjie had already approached her from behind. Seeing her gloomy expression, he greeted her with a polite smile. The sudden voice from behind startled Su Zizi, who had been immersed in her own world. Her heart raced, and she was at a loss, looking around frantically, unsure of what was happening. Seeing her so adorably bewildered, Zhuo Mingjie grew even more delighted. This woman was quite alluring. Hearing this, Su Zizi turned her head abruptly, her face full of fear, and for a moment she was stunned. At some point, she realized a strange man was sitting in the seat behind her. His arms were crossed, resting on the back of her chair, and he was staring straight at her with narrowed eyes and a faint smile. Aunt! Su Zizi screamed in fright, jumped to her feet, and backed away a few steps to put distance between herself and Zhuo Mingjie. Seeing Su Zizi looking like a startled fawn, Zhuo Mingjie smiled wryly. Am I that scary? You don't have to be so wary of me, do you? Su Zizi took a moment to size up the man before her. He looked quite young and gave off a friendly vibe, probably not a bad person. Noticing that Su Zizi's tense expression had relaxed somewhat, Zhuo Mingjie asked, now that I see you in person, you're even more beautiful than on screen. You? Know me? Su Zizi's face showed surprise. Sort of. I saw you on TV before on I Am a Singer. Your irony was absolutely amazing. I really love your songs. Zhuo Mingjie said with slight excitement. I haven't mistaken you, have I? You're the singer Su Zizi was taken aback for a moment, then replied, yes. I am Su Zizi. Thank you for liking my songs. Thank you for your support. It's incredible to meet you in person. Zhuo Mingjie was extremely excited upon hearing her confirmation. By the way, who are you? Sensing a hint of unease from Zhuo Mingjie's excited demeanor, Su Zizi cautiously, me. I'm just a fan who likes you, Zhuo Mingjie said with a smile. I see. So you were also brought here yesterday? Su Zizi asked. Zhuo Mingjie scratched his face with a finger and said with a grimace, no, I've been trapped in this hotel for over a month. What? That long? So it's true. Is there really no way out once we're brought here? Su Zizi's face was filled with, maybe there is, but I don't know yet. Zhuo Mingjie changed the subject and said, this hotel is very dangerous. Why are you alone? I'm scared. I didn't dare go upstairs. It felt quiet here with no one around. I thought it might be safer. A gurgle sounded. Just then Su Zizi's stomach growled. She hadn't eaten anything since being brought here because she didn't know where to find food. Are you hungry? Su Zizi nodded sheepishly, her expression awkward as she glanced at Zhuo Mingjie's smiling face. Do you know where I can get something to eat? Food, eh? Zhuo Mingjie's lips curled into a sly smile. If you want food, you have to go to the cafeteria. Those of us who've been trapped here for over a month get our meals there. Really? Thank you for telling me, Su Zizi said with a grateful smile. Seeing Su Zizi so naive and innocent, Zhuo Mingjie found her very intriguing. He didn't want to tear off his mask so soon. That would be too cruel to his idol. You're welcome. It's nothing. Zhuo Mingjie waved his hand and added, I happen to be heading to the cafeteria too. Would you like to come with me? It's my first time seeing my idol in person. I feel so lucky and happy. Sure. Su Zizi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. In her eyes, Zhuo Mingjie was just a kind-hearted fan, and she was grateful for his help. Besides, she had waited alone in the conference hall all night. Saying she wasn't scared would be a lie. She wanted someone to accompany her. Let's go. He'll take you. Zhuo Mingjie turned and walked ahead to lead the way, but his eyes kept darting back to Su Zizi behind him. The more he looked, the more he liked her, to the point where a part of him didn't want to hurt her. Can I ask, is there anything I need to be careful about while living here? On the way to the cafeteria, Su Zizi sought advice from, that's a good question. You really should know some things. Zhuo Mingjie grinned and continued, make sure to keep your phone safe. Never lose it because all the information you need to survive is in that phone. The phone. Okay, I see. Su Zizi said as she rummaged through her handbag. If Zhuo Mingjie hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten that the men in black had given each of them a special phone. Is there anything else I should watch out for? Seeing that Zhuo Mingjie had nothing more to say, Su Zizi casually asked. Earlier in the conference hall, I noticed the hotel is full of all kinds of people. You've been trapped here longer than me, so you know the situation better. Are there any particularly dangerous individuals? Zhuo Mingjie paused, surprised that the seemingly slow-witted Su Zizi wasn't so dumb after all and could think about such details. Let me think. Zhuo Mingjie pretended to ponder for a moment, then turned to look at Su Zizi and said, as for dangerous individuals, I suppose I'm one of them. Su Zizi was walking steadily in her high heels, but upon hearing this, she nearly twisted her ankle. Her face turned pale and she frowned in anger. What are you saying? Stop joking. That's terrifying. You scared me. Zhuo Mingjie saw they had arrived at the cafeteria. He had enjoyed this time with his idol, but it had to end. He couldn't simply let Su Zizi go. Even if he wanted to keep pretending to be a good person, once Su Zizi spent more time in the hotel, she would inevitably learn from others that he was a murderer. It was impossible to hide forever. So instead, it was better to tear off the mask and reveal his true face. Though it was regrettable, he could at least get what he wanted from Su Zizi right away. How could I be joking? Didn't I just say this hotel is more dangerous than you think? Zhuo Mingjie spun around abruptly, revealing an ugly expression. He leaned down, bringing his face close to Su Zizi's, and stared into her eyes with a narrowed, smiling gaze. Stop. Stop joking. It's not funny at all. Why are you being so scary? If you keep this up, he'll get angry. Seeing Zhuo Mingjie's face now so sinister and terrifying, Su Zizi turned deathly pale, her heart trembling with fear. Yet she still thought he was just trying to scare her. I'm not messing with you. Zhuo Mingjie reached out and pushed Su Zizi to the ground. I wanted to be the good guy in your eyes, but unfortunately I can't do it. Since we're not from the same world, there's no point in pretending anymore. It's exhausting. What do you mean? Su Zizi, who had fallen to the ground, felt pain all over her body. She rubbed herself, utterly confused, unable to understand what Zhuo Mingjie was saying. You're really a bit slow. Since you don't understand, it'll make you understand through actions. Zhuo Mingjie said coldly, then bent down, crouched, and reached out to pinch Su Zizi's chin, staring at her. What are you trying to do? Su Zizi sensed the change in Zhuo Mingjie's eyes and felt a chill in her heart. Will you do it yourself, or should I? Zhuo Mingjie tugged at her clothes. You can't do this to me. Aren't you my fan? No matter how slow Su Zizi was, she now understood what Zhuo Mingjie intended to do to her. Haha, precisely because I'm your fan I can't contain my feelings for you. If you weren't trapped here too, I wouldn't dare to dream that one day I could frolic with a star adored by millions on TV. What luck! Zhuo Mingjie finished speaking and immediately reached out to tear off the obstructive clothes on Su Zizi's body. Su Zizi tried to struggle and resist, but Zhuo Mingjie didn't give her a chance. His other hand firmly pinned her head down, immobilizing her. No, please don't do this to me. Tears streamed from Su Zizi's frightened eyes, her pitiful appearance a stark contrast to her earlier composure. At this moment, she realized she had been wrong. Being trapped in this hotel was terrifyingly dangerous. All right, stop crying. Since you're my idol, I'll let you off after this is over. Zhuo Mingjie chuckled, staring at the alluring Su Zizi before him. I never expected a star to be so different. Your skin is so fair, so well maintained. No other woman can compare. Zhuo Mingjie then grabbed both of Su Zizi's hands, pinned them behind her waist, and held her down, rendering her completely immobile. A lecherous grin spread across his face. Su Zizi, now fallen into Zhuo Mingjie's hands, was like a lamb entering the tiger's den. There was no suspense that was destined that Zhuo Mingjie would get what he desired. Her hands were bound, and to prevent her from shouting and attracting unwanted trouble, Zhuo Mingjie even gagged her mouth with it. Tears of unwillingness streamed from the corners of Su Zizi's eyes, as she could only watch helplessly while Zhuo Mingjie did as he pleased with her. Hess singer indeed. Far more exhilarating than other women. Zhuo Mingjie reached out and grabbed Su Zizi by her hair, launching a fierce assault from behind, shattering the last vestiges. Zhuo Mingjie cupped Su Zizi's head, leaned close to her ear, caressed her tear-streaked face, and inhaled deeply, savoring the faint fragrance of her body. In that moment, his twisted heart found unprecedented satisfaction. Watching her frail and powerless before him, utterly at his mercy, filled him with a sense of conquest over an idol. An hour later, Zhuo Mingjie finally ended his onslaught, gasping for air as he sat on the ground to rest. Beside him, Su Zizi lay exhausted, as if all her strength had been drained, collapsed on the floor with a pallid face, tear-streaked cheeks, and hollow, despairing eyes. Everything that had just happened felt like an unending nightmare, one she could not shake from her heart. Zhuo Mingjie stood up, stretching his entire body, feeling a wave of relief. He lowered his head, squinting with a smile, and looked at the disheveled Su Zizi. You're just too tempting. Your figure and looks are exactly my type. I got carried away in the heat of the moment and wore you out. My apologies. Su Zizi was dazed, her delicate body curled up on the ground in grievance, covering her face with her jade-white hands. Big beauty, Su, stop crying. I suggest you put your clothes back on quickly, or if other men see you in this tempting state, you might get pounced on again. Zhuo Mingjie offered a casual consolation, then bent down to pick up Su Zizi's phone from the floor. Hearing this, Su Zizi was filled with terror. She immediately sat up and straightened her clothes. Seeing Zhuo Mingjie holding her phone, she suddenly recalled his earlier words. The phone must not be lost, as all the intelligence needed for survival was accessed through it. Such a crucial item, she did not want it taken away by Zhuo Mingjie, for she had no desire to die. Su Zizi said timidly, didn't you say? To survive in this hotel. The phone is very important. Please, give it back to me. Zhuo Mingjie saw her pitiful demeanor and smiled. Don't worry, I don't want your phone. I'll return it once I transfer the 100 million prize from your account to mine. Is there really 100 million prize in the phone? Su Zizi had heard the black-clad man mention it before, but she was still skeptical and hadn't taken it seriously. Zhuo Mingjie, while operating the phone, said, yes, this is how I make money here. You won't mind me transferring that 100 million from your account, will you? After all, for a renowned diva like you, 100 million is no big deal, right? Su Zizi did not answer. She was indeed not short of money. The earnings she had made over the past 2 years through her own efforts were enough to last her a lifetime. Transfer successful. Thank you for the 100 million. Zhuo Mingjie, seeing the money arrive, casually tossed Su Zizi's phone to the ground. Su Zizi reached out and picked up her fallen phone, clutching it to her chest. Recalling the humiliation she had suffered at Zhuo Mingjie's hands, she bit her lip tightly, forcing herself to be strong, to accept this cruel reality and to strive for survival. After dressing, Zhuo Mingjie walked over to Su Zizi again, crouched down, and pinched her chin to lift her head. Looking into her fear-filled eyes, he sneered, come to think of it, a woman as beautiful and fragile as you. Who knows how long you'll last in this hotel? It would be a pity if you died at someone else's hands soon. Since I'm the first to find you, to leave no regrets, I've decided to keep you by my side for a while as my personal pet. They'll let you go when I'm tired of you. I hope you'll cooperate. Su Zizi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhuo Mingjie. Her heart screamed in resistance, but she had no choice. If she refused, this volatile man might kill her. Your silence means you agree. Zhuo Mingjie stroked her pale cheek. Being my woman isn't a bad deal, you know. You're stunningly attractive, and you know nothing about this hotel situation. If you go solo, I guarantee you'll be killed by some other man within half a day, and it'll be brutal. Because this place is full of all sorts of perverts. Su Zizi gasped sharply. The seriousness in Zhuo Mingjie's tone suggested he wasn't lying. The violation by Zhuo Mingjie was an unchangeable fact. Though she still harbored resentment toward him, what he said made sense. On reflection, sticking with him would be safer, at least sparing her from further abuse by other men. Let's go. Serve me well, and as long as you don't anger me, no one in this hotel will dare touch you. Zhuo Mingjie stood up, extended a hand to Su Zizi, and helped her to her feet. Every move they made was observed by Ding Qiyu, who was in the room. Holding her laptop, she watched Zhuo Mingjie's tender treatment of Su Zizi on the screen, her heart burning with jealousy, her expression turning ugly. Ding Qiyu couldn't understand. She had been with Zhuo Mingjie for so long, giving him her all, tolerating everything, yet he had never given her a second glance. But this stranger on the screen, aside from being slightly prettier, what did she have that Ding Qiuyu lacked? Why did Zhuo Mingjie treat her better? It was unfair. A strange sense of defeat washed over Ding Qiuyu, as if she had lost to Su Zizi. Seeing Su Zizi's pitiful act before Zhuo Mingjie on the screen, she was filled with unwillingness and bitterness. Rage made her entire body tremble. Damn woman, how dare you steal my man? Ding Qiuyu cursed at Su Zizi on the screen, grinding her teeth in fury, wishing she could kill her right then and there. Where are you taking me? Su Zizi followed behind Zhuo Mingjie, clutching several food items he had taken from the cafeteria. Taking you back to the room, Zhuo Mingjie replied indifferently. You're not thinking of doing that to me again. Su Zizi lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What are you thinking? Zhuo Mingjie sneered. You're already my woman. Why should I be in such a rush? Good things are meant to be savored slowly. We have plenty of time to indulge. Then why are you taking me to your room? Su Zizi asked, her heart trembling with unease. Zhuo Mingjie halted, turned to face her, his expression shifting. Are you having second thoughts? Don't want to be with me? Seeing the terrifying gloom on Zhuo Mingjie's face, Su Zizi quickly shook her head. No regrets. I'll obediently follow your orders. As long as you protect my life in this hotel and keep me from falling into other men's hands, I'll do whatever you ask. Since you've made up your mind, why are you reluctant to come to my room? Zhuo Mingjie narrowed his eyes and countered. Su Zizi lowered her head, her delicate fingers fidgeting nervously. She whispered timidly, Can I go back to my own room and be alone for a while? I haven't adjusted to this environment yet. Don't worry, I won't run away. If you need anything, just come to my room. I'll fulfill all your demands. Zhuo Mingjie paused, taken aback. Seeing her at a loss, he realized she still needed time to digest everything that had happened. Fine. Zhuo Mingjie agreed. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, especially since he had already tasted the fruit. He wasn't worried about Su Zizi trying any tricks. She lacked the courage. Even if she had it, a fragile woman posed no threat in his eyes. You really agree? A wave of joy surged in Su Zizi's heart. She had thought the chance of him consenting to such a request was slim, yet the outcome exceeded her expectations. I don't want someone chattering endlessly in my ear either. That's annoying. Zhuo Mingjie considered that if he brought Su Zizi back to his room, and she encountered Ding Qiuyu, the two women would surely clash, leading to endless bickering. He would have no peace then. Thank you. Su Zizi said gratefully. Come on, I'll walk you to your room, and then leave. That way you won't run into any other men and meet with misfortune. With that, Zhuo Mingjie reached out and took Su Zizi's hand, leading her upstairs. About half an hour later, Ding Qiuyu sat on the sofa in the room, closed her laptop, calmed her mind, and awaited Zhuo Mingjie's return. With a click, the door opened. After seeing Su Zizi to her room, Zhuo Mingjie returned to his own, satisfied to rest for a while. Ding Qiuyu could tell that Zhuo Mingjie was in an excellent mood, which infuriated her. It was clearly because he had tasted the sweetness of stealing moonlight from that wretched woman Su Zizi. What's with that look? Why are you staring at me like that? As soon as Zhuo Mingjie entered the room, he saw Ding Qiuyu on the sofa. He noticed her sour expression and the strange way she looked at him, completely unlike her usual self. He had no idea what was wrong. Where did you go? Why are you back only now? Ding Qiuyu asked coldly. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Zhuo Mingjie was irritated by Ding Qiu's icy attitude. I'm in a good mood right now. Don't spoil it. Hearing this, Ding Qiu's anger flared. Unable to contain her fury, she stood up and demanded, Mingjie, what kind of person? Zhuo Mingjie was taken aback, utterly confused. You should know what kind of person I am. I haven't hidden anything from you, have I? He replied with displeasure. Stop playing dumb. Mingjie, I saw everything you did outside on this laptop. Ding Qiuyu persisted relentlessly. Zhuo Mingjie's gaze fell on the laptop on the living room table. He frowned, instantly understanding why Ding Qiuyu was so You touched my laptop. Zhuo Mingjie said coldly. Ding Qiuyu remained silent, which was as good as an admission. Zhuo Mingjie threw his head back and laughed, his tone nonchalant. Since you already know what I did outside, why bother asking? I always knew this day would come. If I had wanted to keep it from you, I would have hidden the laptop well. But I didn't. Ding Qiuyu found some truth in his words and decided to trust him. Yet the image of Zhuo Mingjie's intimate moments with Su Zizi lingered in her mind, gnawing at her. She clenched her teeth and said resentfully, Mingjie, you have me. Am I not enough to satisfy you? What are you talking about? It's just that I've been with another woman. Isn't that common around here? Be more magnanimous. Why? Zhuo Mingjie said indifferently. Ding Qiuyu couldn't accept his words. Seeing his calm demeanor, she erupted hysterically. So because I can't satisfy you, you can shamelessly come back after stealing moonlight with another woman. What am I in your eyes? I'm tired. I don't want to argue with you. Zhuo Mingjie, unwilling to engage further, turned coldly and headed toward the bedroom. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Ding Qiu's heart ached. She quickly caught up and blocked his path, looking up with reddening eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she pounded her fists against his chest. Mingjie, why do you treat me like this? That woman, what does she have that I don't? I'm younger than her, and if you have needs, just tell me. Why did you have to force yourself on another woman and be so good to her? I'm so jealous. You're my man. I can't stand other women getting close to you. With that, Ding Qiuyu stopped pounding her fists. Instead, she pressed her delicate body against his, embracing him in surrender, afraid of losing him, and burrowed her head into his chest. What's with this woman? Zhuo Mingjie muttered inwardly as he saw Ding Qiuyu reach for his belt. He'll do better. So Mingjie, don't get involved with other women. Enough. Ding Qiuyu pleaded with tender affection. Zhuo Mingjie felt a surge of impatience. This woman was driving him crazy. But the next moment Ding Qi's actions transported him to a realm of ecstasy. His weary body suddenly felt lighter, and he let out a long contented sigh savoring her fervent passion. Before Zhu Yunyun could resist, Zhao Yuting struck her heavily on the head with an ashtray, causing her to collapse to the floor. Ugh! Zhao Yuting stood over her looking down with a cold and ruthless expression as she writhed in agony. Who exactly are you? Zhu Yunyun asked, enduring the pain and furrowing her brow as she lifted her head slightly to gaze at Zhao Yuting. Me. Zhao Yuting let out a cold laugh. I suppose I'm something of a rapist. Haha. Zhu Yunyun couldn't comprehend whether Zhao Yuting was insane or mentally unstable. Both of them were women. Oh, could she be a lesbian? Sister, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being so stunningly beautiful that you've captivated me beyond reason, making it impossible to suppress my desires. After uttering these words, Zhao Yuting crouched down and reached out her hand. Stop! Don't touch me! Zhu Yunyun struggled desperately, her heart now confirming what she had suspected. Zhao Yuting was indeed a lesbian. Fear flooded her soul. Oh, she never imagined she would fall into the hands of a young girl and endure such humiliation. Stop resisting. Sister, be a good girl and obey. A tearing sound rang out as Zhao Yuting moved. You wished. Zhu Yunyun fought back, painfully propping herself up and clenching her fists to strike her opponent. Zhao Yuting, now irritated, swung the ashtray and struck Zhu Yunyun on the head with a loud clang. Ugh! Zhu Yunyun cried out in pain, froze for a few seconds, then fell unconscious to the floor. A delighted smile spread across Zhao Yuting's face. Seeing that Zhu Yunyun had lost the ability to resist, she wasted no time and stood up. Meanwhile, the room door was wide open. Zhu Yunyun had been so startled upon entering that she had forgotten to close it. In the corridor outside, a shadowy figure peered into the room, half hidden, observing the two women's every move. Huang Xinghe watched the scene inside, feeling his nose itch and his mouth go dry. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The thrilling spectacle was too much to bear, and a restless agitation began to stir within him. Inside the room, Zhao Yuting's attention was entirely fixed on Zhu Yunyun, unaware that someone was secretly spying on her from outside the door. Huang Xinghe was one of the 30 newcomers, naturally timid and fearful. Had it been any other man, he would have long since succumbed to his impulses and stormed into the room to join in. But Huang Xinghe dared not. His heart was torn. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by such a spectacle. Yet a sliver of reason held him back. That single thread of sanity kept him standing outside the door, watching obediently, without daring to act. Until Zhao Yuting inadvertently turned her back to him, kneeling on the ground, with her flawless white hips raised. One glance was all it took. His blood boiled, and the image shattered his defenses. Desire overwhelmed his reason and took control. I heard someone say in the conference hall that there's no law in this hotel. So can I do things here that I can't do outside? After all, no one will stop me. Besides, isn't that woman right now assaulting someone else? Sweat dripped from Huang Xing's forehead as he stared fixedly at everything Zhao Yuting was doing to Zhu Yunyun. He couldn't help muttering to himself, damn it, I can't take it anymore. I wanna. His hesitation vanished. Action spoke louder than words. In that instant, he could no longer suppress his urges. Summoning his courage, he silently slipped into the room, moving without a sound as he crept closer to Zhao Yuting. Inside the room, Zhao Yuting's eyes flew open in shock. What's that? A look of utter astonishment crossed Zhao Yuting's face. She whirled around in anger, only to discover that at some point a man's hands were tightly gripping her waist. Ah, what the hell? Zhao Yuting shrieked, twisting her body and lifting her head to glare at Huang Xinghe. You? Of course. Huang Xinghe, seeing that Zhao Yuting had reacted, did not retreat. Ignoring her fury, he grabbed her waist with one hand. Damn, seeing you two like this. He panted excitedly. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhao Yuting twisted back and reached out, clawing fiercely at Huang Xing's face. You bastard. Let go, you crazy woman. Huang Xing's face was scratched by Zhao Yuting, and a searing pain spread across his skin. Zhao Yuting had no intention of letting go easily. She grabbed the flesh of Huang Xing's face and twisted it viciously, contorting his features into a grimace of agony. I told you to let go. Didn't you hear me? Unable to endure any longer, Huang Xinghe clenched his fist and threw a heavy punch, striking Zhao Yuting squarely in the face. A sharp slap echoed through the room. Zhao Yuting, despite her twisted and perverse psychology, was still an ordinary woman, no match for Huang Xinghe. After taking his punch, all the strength drained from her body. She collapsed to the ground, motionless and unconscious. There, now you're behaving. You refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. How dare you hurt me? Huang Xinghe said, flipping Zhao Yuting's limp body over. How strange. How boring. Once she's out cold. Huang Xinghe muttered to himself in disappointment. Then his gaze drifted to Zhu Yunyun, lying on the floor nearby. He scrutinized her carefully, realizing that her figure and beauty were in no way inferior to Zhao Yuting's. Each had their own charms, and in some ways, she was even more alluring. Compared to Zhao Yuting, Huang Xinghe found Zhu Yunyun more to his taste. Just looking at her made his blood surge. Seems like the one beside her is even more enticing. Huang Xinghe swallowed hard, propping himself up. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he crawled toward Zhu Yunyun with ill intent. An hour later, Zhuo Mingjie had finished his business. Ding Qiyu, her cheeks flushed, lay panting beside him, tracing lazy circles on his firm chest with her finger. How was it, Mingjie? I'm better than that woman, aren't I? Ding Qiuyu whispered into his ear. Promise me. You won't touch any other women, but me all right. Zhuo Mingjie lay flat on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, offering no reply. After the passion subsided, he found Ding Qiuyu even more irritating, her ceaseless chatter, stirring a murderous thought within him. Ding dong. At that moment, Zhuo Mingjie's phone hidden beneath the pillow rang. Both of them on the bed felt a flicker of unease. Mingjie, check what the message says. I wonder what trick the mastermind is pulling this time. Hopefully it's not some twisted game. Ding Qiuyu had lost her own phone, so she urged Zhuo Mingjie to look at the message. Having been trapped in this hotel for over a month, every survivor knew that a ringing phone signaled impending danger. The mastermind was about to stir up trouble again. They had all grown accustomed to it. Zhuo Mingjie calmly pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and scrolled through the message. A smile spread across his face, growing wider as he read. This is a brilliant activity, he said, narrowing his eyes. Mingjie, what brilliant activity? Can you let me see your phone? Ding Qi's heart churned with anxiety. Whenever Zhuo Mingjie praised an activity, she felt a deepening dread. After finishing, Zhuo Mingjie handed her the phone, casually, already scheming his next move. Ding Qiuyu snatched it with both hands, scrolling through the screen to read every detail. Second phase participant commemoration event by noon 3 days from now. Determine which phase, the first or the second, has more survivors in this game of life. For the phase that kills more people, every participant in that phase will receive a 500 million yuan bonus. My god, how terrifying. Isn't this blatantly pitting us against the newcomers? With that kind of money, countless people will be dragged into it. It's madness. Ding Qi's face turned pale with terror. A sudden palpitation gripped her heart. This was no commemoration, it was a death match complete with factions. I think it's pretty good. Interesting. Otherwise every day is so boring. With variables the others will act, and the more that die the sooner we can leave this place. Zhuo Mingjie sneered, his half-closed eyes opening wider. Many shared Zhuo Mingjie's mindset. In another room, Chun Data locked in a fierce encounter with Lin Lily smiled broadly upon seeing the message. Data, go, what's wrong? WHYD, you stop midway. Lin Lily, straddling him, looked down and asked. The phone just buzzed. Read it, and you'll see. Shin Data held up the glowing screen. The puppet master behind this hotel has cooked up something fun again. Intrigued, Lin Lily leaned closer to the screen and read the message carefully. Second phase participant commemoration event by noon 3 days from now. To promote unity among participants from both phases, all contact information has been pre-saved into everyone's phones, usable only within this hotel. Each participant's contact number is their room number. You can find all participants' details via the Hunger Game app on your phone's home screen. This kind of event, only the mastermind could dream it up. They treat us like we're not even human. With this announcement, who knows how many will die in the next 3 days. Just thinking about it terrifies me. It's so dangerous, Datago. I'm so scared. Will you protect me? Lin Lily cooed, her hand caressing his chest in a seductive manner. What are you afraid of? Stick with me, and no one will dare touch you. Relax. Shin Data puffed out his chest, boastful. That's true. Who else is as formidable as our Datago? No one here can match you. Lin Lily giggled, her body trembling slightly as she laid on the flattery thick. This tactic worked wonders on Chun Datu. He lapped up the praise, his heart swelling with joy. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiting, who was searching the hotel for Zhu Yunyun, read the notification alone in the corridor. A mad cackle escaped her lips. This event is perfect. I love it. All the women in this hotel are my prey, and if I can get rid of the men from the first phase too. Perfect. Haha. Who's that lunatic laughing outside? Such a creepy sound. In his room, Hu Jun was doing push-ups, shirtless, breathing heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Hearing Zhao Yiting's laughter from the hallway, he couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Determined to avenge himself against Zhuo Mingjie, Hu Jun had been exercising furiously all week. He felt lighter than before, now able to do 500 push-ups in one go. A significant improvement in stamina. But it wasn't enough. He had to push harder, build a stronger body, and then personally take down Zhuo Mingjie. Killing him was Hu Jun's sole goal, the driving force that kept him alive. Zhao Yiting's laughter didn't just catch Hu Jun's attention, it also woke Shiyu from her sleep. Shiyu, still groggy, crawled out of bed and rubbed her eyes. Spotting Hu Jun doing push-ups, she idly checked her phone, and her expression instantly shifted. After reading the notification, Shiyu grabbed her phone and jumped out of bed. Fond of sleeping naked, she hastily wrapped a thin sheet around herself and hurried over to Hu Jun. You're awake. Hu Jun greeted her, continuing his push-ups. Stop for a moment. Look at this. Shiyu crouched down, holding out her phone. What's wrong? You look terrible. Hu Jun sat up, put on his glasses, and took the phone to browse. This is... Hu Jun read the notification carefully, so shocked that his glasses nearly slipped off. He quickly adjusted them. I'm used to these twisted games by now. Numb to them. Hu Jun regained his composure. But what really surprises me is the calling feature. According to this, we can call anyone in the hotel through our phones. That means... What's wrong? Shiyu watched as Hu Jun stood up, his face darkening, gripping the phone tightly, his intentions unclear.